Hello, hello. We recognize that there is no sound at this portion. We are bringing it up.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are getting close to ghost time. We are coming within 3 minutes. Out of the way. For a quick debrief, we just want to be just at the front of the garage, the middle garage of the surf club, please, just next to the IRBs. If I could have all the punters convene over there, please, we'll do a quick kick off in about 6 minutes. We'll get our festivities started. We'll get the formalities over the way, and we'll get our athletes out into the water as the sun comes up in beautiful Sunshine Coast. I've got to have that so when we put on there. I think we can start to put the athletes at ease by having a look at those ocean conditions. It looks lovely out there. Wind dropped off. No rain to speak of. There's a couple of paddlers to make their way. We'll see Jeff Holdings at day one.
You've got the sound in there. I'll get on that.
Hello there, everybody. I'm Larry Ryan, host of 515, the Ultra Podcast, and you are watching live coverage of Australia's 2025 10th anniversary race. I'm just going to set up this camera a little bit better. I do appreciate you coming to join us. We are looking forward to an exciting 3 days of racing. I'm going to be providing you with 36 plus hours of coverage of Australia. We have a number of special guest commentators. Right now we have the people at the beach. I'm going to go back to that shot for you so that you can see what's going on down at the beach while I talk. Here we are at the starting line, not the finish line for the swim. It will be the finish line for the swim as well. You can see that the athletes are all there with their crews. The nerves are starting up a little bit. We have Benat Oliveira filming for us at the moment. After things get started, we will be joined by Tim Franklin, who is emceeing the event down there and making sure everything is happening correctly at the moment. So this is the coverage that we're looking for from Banat, and it's looking quite good at this time. You'll notice that up in the top left corner, there is a clock, and that is going to be running for the race throughout the day. And you will be able to know exactly where they are at all times during the race. I seem to have lost the sound from Banat's camera again. So if you can hear me, Banat, we have lost your sound. If you can bring that back, we would appreciate it. In the meantime, I'm going to go over to one of our guest speakers, and that is none other than not Tim Franklin, sorry. We are going to go over to visit with Nick Millette, and we are going to have him come in and join us here on the broadcast. I thought I had you on camera now. Nick, give me a second. I think when you went off.
Can you hear me at least?
There we go.
Oh, there we go.
Here we go.
Take Timmy's name off, you'll freak out.
Yeah. Hi, Nick. Thank you for joining us. Where are you joining us from today?
I'm 10 miles south of the race site today in Coolum Beach on the Sunshine Coast. So I'm actually on the live directly on the run course and the end of day 2 bike course. Excellent.
And we have on the screen right now that you are a 2-time Ultraman Canada champion, a 10-time racer at the 5:15 distance, and I know that you are a pretty crazy bike trekker as well. You've just gotten back from one of your treks. Can you fill us in a little bit on that?
Yeah, I started doing in the last, I guess I shouldn't say started, 20 years doing a lot of bike packing as well. And so I do more bike packing than triathlons these days. And my last one was another couple of weeks around Western Australia. So each trip is just a lead up to the next one. So I'm already planning the next one, which will be in August, 3 months from here in NOOSA off to parts unknown. We'll see where we get to. Ironman Malaysia is the target right now, but there's a couple of things going on. There's a reality show that I might be doing, and if that happens, it'll be Ironman Western Australia a month later. I'll ride around Australia instead.
Oh, excellent, excellent. What's the reality show? I know you've been trying to get on Survivor for a while.
Yeah. There's a Survivor messaged me twice in the last month to extend their cutoff. So the Survivor in Australia screened February and March, and the cutoff date was the last day of their broadcast, and that was supposed to be the last day of applications, but they've since messaged me twice, and once was 3 days ago. So I've finally put an application in, and I'll wait for them to see what happens.
Excellent. I'm just going to cut to the what's happening again at the starting area here, and hopefully we can get some sound back. We're going to keep talking as we're here.
I'll give people who haven't been to NOOSA an idea. So where they are right now, they're directly in front of the NOOSA Surf Lifesaving Club. Now, it's one of the most famous surf clubs in Australia, and so they use the NOOSA staff and volunteers as the safety crew and some of the paddlers. So that's what the boys there on the right-hand side are doing now. They're getting the IRBs ready to patrol. Tony and Ultraman Australia give a huge donation back to the surf club. And anyone who hasn't been in Australia before and seen the surf club culture, these are the guys that are saving lives every day on the beaches all around Australia. And NOOSA happens to be, as I said, one of the most iconic and most famous surf clubs in the country.
Yeah, and what do you think is happening with the crews and the athletes at this time? As a person who's done this 10 times before, what's going through their minds?
Well, there's a few of them, and it happened to me. Specifically on this race, they do get a lot of paddlers from the surf club as volunteers to be the escort paddler for a lot of people who don't live here. So some of them, hopefully they've all hooked up with their paddler, but some of them won't have. And so what they'll be doing now is organizing, obviously putting their wetsuits on, but organizing their nutrition and speaking to their paddler about where they will sit next to the swimmer in the water, and also their nutrition. They'll be talking about how often they'll be giving nutrition out and all that sort of stuff. So giving instructions to the paddlers, because most of these people haven't done it. There you can see someone's put their Ultra 355 bag there. That'll be full of someone's nutrition.
Right.
And so that's what's happening now.
Great. Yeah. We do have another special guest that has come along to do some commentating, and I would like to bring her in now as well. Her name is Mel Cockshut, and she is joining us as well. She's a former champion at this race just back in 2024. Mel, how you doing?
Yeah, I'm going really well. Really, really well.
So, for you, what were you feeling when you were at this point of the race before?
So, swimming for me is probably my happy place. So I remember just going around and saying hello to everyone and getting ready to get in the water. It was a beautiful, beautiful morning. NOOSA's a beautiful beach that's relatively flat for an ocean swim. So we were just getting all our wetsuits on and just getting organized and making sure we were in the right place.
Yeah. And have you been to a race where there's someone that's shown up and doesn't have that wetsuit?
Yes, that people have often come to triathlons without wetsuits, or they're broken, or no shoes, or cycle shoes. At this race, I seem to recall, because we've got such a great support crew at Ultraman, you just you love everyone's just organising everything for you. So yeah. I think I just took a bit of a leap of faith with the my Ultraman family and group, and made sure that everything was there ready for me.
Yeah. I just noticed that
I remember at the time last year, my daughter had actually broken her leg, and she was my paddler. So I'm sure I was actually thinking whether people were judging me because she got carried down to the beach to be on her board to be a paddler.
Yes, I remember talking about that on the podcast when you came on. Yeah, that is great.
I think people get so involved, like your team, they're doing Ultraman as well. So it's just, everyone wants to do it. She definitely had no thought that she wouldn't be paddling.
Right.
So she just had to do it with a broken leg.
Yeah. I
love it.
Thanks. Yeah. I seem to have, I think Banat has changed cameras on me. That's what it is. Sorry about that, people that are watching, and you saw that we had Banat come up as blank. Let me see if I now have him back on the right camera. There we go. If we can see what's happening again at the starting line. Banat, if you are listening, I still don't have any sound from your camera. But the sun is coming up. It's getting close, guys. What's happening now? What are we seeing here at the start line? Maybe Nick, go first.
Yeah, so we've got the final photos, as you can see. So what's going to happen now is crews are going to organise with their paddler what's going to happen when they come out of the water. I'm a swimmer, so I've always been of the belief that that it's the swimmer's responsibility to know what they're doing and have everything organised, and just give instructions to their paddler, and B, their crew, what they want. And so it just makes it easier for when you come out of the water. Having said that, some of the swimmers that are in there at the moment, swimming's not their thing. And if you're going to be in there for 4 or 5, close to 6 hours, that's when you do need your crew to take charge. And someone like myself, I've come out of the water first 3 times at Ultramans, and so it's not a big deal for the front lead guys and girls, but for some of these back markers, they get out of the water and they're not feeling very good. They don't have their land legs, and they need their crew to look after them.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. And I think that we do have a few people that have said that they will likely be at the back of the swim, that they're not swimmers per se. And so we'll probably be waiting for a few people to come out of the water fairly late today. And like you said, they're going to
Yeah.
need that extra nutrition on the boat just to get them through those first 6 hours.
Well, and that's a huge thing. I mean, if you think about it, the fast guys are out in under 3 hours. Some have been 2 hours 30. And so the nutritional requirements from someone who's in the water for 2.5 to 3 hours is totally different to 6 hours. You've
Oh,
really taken a beating. And, oh,
Nick, if we can, maybe we'll just listen in here if we get the sound back
sure.
from Banat. Banat?
Okay.
It does not appear that Banat is giving us sound. Oh, there we go.
Rejoice.
In joyful strains that I sing, our hearts Australia faith. We're getting close to the game time. We have 15.5 minutes away. If I could please ask all athletes now to make their way to the finishing arch of the swim, we will have a fun run inside. Sunny Coast Photos going. Thank you, welcome on.
So Melinda, what's happening here now? Are they getting ready for the athlete photo?
Yes, they are. They're getting everything's. So what we do, it's such a family event. So we all come down to the finishing arch and we all grab a photo before we all start to head down to the beach. I do love an Ultraman start. It's one of the more relaxed starts I think that I've ever done. And I feel like that just starts the whole what way of how the race is run and how you do race. Even the competitive ones, I feel like it's just a really nice start to the day.
Mm-hmm.
I'll get all the athletes in
Oh.
front of the arch.
Trying to get the athletes organised is a bit of a mission. I do feel sorry for the organisers when they do this.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
People are not listening and they're all sort of starting to focus on what's out there. Looks like a beautiful day. Looks like a stunning lot of ocean out there at the back. But athletes are slowly gathering, which is fantastic to look at. Do you notice all the women? Do I say that? Do I notice that all the women are getting down there organised?
Yeah, they're the smart ones. Yeah, you talk about the weather and the conditions. I don't know where you are, Mel, but here I'm just south. I'm in Coolum, so 16 k's south of Noosa, and the weather's been howling all night. And luckily, and you know the bay there in Noosa, the wind's been southeasterly at about 27 kilometres an hour all night. So luckily, it's calm there.
Yes, I'm in Port Macquarie, so I've just I'm in the home of Ironman, and I'm the swim director down in Port Macquarie there. So I had a few big decisions to make this week.
Yeah, you're the one that did it. Yeah, that's a real shame.
It was such a shame. We tried so hard to run it. We didn't want to have a Ironman without a swim, but in the end, just the water quality levels and bacteria in the water was just too high.
Look at all these cameras.
Yeah,
This looks like the Academy Awards here with people lining up to take these photos.
It does, doesn't it? You know, they're all feeling pretty excited that this is actually starting. They would have had, some of them would have been training for quite a long time. You know, you can't just enter this race and just decide to race it. There is always some sort of minimal training required. So they'll all be getting ready and getting excited that this is it.
Yeah, for sure. You can see the excitement in these people, in their faces right now. I do apologize that we're not getting all of the audio coming through. This is obviously live, and with live, you're going to get things like fingers in front of cameras. And I had a number of things set up for switching for cameras. And there's Shane Duffy, the man who has completed 6 Ultraman distance races in 12 months before. He holds the record for that. Getting some.
Yeah, that's crazy.
This year. He's looking quite fit this year.
Yeah, he is for sure. Yeah. I was talking with him this morning. He actually gave me a phone call about an hour and a half ago to wish me luck with doing the live stream. That's the kind of guy Shane is.
I love it.
Yeah. And so the people that are tuning in, we would like you to be a part of this. This is a interactive watch party. We want you to get into the comments and give some comments. We want you to, like Steve Keller did here. Thanks, Steve, for tuning in. We want to see the comments. We want to know where you're watching from. We want to know who you are watching for, how you know these people. Feel free to chat in the comments as well. Talk back and forth with one another. Have a conversation. We're calling this a watch party. So we want you to enjoy this as if we were all together at the same place and watching the event. So please interact with us. I'm going to have some different ways of doing that interaction over the next few days, including a Kahoot trivia quiz once a day so we can see what you know about your past Ultraman Australia races. This being the 10th anniversary, we want to celebrate that as a milestone and look back as well. So we'll be having a number of videos from past events, and we want people to come in and share their thoughts as well. So if you want to film yourself with a little memory video of why Australia is important to you, what it meant to you when you were there, either as a volunteer or a crew or an athlete, then please do so and send it in to me, and we will make sure that we get that up on the air for you to share your thoughts as well. We got another viewer here saying, "Go Mahesh." So we got the viewers for the Indian athletes coming. This is great. We got the athletes moving down to the water now.
John. That was that we just saw in the screen there just before these two guys saying hello. John's a visually impaired athlete and will be racing over the 3 days.
Oh, there he is again.
John
yeah.
there.
Yes, we got some background on him that we'll be playing shortly. Yeah.
John is quite the character.
Is.
Oh, we got Carrie Mandel watching from New Jersey. She's a big Shane Duffy fan. I know that. He went and crewed for her at the Ultraman Hawaii this year. Hello, Carrie.
Just for your viewers, the guy that's there on the microphone, Tim Franklin, I don't know if you've mentioned it already, but he completed his around the world run earlier this year, and he was going for the Guinness record, but I believe he didn't get the record, but he's now logged the second fastest run around the world. Took 400 days or something like that. Is an epic achievement.
Yeah.
Tim came second behind Arno Selyukov at Ultraman Australia in 2017, I suppose that was.
I will have that showing up on him shortly. Yes. Yeah, that's an amazing feat that he did, and we're going to be talking about that over the weekend. I'm going to ask you guys maybe just to mute your mics for a second, and I'm going to see if we can try and get Banat's sound in instead. I'm wondering if we're overriding it.
I gotta get out.
You know, Tim is counting to make sure everybody's present.
And whilst this is a race, you guys are going to be put under a lot of duress with themselves, under a lot of duress. You have a lot of people in your corner, you have support groups who are going to be here, helping you every step of the way. Ultimate is very different to anything that you've done before. We have 41 athletes here about to step into something unknown for all but 14 of you. What we ask is that you embrace the experience, embrace the event. It's 3 days, it's going to test you physically, but more importantly, it's going to test you mentally. That's what we're here for. Everyone here is to help you get from the start line right in this morning to the finish line, with a smile on your face, enjoying the experience. That's what we want you to do. Embrace the experience. Embrace everything that comes. The hurt, the fun, the rain, the wheeling, and everything in between. We met yesterday as strangers, and I said it again yesterday, we were here as the best of friends with something in common. On Monday afternoon, we will welcome each and every one of you to the LPM family. Between now and then, go out, show each other the utmost respect, enjoy the experience, embrace what the Sunshine Coast up here in beautiful Queensland has to offer. Most importantly, feel with a smile on your face and go your absolute hardest. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Ultimate Australia 2025.
So once again, for the viewers, we are experiencing some difficulty with the sound coming from the beach. Well, I'm not exactly sure why the problem is happening, but as this is live, I'm sure we're going to have technical difficulties throughout the weekend. This is the first time this has ever been attempted. We're going to roll with it. It's still better than not being there. We're getting all the sights and we're getting some of that sound, and we'll have that worked out for you. And later on, when we're connected through the computers, we'll be getting a better signal than we are right now. But here they are going into the water. Maybe Mel and Nick, you can pick up on this and talk a little bit about how they're going to go out and meet their paddlers and what's expected here.
Yeah, so generally what they've done is they send the paddlers. You can see them clustered out there. That's one of the turn buoys. So the swim course is like a hockey stick. It's they'll be heading out to your left, out about 1 kilometer, come back again, and then 10 a hard left, and then head out to follow the coastline, essentially out to sea. They'll do 1.5 laps of that.
Yeah.
But they've sent their paddlers out to the first turn buoy, and then they'll send the swimmers at it, and they don't start from the beach. They actually start from that turning buoy. So the swimmers will make their way out there and then decide when they're going to hook up with their paddler, because it's a bit crazy to start with.
Yeah, it definitely is. I have a video to show that is going to do the mapping of the swim course, which we can go over once they get started here. Is that Simon Cochran? So once they get started in the water, we can go over what the course looks like. And I also have some footage from a previous year to show what this swim course looks like that was shot through a drone. Now, we're not hearing what's happening as far as the start time, and I'm going to have to hear that to start my clock. But Nat, if you can hear me, I'm going to need, oh, wait, there we go. Simon's got the horn. We can watch it. Maybe we'll, maybe we'll just mute you guys out again and see if we can pick up Banat's sound. And if not, we'll just watch quietly as we wait to see Simon do the official start. He's checking the watch. Yeah, Banat's sound is not coming in. If they're on time, we are about less than 2 minutes away from the start. And with everybody in the water, I suspect we will be on time.
This is amazing, this bit as you're going out, and then you're just hoping that your paddler will be able to find you once you start swimming. I think the thought's worse than what actually happens. All the paddlers do find their swimmers fairly quickly. It is such a special race to have your paddler right there next to you every breath having a swim. It's one of the best memories that I've got, and it's a great race experience. Instead of getting hit by all the other swimmers, you're there with your paddler and you can see them, and you're just grateful. It helps you just ground yourself, I think, as you're starting to swim.
So I think we're in the last few seconds here. We're about to get to that start. Oh, we're picking up some sound. Here, I'll add this to the background.
You have the official.
Oh, there we go. We got the sound.
Late? Okay. 5 minutes late. Back up. They're fixing the boys. Simon.
Banat, I can hear you now, Banat. Thank you. Are we having a delay to the start?
Yep. So Simon, are we having a delay to the start? It looks like it. It looks like it. Well, it's already a 1 minute delay. Okay. Boys aren't out here. Okay.
Well, as these things tend to happen at big events, I know, Mel, you can probably wonder about this as the swim coordinator. What happens here? You know, sometimes the things are just they one time here in 2018, I believe the boy actually floated away a little bit, and they ended up having a short course. So, what do you think's going on here now?
Yeah, so like the IRBs, so the red ducks that the surf lifesavers use, aren't allowed to be on the water until sunrise. It's just a rule. So they would have been scrambling as soon as there was a little bit of sunrise. to get those buoys out. It's quite a large course, so they've got to travel a long way to get to the points where the term buoys are, and they do have a buoy and an anchor in the boat, so they would have been trying very hard to get it all out very quickly. Motors on these things as well, always, as you can see, he's having to try to get that motor going. They invariably are quite there's lots of problems that happen. So they've obviously had one of their ducks, that we call them the ducks, have a bit of an issue, and they're trying to get that started to get the cans out. For Ironman Australia, we had 30 buoys to get out. We didn't do it the morning of, but we had a closed-in course that we were unable to do that on the Friday, Saturday.
Right.
So they'd be all quite stressed at the moment as they're trying to get that motor started to get those ducks out into the water.
Yeah, and these are the things that happen, and probably, ultra athletes are going to roll with this better than most. If this was your sprint triathlon where the person was, a little less experienced, they might be getting freaked out that these aren't in place and the race isn't ready to go right at the right time. But these athletes, they come with a lot more experience.
Yes, they do. Like that. This whole, it's what I love about Ultraman Australia. It's just, people just roll with it. They're all relaxed. They're all happy. Everyone's just breathing. Hopefully the athletes actually know why the delay is happening, but I'd say the paddlers are probably looking and seeing what's going on. As you can see, the ducks can only take one buoy at a time. Sometimes they can maybe take two, but that just slows them down. So they're now employing a jet ski to get them out. Looks like they have started that other duck.
And we actually were going to get Banat out on a jet ski during the swim as well. So if you think you're not going to see any action while they're out swimming, we're going to have Banat out there, our cameraman. He's going to be on the water and checking this out. But while we have this delay, maybe we can take a look at the swim course. And Nick, I know that back in the day, you were, one of the originators of this course. You were along with Tony Horton when the course was built, when the dream came to bring Ultraman racing to Australia. So maybe I'll give you the honor of talking about this course. I'm going to play a little graphic that we have, and if you can follow along with that.
Sure. All right, so you can. There we go. So I brought. Tony had the idea of hosting his own Ultraman back around 2010, 2011. We were talking about it. And he originally wanted it down in the Gold Coast where he lives. Well, here's Australian base is anyway. And I said, no, we have to have it up in NOOSA. So I dragged Tony up to NOOSA and I said, this is the course. Interestingly, one of the reasons it's in May is because the prevailing winds in Australia on the east coast head southeast for the winter, and so in the middle of summer this bay can get rough, but now this time of year it calms right down. As I said earlier, it's been blowing all night and you can see how calm it is. So I walked Tony out through the national park there to the very end at I think it's Hell's Gate, or it's called, and you could actually see the demarcation line on the ocean where it was wind affected as opposed to where it was sheltered by this headland on the right hand side.
Oh yeah.
So it became that was a no-brainer. As soon as we came back to the surf club and stood there, I said, "This is it," and he said, "Done." And it was the swim course was set right there. Obviously, we had the surf club guys organise that.
We're going to swim. Our athletes will head along the beach down towards the break wall. I'll then come back and then I'll head
he's just describing what you just described.
Come back and complete that course once again. 10 kilometers swim.
Oh, you are not that person.
Like today, they head up northwest of NOOSA out towards the Pico, heading to Pico and back. A beautiful scenic ride today, followed by 280 kilometers tomorrow, which is one of the greatest rides in the food. Anyway, on the drive, on the corner, on the the start point just to put into place, and then we will be a go here. Simon. So Simon's over there.
Simon over there. Are we gonna start? No? Soonish?
I gotta get there. Jace.
That's the voice of Tim Franklin and Banat. Tim Franklin obviously on the beach, getting this thing started. They're figuring out what that start time is going to look like.
20 minutes. Well, let's verify with them. Is he gonna? Yeah, well, it's tell me. So, should I go and bring them here?
See, when you join a live stream, you get a lot of behind the scenes activity.
Yep,
we are right there. One of the things when I came up with this concept was actually to kind of show every part of the race, and that's what we're hoping to do over the weekend. I've asked for the crews to be submitting their own update videos. So while we are going to have Dream Team members on course with cameras at certain points and doing the announcing, Tim will be out there announcing. We will also have the crew sending in their own update videos, and I will be giving all of that out through the live stream so that everybody will know exactly where the athletes are. So if you are not seeing enough of the athlete that you want to see, please send a message to their crew and say, send some videos to Larry so we can see where our athlete is. This is something that we want to make sure that we're covering the entire course. One of the things that's going to be great about this is that we will actually have that ability to be in more than one place by having these crews submit their own update videos. So I feel like we're going to have around the course coverage as long as our crews are supporting being able to get some videos. And obviously that is secondary to supporting their athlete. We understand that, but I know that there's also a lot of people out there that are very much the social media type, and hopefully we'll be getting some great updates from the course. Let's listen in with Banat.
Should I send it over there? Yep.
One of the cool things about this sport was, so there's your race director.
Jeff Morris.
In the black there. Next to him is Peter Hudson. Then you've got Simon Cochran. All the guys in the Ultraman 10th anniversary shirts there, and there's the owner, Tony Hall.
Hey, Tony.
That's it, Ray, Tony.
How are you guys?
Hey, good to see you, mate. It's Nick here.
Tony, you got me, Larry in Vancouver. You've got Nick Millette, and you got Mel Cockshot on with you right now. So, as the person who has originated this event and brought it to the public now for 10 years. Can you give us a little bit of what it's meant to you over the 10 years? We're going to be doing 10-year memories.
Yeah, great. Well, it's a journey, definitely a journey. I remember starting the event 10 years ago, 11 years ago. And yeah, it's a bit bigger now than what it was back then. I think we ran it from the back of the vehicle. Now we've got a support crew and many other things in order. So it's been fantastic to watch the mateship, friendships, long-term friendships. I mean, there's people here that come up to me and have been in the event for a period of time now. So it's really cool. And I'm going to try and catch up with you once we get this thing started. If it's okay, Larry, we'll circle back and do a better interview. We've just got a bit of time pressure happening here. Got a boat that's not working, which is okay. We've got plenty of time. The weather's been kind to us. But yeah, looking back, as I walked down the beach yesterday and looked at the swell, I went, okay, here we go again. And then the sun gods were kind to us again this morning. There's a bit of a break at the shore, but again, we got some flat conditions out there for the swim. And yeah, it's just special for me. Put a lot of time and effort into it. And it's good to see Nick's on the line there as well. So he was here at the beginning. I think we rode the course a few hundred times, Nick, trying to figure it out. So I appreciate the help with that.
I thought we were going to start.
We're gonna go. So say that we have to start.
Okay, we're about to start, so let's kick it off.
Good luck, Tony.
Good luck, Tony. Thank you.
Let me know, mate.
We're just aligning the swimmers for the first buoy now.
Okay.
So I think he said that they're just getting the swimmers all lined up for this. So we are
Yep.
racing imminently.
So as we look at the screen there, as they pan out to the ocean, so the swimmers are lining up and they're going to head to our left as you're looking at the screen. That's the direction they're going.
There are 41 athletes in the race this year. They started with over 50. I think they were at 55 that were originally in it. And obviously through training, injuries, or whatever might happen in life, they're at 41 at the start line. That includes 5 females, 36 males. They have 6 nations represented and 14 returnees in the race. So a lot of new athletes this year.
30 seconds. You're starting yours, mate.
Yeah, I'll start the time.
I think it's sorted out.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are here. Let's get this countdown started. Oxman Australia 2025 in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I think that Zoom suppressed that very loud noise is what happened right there. All right.
Simon's a better athlete than he is a race starter.
All right. We're underway with the 2025 Australia 10th anniversary race. This is exciting stuff. Tim Franklin already checking his phone is blowing up. People want to know what's going on.
They're all relieved. They all look very relieved. The great thing about being a part of the event manager, you got to stay cool and calm, whereas probably they're running pretty hard underwater, especially with that delay.
Yeah.
Tony's a pretty cool character. For those who don't know, the Ultraman Australia have a military division, and every year they hand out the fastest military guy, and that's because Tony is an ex-Australian commando. And he is very, very cool under pressure. He thrives in all this sort of stuff. So most people would have a little bit of a meltdown, but Tony's very, very cool about that.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think that whole dream team, they just they roll with it, and they're always patient. And again, they're just setting that scene up for a beautiful race.
Mm-hmm.
Looks gorgeous out there.
So here's another look at our course that we just had the graphic on. Thank you, Banat. So they go out to the left, come back toward the shore when they go around that first buoy, and then go back out to the right and do that numerous times.
So what they did was they had to shorten the course because it used to be on the right-hand side. It used to go out a lot further. Now, the further you go, the closer you get to that headland, and the swells start wrapping around the headlands from the other beach, which is Sunshine Beach, which is closer to where I live. And so they've shortened it, so you're not going to get the weather. And it's a perfectly enclosed little bay there with the prevailing winds as they are right now.
Mm. Well, I
think they introduced this course last year, and I did this course. I was a support person for the course when it went around the headland, and the chop was on the old course was pretty tough for some of the athletes, especially the guys that swimming wasn't their thing. This course, I wondered how it would go, doing 3 laps one way, 2 laps the other, but it went really quick. I was surprised it was a really great course. And it was good that we were just shy of the river. I also did one year as support where they had the buoy a little bit closer into that river mouth. And depending on the tide, that river mouth can be pumping water out against the athletes. And I was support crew for one of the swimmers that were her power was less than the current. So I think we stayed still for about 10 minutes, and I really had to get the paddler, or as a paddler, I really had to work hard to keep her moving so she got some sort of momentum. But looks like it's looking like that won't happen this year. The buoy looks to be set that little bit further in from that river mouth.
Yeah.
I
And then, as you know, logistically, these shorter courses mean less requirements for safety personnel and all that stuff. So it's just safer all around. I mean, I'm used to doing multiple lap courses with double Ironmans and quintuples and stuff. So I'm used to the hamster wheel racing. A lot of people don't like it. As you said, a lot of the weaker swimmers love it because they can count the buoys off, as opposed to going way off into the distance, which overwhelms them.
Yeah,
I agree. You do lose sight of those athletes as they went around that headland. So I actually really enjoyed this course because that chop is pretty hard, and for those that are out there for 5-6 hours, that's a long time to be in that chop.
Yeah,
and
when
we
don't get that here.
When we look at these courses on this map, it's a nice straight line. But obviously, not every swimmer goes out and swims that straight line. What's the strategy there as far as following your kayaker? I know this is always mentioned at the briefings for people that maybe have not done this before or haven't been to a briefing. There's a certain rule where the swimmer is responsible for following the person on the boat rather than the other way around. Can you explain that for us?
Yeah, so if actually you go, Mel.
So I didn't sight at all. For me, I left it up to my ball paddler, but my ball paddler, who was my daughter, is also a surf lifesaver, and has been since she was through Nippers. Those that have surf lifesavers that know this beach well, they know where the currents are, they know where everything is, and I just made sure that I kept a certain distance away from my board paddler, and then just and just trusted that they were taking me to the shortest, fastest way, which you don't get in any other race. Every other race you have to rely on yourself, whereas the buoys are pretty spread out. So if you were trying to sight in this race, I think it would. You notice there was quite a few people that had the tape on the back of their neck. If they're trying to sight in this race, I feel like it would be quite difficult and quite tiring. What do you think, Nick?
Yeah, it's it. Well, and the thing is, with the buoys, they only need 3 buoys essentially, as opposed to if it was not escorted, they would have to have a lot more. But as far as actually swimming, if anyone wants to go to the Ultraman Australia website, under the swim section there, they actually have all the graphics for it. And it was something a friend of mine in Canada actually wrote he was on my crew when we were doing it back in the 90s. And there are 2 ways that people do it. You can either, and they recommend this one, which is what I did, you have your paddler or kayak or whichever sort of person you're using, and they're dead center. I used to have them about 1.5 meters to my left because I only breathe on one side, and I said, I'm following you. See, the problem is if the paddler follows you, and if you're going off course, the paddler follows you and you have a nice S shape and you're swimming extra distance. If the paddler also follows you, and if you're in front of the paddler, and if you're not a strong swimmer, you get anxiety because you don't know where your paddler is. If you're behind the paddler, then you get anxiety because you instinctively try to catch up with your paddler, which wastes energy. So the ideal in that scenario is to have be in the middle of your paddler, and so you can sight them. And that way, when they want to give you whatever timing you've done for your nutrition, they can just indicate to you, it's time, stop, however you've done your nutrition handoff, and then just get going again. It's up to the paddler completely to go in a straight line. Now, in Penticton, for Ultraman Canada, Kevin Kutchar, who was Australia's first Ultraman world champion back in 1995, he used to have a system where he followed his kayak, and they would have a weight with a ribbon at the end of a ribbon, and would follow directly behind the kayak about 2-3 meters. And as long as the paddler was going, the ribbon would stay high. As soon as they stopped for a feed, the momentum would stop and the ribbon would drop, and the swimmer knew it's time to feed. And so that's how Dave Matheson did it. That's how, and he won in Canada a couple of times. Kevin did it. He won in Canada. So there's two schools of thought. Mine was always stay in the middle of the boat, stare at your paddler for 3 hours or 6 hours. I met my paddler in Australia here 15 minutes before we started. She was 14 years old. She was a surf lifesaver. Fenella was the name. And for her, paddling 10Ks for me was nothing. She went swim training after that. So, they're so experienced, and she was amazing. And it was just, as you said, Mel, the surf lifesavers know what they're doing. Doesn't matter how old they are. I think the youngest paddler we've ever had in Australia was 12.
Wow.
Yeah, I agree. They definitely, and they're fantastic. So my strategy was I would have my paddler just put up her finger to say 1 minute, and so she would then paddle off in front of me. So I was like John, and I just Nick, and I just watched them in the middle of and I just swam with her, so I could watch her the whole time. She put up her fingers to say 1 minute. She then paddled ahead. And then went perpendicular to me. So I just kept swimming. Then I would hold on to her board and grab my nutrition and then go off again. So quite an efficient way of doing it. Not everyone does it like that. Some people actually do just like to have a bit of a rest. I did want to get in and out of that water as quick as I could.
Yeah.
Of course.
My technique was because I was a sub 3 hours, so 240s was me. And I would just have them. Generally, I'd have 2 750ml bottles of nutrition. That's it. And I would have my paddler throw it in front of me. I would swim to it. These bottles float. Have a big drink, and then throw it in front of the kayak, and just kept swimming. They would pick it up, and
yeah, great. It's definitely something that was new to me. I had never really completed races before that. Looks like we've got someone here.
I think, yeah. Can you guys mute for a second so we can bring up the sound here? We got Simon and Tim.
We're on. We're live.
You're on. You're on.
We're away. We're away. It's great to see Larry, team, everyone watching at home. We're on. The guys are swimming really quickly. Actually, it's actually woken up. We've woken up to beautiful conditions. I'm sure you've seen it. Banyat's been running around filming it all, but it's really smooth. Like at 4:30 this morning, it was torrential rain, and then it just stopped. Yeah,
and the wind has dropped. It's almost nothing here now.
Wind has disappeared. There's some strong swimmers in this field. We spoke about them. They're aiming. There's some hoping to go into the 220s, 215s, even 2 teens, and they're off the front. There's one swimmer we don't have eyes yet on the course. Banyat's going to head out on course, but Simon, so far so good.
Yeah, it was a smooth start once we got underway. A couple of delays, but no, everything's going well.
Yeah, the swimmers look good, look confident. No one's sort of falling back. But like I said, the conditions, it's like a mill pond out there on the bay this morning. So it's perfect to race in, and we'll keep you guys updated as we go. They're just the lead swimmers about to turn around the first buoy, so 1 kilometre in already, and we've only been going for 12 minutes. So they're on this morning.
Yeah, let's see what the current does. Going the opposite way.
Simon's worried. Someone's worried.
Oh.
I'll be second part.
Big few days.
Well, Simon, that's one of the records that you don't hold here at the race, isn't it? Is the swim record?
Yep, no, that's the only record I don't hold here.
Yeah. So you got nothing to worry about if someone comes out of the water quick. You're good. You just don't want them to go quick the rest of the time.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, no, it's we're trying to keep eyes on the water as well as on the cameras. So apologies, Larry, if we're looking away from the camera, but
No, it's going right up your nose now. It's a great shot.
Oh,
Yeah, that's actually true. You can step back.
And we've got so Benyet's about to jump in an IRB or a paddle and head out there.
Jet ski.
Jet ski.
Yeah, fancy.
Jet ski.
Upgraded.
So he's going to jump in the jet ski, get out on course, and then just relay back, obviously, to you guys what's going on, but also to us, so we know who's doing what and how the athletes are positioned. But we're away.
Yeah, this is
2025.
Yeah, this is amazing.
Number 10.
We're going to give you guys a couple of minutes to get yourselves set up and get your own cameras on so that we can come back to you when Bennett goes out onto the water. In the meantime, I'm going to go to a little bit of pre-canned video to talk about some of the things that's going on. So thanks, guys. We'll be back to you shortly. Get in the Zoom on your own camera, and we'll come back to you. Thanks, Bennett. We'll let you just keep walking around for a little bit. And so right now, what I want to do is I actually want to show one of our memory videos, and that is from the 2016 swim. So we have some footage from 2016 that was covering the swim, and it's taken from a drone. So I'm just going to play that for you now, and when we come back, maybe we'll come back to Nick and Mel after that.
I don't know what happened with this thing.
Let me
pointy
see.
end,
There we are.
as well as, oh, there we are. There he is. There he
Yes.
is.
Lost the scene there for
So
a
I've
sec.
sort of experienced the swim at the pointy end where, you know, around that 3 hour mark, as well as I've been there just making cutoff as a support crew. So it's, I love being out there. It was one thing that for me, it was quite intimidating, even though I'm a swimmer. So hats off to everyone that is not a swimmer. To be out there for 10 kilometres. It is a long way, and particularly for some to be out in salt water for 5 or 6 hours is a long time to be out there. I am actually super grateful that I grew up in Australia and on the beaches of Byron Bay and Lennox Head. So I got that swim experience and swim ocean
Oh yeah.
when I on for this challenge.
Yeah, it certainly makes a difference. I mean, and not just for Ultraman, but all triathlons. I think, you know, heavens that I am a swimmer as well. From when I was a little kid, I learned to swim in Hong Kong, and yeah, so it's makes it so much easier to step up to these longer distances. And you know, you don't really, unless you don't understand how difficult it is for some of these people to get through that swim. So props to them. And of course, you throw in a few sharks and things like that, and they all freak out, the non-Australians. And yeah, especially there's apparently a resident grey nurse that lives around the point there. And so everyone likes to give all the foreigners a hard time about that.
Yeah. So right now we are short of video because Banat is getting himself onto the water, and he's the cameraman for us at the moment. We are going to be having multiple cameras going throughout the weekend, but right now he's our cameraman. Tim is setting up at the swim finish, and we'll probably have him and Simon back very shortly. I do want to play another little clip for you. As I mentioned earlier, I was able to crew for Shane Duffy at the Ultraman in Arizona, and I met him on that quest that he was doing his 6 races in 12 months, and we got to know each other a little bit. So I sent him out on his way to NOOSA to do a little bit of work for me and this live stream. So I just wanted to get this in with a little thanks to Shane for checking this out for me.
Well, the road trip continues. We're at Parkes. This is the radio telescope that was used for the moon landing to help telecast the TV images that everyone's seen back then. I believe there's a substantial amount of maple syrup being exchanged for the use of this for the weekend for the Ultraman race to beam all of the footage back to Canada so that Larry can get it out to every one of you watching at home. So let's hope that it all goes well.
Thanks for doing that, Shane. Checking in on our uplink from Australia to make sure that this was going to happen. This is a first of its kind experience that you're seeing right now. This live stream of a full 5:15 events, never been attempted before. We've had a few finish line Facebook updates and stuff like that before, but we're going to go 36 hours with you. So thank you for joining us, and we hope that you're enjoying what you're seeing so far. I want to remind you that this is interactive. We have people giving us their comments, and we want to make sure that we are joining in with them and having these conversations. So feel free in the comments beside the YouTube stream here. Jump in, say who you are, where you're from, who you're cheering for. Chat with one another. We want to keep this as interactive. We're calling this a watch party. So make sure that you join that chat. It's a watch party. We want you to be having a festive time and catching up with all the people in the Ohana that you already know. So let's make sure we're keeping it interactive. We don't want to be going one way with you here. Now I'm looking at my monitors and it looks like we have Banat back. So I'm going to try and cut over to his camera next. And let's see what we got from him. Oh, he's back with Tony.
Hi, Larry.
Hi,
Can you hear
Banat.
us?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, okay. So we have had a couple of problems with the jet ski. The jet ski is needed in the water. So I maybe jump into the water in half an hour or so. Meanwhile, I've come back to Tony who's going to be explaining what's happening here.
Excellent.
Hey guys, sorry about that. Got me right in the setup of kicking off the swim there. A few problems with one of the IRBs. Just sorting out an engine issue there. I think it's a fuel problem, but we're getting that sorted. But so far, everything's going really well. Back to the history lesson, I think, Larry. Yeah, it was a bit of a journey. I got to experience it, and probably not sure if everyone knows this, but I was doing Ironman in Canada, Van Ticton, and had a small room down at the Slumber Lodge, I think it was. And Nick Hallett broke into my room and left a whole bunch of Ultraman Canada paraphernalia around the walls and sort of said, you know, it's time for you to step it up a bit. So I got to blame Nick for all this. And then obviously I got to spend a time with Steve Brown. I think we had a couple of pints of Guinness on his birthday once. And that's how this thing started. Was lucky enough to enjoy a couple of turns at Ultraman Canada and met Craig Percival. And there was a crew of us, Nick involved, Craig, we had Shrek, a couple other guys, and off we went. Started to figure out how to do something. And yeah, here we are now. I'm happily surprised that we've got it to this level. We get a lot of good feedback around the race and the way that the crew, not me, but the crew looks after each of the athletes and the teams. That's a real credit to the group that we have here now. They keep coming back. We've got people here that have been here for the whole 10 years and more, including Nick. So thank you for everyone for supporting the race. We'll keep putting it on as long as people keep wanting to turn up. So looks like we're going to have another full race next year as well. So, yeah, it's been an incredible journey for me. And, yeah, I just want to thank everyone for all their help and support.
Excellent. Thank you, Tony. And of course, we know each other from Ultraman Canada as well, because when you came over to race, I was your crew member along with my then wife, Lucy Ryan, who's also a well-established ultra racer, not only in triathlon, but also through ultra running. And so, yeah, it's a small world of Ohana that we have going around here.
Well, we're calling it the Ultra Tribe here.
Yes.
So we're all part of the Ultra Tribe. Not sure if I got that on the back there.
Not yet, no. Not as
But you'll see me over the next couple of days. Yeah, Ohana, the family is an incredible thing. And you're right, Larry. I remember you dragging me along through the logging trails there a few times, mate. And I appreciate all the help that you and Lucy gave me to get me to the end. But again, you know, met a whole bunch of great people over there. Some have passed on now, but yeah, it's a small world, and it's great to see everybody still involved in this event.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thanks, Tony, for joining us. Hopefully we're going to see you multiple times over this weekend, and you can give us more updates as to what this has meant to you, and maybe let us know what else is going on in your life, because I know you are a bit of an international man of mystery.
Okay. I'm happy to do that. And look, Larry, thank you very much for putting in the time to create this podcast, and really, really appreciate your support. I apologize I haven't been in touch more recently, but yeah, it's been a bit busy lately. But here we are, and there's a few new things that we should share with you as we go through the next couple of days about some new events that we're talking about as well.
That's we got a teaser. We got a teaser. All right.
Yeah. All right, guys, have a good morning. I'll be around. Thanks again, Larry.
Thanks, Tony. That's excellent. All right, well, we got a teaser. We're going to have to stay tuned to Tony and see what's going on there. So Nick, you've known him for quite a while. What do you think of how this race has grown over the years?
Well, he had the right mentor in Steve Brown, because if you look back into the history of Ultraman in Hawaii, it was very much a whole potluck hangout in the park type affair back in the day. And when Steve first started Ultraman Canada, the first year he followed the example of what they did in Hawaii. And I was a crew for Tom Price, who won that year. Tom was a 2-time Ironman Canada winner. And so the whole thing was very low budget, very low key, picnic in the park, potluck type thing. And Steve said, you know, I want to change this. And the following year, 1994, when I won, he introduced the salmon dinner. He put it into hotels. He made it a proper function, and he continued that standard all the way through to when they finally finished a few years ago. But Tony picked it up, and Tony's gone full 5-star with this production. It is, in my opinion, the best run Ultraman race in the world, no question. Tony's gone, spared no expense. He didn't care about making money for the first few years. I don't think he's made any money anyway.
I don't think he is now.
Yeah, for him to go to NOOSA and try to do it budget wouldn't do the race or NOOSA justice. So the way he does it, everything is 5-star from the registration and the morning breakfast at the J to finishing the race at the awards at Peppers, which is a 5-star resort here in Noosa. So it is, and the way he runs it is very casual, but he's very efficient in the background doing what he does. He's got a great crew of volunteers that come back year after year, and probably 95% of them are past athletes, and not just athletes, they're world-class athletes. And so there's a love for this particular race that you don't find in many other places. The Brazilians have got it, and I believe the Russians have got it as well. But Tony, and I've been saying this for years, he elevated the standard of Ultraman races worldwide.
Right. Yeah. And I think that's what is the great thing about why it's always, you know, at that 50 kind of participant level is people hear about that. People, they want to come for that, you know, racecation in this beautiful land. I mean, look at this water. Like, who would not want to go there? When we looked at the video a little bit earlier, you could see from the over top view how green and clear that is. So I think as people that live there, maybe is it not one of the most beautiful places in the world to come and visit, Mel?
Yeah, absolutely. I love going up to Noosa. I live in a pretty amazing part of the world in Port Macquarie as well, but going up to Noosa is extremely special. And I was craving that more than just racing. So for me, I love finding experiences. I love this, that I can experience it with my family. I love supporting. I think I supported 4 or 5 times before I actually did the race. And I loved spending that week off work and going up and experiencing it with the athletes. It's something that's really special. It lacks a lot of in a lot of races now because they're usually so big and you lose that. Whereas this is big enough, but it's just really intimate and an experience. And they really just take time out for all the little things. Absolutely love this race.
Yeah,
I know I can't be there this year, but I will be back next year as support crew.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah,
Already locked in.
You talk about how special it is for not only the races, but the crew and the families. And I agree. I mean, I've crewed race 10, crewed 4, I think it is now. But it's corny to say, and people say this all the time, you know, this is a life-changing experience. But I've literally seen people's lives change because of these races. We've got time to kill. I'll tell you a story. There was the top resident triathlete in Penticton. His name was Richard Diamond, and he was a very, very low 9-hour guy. So this is back in the early 90s, actually. I met him in 93. And but he was renowned for he was a local draftsman and renowned for being very moody. The guy had a temper on him and he was just a wild man. And 1995, he was invited to do Ultraman Canada. And on his crew was myself. I'd won the year before. Kevin Kutchar from Australia, who was went on to win the World Championships that year. And we watched Richard go from this angry, uptight athlete to possibly one of the nicest men I've ever met, because he realized that there was more to life than being angry, and it was all due to the shared experience of those 3 days on the road doing Ultraman Canada. And you know, I talked to him about it. He said, yeah, and he's a completely different man now, having done that experience.
Yeah. That's, I mean, and we hear these stories all the time. You guys have been around these races enough times to know that everybody that goes through these, whether you're the athlete, you're the crew, or a volunteer, when you leave, you are feeling like, oh, I think we just lost Banat there. You are feeling like you were, you know, a part of something and something big. So that definitely happens. We've seen it from all the walks of life. It doesn't matter where the background of the athlete comes from. The people who get it, they stick around, they stay, they come back, they give back, like Mel said, you know, and they go crew. I look at a guy like Shane Duffy. I know that he's raced, this is his 9th 515 race now, and he's been out crewing for people. It's just, that's what you do when you become a part of the Ultra Tribe. Sorry, Mel. Did we lose your sound? Nick, did I lose everybody's sound? Oh, wait.
No.
Just try again. Sorry, I had you guys muted somehow.
All right. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear both of you.
All right. Yeah, there are 5 people racing today that weren't born when I did my first race. And you know, it's Steve Brown's daughters. When I first crewed for Tom Price in 1993, they were like 7 years old and 9 years old. Now they're adult women with kids of their own. So we've seen each other go through our best and our worst over the decades, and it truly is a family. Again, it's one of these things. It's corny, but it's true.
Absolutely. Yeah. And that's why I do the podcast, is to tell these stories and to keep reconnecting with these people. And I this is why I wanted to do this live stream. Like, I look at this live stream now as an opportunity to tell 41 stories to you over these next 36 hours. And if all goes well, you're going to understand what it's like to go to a 515 race, because you're going to get some background from the crews. You're going to see the racers. You're going to see them go through highs and lows. You're going to see what people do when a problem occurs, like our race organizers this morning. These events don't all run smooth like they did for Simon Cochran when he set the world record. Sometimes things go bad, and whether it's for the race or for the athlete, and it's all part of that experience. And these are the stories that just make it amazing.
Well, I think, you know, even to have Simon back here, a lot of people, the professional athletes, as you were saying before, I think they race and that's their job. And you might not see them unless they're racing or have some sort of personal goal. Yet in this lot of racing, they come back and they want to help, and they're part of support crews. And it's very special to see that.
Yeah. And we also have Kate Bevilacqua, who's at the race this year. She's another professional. She holds most of the women's records here at the race. We'll be going through the records shortly. And she's also back because she's now coaching athletes and she's supporting them. And she would probably be back anyway, just to support the race. So yeah, even the pros get it. You know, that's their job, but they're still part of this. And it's an amazing thing.
Kate was a really good age grouper. I mean, I've known Kate for 20 years this year. I met Kate in the hot tub of the Coeur d'Alene Resort, Coeur d'Alene Ironman week. And it was the first ever year that they separated the female and male pro races. And Kate raced age grouper. I think she came 3rd or 4th overall that year and turned into a pro immediately afterwards. And she has been an amazing ambassador for not only Ultraman, but and now Australia, but triathlon in general. Her and her husband, they do an amazing job over there in Western Australia.
Yeah, and Guy was going to come with her to the race, but he had to stay back for coaching purposes. But Kate has come over, and I again, small world. I knew Kate before there was any inkling of Ultraman in my life. I did a teacher exchange with Kate.
Yeah, she's a teacher.
She was a teacher.
Yeah.
So I did a teacher's exchange
And
with her.
I raced Kate as an age grouper. We were both age groupers, so I actually raced and as an age grouper in her age group when she came onto the scene.
Yeah. And so, yeah, I mean, we all have these connections, and it's just amazing that in this little small world that kind of thing happens.
Yeah, it's remarkable, actually.
Yeah. Now I'm still waiting, viewers. I'm still waiting for Banat to come back on. His camera has gone off. I don't know if he can hear me right now. Is that his dog or is that one of your dogs?
No, that was my two beautiful Australian kelpies having a bit of a play out in the backyard. I did try to mute.
Yeah. Tough to mute a kelpie.
Yeah. We do have some people that are tuning in. I'm going to bring up a couple of these comments again. That one went way too quick. Evan Legg, 389 is the man. So we know that Evan is following. Let's see, 389. You guys know off the top of your head?
No.
Josh Dutton. Josh Dutton. He's from Australia. He's a plumber. He's born in 1988. So doing the maths, I think that's actually he's quite a young person. He's hoping to do the swim time in 3.5 to 4 hours. So he'll sort of be, I'm thinking, towards the top end, middle of the pack person. He did Port Macquarie Ironman in 11 hours 16.
And for people who are wondering about the race number, because there's only 41 people. So in Ultraman, for those who don't know who are watching online, the race number started at 1 on the first running 11 years ago, and they just continue on for the amount of races that you're on. So however many have raced beforehand, the race numbers for this year started on the next number. So it'll just continue on until Tony decides to hang it up or we just keep going.
Yeah. And I know that Jeff also borrowed the Brazilian format of repeating your number, not getting a new number when you come back. So some of the people will have very low numbers like Kelly, and others will have the 400s that are the new people this year, the high 3s and the 400s. Yeah, we will be looking at athlete introductions in a little bit. Those are definitely coming up. I have some videos with them. It looks like we have Banat's camera back, so let's go back to him for a moment and see what's going on. Banat, can you hear us? Give me a thumbs up in front of your camera if you can hear me. We are not hearing you. He does not hold his camera that still, I don't think. I think he's gone.
No, that's frozen.
Banat, you need to get hooked up to the... oh, there we go.
There you go. There's Christian Jacoby. We're talking about a low number.
Yeah.
So he has been the technical official for Ultraman Australia for the last God knows how long. He's done races. He's done Canada. I believe he's done Israel. And now he's back here doing Australia, but taking the year off from being the guy in charge of the rules.
Mm-hmm. And we got John DeMandel there as well, number 21.
There he is. Yep.
Yes. We will be showing a special video about John DeMandel. You know what? Maybe I'll grab that right now. I've got something that just explains a little bit about the fact, and Nick, maybe you can speak to this for a second while I'm queuing this up, about the challenge that he has in doing the race with his vision.
Yeah, well, John's visually impaired, and which means that he needs a guide, and you get the old tandem bike out, which is hard at the best of times, but to race with them, especially if you get a guy like John's not just out for a little morning ride. This he's competitive, like he's fast, and he's very intense, but he's a hell of a character. But yeah, so he's been doing this for a very, very long time, and but it is a difficult thing to do.
Especially on this course, you know, Noosa is not flat. There's some
Yeah.
pretty serious hills out there, and to go up on a tandem bike, John's a really giving person, so he gives, and he's always writing on Facebook pages that, and he always is happy to give information and knowledge to people both with
Yep.
disabilities and without disabilities. He is quite an incredible man. I've met him a couple of times, and always he's always got some sort of knowledge to depart on us.
Yeah, and in the preview of a podcast, the preview episode that we did for Australia, I shared the story that I got from him. I believe it's from a video of his, where at one point while he was racing previously, he was going downhill, and him and his pilot, they decided they wanted to try and make up some time. And so they just kind of let it out. And then they were, when they got to the bottom of the hill, he asked, so how fast did we go? And he said, well, we were over 90 kilometers an hour. And I can't imagine going 90 kilometers an hour, you know, at the best of times on a bike, but to do it as a tandem, and to know that if one of you does something wrong, that you're not getting up from that one. He tells you what a gutsy and competitive guy he is, Nick. Oh, hold on. Sorry.
It's
Yeah.
unbelievable.
And he's not a small guy. There's a lot of momentum going on there.
41 athletes from across the globe. We've got India.
All right, we're picking up some of the stuff from Banat now. Let's listen into what Tim is announcing down at the beach. Looks like maybe it started to rain.
344 athletes have toed the start line here at Ultimate Australia across our 10 years racing. And this year we have another 41 athletes who will join the Ultimate family come Monday afternoon. So don't forget, tomorrow they have a 280-kilometre bike ride. And then on Monday, they have an 84.4-kilometre double marathon as they leave right here in Noosa and run all the way down the coast, through Coolum, down to Twin Waters, where they'll turn around, come back, and then one of the most iconic triathlon finishes of anywhere in the globe, they'll come running along the beach, up the beach, and run through the finishing arch. You can see right in front of you. We are 46 minutes in. For some athletes, it's going to be a hell of a long day. They've got up to 12 hours to complete the course. The temperatures are cool. We just hope that rain can stay away as much as possible. The wind seems to have dropped off a little bit, which is amazing news for the guys when they come out of the water. They'll love that. And it is flat out there. Noosa, main being on a show today.
So the wind is dropped off there in Noosa, where they're sitting specifically, because they're being sheltered by the headland. Now, these guys, it's predicted they're going to have a tailwind on the way out on the bite and turn around and face a 70-odd kilometre ride back into town into a headwind.
Yeah,
that'll affect the times. With me, with the swimming, the water's been so warm, and I had quite a lot of chat. I know triathletes do love their wetsuits, but I did have some thoughts, processes about whether or not I actually would swim in a wetsuit, just because I do swim the swim, and I'm trying to elevate my heart rate. So I was worried that I actually would get too hot in the wetsuit with the temperatures at Noosa. I know in Port Macquarie we're in our low 20s, so Noosa is usually a bit warmer than that. So the water, for me, was a factor as to whether I even wore a wetsuit or not. In the end, I decided that buoyancy and the assistance that you get from a wetsuit outweighed it. But it was definitely a thought process that I had in my mind for this particular race.
Yeah, Australia is one of the few countries that I've been to where you still see a lot of guys with sleeveless wetsuits. And a lot of, obviously in Canada, and so it was unheard of. All the summers, I spent 20 odd summers over there. But here in Australia, it's quite common. You see these guys in sleeveless wetsuits, and that might be a thing. And it's also helps for weaker swimmers. It's less stress on the shoulders. So they're not coming out of the water so fatigued, because as you know, it's an accumulative fatigue that goes on and on. And I've always said for years that, you know, the things you screw up on day one will come and get you on day three. And so anything you can do to mitigate the sheer length of time you're exerting yourself is going to help you. And the swim, for example, 2018 here in Australia, I ended up in hospital day two. I had pulmonary edema, and that was from ingesting too much salt water.
Too much. Yeah, I definitely thought about the salt water, the swelling of the tongue.
Yep.
All those things went through my mind. And again, I was out in probably half the time that some of those other athletes were out there. So it's, you know, it's possibly the shortest time in the context of the whole race, but it can absolutely ruin your day if you've swallowed too much, or you've got a bit of seasickness or motion sickness. Yep. And you've come out onto that bike, and I know my strategy was to drink quite. I made sure I drank quite a lot of water to start with, and just let my tummy and my body settle before I started to take in nutrition on the bike, just so I gave myself the best possible chance to not be impacted by the swim.
Yeah, and it can, like, even for like I said, guys like myself. I mean, I wasn't fit that year. I think I did a 3:08, but like I said, the things you screw up on day one, and I got through day one. I had a severely upset stomach, and I was throwing up, and by the end of the bike, I felt all right. But I didn't even make 20 kilometers on day two before I was in hospital. And luckily the doctor in charge of the emergency ward on that day, she actually knew Craig Percival and knew Lyndall, Craig's wife. And the quote was, "I'm not going to lose another one," because of Craig's death the year before. And she said, "You know, you're in a bad way, and you've done it to yourself." And yeah, so it was a very difficult time for me. She literally said, "I'm trying to stop you from having a heart attack right now." So it was my own stupid fault. I have a really bad habit of ingesting water when I'm swim training. So I do it in the pool here all the time. I smell like chlorine all the time. And I just ingested too much salt water. It was my own stupid fault, and it put me in intensive care.
Yeah, that's it. There are some dangers to this open water swimming, but I think for the most part we are very safe here with the way they've set this race up. If something were to go wrong out there in the water, they have their boats out there. They're ready to jump and grab someone.
Sure.
And I think with the swim, it isn't so much just getting the kilometers in and swimming there, and this race generally. I think that's what I love about it. It's that intellectual thought process. It's not just getting yourself physically fit, but you have to think of how to make yourself just enjoy every moment. So you've got to be thinking about all those little things, and then making sure that in your training you're working that out. That's where coaches come into play. That's where experienced people come into play. It's, you know, and you absorb all that knowledge, and then you just make sure all those little things. I do also tend to swallow a bit of water. So I just had to be really conscious of that when I'm out there swimming. And all these guys would have, some of them feel comfortable in the water, some of them not so much. But hats off to them. 10 kilometres in the open water, even experienced surf lifesavers would be not really that keen to get in the water and swim 10 Ks. It's a phenomenal distance, and amazing that people train up for that. Just incredible.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah.
So the rain's hitting me here, and I'm 10 miles south, so they're about to get hit in about half an hour up in Noosa.
Okay.
You can see that rain in the background, couldn't you? When Bernat was scanning out there, you could see that I love watching the ocean and seeing. It's probably now come in too much, but before you can see where lights coming through the clouds, and you can see that big downpour just out to sea.
Yeah.
Just amazing to watch.
Yeah.
The athletes won't really notice too much. They'll just be concentrating on their paddler
Yeah.
and getting through the race. It'll be more once they start riding their bikes that they'll notice the weather, I think.
Mm-hmm. Well, Nick, I got one here to put up on the screen for you. A friend of yours that's watching from Mexico.
Hey, Van. So Van Sanchez is the race director for Ultraman, the now Ultraman Mexico. And I had the pleasure of going to visit Van at his race. Must have been 2018 or 17, and help out for 2 weeks. I actually lived in Van's house with his family for a couple of weeks. It was they're just the loveliest people. It was one of the one of my favorite triathlon trips, and I've been on a lot around in a lot of different countries. But the hospitality of Van and his family, especially his mum, was just second to none. It was amazing.
Excellent. Yeah. And we do have people joining us from all over the world. So I do want to just say as well, oh, that is much too small. This is a watch party. So one of the things we're going to be doing later on is we're going to be putting up a map. And we're going to ask people to drop a pin where they are in the world. And then at the end of the weekend, I'm going to bring that map up and we're going to see where all the different people were around the world that had joined us. So look for that on the side right now. I've put the link in for the Google map. If you want to be the first group of people that puts your place into the Google map, I would appreciate that. You don't have to put your exact address, of course, just put something nearby you, your city, so that we can see around the world where everybody's joining from. It looks like maybe Banat is trying to get into the announcing booth there. They've been working hard to try and get those cameras up and running. We're not getting their camera feeds yet. From the announcing booth. We're still just getting Banat's. So maybe Banat, can you bring up your volume for us? And I'll just ask our guests, Nick and Mel, to maybe mute for a moment, and we'll see if we can get in there with the announcing group. Banat, can you unmute if you are muted? Hi, Tim. Not getting your sound, Banat.
I know that you're.
Oh, there we go. Now we are.
There we go. You've got me, Larry.
We got you now. Yep.
All right. So at the moment we are 56 minutes in, just gone. We've got one athlete who is probably about 600 meters out in front. We're just waiting on comms out on course to find out who that is. The whispers are that it's Tim Belster. He was hoping to go in around that 2:10 mark of the swim. So if it is him, he's well on track because he's coming up to the 5 kilometre mark and he's less than an hour in. The current swim record was set in 2019 by Damon Faint, and that was 2 hours 25. So he looks like he could put pace to that quite comfortably because of the adverse weather conditions that we had all through yesterday and overnight. Some of the boys may have moved, might not be in the correct position, so we just have to confirm that the distance is correct. But at this point in time, we're running as if that he is swimming 12, 13-minute 1 kilometre efforts. So he's doing a great job out there, and everyone looks comfortable, as you can imagine. It's a 2, 3, 4 kilometre course, so there's people everywhere. There's craft everywhere, so we're just getting as many updates as we can. But so far, so good. Everyone's still out in the water. We haven't lost anyone yet, which is always a positive when it comes to a 10-kilometre ocean swim. But yeah, everyone's rocking and rolling. So we just had a brief shower, but it's game hopefully cleared. And yeah, we're coming up to an hour in, and we're away.
Yeah, I actually have the top 5 men's swim times on screen with you right now. Do you have your computer open to the live stream, or are you just relying on Banat's camera here right now?
I do have access to some results. Yeah, so we've got the top 5. So I do. So if we can.
Oh, we are getting a camera view from you now.
Look at that. That is It's a good look. It's actually quite cold here. I think it was about 17 we started.
All right, I'm
So
gonna.
if they're looking at 2:10, they're getting close to the fastest ever Ultraman swim.
Yes, so we might be having to.
Sure.
Oh yes, that sounded great.
Yeah, we definitely are. Definitely are. I mean, I don't like we're looking at potentially going under 2 hours. He's coming up to 58:30 now, and he's about 200 meters from the 5 kilometer mark. So it's going to be close, but it'll be 2 hours 5, 2 hours 10 pace. But who knows? I mean, not many people get faster in the second half of the swim. So we'll see how he's going, and the weather might change. But so far, so good. We're still not sure exactly who it is. Our understanding is Tim Belstead, athlete number 379. But we're just waiting on confirmation, and as soon as we get that, we'll update you guys out in the webverse as soon as we can.
Yeah,
So
if you go to Steve King's site, he's got all the trivia. He'll have the fastest ever Ultraman swim time. And I think it's Rich Roll.
I have that right in front of me.
Rich Roll at 2:14.
Roll to the top of all my information.
Yeah, it's 2:11 or 2:14, I think, is the fastest ever.
Which is good going.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Oh, that's Rich Roll. He's a collegiate swimmer.
Yeah, and that will only and as we all know, the records only count if the athlete completes the course.
Truth. Yeah.
well, Tim, while we got
But
you,
as I said earlier, it will be dependent. You know, there might have been some buoy movement throughout the night, throughout the morning. So we've just got to obviously confirm the exact distance and make sure that for everyone's, respect that it is in fact bang on the 10 kilometres. But reports are that it is very close. So we'll wait and see.
well, if it's not, just tell him to swim around a little extra.
Now up through the first 2 kilometres. So what we've got here, the setup here, and you would have seen it on one of the videos earlier, that the setup is that they swim north for a kilometre, turn around, come back, and they swim south for a kilometre, turn around and come back. They go north 3 times and south twice for a total of, look at this is our graphic at the back here. So I'll try and figure this out. This is what live TV looks like. A true weather person. So our leader is currently out here on his what is the 3rd lap. So our leader is out there. So he's got to come around there and then of course one more time. The majority of the people are here. They've gone out and come back. So there's a lot of people around here. Leaders out here, and second place is roughly around there. So they're quite spread out, as you can appreciate, over its 10-kilometre course.
Yeah, Tim, you're getting a shout out from Van Sanchez on the screen right now saying that it's good to see you. Van Sanchez, the race director of the Ultraman in Mexico, is online with us. Yeah, well, he's not live with us, but he's in the comments. He's in the comments, and he was just.
Yeah, I'll comment. That's what I meant. Great to hear from him. Great to read from him. Was I
So, Tim, have you actually set up your computer screen yet so that you can see what we are producing, just to help us out with what you're doing?
Yes, so I'm looking at all you guys. I can see
Okay. Yeah.
The only thing I can't see all the banners that you've put up on the screen. Am I meant to be able to see that?
You mean like the ticker at the bottom?
Yeah.
Yeah. It should be rolling, but maybe you can't read it. Maybe you got bad eyes. I don't know.
No, the Zoom tickers take over that on the bottom of your screen. That's why. If you look on the YouTube channel, they're there.
Yeah. Okay. They're only watching through Zoom. Oh.
Yeah.
All right.
So,
Looks like we lost them.
We talk about 6 degrees of separation and how long we've all known each other.
Yeah.
I actually introduced Tim to Van Sanchez in Zacatecas in Mexico when Tim worked for Tony as his legal advisor in Mexico for a while. And this is before Tim was even an ultra distance triathlete. And
I'll just interrupt. Sorry, just with a quick update. We've just had our leading athlete complete 5 kilometer course, so over halfway in a time of 1:03:40.
excellent. Wow.
So moving very quickly.
Yeah. Tim, Nick is just sharing the story about how he introduced you to Van Sanchez. So, Nick, can you finish that off, and then we'll get Tim to either confirm or deny the facts of this story.
Yeah. So Tim used to work for Tony in Mexico, and Tony, instead of hanging around to watch the race, he buggered off to Mexico City for the Formula One, and left poor Tim alone in the apartment that they were sharing in Zacatecas, which is where Ultraman in Mexico is now. And so I got Van Sanchez to drive down to where they were. There we go, and introduced Van to Tim. And that was, as I said, before Tim became an Ultraman and an ultra runner and a just all-around legend.
Yeah, some of that's true. This is Jason Clark. Most of that's true. I met Tony when I competed in Ultraman in 16, and then went and worked for him after that.
Yeah.
And I met him.
Hey, Tim, I don't know that we're getting the sound from your microphone. We might be getting it from your computer or camera, or you've turned it off. It's
okay. Bear with me for 1 second.
Oh, it's gotten a little better
that
already. That's what we want.
Is that?
That's the one we want. Yep. That was good. That was good sound. Now we have no sound.
Not working?
Now we have sound. Turn that one up. Turn that one up a little for us.
Right. I'm just going to quickly update everyone here live with what's going on.
Excellent.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have our first leading athlete who's gone through the halfway mark in 1 hour and 3 minutes. That's 5 kilometers in 1 hour and 3 minutes. Remembering that our swim record here at Ultraman Australia over this course is 2 hours 25 minutes. So our lead swimmer is well on track to take that record down. That is for sure. And not only that, that the overall around the globe Ultraman record is 2 hours and 11 minutes. So he is on track for that as well. We're just waiting on comms as to exactly who that athlete is. The understanding that it may be athlete number 379, Tim Belstead, but we are waiting for confirmation on that. The sun's come out again here in NOOSA. We just want to hold on to it. Do we just want to hold on for another 72 hours? For those that are just coming down here, those that are going for their morning walk, just a little bit of understanding what's going on here. This is Ultraman Australia. It is our 10th edition of the event. The event is an ultra triathlon. It is held over 3 days. We put our athletes across a 515 kilometre course. Today, they swim a 10 kilometre open water swim, which you're seeing them undertake at this point in time. On day 2, they have 280 kilometres to ride. And then on day 3, they have a double marathon that is 84.4 kilometres to finish the event. They will finish by running down the beach here. It is one of the most iconic finish lines of any sport anywhere in the world. Each and every day, our athletes have 12 hours to complete the course. 12 hours to complete the course. Day 1, because it is the only transition of the day from swim to bike, they have 6 hours to complete the bike and then 6 hours to complete the 145 kilometre bike ride today. 6 hours to complete the run, the swim, I should say. And then 6 hours to complete the bike component of today, 12 hours. We have our leading athlete who looks like he's going to come in at a tick after 2 hours. Ladies and gentlemen, that is swimming 10 kilometres in just over 2 hours, 5 kilometres an hour. I don't think I walk that fast.
He's obviously getting into some of his stories about how fast he walked around the world to the people that will listen to him that are standing near that tent.
That is very fast, 5 kilometres. That is a fast walk. Unbelievable. Very, very quick.
It looks like he's just forgotten that he's also on the live stream. So we will maybe go away from him for a moment. And let me see, what do we have? Banat. We have a freeze on Banat, so we don't have that one. What do we got on this one? Hey, all right. Let's bring you guys in here.
Close-up shot.
There we go. Now, Nick, one of the things that people may or may not know about you is that you go by vagabond. You consider yourself to be a vagabond. You got a slow twitch handle that you often get kicked off of. What do you go by over there?
On Slow Twitch, I'm Thailand Ultras. I set that up when I was trying to put my Thailand races together pre-COVID. But everything else is vagabond. That came up because Steve Brown kept calling me homeless.
Because you were homeless.
Well, yeah. I actually lived in his shoe store for 2 summers, like literally inside the store. But yeah, so then I just adopted the vagabond handle because I just travel around the world like a homeless guy.
I'm just trying to see what else we got here. Looks like Banat is still frozen.
So I know what the support crew. I know my support crew. Once they put me in the water, I think they all went and had a beautiful coffee and bacon and egg roll as they were getting. They could relax before it was all on for the bike. So that's what these guys are obviously doing, just having a bit of a relax while their athletes are out there swimming.
Right. Yeah. And that looks like
it's probably a really good downtime for the support crew, because once they're on that bike, especially in these sort of wet and slippery conditions, they're going to have to be really switched on and ready to go for what will be, I think, quite an intense bike support experience.
Yeah, I was talking to Larry earlier before we went live, wondering what the road's going to be like, because obviously we've had these massive weather systems all summer, including the cyclone that passed right over the top of where I am, and now the last couple of days of rain again. So it'd be interesting to see what the road conditions are like out there.
Yeah, and I'm just right now I'm trying to get all these together. It looks like maybe we're getting the finish line camera set up, and we've got the booth. I'm just switching over, trying to find the right camera now for that. Let's try this one. Oh, we got a little bit.
Yeah, I think our weather here in Australia this summer has just been very, very, very wet, and our ground is soaked. When we were doing the Ironman in Port Macquarie last weekend, a key factor in making that decision with the swim was we had the 30 mil of rain the night before, but it was the hundreds and hundreds of mil of rain that had just been building up. So our ground is soaked. So any sort of rain, the runoff goes straight into the river instead of it soaking into the ground. So it's been an incredible summer. And that cyclone, even though we didn't get hit too much in Port Macquarie, we still have quite a lot of water quality issues happening here, and it's just been for quite a few months.
Well, they're lucky here this week because you probably already know that in March, when that cyclone bomb was coming through, they cancelled the Mooloolaba triathlon because it was too dangerous to swim, and then rescheduled it for a month, and it was the night before. Now, Mel Kemp, who was the race director for Ultraman Australia, she was down there making the calls for these things at Mooloolaba because she works for Ironman now. And they had to cancel the swim at Mooloolaba because of water quality. Too much rain washing everything into the ocean.
And luckily here in Noosa, you don't, you know, it's such a big, beautiful bay. Oh, there's some support people here.
Yeah.
I can see.
Why don't we see if we can get Banat to have a little chat with these guys? Banat, can you pick up the sound? And yeah, hi Banat. Who do you have with you?
Yeah, so those are two different crews. They're already mingling. They're having a coffee, resting up, and they're ready to have a chat with you. So off you go. They can hear you. So
hey, young, welcome from NOOSA. We're here supporting our son Reese Byrne. He's out there swimming at the moment.
Alrighty. And for how long are you going to be staying in NOOSA?
Staying here? Or
staying here for the race.
Wednesday, yeah.
Oh, nice. Nice. Just chilling now?
It's still out, yeah. It's easy for us.
Yeah, probably. It's been raining out there, but the sea.
Yeah. There's guys out for the bike they call them.
Yeah. The bikes is going to be tough, but that should be fine. Okay, and who else are we supporting here?
Yeah, so I'm John Fernando's pilot. So I'll be out on the tandems when it gets out of the water.
Oh, that's excellent. And how fast are you guys planning on going on that tandem on this race?
I think John wants to try and average 30 kilometers an hour today.
And on the downhill, are we going to go for 100?
We'll see. It's looking wet and slippery, but yeah, as long as we keep the rubber side down, we're good.
Excellent.
And make sure that you are careful out there. A couple of bumps. That's it. Alrighty, and who else do we have here? So, you're straight on camera.
Reese's mum, and we're supporting him for the weekend.
Nice. Nice. And who else?
I'm Becca, Dan's partner. I'm here supporting John as well on the crew, so I'll be looking after Dan to second on the bike, and then I'm running as a pilot on Monday. And I'll be with John.
So the nutrition actually is double effort.
Yeah, double nutrition for the tandem.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have like a special needs for each of those, or you go on a bug?
I use Infinite.
Okay.
Yeah, so I've got a special mix in my bottles. So it's got everything I need.
Nice. So that's what is happening here, Larry.
Oh, well, thanks, Banat. Thank you very much. I'm going to go back quickly here just to Mel. I think Mel's going to be ducking out for a second, and then we'll just let her say goodbye for a second here. Oh, that's not Mel.
Absolutely love it.
Sorry.
I've just got to duck out for a little while, so I'll be back. I'll pop back in as soon as I deal with it. Well done, guys, for doing that tandem racing and support crew. I'm actually getting FOMO because I just love support crew. I actually probably quite like that more than being an athlete.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. All right. Well, thanks, Mel. Please come back as quick as you can, and we'll have a spot for you to keep commentating with us.
Thank you.
All right.
See you, Mel.
See ya.
All right. I am still just trying to figure out where some of these cameras are positioned. So here's what I want to do. I would like to present some of the athletes to you, and we've got their introductions for you. So I'm going to run a few of these introductions, and then we'll give everybody a chance to get a little comfort break in if they need to. And when we come back, hopefully where are we going, Banat? And then hopefully when we come back from that, we'll be able to have all of our cameras lined up, because it looks like the finish line people are now getting their cameras set correctly as we were expecting them to be earlier today. So we're going to go to our athlete intros. So here are your 2025 athletes, at least some of them.
Hey, I'm Nick Chapman. I'm 30 years old from Perth, Western Australia. This will be my first ultra man distance event. I've done several 70.3s. I've raced in Ironman New Zealand with my now fiance and crew leader, and I've done a 20k solo open water swim over here in Perth, Western Australia, the Rottnest Channel Swim Crossing. My crew and I are really looking forward to heading to NOOSA this year, taking all the sights and just get out there and have a go.
Hi everyone, my name is Matthew. I'm from Tasmania. Ultraman Australia 2025 will be Ultraman number 6 for me. I have been a crew member once, way back in 2015, and then have competed as an athlete 4 times in the past as well. Not since 2021, so looking forward to lacing the shoes back up again and coming back down the beach. For us, it's a real family occasion, and looking forward to taking all the crew and the extended family this time as well to NOOSA in 2025.
Hi, I'm Aaron Croft, 29 years old, from Manchester, England, currently located in Perth, and this will be my very first ultra triathlon or ultra distance event.
Hi, my name is Greg Jenkins from the Sunshine Coast. I'm 46, or as my Tri-Club members call me, Pigeon. We all have a unique animal name in our Tri-Club. Yes, I grew up on the Sunshine Coast, so very lucky to live here and appreciate that this race we've got on, the Ultraman in NOOSA, is a local event for me, so thought what a great race to do.
Hi, my name's Leanne Kogel and I'm 48 years old. I'm from Marcus Beach right here on the Sunshine Coast. This is going to be my first Ultraman event. I have crewed before for Daniel Crook, and I have watched the action pretty much every year since I noticed these crazy people running down my street about 10 years ago.
Hi, my name is Marcus. I have had 0 ultra distance triathlon experience in the past. I have done one 100-kilometre trail run, which was extremely challenging. I've completed 37 Ironman, including 8 World Championships.
Hi, I'm Anthony Elder, age 47 from Adelaide. I'm looking to step it up to my first Ultraman try, having completed Ultra Trails and Ironman.
My name's Kirsty Sheehan and I'm 46 years old. I hail from the beautiful Hervey Bay. I have done 10 Ironmans. I have been overall age champion, and this is actually going to be my second Ultraman Oz. This year, both some of my best friends and also my husband Rooster is crewing for me. Fun fact about me, I am the largest native owl in Australia.
Hey everyone, my name is Vishnu. I'm basically from India, but I've been living in Adelaide for the last 3 years. And this year, I'm also coming to NOOSA for Ultraman Australia 2025. And I'm really excited and terrified as well, because it's gonna be my first Ultraman, and I haven't done any ultra distance races so far. So it's gonna be really challenging for me, but I'm looking forward to it, and I'm really confident that I could make it to the finish line. And I've got an amazing crew members, Jeff and Joshua, to support me for all 3 days. And why I'm doing this challenge is mainly because of 2 reasons. It's been one of my biggest dreams to become an Ultraman. When I got to know about Ultraman almost 5-6 years ago, I actually posted a video on YouTube regarding what is Ultraman and the distance and everything. I never thought at that moment I would be able to finish an Ironman. But here, after 6 years, I've done 2 Ironmans and I'm going for Ultraman. It's crazy, isn't it? And the second reason, if I could finish the Ultraman, I'll be the first person from my state called Kerala, a southern state in India, to become an Ultraman. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it, and I can't wait to finish it. I'll see you guys in 2 weeks. Ciao.
Hey, I'm Nick Chapman. I'm 30 years old.
All right, we are back, and now we're looking at the swim finish. It looks like maybe Tim is on the mic, so I'm going to switch over to Tim and see what it is that he is talking about. Timmy. Tim Franklin has stopped talking. This is live. All right. Nick, I'm going to come back to you then for a little bit. I wanted to start going over some of the things that people might start thinking about as they are coming toward the beach. What did you prepare for when you were coming out of the water? How were you thinking about that transition?
Yeah, well, because I'm one of the guys who's a swimmer, and swimming doesn't really affect me at all. So it's same as you would for an Ironman or a half Ironman or Olympic or whatever. Just get out there, start thinking about, like, obviously start kicking more to get blood into the leg, and then just start thinking about the transition process. Get on the bike, wetsuit off, get on the bike, go. And I'll give you an example of how much the swim can affect non-swimmers who might be excellent at something else. In 1999, in Ultraman Canada, I came out of the water first, but in the race was a guy from Austin, Texas called Rick Kent. Now,
Oh, yes.
Okay, so Rick, you know Rick, he's a four-time RAM finisher. I think his highest place was 4th back in the day. That particular year, 1999, he was the top North American ultra cyclist in the world. He won the Transalps race. He won all these amazing ultra distance races. Came to do Ultraman, and he wasn't a swimmer. Now, if he was a swimmer, he would have won the whole damn thing. But I got out of the water, and it was a very rough day. It was one of the few days that we had to actually change the swim course because it was too rough to swim in Sky Lake. So we did a 1K loops. But I got on the bike, and I was fine. So I'm a swimmer. Rick, there's a classic photo of Rick totally devastated. Now, I beat Rick's bike time that day. He's one of the, and I'm not a great cyclist, but Rick was so shattered from the swim that it destroyed his bike on day one. He went on the next day to break the record for the Ultraman Canada bike, but yeah, it hurt him badly that day one. And so for guys like, who are out there in the front, it's just another swim, to be honest.
Right.
So yeah, you just kick the legs more, start getting the blood flow into the legs. The only thing you do have to worry about, you have been horizontal for, in our case, 2 hours 40, some of these guys for 4 hours. So that's the hard part. You standing up, that's the hard bit. You've just got to make sure that you take your time through transition. We've had guys in Canada, Kevin Kutchard did a 40-second transition for Ultraman, which is ridiculous. But so that became a thing. Who could have the fastest Ultraman transition in the world? And yeah, he's 40 seconds. So if you're a swimmer, it's just another swim.
Yeah, and I think we're trying to get some footage back with Tim. So Tim, if you are listening, if you get that camera turned around and face to you, we're going to come back to you. It looks like you're working with it a little bit. And Banat, maybe we can bring you in here. We've got you on screen anyway. Banat, are you able to hear me? And as soon as I try and go to Banat, it looks like he froze.
I can hear you.
Oh, there we go. Excellent. So, Banat, you've been walking through transition there, and we've got the crews in there getting them all set up. It looks like not everybody's got their bikes racked yet. Obviously, there's lots of time to get that done. Maybe you can go up and talk to this crew and see what they're working on and what they're doing.
Yeah. So it doesn't, because it's the lead, it's marked. Yeah. So we don't want to mix.
We lost your sound, Banat.
Alrighty. So Larry, here we are. So what's going on? Can you hear us?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you ask which crew they are?
So we are setting Timmy Bellstedt's bike. So he's leading the swim. Yeah,
So-
he's going pretty fast.
Yeah.
It was always the plan for him to go fast. So basically, just setting up his bike, making sure all the nutrition, the water.
What do you?
everything is ready
What
to go.
have you put in there?
So we got infinite nutrition in aero bottles, and we got just water in between the arms.
Okay.
Holder. We got another water bottle at the back. Just check the brakes, tire pressure, that it's when he's out of the water. Hopefully in about 40
minutes.
Where are we now? 1 hour and
50,
30.
yeah.
So about 50 minutes time. So we're hoping around the 220 mark. He'll be out of the water, so he's ready to go as soon as he's out here.
Okay. And from here, what you are gonna jump into the car and follow him?
Yeah. So we just luckily we scored a parking spot right here at transition. So we got everything mixed for today for him, all the drinks, all his nutrition,
Okay.
whatever he wanted. Everything is ready. So as we follow him around, we got all the splits when he needs to drink and eat. And hopefully we'll be in the pool with him by 1:30 this afternoon. If things go to plan.
With a beer or without a beer?
We hold off on the beer till Monday afternoon.
Monday after. Okay, that sounds like a plan. Do you guys agree?
Yes.
Okay, you better be quick then.
Yeah, so no pressure on team, but yeah, we want to be in the pool watching the footy.
Excellent.
All right, Larry.
Hey, can you stay with me here for just a second, Banat?
Yep.
I've just pulled up your actual. Turn the camera around on yourself for a second here. We want to talk to you.
That's the first place. Yeah, cool.
There we go.
Yeah, that's me.
Hey, Banat.
I wasn't ready for this.
So, Banat, you were a competitor in 2023.
Yep.
These other ones don't apply to you. These are Nick's. Tell us a little bit more about your history with the Australia race, please.
Okay. Well, for this, but I guess that there is very little history associated with myself. Just a friend of mine said, "Look, there is this like epic, crazy race happening in NOOSA. Why not?" And that was enough to kick everything. I done before a couple of Ironman distance racing, and that was enough with me. But I wanted to experience like something else, something where, I don't know, becoming part of a family actually mattered. And that's exactly what I got 2 years ago. It was like 3 days of, I don't know, full of experiences. Like lots of my friends came over for the weekend and for the extended weekend.
Right.
So I had the crew. They were all like my friends. They were training with me. They were doing the nutrition with me. They were supporting me all the way. But then additional people also came from Sydney to support over the weekend, which was amazing. And nothing really would have made sense without them. So that's truly the whole story, like being able to share it with them, really.
Right.
Besides the race itself and the physical and mental achievement, which is okay, but being able to share that with others, that was really special.
Oh yeah, and I know that it was very special for you because you made a very nice YouTube video. It's a little bit long to play now, but I would like to play a little piece of it because we are sharing memories as part of our 10th anniversary watch party. So I'm going to play a piece of yours that kind of comes out as a memory for us.
No, 100%.
Enjoy.
Han pasado 3 semanas desde Ultraman. ¿Cómo lo ves ahora?
Lo veo lejos y cerca a la vez. La verdad es que sí, la Ultraman la carrera fueron 3 días, pero todo lo demás, ahora mirando para atrás, fue mucho más que 3 días. Empezó con el simple hecho de pensar que esto que lo podría hacer o lo podríamos hacer. Una idea que fue plantada ahí por Gerard. Luego yo la pensé, no demasiado, me animé a apuntarme, me cogieron, estamos hablando de julio del año pasado, hace pues eso, 11 meses. Y en primer lugar, cuando me apuntaron, o sea, cuando me cogieron, nada, no lo pensé, me apunté. Y luego cuando fui a hacer el pago es cuando me entraron dudas de si realmente económicamente esto merecería la pena. Y hubo quien quizá pensó que no, pero fueron también de nuevo mis amigos los que dijeron que sí, que esto era un once in a lifetime experience y que no me preocupara por el dinero y que era toda una experiencia y una aventura para vivirla juntos. Y así fue, empezamos a entrenar, entrené yo de nuevo con mis amigos y fue una pasada. Por eso te digo que no es solo una carrera, es todo lo vivido antes, durante y ahora me estoy dando cuenta que también es muy importante el posterior. Estos últimos 3 semanas, mirar atrás y decir, ¡guau! Todo lo vivido. Pero que lo mejor es que no lo viví solo. Entonces me quedo con eso. Que es una triatlón, es un deporte individual, pero que es lo más parecido a un deporte en equipo que he experienciado realmente nunca. Porque sin mí, bueno, obviamente sin mí, pero sin todos los de al lado y no solo los que fueron support crew, sino también los que me fueron a ver, que montaron un chiringo de la hostia, renunciaron a millones de cosas por demostrar que yo les importaba realmente, que llegaron a pasárselo bien. Luego la organización, que son todos voluntarios, que lo hacen por amor al arte, y como no, todos los otros participantes que de nuevo competíamos el uno contra el otro, pero realmente ahí no había competición. Cada uno competía con sí mismo y lo que hacías era compartirlo con los que tenías alrededor. Entonces eso es lo que me llevo por encima de cualquier actividad, logro personal, que eso al final es lo de menos. Te ponen una medalla, pero todo realmente te lo llevas adentro. Así que nada, muy agradecido. No tengo nada más que decir.
All right, Banat, we're back with you. That was a very touching video. You know, you really summed up what it is to be a part of the Ultra Tribe and the way you came in and you recognized it as a team event, and that that it sounds like you left as a changed person as well, and you appreciated the people that came and volunteered, and now you are one of those people. So can you speak to that for a second?
Yeah, no, 100%. Actually, yeah, that was touching, even like 2 years afterwards. So thanks for putting that one up. Yeah, I don't know, like I've been involved myself in other like volunteering associations, communities, clubs, groups in general. So that's something that I truly like. And finding something similar at a triathlon and a sporting event was something that I wasn't potentially expecting necessarily, but I really loved it, and that's the reason why I'm back 2 years ago. 2 years afterwards. I was planning to come over last year, but life happens, and I couldn't make it. But then, yeah, when Jeff called me to be part of this live stream show with you, Larry, I was like, yeah, that's my chance to give back a little bit, or continue giving back a little bit, and seeing all the athletes, how excited they were today, yesterday, the day before, and kind of like living the experience from the other side. It's also really rewarding. I would highly recommend it.
and then also the dream team that they're working tirelessly over there, organizing everything,
Yeah.
just wearing so many hats at the same time. So early in the morning, like we had some issues. We had to bring the jet ski out because a father was, there was some issues in the water, and how everybody reacted voluntarily, giving up their time, potentially giving up their duties. I don't know. That's something that I really like being part of and experiencing it in the first hand, I guess. So yeah, that's it, really.
Yeah, thanks for that, Manat, and thank you for all the work you're doing there on the beach for us at this time. I know you were hoping to get out on the water and give us that view, but that just hasn't worked out, and that's what happens when we live stream. It doesn't necessarily always go as planned. I'm wondering if you could go over and speak with Tim. I would like to go through the records with him before the first swimmer comes out of the water, so that we can get that set up. And I'm just going to show another video in between while you have a chat with him. Okay. So now what I want to do is I want to introduce everybody to one of the Dream Team members. These are the people that make up the staffing, the volunteers. And Jill is one of the Dream Team members. She handles all the socials for the event. And what we want to do is just show you her little introduction.
Hi, I'm Jill. Sound like a bit of a blogger right now with my voice. You'll see me behind a camera at Ultraman 2025. I assist with social media. My experience with Ultraman began in 2016 when a good friend of mine said, my cousin needs crew. That crew consisted of a team that have done running and lots of fun things, had no idea of what Ultraman consisted of. And then we met Andre. Andre Kylik is a challenged athlete foundation and incredible person who did the race with his arms for the whole way. Can't even begin to detail the extraordinary efforts that human went through to do the race. He'd also done Canada. He's gone on to do incredible efforts across the world and has done a movie as well about his journey. I came back because of the people I met, became friends with, the family that I now have outside of my own family. Ultraman Australia is that journey where you find people that you can connect with 150%. It is a journey not for the athletes, it's a journey for the crew, it's a journey for the dream team, it's a journey for everybody in the community of NOOSA that sees the efforts and athleticism, good word, but the community spirit that is Ultraman Australia. See you in 2025, see you at the finish line, good luck, peace out.
So Nick, there was a mention in that one of a certain athlete that I'm sure that you have a connection to as well. She spoke again of the way that people are making these friendships, that it's a journey for everyone. But what are your memories of the way Andre raced?
Andre's a hell of an athlete. I mean, he's done obviously Ultramans. He's got all the records for a athlete with disability. He's for those who don't know Andre, he's had an accident in Prague. He got hit by a train and lost his legs. Since then, he became a Paralympian in triathlon, and he did He's done Badwater. He's done all the Ultramans. And we raced together in Canada one year, and we've got a great photo for anyone who knows the Ironman Canada course, the top of Yellow Lake on day one. I was riding up there, and I just reached the top, and I'd stopped to chat with my crew, and they said, Andre's coming. Andre's in a wheelchair going faster than I was going on the bike. So I stopped at the top of Yellow Lake and waited for him because I wanted to see this guy. And there's a really cool photo of me giving Andre a low five as he wheels past me and at the top of Yellow Lake. And that the rest of the ride from Yellow Lake into Skaha to Okanagan Falls, I just followed him and watched him in his wheelchair. And he, the next day he did, finished the 3 days. And the guy is phenomenal athlete. He did RAM in a wheelchair, first guy ever, and it's just one of these people. The thing about meeting people like Andre and so many others, Tim Franklin, another one, is it changes what your normal is. The average in do, because their normal is different. When you start meeting guys like Andre and Tim and you'll meet Shane in the next couple of days. Mel Ure, who's another one who did Uberman. We've got Shane Kent, past Ultraman Australia winner. He's training for the Arc to Arch triathlon. So, our normal becomes something special, but it's our normal. So when, we hang out with a lot of elite athletes and we just joke with them and say, yeah, whatever. The rest of the world is like, we could never do that. But you can, because we were just normal people once before.
Mm-hmm.
So it's whatever your normal becomes. When you meet someone like Andre, who is just incredible, a few guys that I've met over the years have truly impressed me. It also helps that his sister is a Hollywood TV star, and even she takes him to all the awards shows because she wants to show her brother off to the world. She's on a sitcom. She's very successful, and but she drags her brother to all the Hollywood A-list shows to say, "This is my brother. This is what he does. What I do is easy."
Yeah. So just one of those people again. Right now, I've got camera on Tim, one of those amazing people. The guy who ran around the world. Let's go and see what he's saying at the announcing. Banat, can you ask him to go unmute, please? Well, I'm sure he's saying some very important things.
Tim will be giving all kinds of trivia.
Banat, if you can hear me, can you go over? Oh, you're there. Excellent. Thank you.
And we're away. It is a big 3 days, ladies and gentlemen. It is 36 hours of racing from when we started at 6:30 this morning until when we finish at about 5 p.m. on Monday afternoon. We'll be here all weekend. 41 athletes, 27 of them are doing it for the first time, and we have 14 returning athletes. In fact, we have an athlete out there by the name of Kelly Ridges, who is back for her sixth out of 10 competing today. We have 5 female entrants. And one great stat that we love here at Ultraman Australia is of any Ultraman held anywhere in the world, we have the largest contingent of female starters and finishers. And we love that about our race. 1 hour 47. We will shortly get an update on where our lead swimmer is on course. That is athlete number 379, Tim Belstead. And he's currently, like I was just saying before, he went through the halfway mark in 1 hour and 3 minutes. That is 5 kilometers in 1 hour and 3 minutes. That's 12.5-minute kilometers.
Hey guys, can you hear me? This is Larry at the world headquarters. You know, hey, Tim. Hey, it's Larry. Hey, can you hear me? He's adjusting something. No, he can't hear me. Are you saying you can't hear me when I'm asking if you can hear me? I think Banat is translating. Tim. Well, I would like to get Tim to start talking a little bit to the records before this swimmer comes out of the water. So before we can get Tim Belstead out of the water, I would like to bring up our records graphics and see if perhaps we can just have that discussion. Can you turn that mic back on for me? And do you have the screen?
Larry?
Hi, Banat.
Beñat here.
Yeah.
So some technical difficulties. Say that again.
Well, I'm just looking to bring up the graphics for the records for the swim and the day one so that we can have that discussion before Tim comes out of the water. And I was hoping to do that with Tim if he can get the mic working for us again.
Can you talk to Can you go see? No.
Oh, turn off the music.
No, it's coming the music.
Music. All right, how are we doing there? Oh, I got that.
Tell the weather has knocked the crowds on their head. This is a Mother's Day weekend here in Australia, and normally Noosa Main Beach there would be full.
Oh yeah.
But even this early in the morning, it'd be full of swimmers and runners and paddlers. But the weather's knocked all that on the head.
Mm-hmm. Banat, can you still hear me? Are we going to be able to get Tim on the mic and join us? Or perhaps we can just get...
So what we can do is record it through my camera, if that's okay?
Let's do that, yes.
Can you hear me?
I can definitely hear you, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, through the camera is fine.
Through the camera is fine?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, because I can only hear myself here. Maybe some echo. But let's do it through the camera. There you go. So I think that Tim can hear you now. So if you could ask any question to him.
Absolutely. Tim, can you hear me?
It's Nick Mallett here. Tim, Larry wanted you to go through some of the record times before they start coming out of the water.
Yeah, right. So the record for the swim here at Ultraman Australia was set back in 2019 by Damon Faint. So he swam a 2-hour, 25-minute, 10-kilometer swim. I was just saying before, I was giving the crowd here an update where our lead swimmer, Tim Belstead, went through halfway in 103, 104. So well on track to break that record. We've also got our fastest female swimmer, which was set back in 2016 by an athlete called Chloe Lane. She was an amateur athlete back then. She did a 2-hour 37 swim for females, but she's gone on to become a professional Ironman triathlon racer around the world. So there's some good pedigree at the front there. 2:25 for our male swimmer, 2:37 female swimmer. We obviously know Simon Cochran, who broke the world record here. Swam not as fast as 2:25. So although the swim's important, the swim does go fast, it is not the most crucial thing. And one important thing to notice is just because you're the fastest swimmer, you actually have to complete the race within the cutoff time for your record to stand. So whilst they may set the record now, we have to wait until finishing on Monday afternoon as to whether they've completed the race. And if they have, then the stands.
Yeah. So, Tim, we're actually showing the top 5 times on the screen with you right now for all of the swims here. So we got the top 5 women and the top 5 men. Maybe you know a few of these other ones along the list. As you said, Simon
I
Cochran.
do. So yeah.
Can you see them?
Obviously, Damon Faint, he said it back in 2019. Great swim. It was great conditions. We've actually been blessed with the conditions here throughout our 10 years. Really, we've had pretty calm waters. Then obviously second on that list in the male, Simon Cochran. He is the world record holder for this distance of triathlon. He knows what he's doing. A great swim, 2:27. Warren Keegan in 2023 was the same year as Simon. Basically, they went neck and neck through the whole swim. They were together. And then in 2017, so some 8 years ago, we had Michael Harvey, who came out and swam a 2:20. Great athlete, based in Victoria as well, Michael is. And now he's actually gone on to do some coaching. And my understanding, the last time I saw him, he was over in Europe coaching. So, and then Richard Thompson, who has been an Ultraman world champion, as well as the champion here a couple of times. So that was in 2017 as well. So obviously 2017 and 2023 must have been fast years, because that's why you've got the top couple. So it's obviously dependent on the weather and the conditions, but it looks flat. It is flat out there today. It looks really good. We'll start to get some reports back when athletes come in about whether there's any rips, any tides, any currents that were helping it. But it's fast times. And then obviously in the girls, like I was saying, if we can bring that list back up, Larry, There you go. We've got Chloe Lane. So she went on to win her year. That was actually the year I raced. There's a fun fact for you. So Chloe and I were out on course together. And then Emily Kempson, who came in 2019, very young athlete, and she swam really well. And my understanding, she went on to take the win that year. Mary Knott in the same in 2017. So we see these repeat years coming back: 2017, 2019. 2021, that number 5 on that list is obviously the great Kate Bevilacqua. Not only has won here, but also won Ultraman Canada overall. So just an amazing athlete as well. And she is here this weekend. She's got an athlete racing, so she's here this weekend as well. So you can see that a fast swim really sets you up for the day. But a lot of our athletes, you see that 2:20, 2:30 is our fastest. And then you will see athletes coming in 3 hours to 4 hours, 4 to 5 hours. And then our back of the field is close to 5.5, 6 hours being the cutoff. So we'll have, once the first athlete comes in, it'll then be a procession of athletes after that. It'll be really quick draw here. We'll have people everywhere. So yeah, that's the report from here. I'm just waiting on a report from where on course our lead swimmer is. My understanding is that he's gone through 8, if not 9 kilometers, and he's on his way back through. So we should see him in the next 15, 20 minutes. So we'll keep you guys up to date online. So that's the update here on course.
All right. Thanks a lot, Tim Franklin. We appreciate that.
Thanks, Tim.
As we did earlier, we did have some athlete introductions that we had run, and we ran a set of those.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, Tim is still talking. And then we are going to run another set of those for you, so you get to know some more of the athletes that are out here today. So I am just going to queue up to that spot, and here we go. Another set of your athletes for 2025.
Hey guys, Dozer coming to you from Frankston on the Mornington Peninsula in Victoria. A bit about myself. I'll be 55 on race day. My background is all about running. I remember as a 6-year-old waking up one morning and feeling this amazing sense of anticipation in the air. Walked outside to discover Melbourne Marathon was starting pretty much on my front doorstep. Came home that day thoroughly inspired by the amazing athletes and the atmosphere and the like. Promised my dad I'm going to do that one day, and signed up for Little Aths next week, and pretty much been running ever since then, through numerous marathons and ultra-distance marathons and the like. Came across the triathlon a few years ago, ticked the Ironman box off, done some pretty epic swims and some pretty epic bike rides along the way. So why Ultraman? I think for me, it's just the next logical step. I feel like I've done pretty much what I can do in a 24-hour window, so it's time to have a crack at a multi-day event. People kept whispering in my ears about Ultraman, and I was like, I think I'm done with running, but one day I found myself on the website, and I suppose the rest is history. So looking forward to an enormous challenge, looking forward to meeting a whole bunch of like-minded, amazing athletes and their amazing support crews, and having a great time together, and hopefully we can all get each other across the finish line. Good luck with training over the final few weeks. I know it's hard. Not long to go now. Looking forward to it. Take care, guys.
Hi, my name is Nicola Matthias. I am 37 years old and I'm from Johannesburg in South Africa. Something that makes me unique, I think, is the fact that I absolutely love extreme triathlons. I have done the NOOSA Extreme 3 times, done Black Lake Extreme in Montenegro, and then Norseman in Norway. Something that I must just share with you guys is I am extremely nervous for Ultraman, but I am equally excited. I'm excited for the race and excited to meet you all.
G'day there, my name's Adam Mort. I'm from Mudgee in the middle of New South Wales, and I'm a sheep and cattle farmer, and I've previously done one Australian Ultraman race in 2017 when I was 57. Didn't think I'd probably do another one, but here I am. I'm just about to turn 65, and I thought as a 65th birthday present to myself, I would challenge myself to do Australian Ironman on one weekend and then Ultraman the next weekend. So I'm a little bit nervous.
G'day everyone, my name's Ollie Whiteley. I'm a proud Rajri man from Geary in central west New South Wales, but I'm currently living here in Sydney. 2025 Ultraman, it's going to be my first Ultraman event, which I'm very much looking forward to. I've been watching a lot of videos, going through all the photos, but it's not going to compare to the real thing, so I can't wait to get up there and meet the dream team. Big special thanks to everything that they've done thus far and everything they're going to do. Can't wait to meet all the other athletes and their support crews. Understand they're not just coming from all over Australia, they're coming from different parts of the globe, which would be fantastic. And also can't wait to get out on beautiful Gubby country and just have a look and see what Mother Nature has for us.
G'day, my name's Reece Byrne. I'm 44 years old from Wollongong, New South Wales, and this will be my very first time competing in Ultraman Australia.
Hi, my name's Josh Dutton. I'm from Bathurst, New South Wales, and I'm 37 years old. I grew up racing motocross, riding horses, and chasing all sorts of other adventurous sports along the way, and I'm looking forward to testing myself over the next 3 days for the Ultraman.
My name's Tim. I'm from Hobart, Tasmania. I'm 28 years of age and this is my first Ultraman. I started competing in triathlons only 2 years ago. I completed my first half Ironman in 2023, followed by full Ironman in 2024. So it just made sense to continue the trend and complete Ultraman in 2025. The idea of Ultraman was originally floated to me by the man, the myth, the legend, Jason Clark, which a lot of you guys will meet up in Noosa. Shout out to Jace. Who's bullied me over the last couple of years. Every time I've completed an Ironman distance event, he said, but yeah, you're still not an Ultraman, mate. So shout out to Jace. I'm using the Ultraman event as a way to raise funds for the Alex Godomsky Fellowship. So my cousin Alex passed away of bone marrow failure syndrome at the age of 21. So looking to raise some funds for the fellowship that's been named after him. I draw a lot of energy from the passing of Alex while I'm out training and having those tough days, which over the last 6 months has been a fair few of for me personally. I've been dealing with a nasty stress fracture and haven't been able to train to my full potential, but very grateful to be getting to the start line and looking forward to seeing you all up there. Cheers.
Hi, my name is Trevor Garvey. I'm 55 years old and I live in Cairns, North Queensland. I'm really looking forward to meeting the Ultraman Australia tribe and sharing the camaraderie of such an epic event. This is my first ultra-distance triathlon.
Oh, there we go. There's our next batch of athletes that are competing here in 2025 at the 10th anniversary edition. Nick, did you recognize any of those people out there?
No, they're all newbies to me.
Well, that's a good sign. That means that the Ultra Tribe is growing.
Well, it is here in Australia. It's you know, we see a few of the races that are going down to single-digit numbers in participants, and it's great to see that that Australia is still, you know, doing the 40 to 50 competitors, and same with Brazil. And you mentioned to me last month the Russians are filling their race, so you know there's still people doing it, and it's a testament. Like we were talking about Tony and his 5-star standard that he has created with this event. And the thing is that you need these days, triathletes are becoming more and more fussy, for want of a better word.
Right.
They want the show. Ironman's done it for decades now. And so the ultra races have to put on the show. And if you're putting on a show in a place like NOOSA, it has to be a good show. And especially because it ain't cheap these days to do these races. So to me, it just shows how good the races are here in Australia, in Brazil, and in Russia. If they're still filling these events with the cost that the athletes are putting out, because they're not cheap. It's a $10,000 weekend for most people. So credit to the race organizers for keeping the interest going for these events. It's wonderful to see.
Absolutely. It looks like it might be cooling down a little bit there. Can you mute for a second for me, Nick? I'm getting some feedback. It looks like it might be cooling down a little bit. We just saw Tim throw the hoodie on. It looks like he's talking to Simon. If we can maybe get someone to get them our attention again, and we can hear a little bit more from them. Looks like Banat's not too far away. Maybe he can backtrack back over there and we can talk to them. We have another special guest host coming up shortly as well, and we'll be introducing that person very soon. Looks like Banat is on the move, so I'm going to go to his camera and see what we got here. Oh, he's sneaking up behind them. Banat, can you give us sound, please? Nope, we're not getting sound from Banat.
Hi, Larry.
Hey, there we go.
Beñat here. I think that they are waiting for the first swimmer to come out at the moment.
Yeah.
So, yeah, there's a bit of expectation here. Everybody's waiting for that.
Yes, certainly.
What is going to be happening is the swimmer will turn right in those two boys. I don't know if you can see them on camera.
Yes, we can. Yep.
And he or she will be running all the way up, cross through the arc, and then off to transition, where we have already met his crew. And yeah, the bike is ready for him. So I'll be waiting for him down there. If that's okay, I'll ask Tim to set up the audio on his end.
Okay.
But yeah, there is some action happening soon.
Yes, we're expecting that swimmer to come out of the water anytime now, which is just fantastic. It's definitely going to be a record if he gets out in the time expected.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay, so only minutes away. Maybe somebody can go by and just mention to Tim that we are going to want his mic turned on as he's announcing that person in, and connect it to the computer so that we're also going to get that sound. I would appreciate that.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll go now and say that, but I'll be muted.
Okay, thank you. So Nick, let's go back and now that that's coming to a head here, these swimmers, what do you think is going to happen here when we get these swimmers starting to come in. We have obviously got one at the front. We've had a number of other people who said that they expected to finish between 2.5 and 3 hours, at least a handful of them.
Yeah.
Do you know which of those swimmers it is that might be coming in a little bit earlier?
No, offhand, I can't tell you. But looking at what's happened with the weather here, when they come out of the water and they change, some might elect to have a shower because there are the showers there available. Some might just get on the bike straight away and go. The first section, let me guess, 25 kilometers of this course is the same bike leg as the NOOSA Tribe, which is the largest triathlon festival in the Southern Hemisphere. They don't go up the famous Garmin Hill, which is a 3-kilometer windy road. They go up the main road. Now, the problem they're going to face today is, unlike when the NOOSA tries on, the roads today are open to traffic. So a lot of the guys will be trying to get out there and trying to get ahead, especially the guys in the front of the field, trying to get a lead. And the issue is that they're going to be fighting traffic on wet roads. So the front guys, as I keep mentioning, don't get affected by the swim so much, but they just have to realize that the first 15 kilometers has to go slow. They go through NOOSA, the suburb of NOOSA, and then into NOOSAville, and they follow the river, which through all the restaurants and stuff, which will be busy this weekend. And so the back markers especially will be disoriented. And it's really important that, especially on the wet roads, that they say to themselves, I'm just going to take it easy till we get out through NOOSAville and then onto the calm roads to Cooroy, and then it's country roads after that.
Right. And as you said earlier, you know, we're going to have the Mother's Day brunches out there and things like that over the weekend. I'm sure they're celebrating multiple events. Is there somebody coming in, or is that just the lead boat? What do we have going on here? Banat, is that somebody coming in?
No, not yet.
Okay.
Still a couple of minutes away.
All right. Thank you. And Nick, again, you were here in year T-1, setting up this course. So how did you manage to decide where to go with this bike course on day one?
Okay, so I looked at Google Maps and I just wanted to, I came up several times because I've done a lot of bike touring. And so I know all the countryside around NOOSA. And so I looked at Google Maps and I started before Ride with GPS was around. And I would physically go out and ride all these roads. And so what happened was I put a template together and some courses where I thought
hobbies. I spent too much time doing triathlon.
Oh, here we go.
For any other hobbies. So here we go. We've got it. He's coming in. He's just rounding that last buoy. We've got the flag. You'll see the flag down on course. That's where he will be swimming to. That's what he will be seeing. Coming in, we've got 2 hours, 11 minutes and 30 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have a new fastest time here at Ultraman Australia. This is our 10th anniversary. Our record before today was set in 2025, but remembering our records will only count if our athletes complete the entire course within the course cutoff time. So for those that don't know, this race is 515 kilometers over 3 days. Today, they complete a 10-kilometer ocean swim. They have 6 hours to do that. They then jump on a bike and ride 145 kilometers. They have 6 hours to complete that for a total day one time of 12 hours. They then come back tomorrow morning and they ride 285 kilometers around the Sunshine Coast. They have 12 hours to complete that course. And then on Monday, they finish with an 84.4 kilometer double marathon where they leave here, run down to Twin Waters, turn around and come back. And the most iconic finish line in triathlon around the globe, they get to run from the break wall down along the beach and then up the beach under our finishing arch to finish 515 kilometer journey. Here he comes. He's got about 150 meters before he touches down when he does stand up. Let's make some serious noise for Tim, athlete number 379, all the way from Tasmania. And that's one great thing about our event. The reason why he is here is that Jason Clark, a member of the Ultraman family, he's been on the race crew for many years, a former competitor back in 2017, was Tim's boss at work and talked Tim into doing it. And here he is, some 8 years later. He's going to stand up any moment now. We're looking at 2 hours 13 on the clock. So provided he can move himself up the beach, he will have the record for our fastest swim in history. This is 10 years, and it'll be one of the fastest swims in Ultraman history around the world. Just needs to catch that wave, maybe the next one. Here he goes. He's on his feet now.
I just had to mute that because if we have music playing that is copyrighted in our live stream, we will get kicked off. So I think he's just been alerted to that.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. We've got our first athlete, athlete number 379. It is Tim Belstead from Tasmania. If he gets up under that arch, he is going to break the swim record. He's got 2 hours, 14 minutes and 33 seconds. If he makes it up, he'll go under 2:15. He's got to come through the arch and he'll make his way in the only transition of the race. Let's make some noise, ladies and gentlemen. A new swim record holder to 14:47, Tim Belstead. He'll make his way through and he'll be out. We'll do a quick transition. He'll be out on the bike. Sub 2:15 to get that swim done. A former background competitive swimmer, and that showed out there today. Now we've got plenty of athletes still out on course, so we're 1 down, 40 to go. Tim will now jump on his bike, and he's got 145 kilometres to ride. He looks good, the big smile on the face as he came across. There he is. So if you're onto the live feed, make sure you can jump onto our live on our YouTube channel, and we've got Tim in transition, making sure you're all in his bike shoes, looking after. Remember, although it is an individual event, it takes a crew to get him there. We've got his paddler. Let's make some noise for Timmy's paddler as he comes in. I just saw him get dumped in a wave on the way in, but he's done a great job.
Yeah.
Banat, can you get the sound up for us and we can hear what's going on there in that transition?
It's on the sound.
Oh, okay. They're just not saying anything. Or are you on a AirPod mic?
The far away. In.
We seem to have got a little hung up there. Taking a run around the cameras to see where we might have. Hey, Nick.
Yeah, that coverage is freezing.
Yeah, a little bit. Oh, I think we got it going again. Here we go. He's on the bike.
There he goes. All right, so you can see the traffic, or this is the illustration of what I was talking about. And because this race doesn't have right of way, so these guys all have to follow the traffic rules like everyone else, and their crews are not allowed to interfere with the traffic. So if there's traffic lights, if there's stop signs, they have to obey everything. Otherwise, they will face a penalty, a time penalty, and then possible disqualification.
Yeah, and so we did see the record set there for the swim, and I know that Tim was really looking to go for that. Here's a little bit from Tim.
I haven't really thought about goal times, to be honest. Yeah, I'm putting it out there. I'm going for the swim course record. So that's a 2:25. I'm really gunning for that, and I'd like to think that I'll be hopefully under 8 hours every single day.
So there you go. That was his answer to the goal times. He didn't say he wanted to get that swim record, so check that box, and we'll see if he can now get under 8 hours each day.
Well, sub 8 hours each day, he's going to be in the top 3.
Oh, we got another frozen Banat. There we go. Banat, is this the crew? Can we get in here and see what's going on?
Yeah, they are packing, starting to be ready to go off, I believe, the road. But I need to confirm that.
Mm-hmm.
But they look a bit stressed, so bear with me. I'm actually using the phone. So that's life, I guess.
That is, yes.
Yeah, okay. I'll be back in a sec.
All right.
So with day 1 coming out of the water here, you see the crew's not on the road chasing Tim yet, and that's because of, like I explained, the first 15 kilometers, it's full of traffic. So there is no handing off to athletes for the first 15 or 20 Ks. Athletes have got to have enough nutrition and know the course, so they don't need any navigation help, and they don't need any assistance with food, because it's just too dangerous. Tomorrow, for example, it's like 60 kilometers where you're on your own, because there is an area that's too small for all 40 vehicles to fit on. So they hold them up, and you have to ride the first 60 odd kilometers on your own. No help from your crew.
Right.
If your crew goes into that area, you're disqualified. And that's a safety thing.
Right. Nick, I do have a graphic for today's bike course. Perhaps you can walk us through it.
Yep.
All right.
Hi, Larry.
That's not the... Oh, yep. Banat, what do you got?
Yep, it's me. I just found the crew.
Okay.
So
we'll do that first.
Getting into the car. Soon I'm following them.
Okay.
I've been green lit to follow them, so that's sweet. Thanks for doing that.
Excellent.
As you can see, there's no hurry.
They are talking to the TOs, making sure that everything's safe. How was he?
Feeling good.
He's feeling good?
Yeah, he loved it.
He loved it?
Said it was a bit rough out there, but obviously it suited all his strength.
Okay.
So he had a very, very good swim. Now the main thing is to stay up in this.
Banat, can you ask if anybody else was within a few minutes of them? It looks like we're losing Banat's connection again.
Like they still just, I'm not sure if that's the next stop there or yeah.
Oh, good.
Main thing is out of the water.
Right. Yeah, be careful out there.
Yeah.
See you around.
Thanks, Banat. All right, I'm just trying to take a look here at what's going on under the tent. That's not the best camera. I trying to see, Banat, maybe you can check and see if they're starting to announce another swimmer or when we're expecting another swimmer.
Yeah, we won't be expecting any swimmer for the next 10 to 15 minutes, I believe.
Okay. All right, then in that case.
Yeah, I'll be down there.
All right, great. Thanks, Banat. In that case, Nick, let's take a look at that graphic. I'm just going to pull that up for you.
Sure.
What's this one? Oh, hey, look, Banat's in the shot again. All right. Nick, maybe you can just start us off while I'm trying to find this graphic of what that first little part through the city is like again.
So it's very obviously the first 10Ks or so is flat, but it is Saturday morning traffic here in Noosa, obviously on Mother's Day weekend. So, and it's wet. So it's going to be very slow for the athletes. They have to wind their way through a few roundabouts and then go through the village of Tewantin before they start hitting the open road. There are no massive climbs today, but there are 4 punchy climbs. The first one is the famous downhill of the NOOSA Tri. So the NOOSA Tri goes up Garmin Hill, which is a steady 6%-ish for 3 kilometers. And then they do it out and back and come down. Famous for Craig Walton going 110 kilometers an hour during the NOOSA Tri and going down. Well, these guys are going up that. It's 1 kilometer. It's about 12%. And then they've reached a plateau and it's just rolling countryside for a long time. There are 2, again, short but very punchy climbs out at the back end of the course. This is an out and back course, so 73 kilometers out, 73 kilometers back. And a lot of it is on the difficulty of roads here is the surface. And we've had an exceptionally wet summer, including a cyclone that came through in March. So the road conditions could be dodgy. We've had a lot of rain in the last few days. So there we go.
All right, I got
Kuroy, as you can see there, there's the little village. It's 27 kilometers. Now the NOOSA Tri turns just short of that.
Here, I'm going to run through this
Here we go.
from start to finish for you.
Okay, perfect. So I'll talk you through it.
Okay.
All right. So obviously they're at the start. They're at the surf club. That's the one. And then, as you can see, they've got to wind their way through all the suburbs. So this is Noosa. Then we go through that where that big right-hand turn was. That's Noosaville. So they're following the Noosa River, and they'll just keep going straight through the suburbs. And as soon as you see this little green patch, that's the first of the hills. And then it's just rolling countryside. It's a really nice course, actually. Once we get through Kuroy, that's the first village there. They did make a hard right. Nothing hard there at all until you go through Pomona. And then out here. So just before Kinkin is where they'll turn left. You'll see it says Kinkin out and back. That's on the way back. That's just to make up distance. So there's this little village called Kinkin, and then you do through there, and then you've already done one little climb, and there's a couple of pinchy ones through Cedar Pocket, which you can see up the top there. And then they turn around at the school. There we go. And then head back. The reason they have this little out and back here is that's just to make up distance. So they've got the correct distance for the race.
Yeah, and we're going to have Banat out there during the race to catch people as they're going by.
So you can see the hills all around there on the graphic. So this course just follows all the valleys. And like I said, there's nothing technical particularly. It's nothing difficult. It's just a lousy road surface, and today they're going to have a headwind coming home.
Right. And then when they get back here into Noosaville, back into traffic.
It's back into traffic, and for the most people, it's okay. The leaders have to obviously get out of aero position because cars don't like cyclists in Australia. So there's no point trying to save 30 seconds and then rear-ending a vehicle.
Yeah.
And they'll come and finish. This grassy area in front of us, that is the transition area for the NOOSA tribe, for those who are familiar with the area.
And I'm just going to back that up for just a second. And the actual finish line is actually back a little bit here, right? Before the bridge.
So that bridge, the first bridge is called the Garth Proud Bridge. Now, Garth Proud was the race director for the NOOSA tribe for eons, from its beginning almost. And he unfortunately passed away a few years ago. So they renamed that bridge the Garth Proud Bridge. And so for safety, the timing ends before you cross the finish line. The finish line is for show, but it's for safety. And that's the same on day 2 as well.
Right. And so that is, they get an opportunity to slow down here on the road, and they don't have to make this corner at the screaming 40 kilometers an hour because they're trying to get under the 12-hour mark.
Exactly. So yeah, they do have people at the bridge, and that's where the official finish is.
Right. So looks like we got some people huddling under the tent here now from the rain.
Yeah, the rain's settling in.
And looks like we got Banat out with a crew, maybe. He looks like he's huddled over a bag out there on the crew. Banat, are you listening? Are you wanting to show something here? Oh no, this camera. Oh, okay. Let's check out the other one. I think I got the wrong camera for Banat on that one. Well, that one is not very exciting. We need to get off of that.
I'll give you, as Tim and I both like fun facts.
Yes.
He mentioned Chloe Lane. Chloe Lane currently sits in 2nd place in the Ironman Pro Series.
Oh, wow. That is a fun fact. I think Tim's just realized that we put him on screen. Is he going to try and come in here with us? No. We're still waiting for another special guest host to come in as well. That's still that camera.
I think he's been busy calling another event.
That is correct. Yes. Where is my Banat camera? I think he's put his camera down for a while. No, that one says Banat. Oh, Banat has 2 cameras going right now. Okay. Oh, everybody's hustling around. Look, everybody's trying to get autographs from Tim. Tim. Wow.
Well, because Tim's a legend. Just ask him.
I don't know if he's looking at his screen or not. Come on with us, Tim. Let's go. I see you're going to talk. Oh, yeah, there's Banat sneaking in behind.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've just gone through 2.5 hours here at Ultraman. Obviously, the heavens have opened once again. Like this yesterday at about the same time, and we've got it again. So no doubt it'll clear by the time these athletes get out of the water, remembering they have a 10-kilometre swim this morning and then 145 kilometres on the bike as they make their way out northwest. They're heading towards Gympie. They don't obviously quite make Gympie. They turn around, so up to 70 kilometres, and then they come back the same way they went out. 2.5 hours in. Looks like we've got our second athlete making their way back. making their way back. Obviously, their crew will be here. We don't have eyes on who it is at this stage just because the visibility is low. As soon as we know, you guys will know. But 2 hours 33 is a very, very impressive swim. Remembering that earlier today, Tim Belstead, who was our first athlete, he came through 18 minutes ago and he completed it in a time of 2 hours 14:47. And he was our new, or is our new Ultraman Australia, or Australia swim record holder. Remembering that in order for the record to stand, he must complete the event.
I think
So we've got the second athlete coming in.
Banat, did you change phones? As I'm trying to get your picture up, it's showing
playing at home, remembering that we are live on YouTube, when we are just waiting on clarification who our second place athlete is. Our second place athlete is going to come through some 19, 20 minutes behind our lead swimmer, Tim Belstead. But remembering that is very short amount of time in this event. We've had some close calls. So remember that they are racing for up to 36 hours, our athletes, over 515 kilometers. So a 15-minute, look at that. The paddler just takes the wave in perfectly. Nails it, our swimmer coming in. Remember, all our swimmers out on course have a support raft with them. So they've either got a paddler or some other vessel next to them. 41 athletes on course. We've had one come in. We're about to have our second one in. As you can see, as the
I apologize for losing all the sound there. I'm just having difficulty to get Banat's camera up here and running.
Here we have, ladies and gentlemen, our second athlete standing up. We believe it is athlete number 382. That is Nicholas Chapman. We'll just seek some clarification on that. But if it is Nick, he's from Western Australia, little town called Hillary's, and put together a great swim, 2 hours. His time will count when he comes in under the arch. We'll just confirm.
Yeah, no, that's a bit sweet, mate.
All right, here we come. Let's make some noise for our second athlete coming up. He's obviously just taking it easy. No need to jog here.
Give it to the crowd, mate.
All right, this is athlete number 382. Nick Chapman from Western Australia is coming in. Great swim time. Just enjoying it, just laughing it up. Let's make some noise for him. He wants some noise. There we go. He'll now make his way to the only transition. So unlike other triathlons, it is the only transition. The only transition in the race is today from the swim to the bike. Tomorrow is all about bike. It is 285 kilometers. And then, and a big cheer for Mika, the paddler. And you caught that wave in, mate. You looked like you had done that before. All right, here we go. We've got another swimming coming in. It's going to be thick and fast over the next hour. So from 2 hours 30 to 3 hours 30, we're going to get a majority of our athletes across the board. So grab a coffee, grab an umbrella, get comfortable. We're going to bring these guys in. We are 2 athletes come across. Unfortunately, we had 1 athlete have to pull out of the swim. So we've had 3 athletes come in, which means we have 38 athletes out on course still.
Nick, perhaps you can take over here for a
Yeah,
second.
they'll start coming in pretty quick now.
I'm still just trying to connect
People
with
always
Bernat.
ask why there's only 40 athletes or 40-ish, and there are two reasons for that. One is the camaraderie. We have found that any more than 45 and you don't get to meet everyone, it gets too big and too impersonal. And also the we've got 41 athletes today, so 41 crew vehicles plus half a dozen staff vehicles. It creates a lot of traffic, bit of havoc, especially these vehicles leapfrogging their athletes and pulling over to the side of the road at random places. It gets dangerous. So we can't have 100, 200 odd vehicles on the road. So that's why they cap it at 40 something.
Right.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to have our third athlete stand up. Again, we've got to wait for confirmation. We'll get from his paddler what race number he is. But here he goes. His crew will be here. His crew will probably know better than I will. But we have our third place athlete coming in. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've got our third place athlete standing up, obviously after swimming for 10 kilometres. The legs are a little bit like jelly. It'll take a little bit to get his sea legs, but not here.
Well done, mate.
All right, we have athlete number 308. It is our lead swimmer from last year. It is Boris Bakaline, athlete number 308. Put together back-to-back swims, running up the beach. Looks good. Wants to probably keep that wetsuit on to stay warm. He wants it off. Here he goes. Great swim. 2 hours 40, 32 seconds for Boris as he moves through onto the bike, remembering he is one of our returning athletes, Boris. He's backing up from last year, 2 hours 40 in the swim. He was our lead swimmer last year, so he's backed it up again. This year with a great swim, he is third out of the water. He now has just a simple 145-kilometre bike ride to do to finish day one here at Ultraman Australia. Our 10th anniversary. We're so blessed to be up here at what is a beautiful part of the world, right on NOOSA Main Beach. We thank the NOOSA Surf Club for having us here. We also couldn't do it without all our partners and sponsors. So thanks to Peppers, NOOSA Resort and Villas for looking after us. NOOSA Toyota for all the cars we have out on course. We thank them. Beach Road, Four Pines Brewing Company, obviously keeping some of the official crew hydrated throughout the weekend. We got Coco Bay Resort. We got Walngaran Resort. Thanks to the Coolum Surf Club, they provided a lot of the paddlers and surfcraft here that kept our swimmers safe today. The J, we had our breakfast and race briefing there yesterday morning, and we thank the J, great little event space up here in Noosa, just at the junction. Infinite Nutrition, the 515 Ultra Podcast, hosted by Larry Ryan, which is awesome this year because Larry's actually he is broadcasting live on YouTube, 36 hours. He will be on the YouTube channel across the 3 days, commentating the entire race. Here we go. We've had 3 athletes in.
So Nick, maybe we can get you to pick up again there until I have Bernat reconnected.
Yes. Now, it was a while ago. What were we talking about? Now, what I did want to say is it's interesting to hear Tim's comment about how his crew comment saying Tim thought it was a bit rough out there, and that so often happens. You know, it looks calm. It looks like it's dead flat, but it always feels worse in the water than out watching it. And I've got no doubt there were some rough patches out there, especially at both far ends.
Mm-hmm. Now, as the people that are coming in are heading out on course, the different crews that are now at the beach, what are they doing? Are they still milling about? Are some of them still coming back from breakfast, knowing that their athlete's going to be out there for 4 hours? What do you think's going on beach wise?
Yeah, so each one of the athletes will have given a rough estimated time of their 10K swim. So they'll be negotiating with their family. Don't forget, a lot of these people have got their entire family, and that means little kids as well, infants, babies, whatever. And so some of them are camped out at the hotel for the duration, and so they'll have like a couple of hours. They'll be thinking, okay, he's going to do 4 hours. We can come out of the hotel at this time, get back to the car. The problem with that is that, well, there we are. The problem with that is there have been people come out of the water in Ultraman races and their crew isn't there.
Right.
They're still having breakfast somewhere. So it's really important that the crews don't drop the ball, that they don't get creative, that they do what they're told and then get on the road and get the job done.
Yeah, and are you familiar with a story of once upon a time where crews actually, while they're out crewing, not while they're waiting for the athlete to come in from a swim, but while they're out there actively crewing on the bike, and they still lose their athletes because they're maybe not knowing what to do as a crew or how often they should crew? I think you've experienced that. Maybe not yourself, but
yeah, no, it did.
It did happen to you.
And,
Okay.
and the race director of Ironman Canada was my crew captain. You would think he would know. But yeah, so that's happened to me. And ever since that happened, I actually had to stop. And this has happened before plenty of times. Other crews will hand off. So the rules of outside assistance in Ultraman, these ultra races are quite vague. So other crews can help. And so that's happened to me before. This one particular day in 2005, Gerard Charlton, who went on to beat me in Ultraman that year, I came second. I had to use his crew for about 60 kilometers. And eventually I finally pulled over and I asked one of the crew for some money. And I pulled into the gas station at Okanagan Falls, which is on day 2, is about 95 kilometers in, and got off my bike, went inside the gas station, bought myself a bunch of Gatorade, and off I went again because my crew vanished. So from that moment on, I always take money with me on these races. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's happened. You know, you could have a whole podcast on funny stuff that's happened with crews. Yeah, they've gone missing. We had one crew member. He was an athlete. He was from a young guy from Annapolis. He actually just graduated from Annapolis. And, you know, full of him. We had a few Marines racing that year. A lot of military guys came up that year from America to race Canada. And day 1, he went down to Soyuz. If anyone knows the Ironman Canada course, that's pretty much day 1 of Ultraman. And instead of turning right to go up to Richter Pass, his crew kept going, and they ended up at the American border, and they're stuck. It's like, what happened? So stupid things happen, you know, and it's what it is. And what a lot of people don't realize is that some of these crews, they've never done a triathlon before. They have no idea what Ultraman is. They just have been roped in because they're family, and bless them, they try to do as best they can, which is why I stress it's up to the athlete to know what they're doing. You know, you really should be planning for absolutely every scenario, and that so if stuff goes wrong, you know, it's not going to affect your race.
Yeah. It looks like Tim's announcing something again, so I'm going to try and click back to him.
Cool.
Timmy, give us some sound, buddy.
They should just turn the sound on that laptop that it's broadcasting on.
Yeah. All right. Well,
yeah, like you said, they're going to come through thick and fast now.
Yeah. Hopefully we can see you at least. Is that someone running up the beach there?
I think that's someone waiting for their people
Just
to
hanging
arrive.
out.
It's incredible. Like I say, normally this is one of the most,
We
it's
will
Bondi
be
Beach and
providing
Noosa.
details throughout.
There's no one there.
Remembering that we have live race tracking through our website and through all our social media, and also on YouTube on the 515 Ultra podcast. You can watch the race. There is live broadcast across the whole 36 hours of the event. Here we go. We've got our fourth athlete coming through. He's just turned that last buoy. As soon as we know who it is, we will let you all know. The crews will all be here ready. They'll have an understanding. Remember all the crews. Remember, this is, although an individual event, it cannot happen without a crew. That starts this morning. Crews getting their athletes ready. And then there is a paddler. Each one of our 41 athletes out on course has an individual paddler carrying their nutrition and hydration. 10-kilometre swim is a long way. Anywhere from 2 hours 14 that we saw this morning from our new record holder, Timmy Belstead, all the way through. They have 6 hours. We will have athletes taking 5.5, 5 hours 45, even pushing that 6-hour limit to get this course done. That is a long time in the water. They need to be looked after. Their crews do that. And then not only that, their crews then look after them on the road. It's basically a rolling buffet of whatever they want. Their crews are there to provide. It cannot be done individually. It is a team effort. Here we go. We've got a flag waving, which means we have an athlete heading towards shore. It'll be our fourth athlete to complete the swim course.
Well, it looks like he's gone back to mute. I have a comment here for you, Nick. I think it goes to something that you said. Stephen Keller, the rules are quite vague.
Steve would know.
Thanks for joining us, Stephen. We appreciate it. We wish we had your sponsorship to put some race dots on the screen with us. I know you've done that in the past, but thanks for watching, Steve. We're glad to have you here. All right. Nick, can you take this for just a minute? I'm going to try and connect with Banat here in the background.
All right, no worries.
Thank you.
Yeah, folks, so you're staring at one of the most famous stretches of sand in Australia. And like I said before, normally on a Mother's Day weekend, it would be full of people. But we've had a horrendous summer of weather this year on the Sunshine Coast. And this is no different. And I'm just concerned that the rain we've had the last couple of days will affect portions of the bike course. We do go through portions of rural hinterland of the Sunshine Coast, and these are not well-maintained roads by the most part, and they can be quite narrow. So we'll hear tales from the trail today, no doubt. Tomorrow the weather is expected to deteriorate even more. So it's going to be a wet old time for them out there, which makes life difficult. Actually, a lot of the time in these long races, if you're out on the bike or running, you're doing your thing. it's the crewing's the hard part. So you got a bunch of people that are following you around, and they getting soaked and then getting in and out of vehicles, and they're wet for the full 10 hours, 12 hours, however long they're out there for. And, you know, I've crewed, I think, 4 times now, and it's hard work. So it ain't no fun on a rainy day. Looks like we have a...
Make some noise for him.
There we
Great
are.
job. 2 hours, 53 minutes, 48 seconds. Richard gets it done. Don't go the wrong way, Richard. From Victoria. Qualified here by completing the 2023 Port Macquarie Ironman, a time of 11 hours and 37 minutes. And he gets the swim done. He wanted to go between 3 hours and 3.5 hours, and he's just knocked out a 2-hour 54 swim. So he's absolutely nailed it. He's got plenty of pedigree. I think Monday is going to be his fun day. He's completed 6 by 100 kilometre ultra marathons, including a 100 miler as well. The boy knows how to run, and running what he's doing now, straight out to his bike. He'll have his team captain there, Stacey, and then he's got mates as well, his crew, Darren Wishart and Julie Wishart looking after him. And Dozer is away.
Oh,
Dozer is on the bike, and he's got 140 kilometres to finish.
Well, it's good to see people coming through. Well, Timmy's going to have a chat. So the gentleman in the background's looking like a drowned rat there.
All right, we now have standing up. Our next athlete that's standing up in the water is Anthony Elder, athlete number 390. Athlete number 390 from South Australia, little town, suburb, North Brighton. Completed Ironman Bustleton to qualify for this event in 11 hours and 32 minutes. He also thought he was going to swim between 3 and 3.5 hours, and he's absolutely nailed it. He'll come through in a time of, I'm going to give him 90 seconds to move up that beach. We've got another athlete. It looks like our first female athlete as well coming through, so let's make some noise. I think that might be, I think it's Kirsty Sheehan. That's what I'm going with. Athlete number 168. We got Kirsty Sheehan. She's returning athlete. She's raced here previously. She came second last time she was here. Now she's moved one place up on the podium in the swim. She's going to be she's our leading female. All right, here we go. We've got Anthony Elder. You can see him talk to his crew, taking on some hydration, some nutrition. Not to mention the importance of the social media. We got to get it on film. We got to get his Instagram followers up and about. Is there a smile? We got Kirsty coming up the beach as well. In a time they'll come across together. Congratulations, Anthony. 2:56.26, and our leading female, ladies and gentlemen, we got Kirsty Sheehan, returning athlete, 2:56.33. Gets the job done. She means business. Quick high five as she goes out. Those two will be on their bike. They can work together out on course, keeping safe. 145 kilometres for lunch they have. All right, ladies and gentlemen, officially we have our first female that's come across the line in a time of 2 hours, 56 minutes and 39 seconds. 2 hours, 56 minutes and 39 seconds. So we've got our leading male came through with a new race record swim time of 2 hours, 14 minutes and 47 seconds. And now we've got Kirsty Sheehan, a returning athlete, athlete number 168 in time of 2 hours, 56 minutes and 39 seconds. Remembering, ladies and gentlemen, what is unique to our event is that the race number that an athlete has is kept for their life. It is unique to them. So if they come back and return at that number, they will always be racing under that same number. So we have 14 returning athletes this year, including athletes from our very first race. John Demandle, he's visually impaired, athlete number 21. We've got Christo Jacobi, athlete number 54 as well. He raced in 2016, which was our second edition of the event, and he's out on course as well. We've missed him over the last few years. He's moved away from southeast Queensland, but he's back to race. And whilst the rain might not be pleasant for us watching, it has definitely flattened the water. So the team out there swimming will be loving these conditions, and it's not like they can get any wetter.
Hey, Tim, any chance that you have
And
ears
we've just
on
had
me?
word that the swimmer at the back of the field is just past the 7th kilometre mark. So they've got 3 kilometres to swim. So they've got 3 kilometres to swim, and they've still got 3 hours to do it. So everyone, we had people that were concerned that they wouldn't make it, but this might be the fastest swim that we've had in 10 years. So we'll wait to see what happens. 3 kilometres is still a long way to swim, especially in the open water. But it looks like we've got another couple of athletes coming in. They'll shortly make a right-hand turn around that pink buoy that we can see where that jet ski is right now. They'll make a right-hander and they'll come into shore and they'll be on the bike, remembering they have a 140-kilometre bike ride to complete today. Each day, the athlete has 12 hours to around the course.
So I was going to say earlier, the race director for Ultraman Australia, Jeff Morris,
Yes.
is also the race director of a race just north of us here in NOOSA in Harvey Bay. It's about 200 kilometers north of us. And it's everyone's talking about the Professional Triathletes Organization, the PTO, and their T100 series. Well, his Harvey Bay 100 has been racing that 100-kilometer distance for years. And it's one of the iconic races in Queensland. Also won by Ash Gentle, who is now the poster girl for the T100 here in Australia. They have a sister race, which has been going 40 years, called the Gundawindi Hell of the West. And that's 102. That's been, like I say, for 40 years. That's 2K, 80K, 20K. And the T100 came about when Jeff just dropped the extra 2K.
We have 2 more athletes making that turn.
Thanks, Nick.
And we've got another one that's about to make that final turn around that pink buoy. That'll be 3 athletes on their way back in to finish the swim. 3 hours, just gone 3 hours, ladies and gentlemen. 3 hours of straight swimming. And they're on the way in, completing 10-kilometre open water swim.
So our leader, Tim, will be well and truly out there pushing hard. He's been going now for 48 minutes. And he'll be well and truly through up over the hill and racing along the undulating road to Karui, which is 27 kilometers. So he'll be through that. Now, remember, on this course, the top guys, Richard Thompson, when he won back in the day, and Simon Cochran, they pumped out damn near 40 kilometers an hour for this thing, which is just ridiculous given the fact that they have to weave through the suburbs and the traffic twice.
Right.
But so he'll be out
Right,
by
here we go,
himself
ladies
in
and
the
gentlemen.
country.
We've got some athletes coming in. We've got the paddler for that athlete. We'll soon find out that athlete's number. They come through. We've just gone 3 hours, so still very good swimming. Over 3 kilometers an hour they've been 3 kilometers per hour. That's the pace they're swimming. Very, very, very quick indeed. We've had 6 athletes come through. We've had one, unfortunately, having to be removed from the water, which means we have 34 athletes to go. We will be here. We will get them all through the finish of the swim and then get them on the bike. And then they have 145 kilometers. We have got athlete 365, another one of our returning athletes. We've got Josh McCaskill coming through, athlete number 365. Raced last year, had so much fun, he's decided to come back and race again, athlete 365. Here he comes, jogging up the beach, feeling good about it. Let's make some noise. We got another athlete, athlete 365. We got Josh McCaskill coming through. No doubt there'll be a big smile on his face. Josh, we've got to take some photos, mate. We need to sell this race. Make sure you're smiling, having the time of your life. Here he comes. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise. 3:04:20. And then coming through next, we've got our second female athlete. We've got Nicola Matus coming through, athlete number 400. Here we go. Let's welcome Nicola to the beach. She is our second place female swimmer. Great swim time. She runs up underneath the arch. We need you to go under the arch for time just over 3 hours and 5 minutes. Big smile on the face. Looks good. Now she'll get on the bike and she'll go to work. Great job, Nicola. Awesome job. 3 hours, 5 minutes, 11 seconds.
So Tim was earlier talking about having to double check the distances when everyone gets out. They check their GPS to make sure the swim course is correct, because official times matters for records.
All right, we've got athlete 399, Kathy LaForce coming through. So our ladies have certainly pushed to the front of the pack here. So this will be our third place female swimmer, Kathy LaForce. She too was hoping to swim between 3 hours and 3 hours and 3 hours 30. So she's right in there. 3:06. Here she comes jogging up the beach. She's got to come under the arch where the crew is. Make sure that she comes under the arch. She looks like she's running in the wrong direction. All right, let's make some noise. Let's get her. Let's get her under that arch. I was worried then, Kathy. I didn't know where you were going. She got the job done. Ladies and gentlemen, Kathy, she'll go into transition now. Her crew's there. Oh, La Force. The force of nature. That's what we'll call her.
So 2018, we had, I think it was 2018, Carl Reed from New Zealand, professional triathlete, came out of the water in record time, went on to break the world record at the time for the Ultraman distance, only to find out that the swim was tagged at 1 kilometer short, which meant no record.
And
it was a shame
we're
because he was
busy
going
here
fast
now in
enough.
transition. We've got, I can see 2 athletes standing up at the one time. We'll get their race numbers very shortly. We'll let you know who they are. Their crews will be at the ready. 3 hours, 7 minutes in. We've got 2 more. We've got athlete 395. That is Greg Jenkins, who's come through. He stood up. And Josh Dutton, athlete 389. We got Josh Dutton coming through. So we've got athlete 395 and 389. 395, we've got Greg Jenkins and Josh Dutton. Great work, Greg gets it done. His crew there. Sam Cook, who's been our friend for a long time. And here we go, we've got Josh Dutton Josh Dutton, great job in 3:08.13. Great swim, Josh, as he moves through. And then we've got athlete just standing up now, coming up the beach. It's athlete 3:87, Aaron Croft, or Crofty, as we will now be known over the next 3 days from me on the microphone. Come under the arch, Aaron. Good job. There is some terrible news that he's actually an Englishman, but we won't hold that against him. Great work, Aaron. Under the arch, mate. Big smile. You're on camera. You're on the Instagram. Look good. There we go. Gets it done. 3:08.52. Great swim. Aaron, as he makes his way, big smile on his face.
So they're slowly coming through the. Be good if we had a camera out of Kuroi or somewhere like that. We could check out the leaders going through. Tim will be through Kuroi, probably through Pomona by now.
Yeah, we do have the intention to move Banat out on course. We were expecting to have another camera person as well, but that kind of fell through for us this morning. So we'll work with what we got. We do have our friend Mel back again. So Mel,
hey Mel,
say hi.
Hello. Did they break the record?
Record was broken.
Yes, the Australia swim record. Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah. Yeah, it was close to breaking the world record for Ultraman, close, but 3 minutes short, so 2:14.
Wow, that is fast.
Oh
that
yeah,
is fast. Makes such a difference, doesn't it? When they, if you do that sort of swim, he'll be home by lunch, and he'll have a great opportunity to do recovery. It's a races within races, really, isn't it? Because then you've got the others that are just going to make that 12-hour cutoff, which is like 6 o'clock at night, and they've got to come home, get themselves prepped, eat, and then get going. Very different ways that people race compared to the ones that finish at lunchtime.
Yeah. If you think about it, like, especially these days, I mean, before, races were won in 24 hours, 23 hours. I think I won one of mine. And it's just mind-boggling now the times that these guys are doing. I mean, I never ever thought in my lifetime I would see sub 20 hours for Ultraman. But then you look at what you were just saying, how quick they're getting it done per day. So there's so much recovery time involved. It's fantastic.
And it's just all that nutrition. In 2 hours, he actually probably didn't need to stop too much, really, for nutrition over that 2-hour time frame.
No.
So just even the amount of stops that he would have had to have done to be out on the bike. So what are we up to now? 3 hours.
If his crew are there, make sure that Craig, he's a returning athlete. He knows exactly what to do. Gets the job done. He'll come in well under 3:15.
So which athlete was that?
I believe you said Craig.
We've got about 8 athletes through. One was pulled out of the water.
Oh, that's no good.
Yeah, so we've had no information on who that athlete was and what happened. But so one's a DNF, has been pulled out medically.
He's representing New Zealand, but he has just, like many of them do, made the move to Australia. And here he comes running up the beach. He raced here last year. He completed the 3 days in 27 hours and 9 minutes. And here he is. Make some noise, Craig Jackson. 3 hours, 12 minutes, 41 seconds. Great work. Athlete number 314. And we've got another athlete standing up as well. They'll come through.
So Mel, Tim's crew,
all right, we've
Tim
got
was obviously very happy, but Tim's crew said it was a bit rough.
Race number 403. It is Marcus, who's who has just stood up, athlete number 403, one of our first timers, Marcus Smith, making his way out of the water, being greeted by our on-course crew.
Marcus is from Wagga, good old Wagga Wagga in country New South Wales. For those, so that's one of our states here in Australia. So he's probably, I don't know where they would. I think they have a
Marcus
beach
is from
maybe
New
down
South
there in
Wales,
their
Wagga
river.
Wagga local.
Obviously, Tim
He's
cannot
raced
hear you.
36 Ironman.
Ironman Australia last year in a time just under 13 hours. He was hoping to swim between 3 to 3.5 hours. So he is absolutely that brief. He's got to come in, finish the arch. You'll see this, ladies and gentlemen. You'll make sure his crews will be with him. He'll be eating, he'll be drinking, he'll be fueling. Remember, it's not just today they've got to worry about, but here we go. Big smile on Marcus's face as he finishes swim 3:14.09. Another athlete in. We have 41 athletes out on course. And we're nearing the halfway mark of getting them through the swim. Remembering it's a 10-kilometer swim in the open water.
So he's a 36 Ironman finisher, 36-time Ironman finisher, Marcus. So he's and this is the first time he's stepped it up to the Ultraman.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. Amazing.
It amazes me how many people have just cranked out. Like, I know a few people have done 100, but yeah, it's back in the day you would think doing 30 was epic. These days it's like, I mean, I've done 30 something, but that's over 20 years. Oh, that's over 30 years. My first one was 91, so you know, I kind of won a year for 30 years. But some of these guys, yeah, 50. It's crazy.
It becomes their way of life, doesn't it? Like I'm sure just training is not that traditional training. They go out, that's where their community is, that's where their friend base is. Their weekends are spent basically with friends, and it's not a training session. I think once you get to that sort of level, you've got all those miles in the legs and you're just going around. Yeah.
Yeah. There are some people. I met a lady in Malaysia at the finish line, and her husband, they're Americans, they're from Florida, and they're going out to crack 100 each, but they're doing it in like 5 years. And they're watching their epic annual pilgrimage around the world to do these races. I asked her, I said, what is it? It's $250,000 US each per year?
Yeah.
You know, to do, and she's like, well, sort of. So I don't know what the hell they're doing for a living, but yeah, she's. It's not unusual for them to do 15 around the world, and they're flying from one country to the other, consecutive weekends. All it's crazy.
It definitely becomes holidays, and you just have a race somewhere in between. You know,
yeah,
at either end. That's probably what's good about NOOSA and Ultraman here. It's such a good location to stay for days before and days after.
Well, yeah, and it gives the families, like I was mentioning while you were away, about you know, some of these people, they bring their families, they might have young kids and stuff.
We've got 14 athletes that are out on the bike course. Remembering, after these guys finish their swim today, they have 6 hours to complete the swim course, and then they have 6 hours to complete a 145-kilometer bike course. Each day here at Ultraman Australia is a 12-hour cutoff. And we've had many a time where it's come down to the final few seconds to get them across the finish line. But today, so far, so good.
Yeah, you have a great town like Noosa where you can just dump the kids, you know, on the beach.
Yeah.
And say, you know, we'll see you in 4 hours. The last thing you want is whiny little kids on a wet day jumping in and out of a car for 6 hours.
The good thing about the course too in Australia is that going out west there in that Noosa hinterland, just incredible countryside and things that maybe you just think, oh yeah, I'll just go to the ocean. But I loved riding all around there, and it's a beautiful way to see that part of and it's also good for families too, because they do it so slow. Compared to just driving around in a car, they actually get to really see what the countryside's like, and it really is beautiful.
Yep. Yeah, day 3 is interesting. When we were planning this, 2011-12, my run plan was to actually run through the Noosa National Park to finish it off. You would have gone through the Sunshine Beach entrance and run with an escort runner with a camelback and bottles for you, and then finish coming through the Noosa side of the national park to finish. But the National Parks and Wildlife said no, that's not happening. Tony, to get the insurance, and this is what a lot of people don't understand about when you're putting up races, you understand, being a director yourself, is Triathlon Australia has to sign off on your courses for the insurance. No insurance, no race.
50 to 60 meters behind that athlete as they make their way in.
Yeah, and so Tony took my plan, and then he hired a logistics firm, and they went with the area and probably put 80% of what I wanted happen. The bike day 2 goes the other way. I was going to go out the other way first, but yeah, so it was all about insurance. So these logistics guys, they're the ones that actually set the new run, and it's far better than I would have done. But the rest is the same, but no insurance, no race.
Standing up.
Oh, another athlete.
And paddlers standing up as well.
You know what I had when I was a support person? I was in the kayak and my legs, I actually couldn't move.
Huge thanks to these paddlers. A lot of these paddlers are just volunteers that have just put their hand up to help. They are complete strangers to the athletes. So we thank them. Without them, we could not be here. We have athlete number 407. That is Ryan Wolseley, who's coming up, finishing. He'll get in well under 3 hours 30. We've also got another athlete turning for home as well. Like I said, they'll come thick and fast from 3 to 4 hours. There'll be a lot of athletes coming in. Ryan will be our 16th athlete out of the water, our 15th up through the finishing chute. Big smile. He'll meet his crew. Like we say, this is a team sport. We'll make sure that he's okay. He'll keep going. He looks good.
So he's from Western
Ryan,
Australia?
He's our first timer, another one of our first timers, athlete 407. From another one of our WA team, spent some time in the tattoo parlor. Here we go, make him welcome, big smile on the dial. 3 hours 20, 57 seconds. We got Ryan Wolseley. And this is a team sport. On his crew, he's got his mum. He's got his mum, his brother, and his partner, Miriam, as his team captain. Let's see how that's going in 3 days. We got athlete number 392. We got Richard Gilby standing up, coming out of the water, getting that wetsuit off, getting his legs underneath him. 3 hours, 21 minutes in the water.
Yeah, I think these Western Australian athletes are Kate Bevilacqua and Guy Crawford's crews.
Ah, right. It's actually really interesting. Like they were talking about family crews versus friend crews, and they're really interesting dynamics. Like I found I had a full family crew for me, and I feel like their experience almost wasn't as good as when we were having a friend crew. I think they for me, I didn't see a difference as an athlete, but I think in that dynamic, families can possibly bicker a little bit more as they're going around, whereas friends definitely bring that different dynamic through.
3:22 and 11 on the clock. Big smile on the dial. His crew's there.
I think families who are athletes.
He's got his dad on his crew. He's got his mum on his crew. He's got his 2 daughters and his son on his crew. Yes. It is a family affair for the Gilbys this weekend. That's what, man, so great. Although, like I've been saying, it is the athlete that does the majority of the work. They wouldn't be able to get to the start line without their support crew, let alone get to the end. We have another athlete coming in.
It's a real immersive experience for support crew. So if anyone is thinking out there about whether or not they should do it, definitely go.
3 hours and 23 minutes ago. And we'll be here until every athlete's through under this chute. Remembering they have 6 hours to successfully complete the swim course before they move on to 145 kilometres on the bike. And another great thing about our event is that people that have previously raced keep coming back, and that includes Ultraman champion Shane Kent, who just spent some time out there paddling. How was that, Shane? It was beautiful. It didn't rain? Did not rain? No, it didn't rain out there.
So Shane, who won here about 4 years ago, he's training for the Arc to
All right,
Arch
here we go. Big wave.
triathlon.
Let's this athlete gets on it.
Ah, right.
Missed that one. The paddler might get
So
it.
he's got to swim across the channel.
Wow.
Good luck to him. Yeah.
Wow. You know, when you see all these athletes and what they're achieving, and you're sitting there balking at doing some sort of challenge yourself, and you just, you know, these sort of guys I love watching and just going, you know, what if they can do that?
Thanks
Why
to the
can't my
paddler.
body do that? And then it sort of
Exactly.
starts you
For
on
making
that
it safe and clear
decision-making
water for him,
process.
carrying all their
Yep.
nutrition, all their hydration. It's tough out there. 10 kilometers paddling at that rate takes some time, especially when it rains like it has this morning. But here we go. This athlete's going to get that wave and come in.
Tiff and Shane are at the back there looking
And
quite
standing
wet.
up, we've got another athlete standing
Yeah,
up.
it's a miserable day.
After this
I'm
athlete
just
comes
muting
in,
myself at the moment because the rain outside our place in Port Macquarie is also coming down strong.
Oh, really?
And we're about 10 out. What? We're about 10 hours from you. 10
Yeah.
hours south from where these athletes are going in.
Blood has to start flowing back to the legs because they have a 145-kilometer bike ride.
so after this athlete goes through, I'm going to pull up the barefoot timing race results, and we can take a look at what we've had so far through the
All right,
swim.
We've got athlete, our
Cool.
next athlete through that's just stood up is Ben Yates, athlete 303, Ben Yates, Yatesy, as his mates call him. And he's from New South Wales. Completed Ironman Busselton to qualify for this event in 11 hours, 34 minutes. Here he comes, making his way up. We've got Benny Yates. He's going to come in under 3.5 hours as well. That's another great swim. He's completed 4 Ironman and plenty of 70.3s.
He's also started as a yoga teacher this year.
Oh, here he goes. He was on the dream team last year, helping us out now in 3 hours, 26 minutes and 5 seconds. Yatesy gets the job done and moves on to the bike. 145 kilometers. Let's hope that rain stays away for these athletes this afternoon. And another one coming in.
Oh, let's hold off on going to the results then. We'll
So the
see this one
issue
in.
with the rain too would just be the debris on the road and the higher risk of flats. So I'm sure the support crews have
Yeah.
thought about all that and packed their.
We're just getting reports
their
from
kit.
out on the bike course that our lead swimmer, Tim Belstead, is nearing Kin. So that is the turnaround point out at Kin. It is the turnaround point. So he's nearing the 70-kilometer mark of the bike before he turns around and comes back into town. And the reports are, quote, he is flying. So there we go. Tim Belstead, who was our lead swimmer, broke the record. He's out on course and moving very well. He's about 70 Ks in. We've got another athlete coming in to finish their 10 kilometers.
Look at these girls at the back. You know, they would have been one of the paddling support crews. Look how young
Yeah.
they are. They don't know these people. They have no idea who these athletes are, and they're out there in the cold and the wet, spending their Saturday morning helping these athletes achieve. It's just so incredible. Gives me goosebumps. So amazing.
One of the things I continually told people in Canada every summer when I went to Penticton 20-something times, and it's the surf
And
lifesaving
we have
culture
our
here
next
in
athlete
Australia.
standing up. Is athlete number 409. It is Oliver Whiteley. Oliver Whiteley getting the job done. He'll come in under 3.5 hours. It's a great swim. He was hoping to swim 4 to 4.5 hours. I don't know where he got those numbers from. So he's got to come in, make his way up. and under the arch. And he's helping with the kayak. Someone needs to let him know that it is a race.
So these girls will be 15 years old,
Great
and they're
job,
coming in to get
Oliver,
their
getting the
free
job
T-shirt
done.
and a voucher for McDonald's or something, who knows what, as payment for their paddling for 3 and a bit hours.
Yeah, it's just the surf life-saving community, as you said, is just incredible in Australia. These kids, yeah, they're just amazing that they're there, and they'll grow up to be incredible community people, which is fantastic.
Yeah, I worked at the Markula Surf Club.
All right,
for
here
a
we
year,
go. Oliver
and
just,
the girls
just
are
soaking
just
it all
amazing.
in, having a free shower out there. 3 hours. You've got 1 minute to get under that arch to go sub 3. Thank you. That's what I was looking for. 3 hours, 28 minutes, 29 minutes. Our next swim finisher, Oliver Whiteley from New South Wales.
He's a newbie.
He is our youngest competitor, and to make everyone feel old, Oliver was born this century.
So he's also a proud Indigenous man. So he'll be out there representing our Indigenous community. And yeah, he's only 25. Unbelievable.
Wow.
So this is the first time, and he did Ironman Australia last year. So I suspect that that's about the depth of his endurance stuff. So he's out there for yeah, amazing that he even wants to go out there at this age and do a 3-day event. Unbelievable.
Oh, it's nuts.
So he has done Cozzy 100, so an ultra marathon. So he might be loving day 3.
Yeah, a lot of the ultra runners, you know, they roll up here. Like, I'm not a runner, and they just love it. Day 3 is just awesome for them, and for me, it's just miserable.
Yes, yes. So it looks like he started with the Tri-Mob community. So that's been a wonderful community here that's started by Nate the last couple of years. Just amazing what he's done to help promote and support and train our Indigenous Australians, and bringing them into the triathlon and sporting community, and showing how endurance sport can help with all the other issues that they've got to be dealing with in their lives. So he's an incredible supporter of these guys, and Oliver's definitely thanked him and been supported by them over the time.
Yeah, it's an incredible thing. I know Triathlon Australia has put an initiative in for the Aboriginal community, and they sent a few of the triathletes out to Alice Springs and a few other isolated areas over the last few years. I've done a lot of bike touring through central New South Wales and Queensland, and the facilities, the potential is amazing, because every small town's got a pool, and all these kids have got bikes, but they've just got no direction. That's the thing.
Yeah.
They've got no one there to help them. And they all crack up when I rock up to one of these, you know, small towns and rock in for some swim training. And it's really funny. They just go crazy for the bike I'm riding, and they just ask me what the hell I'm doing. But they've got no one living there that can help them. They're all athletes. They're all mega little runners, and they're just super keen. But yeah, they just don't have. They've got all the facilities, but no one to show them.
It looks like
and
somebody
in
is.
Western Australia, I've just recently done a 2-week bike tour over there. The sporting facilities, obviously, Western Australia's cashed up with the mining money. I've seen towns of less than 1,000 that have better swimming pools than we do here or in Sydney. It's incredible. But there's just no one to show them, coach them, and all that sort of stuff.
I just noticed Jeff's on mute, so we can't hear Tim. I don't know whether Tim probably isn't listening.
Yeah, he doesn't have the sound, but yeah, we're just going to have to miss this one.
Yeah, and Larry, your microphone was quite low.
My microphone was low.
Yeah,
so I don't know whether they can unmute. Where they can sit there and unmute. Otherwise, we can see that Tim's chatting.
Yeah, I'm going to ask to unmute again for him.
Yeah, hey, Larry, if you could get to a message out to Jeff there.
Yeah, I'll try that.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah, because they're obviously like that. This 3 to 4 hour
1,000 meters of
Oh, there we
elevation
go.
gain.
There we are.
Here he comes, making his way up. Ryan McKenzie, look at that. Big smile on the dial, gets the job done. There it is, 3:33:22. Great job. Great job, Macca. You're on the bike now. All right, we've got another athlete standing up. It is athlete 380, Adam Bothwell.
More youngsters getting their rewards for paddling.
Yeah.
Look at that. A huge thank you to all our paddlers. A lot of them didn't know they're swimmers until this morning, and they get the job done. They are kayaking 10 kilometres straight. We got Adam Bothwell, another Victorian from Warburton, making his way up the beach. You'll see his crew.
So this is Adam's had. Looks like he's had a really interesting
Just like I was saying,
story.
those paddlers are gems. They don't know these athletes necessarily, in case more often than not, they're just locals that come and want to be part of it and help out. So we thank them. And we'll get Adam, just like a couple of our other athletes. Adam spent a fair bit of time in the tattoo parlor as he comes across.
So looking at Adam's story.
Gets the job done. He was hoping to swim between 3 and 3.5 hours, so he's nailed that break. 3:34:42. Adam Bothwell, great job, mate. And now he'll jump on the bike and he'll head to Kin and back, 140 kilometres. Another athletes standing up. We'll get their number very shortly. We'll know exactly who they are. They'll come up under the arch. We've had more than half our field come through now, which is pretty incredible considering they have 6 hours to complete this course, and we've had more than half the field done in 3 hours 30. Couldn't do it without our paddlers. I actually commentated it. All right, we've got returning athlete number 344 in Blatchford, back for more. Great job. Came in last year in a time of 28 hours and 3 minutes. And he's come back under the arch. He knows what to do. Is there a smile there, Ian? There we grimace smile. That was Payne. Great job, mate. Awesome swim. Right here from Queensland, Australia. Gets the job done. He's a local, as locals can be. 3 hours 36 on the button. He knows what to do. He'll be on the bike soon. He's got his wife, his son, friends, and his daughter all crewing for him. So it's, again, a family affair. He's actually completed 15 Ironmans and finished on the podium at 70.3 World Championships. Although when I was talking to him about this race, he did say that they were a long time ago. But he's out. He's got the swim done, 3 hours, 36 minutes. And just because it's been a while, we thought we'd have another little shower.
Yeah, tomorrow's going to be worse.
Oh, really? I was just going back and I was reading Adam's story in his 50 words or less about why he's doing Ultraman. And I think it's one of those stories that comes up again and again and again where endurance sport is being used to help change their lives around. So he was, he had his words are an unhealthy drug-fueled life prior to competing Ironman. And he found Ironman and the endurance world and it changed his life. So you hear those stories a lot, don't you? Right
all
around.
the time. Yeah, there's a lot of that, and a lot of the time you're not supposed to talk about that sort of stuff. Thankfully these days it's more open in the ultra triathlon community. Not so much Ultraman, but in the multi-iron community, which I'm also a part of. There's, especially the females, there's so many that use endurance sports as an escape, as a distraction, as something to heal them from domestic violence, drug abuse, you name it. I've got they can't fit on this one hand, counting them that I know personally, or that are good friends of mine, that I've had discussions. Like I know three women that were, two were kidnapped, one was held hostage in various situations, and all Ultraman athletes. Just the list goes on and on, myself included. I've told people, I've documented my battle with depression for years. I've been talking about it for 20 years. And I've said if it wasn't for Ironman and Ultraman, I'd be dead.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah. So it gives people a purpose. And that's the beauty of it all. And some people use the training to offset the pain of their real life. But it is something that it's a real thing. Or just look at Lionel Sanders. He did the same thing. He was a drug addict before he discovered Ironman, and look where he is now. So there's a lot of people out there like that have suffered immensely.
He's put. We've got to unmute you again, Mr. Jason. If you want to unmute yourself so we can hear what Tim's saying. They obviously have little secret discussions that they don't want the world to know.
Obviously, yes.
Get to unmute themselves.
Yeah, totally.
So hopefully
I'm clicking that ask to unmute button.
Oh yes, maybe you have the power, Larry.
I trying my best.
Yeah, they're busy. They got all kinds of things going on.
There's so much happening in that race dream team world that they'd be talking about, and the athletes and the support crew, and usually what we see.
There we go. Athlete number 385. Leanne is a stalwart of this sport and a local. She's from Marcus Beach, which the athletes will run past and ride past over the next couple of days, so she'll know the course extremely well. She was hoping to swim between 3.5 and 4 hours, so she's nailed that brief as well. She has been in the sport forever. She is 31 years into her triathlon career, and she has completed 18 Ironman finishes. Many 70.3. She's done marathons in Berlin, New York, Japan, Melbourne. And here we go. She's got the job done. It's her first go at the ultra distance. And here she is, looking good. 3 hours 41 on the clock. Her crew's helping her undress.
Sorry, I missed that name. Who was that athlete?
Well, let's make some noise. We got Leanne coming under the arch. 3 hours, 41 minutes and 30 seconds. Great job. She'll make her way into transition. And she'll get 145 kilometers into the bank on the bike before they go out again tomorrow for another 280 kilometers. All right, we're coming up to the 4-hour mark, ladies and gentlemen. That's 4 hours the athletes have been swimming for.
Oh, my God.
That's starting to get out there now. That's a long time.
We've got another returning athlete. Remember, we have 14 athletes out on course that have done this before. They've come back for more. We have, and we've also got athlete 69. Athlete 69 will make up the beach before athlete 340. So we got 69. That is Kelly Ridges. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Kelly's sixth Ultraman. 6 Ultraman. No one has done more. Kel, under the arch. You've done it 6 times, mate. There we go. 342. Gets it done. How do you not know which way to go?
Kelly's awesome.
All right, our next one, we got Steve. Steve, look. He'll come up under the arch, Steve. athlete 340. He too is a returning athlete. And big thanks to Jo for all her assistance, paddling and organising some crew. Great work, Steve. Is there a smile there, mate? There it is. Great job.
Kelly's-
343. We got Steve York. Great job, mate. Awesome work. Yeah.
So
people
Kelly's
get on
fun
the bike.
fact. Kelly's fun fact is that she did 20 plus years of international level rope skipping, the
God.
double Dutch.
Oh, really? Wow.
We've got our next athlete. That is Steve Garvey just standing up. That is athlete Trevor Garvey. Sorry, I apologise. Athlete 391.
Yeah.
Coming thick and fast now.
Is Tim going to ask for overtime on this? Doesn't get his 15-minute break?
Yeah, really.
All right, athlete 391. Trevor Garvey coming up. How do you feel, Trevor? Good. Thumbs are up. Crew's there. Team Trev looking good. They'll be with him every step of the way. That's what's so good about this event. Yeah, like I've said, it's an individual event, but everyone gets the job done. Couldn't do without him. 344.31. Trevor Garvey gets it done. Another one of our first timers. 27 first time athletes here this weekend.
So one of his support crew is his coach, Josh Duff, and he's completed a couple of 200-miler run events. So he definitely knows what it takes. Whereas Trevor himself is a race director and does a lot of the sprint and Olympic distances. So I feel like he'll get a bit of a difference than in a 3-day event.
Oh yeah, it's for a lot of the people, it's, you know, as you know, finish day 2 and the day's done. I've seen people finish the bike on day 2 and break down crying because they know they can get it done. They were terrified of the swim, and they get the bike done and they think, well, happy days, I can run. Whereas I'm the other way. I'm like, oh my God, I still got to do a freaking run.
That 280-kilometer distance in one day of cycling is very, very intimidating. It really is. It just, your mind, when you first look at those distances, it's like, wow, can I actually even just sit on the bike for that long? It's a long, and it's amazing on the day. I found it was just incredible because I probably had more interaction than what I normally would do in training because I had the support crew so the way that they bunny hop you around and you see them a lot. It's super fun.
Yeah. The 1999 when I did my second one, Ultraman Canada took a long time to kick off. Like 1993 was about 30, I suppose. Tom Price won. I crewed for him.
Okay,
I won the
another
next
first
year.
timer through
But
the
then
10
we did
kilometres.
7 people were in the race in
For the
1999.
first time, there'll be a big smile on his dial.
Oh,
I've
yeah.
got no doubt. Don't let me down now. There he is. There it is, Sarah. Great job, mate. 3 hours, 46:48. Great job. He'll get on the bike. He's from Hampton in Victoria. We met him in 2023 at the Harvey Bay 355, where he completed that in 18 hours, 15 minutes, and he stepped it up now for Ultraman. Athlete number 397. He too, his team captain is his wife, Kaylee, who he says is his number one supporter. I'll ask Kaylee that in 3 days.
The first 2 racings of Ultraman Canada were different distances to this. A bit like when New Zealand Ironman first started, it wasn't Ironman. It was different distances. In Penticton, they have a race called the Skahar Ultra Swim, and it's 11.8 kilometers long.
We're coming up to 4 hours. We're 3 hours 47 on the clock.
And so they used to do the Ultra Swim on the first day, and then a double Imperial Century on the second day on the bikes at 320 Ks, and then the double marathon on the third day. So yeah, we were confronted with a 320k bike on the second day in Canada. It was brutal.
Wow, that is that's amazing. I remember clicking over that 200-kilometer mark and celebrating that as I was going around. You get the good thing about this course is it's not too many laps. There are a few little outs and backs that you do repeat, but generally you have a beautiful going through all sorts of towns. I assume the bike commentators will talk about Kenilworth and all those wonderful things that happen. Again, the support crew is amazing when you have that. You can eat your way around the course.
It's interesting because, and we'll talk about it tomorrow. The last 60 kilometers of the course is surprisingly difficult. Even though you've done all the climb up to Kenilworth, that's all done. You've done the big downhill. But, when you go through Yandina and then make that left-hand turn to the Bly-Yandina road, thank me for that because, I put that in. Like I said, we were going to start that way. But I ride that in the middle of the night. Here, I do a lot of my training at night. And I've ridden through there recently and I've gone, why the hell did I put people through here? Because those, as you know, those hills are tough.
Those hills are tough.
Yeah,
definitely they are tough. Right toward, and they're dead road, and you just you're pretty tired. It starts to get a bit busy. It's an interesting. I always thought it would be quite interesting once you also got even onto David Low Way, but with all the traffic lights and that, for those that are pushing cut off, it definitely becomes a bit critical if you can get the traffic lights going your way.
Well, it's tough, and then you have to, because you've been on country roads, you can just concentrate a little bit on the road. And it happens to me every time I do it, is you drop down onto David Low Way and suddenly you're on smooth tarmac, fast roads, but the traffic, you have to wake up and say, geez, if I don't watch where I'm going, I'll get run over here in a minute.
It is
interesting,
isn't it? Yeah. That last 40k when you're fatigued and you're thinking about the end and you're tired, and then you've got to really refocus because you're pretty much in little city traffic.
It is. I mean, I moved here specifically for the cycling because of David Low Way. It's magnificent. 80Ks. I've got 40Ks either way. So from Twin Waters to Noosa is 80K round trip. Beautiful shoulder, immaculate roads. In the middle of the night, it's just me, the ambos, and the police. That's about it. It's just magnificent riding.
Hey guys, can we take
these guys that have been out
a look at these results?
We got some 4 hours.
We've got
sorry, lad.
Yeah, no, we've got some bike splits there coming through, and in addition to the swim time. So maybe we can just take a look at those for a moment.
Yeah, what have we got? Tim is really flying, isn't it? He's even worlds apart on that bike split.
Yeah.
That is so it's very hard in this first day to work out because like the swimming is so different for people to know, like some swimmers could be still in the water and they're gun bike riders. So you will see quite a big variety in the bike times as people come out and do that swim bike transition. So this will give us a good indication tomorrow as they start rolling through as to what they'll probably start doing just on the cycle world.
Oh, it looks like Tim's back on the mic. I'm going to switch back to that.
Yep.
Oh yeah, I was telling the story when you were away in 1999. The Ultraman. I came out of the water first. It was very rough. We actually had to change the entire swim. Couldn't swim the length of the lake. We had to just do a bunch of 1K loops for safety. And the guy that came out of the water
stand up.
was one of the top ultra cyclists in the world.
Because that does not exist out there at the moment.
And the swim destroyed him.
A mill pond out here off
he broke the record the following day, but
beautiful
the
part of the world, the Sunshine Coast.
Completely.
And we're lucky and privileged to be up here for our anniversary, our 10th race. We started way back in 2015, And here we continue 2025, the most number of entrants that any ultra triathlon's had in its existence in the first 10 years. And we continue to hope that is the case with all your support. We couldn't do it without the athletes. We couldn't do it without the crew. We definitely couldn't do with all our partners and sponsors. So a huge thank you to all those that are written on that finishing arch: Peppers, NOOSA Toyota, Four Pines Brewing Co., Cocoa Bay Resort, the Coolum Surf Club have been a huge help here this morning, getting this swim safe and sound. The J, where we have our briefing just around the corner at the junction here. Australia Triathlon for providing the TOs. The Hundy Festival, our sister race up in Harvey Bay. And then the 515 Ultra Podcast, for those that don't know, that this event is being streamed and broadcast live on YouTube, all 36 of the event on the 515 Ultra Podcast with Larry Ryan. And here we go. Now we just got an athlete who's probably a very special athlete for us here. We met him some time ago. And he raced in 1 year. All 6 of the world in 1 year. That is Shane, the Duffman Duffy. Done. It's from New South Wales, so we won't hold that against him. Fitzroy Falls. Completed last year's event in 30 hours on the dot. His crew will meet him at Water's Edge and help him up. He wanted to swim between 4 and 4.5 hours. He'll come in under 4. And he'll have a huge smile on his face.
He'll be, that's pretty quick, you know, for John. So he's pretty excited about that. Shane, I think, done the Ultraman.
On
levels.
the march up the beach. Ultraman, swim finish, gets the job done. There'll be a big smile on that dial. It's up 4 hours as well. Welcome home, Duffy, 3:55.32. Gets it done.
69 bib number. She paddled for Kelly.
Don't you? The transition is, you know, you come out, you finish the swim, you've got time for some cuddles, and then off you go. The good thing is about day one is that it is a very doable day one. You can finish, you know, most people finish that within that 12-hour time. Even if you're taking 5.5 hours in the swim, that 145 kilometer bike is very doable within that 12-hour time frame.
Yeah. The next day, if anything goes wrong, like one thing I always tell people when they do Ultraman and they're looking at, you know, they're just trying to finish, is I always tell them, don't race the cutoffs, because you've got no wiggle room. You know, if you say I can do like 25 kilometers an hour tomorrow, we'll get you 12 hours, but you can't. If I've missed the cutoff before. I always joke with people, I've come first, I've come last. Coming first is easier. And that was from a bad back. You know, I struggled. I was like 40 kilometers from the finish when the 12-hour mark hit. And they said to me, we'll let you finish, you know, we'll wait for it. I said, no, put me in a van, 12 hours is done. And I did that out of spite for my crew, because I said, look, I'll pull off in Princeton in Canada. You pass this one town, you go up a hill for 30 k's, turn around, come back down again. And they said, no, keep going. I said, look, I've won this damn thing twice. I don't care. And they said, no, go. And so out of spite, I said, well, fine, I'll ride for 12 hours and stop. And so that's what we did. And it was horrible. You know, when you're in suffering, 12 hours, it's like, that's why I can relate so much to these back of the packers, because the wheels fell off for me more than once. And I know what they're going through. It's awful. And that's why I joke, it's easier winning. It's way easier. The guys out the front that are going to be finishing, well, Tim, he'll finish within 2 hours from now, or 2.5 hours probably.
Yeah.
And his day's done. Happy days. The rest of them have just got out of the water. If you think about it,
he gets 2 good meals. He gets his lunch, he gets his dinner, he gets to keep off his feet for a long time. Whereas these guys have all that mental stress of coming in and wondering whether they will make time. That's where the support crews are really important, to keep them calm and focused and just keep on rocking and rolling. It is quite stressful being at the back of the group. But these guys have been amazing. 4 hours, and most of them are out of the water. That's incredible. Very fast swim today.
Yeah, I think the level of swimmers has improved a lot for these ultras. It's gone to the days where the busy period was 5 to 6 hours, which it used to be, because people weren't training for these ridiculous distances. But they are now. So it's a lot. It's a bit like the ultra runners. Like, everyone's doing ultra running now, and so it's what I go back to is, what's your normal? So days gone by, doing 6K sets in the pool was unheard of. 2Ks was it. But now people are doing these 5 and 6K sets, and they're doing them 4 times a week. So to be able to handle 10Ks quickly, 4 hours, is getting easier for everyone, as opposed to 20 years ago.
Yeah. Yep. I agree. Just still looks beautiful out there. Looks like even though the showers are coming in, it still looks very calm. Those longboarders, there must be some nice, beautiful, clear waves with those longboarders going past.
Yeah, really.
So round on the headland where the guys do that 2nd and 4th lap, there'd be a lot of board paddlers around there surfing those waves off the headland, probably loving it as all the swimmers and board paddlers go past.
Yeah.
So Jace has got him off mute again. I don't know, Larry, if you can be controller again. Oh, no,
there we
he's
go.
on it.
I wonder if it times out.
There we go.
Thank you.
Well done, Tim. Can we hear you?
How many we got left to go, Tim?
Yeah, we can't hear your microphone. That microphone was working so well, but
yeah, there's a few bugs in the system. It was bound to happen.
He's got to be announcer as well as tech expert, as well as athlete supporter, and he's got multiple jobs going on.
Yeah. What used to happen was that like, I've done it a couple of times with him, that I would stay in transition and do the announcing, and he'd be on the road doing the announcing. And then when he came back, I'd walk off and he'd finish up the day. It worked out really well. But they don't have the personnel for that at the moment.
Oh, we've got another athlete making their way to the shore. They'll stand up soon, just a tick over 4 hours. There we go, another lovely dismount from a paddler. Oh, no.
It's interesting, in the background, there's less and less people because all the crews have gone.
Here we go. We've got another athlete standing up, and then 1, 2 more coming in as well. We've got all our athletes in the last kilometre of our swim here this morning, last 1.5 kilometres of our swim here this morning. We've got athlete 381 that's just stood up, just coming up into the beach now. That is athlete Reese Byrne, one of our first timers. Brisbane from New South Wales.
Kanahooka, I don't know where that is. He's from
He
Kanahooka in
completed
New
in
South Wales.
Yeah, where the hell's
Ironman
that?
Australia last year for a time of just over 11 and a half hours. Completed Sydney Marathon, Ironman Australia, part of the Kiama Tri Club. If you've ever been through Kiama, I'm sorry. A beautiful part of the world. Here we go. We've got Reese. Just been met with his crew. They'll feed him, they'll drink him, and they'll clothe him, and they'll put him on a bike and get him going. Again, it's a family affair. It's got one of his crew is Jay Gaffey, who is a former champion here, female champion here. Jay Gaffey. Where's Jay gone? She was just here. Oh, she's already gone. So it's a family affair. Jay Gaffey, big contingent. Not forgetting that Johnny Demandle also from that neck of the woods, who'll be coming out, who is the visually impaired athlete, the world record holder. But before then, we've got Reese Byrne coming across the line in under 4:05, 4:04:32. Great job, Reese. Gets it done onto the bike. All right, we've got two more athletes heading our way. They'll stand up very shortly, and then we are down to the final handful. If you look over to the left, as you look out onto the ocean, you'll see they're all coming in, getting the job done. It is a big day, ladies and gentlemen. These athletes are going to be out there for up to 12 hours. If you do anything for 12 hours, you are tired, let alone rising. Here we go, 4:05 on the clock. They have 6 hours to complete today's swim leg. That's 10 kilometers in 6 hours. A lot of people work really hard to run 10 kilometers, let alone swim 10 kilometers. These guys have to swim 10 and then ride 145 kilometers this afternoon. Before they come in, they can relax for a few hours before tomorrow morning. We send them on a 280-kilometer bike ride. And then they finish them off on Monday with a double marathon that is 84.4 kilometers down to Twin Waters and back. They leave here, and then the most iconic finishing line of triathlon around the world. They run from the break wall on the northern side of the beach. They'll run down along the beach and finish coming up the arch. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We've got two athletes standing up side by side. Let's pit them in a race together that they don't know they're in. Right, we've got two athletes that just stood up. We'll find out who their race numbers are. Again, huge thanks to their paddlers. 4 hours on the canoe, making sure that the guys are safe and sound, hydrated and fed. Really important. Sets up the rest of their day, rest of their weekend.
Yeah, it's always tough if you're a paddler and a road crew as well. I think that's the toughest job of the whole weekend.
Yeah, I agree. As I said, like when I was a kayaker, I actually was quite numb in the legs because I'd just been sitting there for, I think in my case, I was 5.5 hours in the water with my athlete.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've got a returning athlete. We've got Adam Morty Mort, athlete number 111. He's the elder statesman of our field here this weekend. Did his first Ultraman in 2017, wanted to come back to be part of the 10 years. A firefighter, volunteer basis, but a farmer. Born in 1960, 64 years young. Let's bring him in. Adam Mort, 4:07:55. 65
good.
years old. Absolute 64. I'm sorry, I've already added one. All right, here we go. Here we go. On it. 396, athlete 396. He is a local from just down the road. They call him the Bearded Dragon. I don't know why. Daryl Kirko coming through. Great job, mate. Wanted to get the swim done between 4 and 4.5 hours. You nailed that brief. 4:08:43. He's through. Big smile on the dial. Just from down the road. He's from Caloundra.
So his published 50 words were so he's a type 2 diabetic, and he didn't want to take pills, so he started doing triathlon, and he wanted to show others that even a fat bastard and lazy person can turn their life around. So how it goes on the course.
Well, you know, if you hang out with the right people, I've said to a few people when I've been at races, and they say, "Oh, I couldn't do this, I couldn't do that, whatever," and I've said, you know, what makes you so special that thinks you can't? Because if you hang around at the tail end of an Ironman, they come in all shapes and sizes, you know, in the last 2 hours, and I've pointed to people. I said, "Why can't you do what she's doing? Why can't you do what he's doing? You know, come on." And so it does, like I was saying earlier, what becomes your normal. The race director for the original Ultraman Canada, he was also race director for Ironman Canada and a few other races in Penticton. He had one summer about maybe 15 years ago, had these 3 girls was his training squad he had. And much to his wife, Maria, used to just roll her eyes at him all the time because he had these 3 cute blonde girls he'd be taking out bike riding and running and stuff. And she could never understand what was going on, and I just laughed at him. But fast forward a few years, those 3 girls, one was a local physio. She then won Ultraman Canada, then went and won Ultraman Wales. And I'm like, Jesus, you know, good on you. Well, the second one, Sheena Miller, she was a wildlands firefighter. She ended up winning Ultraman Canada. And then the third one's Jen Annette, professional Ironman, held the world record for Ironman. She broke the Ironman Texas bike record. And these are 3 women who had no idea about triathlons. They just wanted to go out and get fit and have some fun. And all 3 of them achieved really high levels. And Jen just retired last year after winning the 5 Ultraman Canada and Ultraman Worlds. She's won, you know, I said set records in all the bike races and stuff. But yeah, and these were 3 girls who were just giggling around on training, you know, days.
Yeah, just not saying right.
Yeah. So, you know, I found that if you're around a bunch of people where all this stuff's normal, you'll excel.
Yep. So true. Yeah. Just makes you just have that niggle in your head, doesn't it? That just goes, well, maybe I can do this too if they can.
Yeah, yeah. It's interesting. So a lot of the top guys that I've hung out with over the years are the most humble. They just get out and do their job. You know, it's the kind of wannabe age groupers that you have the problems with, the you know, 10% age groupers. But you know, all the pro guys and girls, they just do their thing, you know, and most of them just love it.
And this family is amazing. So going back to Jay Gaffey, who is one of the support team members this year, and she won, I think, a couple of years ago. I reached out to her when I was thinking about doing the race. And again, this is where this race is slightly different. She had a medal that she, her support crew and for herself, we used part of what the event guide that we had from the dream team, and then a whole bunch of other stuff, which was just invaluable. She was more than happy to share it with me, to talk to me, and I was able to use that document to then really make sure that we were all on the same page for those 3 days. It's what I love about this race. It's not just in your head and go, oh, well, this is what we're going to do. It was just such a fantastic document, and she shared that freely, wanted me to achieve just as much as she achieved. And that's what I love about the family. It's not about withholding information and just seeing, you work it out yourself on the day. They are more than happy to give you tips, little quirky things that just make life, like one of the other athletes, Rosie Spicer, who I think is a world champion.
No, Rosie.
Yeah, so I know Rosie and Trout really well. She just said use Numbit on the bike and you will never look back. And I must say that's the best piece of advice that I've ever got from her. But, they're all just so willing to give that information to you, which is really nice. You just get a connection straight away as soon as you say that you're going to take on this race.
Yeah, it's amazing how many people are part of the community and how random it is. It can be, people you meet. I got my Laguna Phuket shirt on today, and a few years ago I've done that race, I don't know, 6 times maybe, and I got into the carbo load, and everything's 5-star there. The food's 5-star. It's magnificent. It's a great race to do, and I was in there by myself, and I sat at a table. I was the first one they have a big canopy tent. It's magnificent. And I've been talking to the executive chef from the Dusitani, who was putting up the meal on, and Whit Raymond, who's a race announcer. He's based in Japan, but does all these races in Asia, all the big races in Asia. And he came and sat down, and he's looking at me, and he said, "Is your name Nick Mallett?" And I said, "Yeah." And he goes, "You're that Ultraman guy." And I thought, how the hell do you know? And he goes, "I crewed in Hawaii." And I'm like, "What?" He goes, "I crewed in Hawaii. It's amazing." And started rambling on about his crew experience in Kona. It was amazing. And he said, "We're all in it together." And it was just one of these random things. And Whit and I have been friends ever since. And it's all because of the experience he had crewing for Ultraman.
And isn't that great that the athletes have an experience, but all the crews have an experience and they have a story to tell. Whereas instead of you just saying, "Yeah, I'm up here supporting so-and-so doing their Ironman," like this race, they all have their own stories as a support crew. And I have just as many fond memories as support as an athlete. And again, I think that's such a special part of what this is all about.
Yeah. I was lucky. My first crew was Tom Price, who used to race with Mike Pigg back in the day, and he'd won Ironman Canada twice in the 80s. And he rocked up. I met him on the Thursday night. My girlfriend and myself were in Penticton for Ironman, and a good friend of mine, Maury, we got roped into being Tom's crew. Never met him before. He drove up from Seattle, Redmond in Washington, to Penticton, and he had everything in the back of his truck, and he said, gave me a sheet of paper, and he said, "This is what I want you to do. Do not deviate. Do not get creative. Do not make your own decisions. This is what's going to happen." And he used Cytomax products, which was very popular in the US. You don't get it over here. But that weekend taught me everything I ever needed to know about doing Ultraman. From just this guy who took responsibility. He was so good at what he did, and he won by a lot. But yeah, it was all I ever needed to learn for the rest of my life in Ultramans. And that was, what's that, 32 years ago, 33 years ago. Yeah.
My first crewing experience was with Travis.
Oh, yeah.
Again, he was a very intense individual when it came to racing and learnt heaps. And then the next year I was with one of our that was close to cut off every day. So I've had extremes, and I loved each and every experience. It's all been very emotionally. It's quite exhausting for all involved, but it's so good. I don't know how many. We must only have a few athletes left. Yeah.
Well, let's take a look at the leaderboard.
Getting quite dehydrated out there with being in the salt water. So that's probably a good thing. Yeah. No heat going into those wetsuits and dehydrating them. So hopefully they'll be able to get out on that bike and just enjoy.
Perfect conditions. I mean, before is 23, 27 kilometers an hour, but dropping off later in the day. But, you know, that's nothing for those guys. It's fine. Especially that's why I blasted out so quick. Like, they're not seeing the wind where they are in Noosa. But if you go out the back there, I can guarantee you it'll be windy. So that's why he's blasted out to the turnaround so fast.
They've had that tailwind.
It's tailwind. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just looking up NOOSA now and seeing how that wind's actually playing out at the moment. Like, it's 20 degrees. There was supposed to be, a very, very strong southerly, but definitely not coming out. It's only at 5 kilometers an hour at the moment. That's it might be a little bit more, but they're definitely not seeing the wind that they were anticipating.
Yeah.
Hopefully it stays like that. Not bad, isn't it? It's the guys at the other end of the race that often cop those challenging conditions in that late afternoon.
Fine, or should be fine. We're going to get southeasterlies again, but
Status morning on and off. Hours 20 on the clock, and I think you'll see there's three swimmers heading towards us on the right. You'll see two swimmers next to the paddle. That is because it is our visually impaired athlete. It is John Demandel, athlete number 21. He actually competed and completed our very first race back in 2015. Not only did he just complete it, he is the world record holder for visually impaired athlete completing the ultra triathlon distance. So any race over the 515 kilometer distance, John is the fastest person in history to complete it. 33 athletes the swim, so 32 finished. We pulled one from the course, unfortunately, for safety reasons, and we have 8 left on course. So they'll enjoy this little sprinkle as they come in, get that salt water off them, and they'll jump on the bike, remembering they have 6 hours to complete the course today. We are 4 hours 20 in. It looks like we're going to get everyone in under that time, and one of the fastest swimming years we've had here at Ultraman Australia. We've got 2 athletes, one on the right and one on the left, coming in to complete their 10-kilometre swim, 10-kilometre ocean water swim to kick off Ultraman Australia. They've got a 145-kilometre bike ride to do this afternoon, and then 280 kilometres to complete tomorrow before they park the bike and finish on Monday with an 84.4-kilometre double marathon.
Well, it's good that John's got through the swim. He's a world aquathon champion as well. I think he won at ITU Worlds in Penticton in 2017.
Yeah, wow. And, you know, the good thing, like, hopefully that swimmer that got pulled out of the water for safety reasons, it was purely, well, maybe it was just because the strength of his swimming. And hopefully that's all it was, and they pulled him out. And the good thing about this race is he can start day 2. I know he doesn't complete the event, but if you don't finish one of the days for whatever reason, and as long as medically you're fine and ready to rock, you can start that next day, even those that don't make cutoff, which I think is a really nice, it's a really kind way to celebrate people that have trained a day.
Yeah, and it's good you even get it to stand up and do your little speech at the awards and get your participant trophy, which is I've got a couple of those, and I think it's a good deal.
How many of those do you have, Nick?
Like I haven't. But I did have 2 bikes. I did have another bike ready to go just in case, because, you know, you put in so many hours of training and you want everything to go right for you on those days. And sometimes things just don't for whatever reason. Hopefully that person that was pulled from the water, hopefully was just maybe anxiety or some other more minor medical issue.
Johnny
that
Demandel is
Oh,
tethered to his swimmer, so the challenge of trying to pick up a wave, when to stand up, His guide will make sure, let him know that a wave, because that's going to happen. Incredibly difficult to do. And Johnny's been doing it for years and years and years. It's true inspiration to anyone out there. No excuses for Johnny. And he'll get it done. And on the left, as we look at it, on the left. So here we go, 4 hours, 23 minutes. That's a very good swim for JD. He'll come up.
That's, just such an incredible to be able to swim with John and then also look out for the kayak. There's a lot going on there for that team, and just amazing. They must be super teamwork people that are just supercharged.
Not only do we have
he's been doing it so
Johnny
long
D
too,
coming out of the water,
train.
we've also got one of our
new
Indian
guides
athletes, Praveen
must be hard.
Agarwal, who stands up and looks good too. Jogging up, you meet his crew there right on the water. I think he's happy to be out of the water. Up he comes.
Bit of surfboard action happening. It must be a good wave out there on that headland.
Yeah, really. Yeah.
Here we go. 4 hours, 24 minutes on the clock. Johnny D gets a swim done.
Of course, those of us who've been around long enough remember Ched Towns.
And right behind him,
was
Praveen,
like the original line guy.
Get the swim done. 4 hours, 24:45. Praveen is one of our new athletes. Gets the job done. Big smile on the dial. Glad to be out of the water. So we'll welcome Praveen Agarwal through in 4:24:57, and then in 4:25 we've got our visually impaired athlete, an all-round legend of a blade. We've got John Demandall. Gets the job done. Great job, Johnny N2. His guide and the paddler. Great job.
Yeah, always good to see him get out of the water.
So great. So Pravan's actually done 40 full distance Ironman and has decided to step it up.
And Ben, how was that?
Oh, wow.
Guiding the swim. Great job, mate. Awesome work. He said it was really good fun. Great job, Benny. Have a rest now, mate. Now you've just got to get out and crew. So John will be on a tandem bike. He'll have a guide out there on the bike as well. And that's challenging, especially in conditions like this. So great all-round effort from not only Ben, but Ben's crew as well. We've got Praveen. It's a first-timer from India out on course, 4 hours, 25:57. And now we've got another athlete coming in, just in behind that first set of waves. You'll see him just waiting to get one. There we go. Get it. Misses out on that one. He'll wait for another one.
Oh, we'll all be done fairly shortly.
Yeah.
One of the coolest things I've seen in at Ultraman Australia was at the awards. Must have been 2018, I suppose.
Still under 4.5 hours on the clock.
There was a bunch of Indian athletes and a Pakistani athlete. But they put all their issues aside that they have to deal with back at home, and all got up on stage together with the Indian and the Pakistani flag, and arms around each other in camaraderie for being Ultraman. It was awesome.
That's great.
Yeah.
I think Burnett's down on doing something on the mat there. Going down to the beach.
Welcome back, Bennett.
Here we go. We've got the Mayor of Launceston. We've got Matty Wheatley coming up. Matt is 4-time Ultraman finisher. And here we go. He's back for some more from the Wheatley family. Peter's done any number of them. Peter's a 3-time. We saw Matty's younger brother earlier. He's out on the bike. He's been out on the bike for about 45 minutes. So you've got some work to do to be the fastest in the family, Matty. Here he is out of the water. He's got his family, which seems to be ever extending, crewing for him this weekend. He'll make his way up the beach. Apparently they have, I've heard that their crew has 17 different costumes for today. So I shudder to
That's
think how their excess baggage is coming up from Tasmania.
Well, they look like they're beacon right now.
He's getting some hydration in.
From the Muppets.
They were the jellyfish this morning. I think they're all glowing.
Oh, they were the jelly. Yes, with the lights. I did see those jellyfish.
Got his.
And they now do look like
He's got
a bit
his
of
film
science.
crew next to him, making him look good. Make sure you put the attractive filter on. He'll need all the help he can get. Here we go. 4 hours, 28 minutes. Get under. For the 5th time, we welcome Matty Wheatley to the swim finish. Right next to his daughter, Ava. And away they go. He'll get on the bike. Job's half done today, but he looks good. There we go. That leaves us with a handful of athletes to go out on course. We'll be here. We'll make sure we get them all across the line.
I'd like to know how close Tim is now to finishing.
Has to be. It has to be close, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, they're 4 and a
what
bit
are they
hours
gonna
in.
be?
So he'll be 2 hours out.
4, so 6, probably. Yeah, so we're probably an hour and a half away from seeing him finish, possibly. I have noticed the timer has stopped in our live feed up in the left-hand corner. I think we're actually at 4.5 hours.
All right.
I think I just noticed Tim said that. Oh, there we go. Oh, yep. So we're at 4.5 hours right now. Thanks, Bernat. Doing an incredible job doing this live feed. I'm feeling like I'm there. You're doing an amazing job with the cameras. Well done.
Yeah, it's kind of it's worked out well.
In a time 4 hours 26 minutes in total, so that includes his swim, and then 73 kilometers on the bike. So he is currently in the lead. He's gone through half of the bike which is 73 kilometers. So he is turning around. He has 73 kilometers to get back to home, and he's done that in 4 hours and 26 minutes and 47 seconds, which puts him neck and neck with the day one record, which is currently held by our world record holder, and that is Simon Cochran. So we'll just make sure we'll crunch some numbers. We've got Simon just in the back here. He's nervous. That is record. It's under the pump. You look nervous. Are you nervous, mate?
We'll see.
That comes from a man. That's words from a man that knows what it's like to be out there.
Yeah, I'm still dumbfounded at his ability to do what he did. Yeah, they like to I always remind them they like to forget about Peter Vabrusic's time at his Czech race. So he's the pro triathlete who's done a gazillion
6 hours, 24 minutes and 10 seconds. 6 hours, 24 minutes and 10 seconds. Got 4.5 hours on the clock at the moment. So about 2 hours from now, Simon was coming across the finish line. So that's what Timmy Belstead is chasing.
So that's interesting. You know, he's got 2 hours-ish to do 73 kilometers. So definitely not out of the realms of possibility with
I think he'll do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he'll come back, no problem. 70 Ks, he'll close to 40 kilometers an hour. He'll be able to do that.
And he's done all those hills out the back now, so it really is just a bit of a nice time trialing position just to come back into town as he's heading home.
Well, that all the way, the last 27 Ks in from Kuroi is beautiful road. And then obviously it's the NOOSA Tri course, and so so it's fast. You just have to slow down a little bit. A guy like him who can bike handle and all that stuff, so he'll be slowed down a little bit with the track.
Yeah, and there's not too many hills with big corners down, going into sweeping bends or anything on that way home. So it definitely will be fast and furious if he's got his game on. Hopefully he's just making sure he keeps on looking after yourself. I suppose there is a danger when you're going that quick that you hopefully his crew, and I'm sure they are, just making sure that he's getting that nutrition in for day 2 and day 3, and ultimately day 3.
It's tough. That's was what impressed me even more about Richard Thompson's bike times here and Simon's, because people overseas or people who've never seen this course don't realise how much suburban traffic you have to wind your way through. And going through Tewantin and Noosaville, even though it's only 10 kilometres, it slows you down a lot. And you have to be really wary of people pulling in and out. Tourists drive; they're not looking in front of them; they're looking at the scenery. So yeah,
it's probably worked out well that it's been so rainy in some ways, really, because those Saturday morning breakfasts that they would have all along that drive probably wasn't as busy as what it could be.
Yeah. So we'll see what happens tomorrow, Mother's Day. Everyone goes out for Mum. So it's luckily tomorrow morning they ride out before it gets busy.
Yes. So look at those bike splits. He's definitely got a big lead, Tim, on anyone else in that field.
Yeah.
Hey Mel, thanks for the tip. I will reset the timer. I'm gonna need a shot of what the time is, though. Yeah, take a look at those. Take a look at these bike splits that are going up here.
It will be interesting tomorrow, just looking at those splits. There's, it should be a nice competitive field. They're not that different from one another, so there will be big groups. I think that they must be passing each other quite a lot when you have a look at those times.
Yeah.
So that's good. It won't feel lonely out there. Mainly because the swim, like 4.5 hours to have pretty much the whole field in. That's amazing.
Yeah, hopefully we'll get them all under 5 hours. That'd be nice.
Yeah, unbelievable. It just gives them that they're not chasing that. They won't be chasing that 12-hour time frame on day 1, which will just keep them nice and relaxed and getting ready and fuel ready for day 2.
Well,
so there's 5 women. So I always get sad that there's not as many, given that, I'd like to see more women racing, and we just can't quite get that critical mass happening in the Ultraman world. Don't know why.
But in Ironman as well. Same thing. Like I know you guys. So we went through crunch the numbers. We're on Slow Twitch, and Feisty Media are carrying on about qualifying spots for Hawaii at the moment. And
right, yeah.
But I went through the numbers for your race last week, and it was finishes. There was only 9 more guys finished the 70.3. So you had 800 and whatever it was male finishes and 860 in the 70.3. So it's 9 more. But in the women, but in the women's, you had 124 finishes in the Ironman and 302 in the 70.3. So I maintain that that like here in Australia specifically, we get a lot of women love doing sprints, Olympic distance, and max out at 70.3s.
But it's interesting because in the trail run world, it's a lot higher participation in even those big endurance events.
Yeah.
You don't know why, mate. Yeah. It'd be interesting to know why, because I think there's only 5 women. I think we only had half a dozen women when we raced this as well.
It's always been low with the women. The one year in Canada, actually, the first I think 4 people out of the water were all women, which was unusual. But so it's a thing, and I don't know why. I think it's quite possibly women have got like better things to do with their time. Like I just don't see.
Maybe in our watch party, we get commentary about that. Like it is really interesting. I was in the fortunate position last year where I was actually in the lead for a lap, or a little bit more than that actually, during the swim, which was actually, it was lovely to be. I couldn't quite believe that I was in the lead. But a lot of these guys, you know, the swim they have to endure to then get out and do the things that they love, which is either biking or running. A lot of people do just have to get through the swim.
Yeah.
I, on the other hand, am in my happy place out there. So in my happy place everywhere, I do like all three disciplines. They all bring different aspects and different hurt box and different challenges, which is, I think, why triathlon's such a wonderful sport to be in.
Yeah, it's here in Australia, it's a little bit different. I know we've got people following from overseas, but it's a different mindset as
each
well.
of those numbers is unique. So you get your race number, and that is your race number for life. So you can come back and continue to use that race number. In fact, we've had 14 returning athletes here today. We've had John Demandel, Christo Jacoby, Kelly Ridges, Matty Wheatley, Adam Mort, Kirsty Sheehan, Shane Duffy, Boris Backerline, Craig Jackson, Steve York, Ian Blatchford, Paul Giddings. And here we go. Speaking of one of those returning athletes, just standing up now, coming in to finish, is athlete number 54, Christo Jacoby, who not only has competed here before in 2016 and 2017, he's also been on the dream team, if you will, the team crew. He has been our TO for a number of years. And here he is getting the job done once again.
That's awesome. He's out there again. I remember him as our TO for many years, both as a support crew and as an athlete. So it's fantastic to see that he's becoming an athlete this year.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, practicing what he's preaching. For those watching who don't know what a TO is, it's a technical officer. So he works for Triathlon Australia and enforces all the rules.
Particularly on that day too, when you're not allowed to be drafting. This is a draft-free race as well, just like many other triathlons around. So just because it's over a longer distance, they still do not want athletes to be drafting. So that first 40, 50 kilometers on day two, where we do go out in the group ride, another very, very special way and very unique part of how we start the race on day two as a group, and then we split up. And his job is to go back and forward along there and try to make sure.
And remembering that Timmy Belstead has gone through the 73 kilometre mark and he's on his way back into town to finish day one. And we've got Christo coming in to finish his swim. Great job. Well under 5 hours. He knows he's got to come up under the arch. It's great to look out here. Here he goes on the trot. Christo, all the way from Air Queensland via South Africa. Christo Jacoby, 4:41:07. Great job, Christo. Awesome.
Oh, there we go. Larry's
glad to be out of the drink.
4:41:07
Look at the power behind him. He'll get on that bike and he'll go. And thanks to his paddler. Great job out there. Big day, 4:40 on the paddle.
Yeah, really.
Maybe if Bernat goes and has a look at the live stream again on that clock, so we can get the time all lined up again.
Yeah. That's
Bernat is.
Isn't it? Wouldn't it be amazing? You know, you're heading out and you're heading out in that first 20, 30K, and you'll probably see Tim coming back. and you have a whole lot of road between you and Tim.
Yeah, well, as it turns out,
performance these days just, I'm dumbfounded that they can go that fast for that long. To be honest, it just amazes me.
Yeah.
And then back up tomorrow, and then be able to do a really amazing run as well.
It's incredible.
Again, it just reminds me when I just start to think, oh, it's all too hard. I'm like, it's not that hard. Let's just get that training done. Let's be consistent, and your body is amazing what it can achieve.
Yeah.
We do have Banat heading out onto the bike course now. We've solved his camera problem, and so he's going to get out there probably to Kinkin and get us some action out on the bike course.
Oh, cool. Be good to see what the weather's like going on out there.
Yeah, I saw
the lady support crew, lots of energy.
If Jeff is watching the live stream there under the tent, we do have an American here who wants to come over next year. She's already hooked. That's Empower Yoga New Jersey is Carrie Mandel, the big Shane Duffy fan. And Shane Duffy is the big Carrie Mandel fan, so that fits.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, we're getting a little Banat in the. Let's go to Banat. We got him in the transition. It looks like.
Is that Christo?
Is Banat on?
Okay. Start 3/4 of the swim. There we go. It got a bit bumpy at the end.
Yeah.
Nope. You're on active, so I'm going to mute you guys.
You know,
They got any questions for him?
right if it gets funky at the end. Stop it.
Yes.
Let me dump it off. Oh, you're empty on the yes. This thing. Always good to have spare bottle. Go into have a spare bottle. And then I want it. Yeah.
So you can see John not really getting into any of the gels or any of that other just sugar-fueled carb. He is getting some good, nice quality carbohydrates and real food down.
Yeah, but put it a little bit just behind the cup.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've lost that again.
Rowdy, I didn't know you had one of your mates here. One of the cupcake crew.
There's two in this race.
Is there?
Christo and Craig. Craig Jackson. Erica, cupcake.
Yeah, right. Everywhere. Cupcake.
You can see that he's protecting his head from sunburn going through helmets. It's a thing that's very much an issue, and also probably just to help with the sweat not coming down over his face and annoying him.
The only way I can see Banat's camera right now is on active speaker, so let's just allow Banat to follow the action
Yes.
here. Banat, can you speak, please? Thank you.
Yeah, I got fired up the back today.
Coming down on the back of your legs. I don't know. We saw pictures of you hanging off a boat, looking like you're
Ready to rock? Yeah. You go 140 now, mate.
Sorry.
140 now.
40.
Easy.
Sprinter. Nice Saturday long ride.
Yeah, I guess so.
Just a little wet.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, see these guys getting on the bike after being in the water for 4 hours. The guy that has done a bunch of Ultramans in the 90s. Sergio Cordeiro is a Brazilian triathlete, came second to me in 99 in Canada. He's now 70, and he's currently on the bike of the Deca Ironman in Brazil. So he swam 38 kilometers, and now he's got to do the 1800 Ks going around and around, and then run 10 marathons. But yeah, he's 70 years old. It's crazy. A couple of years ago, he won the quintuple Ironman in the Brazilian Ultra Tri Festival at the age of 68.
Amazing.
Oh,
So you
yeah.
saw what John was doing there. He was just taking, I think, some Listerine just to clear out his mouth from being, 4 hours of salt water. So he just took 2 or 3 gargles of that, and just to make sure his mouth was nice and fresh. And it is a thing, because you've got to take so much carbohydrates and food in. You can get sick of having food. You can have sick of the taste. He's just it's almost like he's cleansing his palate, ready to take on the food for the bike.
Oh, looks like he's getting on the bike. But Nat, can you speak for us?
Yeah, John, it's about to jump into the bike. And off he goes, and I'll try to catch him.
That's crazy.
Speak again, Banat.
Everybody's good up for him. Let's go. And off he goes. Amazing effort. Go, Tim! You! And off he goes in the world.
How many bikes left in the compound, Banat?
3. I see 4 bikes here racked up. That doesn't mean that there are only 4 out there, because they could be setting up more bikes. But yeah, that might be it. Yeah.
I have a video here from John that he sent in ahead of time to talk about his tandem bike. So I'm just going to play that for everybody watching right now, and that'll give our commentators a chance to step away for a second as well.
Hi, this is John. I want to introduce you to my tandem bike. I'll be
Maybe
riding
not.
in the 2025 Ultraman Australia. It's healthy, custom, full carbon tandem. Large. I have Shimano or Di2 running.
So we'll get him to go in. Yeah, it's under
So we figured if that's all of them.
Yeah, you wonder. They seem to be up and about and moving around.
Is that enough?
Yeah.
They're still staring into the ocean. So these 2 ladies here. So maybe there's a couple still out there.
All inside 5 hours. That gives them, 7 hours to do 140 kilometers, which is plenty of time to have
heaps of time.
Wonderful movement. Jason's there. He might be able to tell us how many more are left out there on course.
Hi, Tim.
Hi, Banat.
How are you guys? Okay, so I just had a quick update from Tim. 3 people still out there. They are on the way, and they'll be coming soon. But
Good.
I'll be heading off to the road to see how the athletes actually ride. Yeah, I'll connect from there, if that's okay with you.
Excellent. Thanks, Banat.
All right, I'll get a coffee then first.
Priorities.
Priorities, yeah. I got change, I got wet. But yeah, coffee will fix me.
It's been wonderful coverage so far. So well done.
I don't know about that. We had some technical issues. I had to swap phones 2 times, but yeah, finally we are here. So yeah, no, I'll be heading to the road in 5 or so, and let's see what's happening out there.
Great. We'll see you out on the road.
Yep. See you soon.
Yeah. Larry's trying to do with this 36-hour marathon coverage is to see if it's actually viable, you know, even though it's very dodgy and it's kind of, dropping out a lot, but we've spent, nothing on it. There's no money, invested heavily. Larry's done a fair bit of work in the background back in Vancouver, but given the little preparation we have and the little tech we're using, it's actually going pretty good, and it's not too far removed from being able to do it on course and cover the whole damn race.
I agree. I think it's Larry's done a wonderful job putting it all together in the team. You do feel like I do feel like I got a sense of what's going on up there, which is wonderful.
Yeah.
But that's a lot more than what we had with our Facebook updates. It'd be great for people like crews to definitely throw some videos our way, because that would be amazing to see what their experience is, because I know each crew will be having a different experience out there, and it'd be great to show people what is happening. But I also do know that they are probably trying very hard to avoid traffic, look after their athletes, make sure that the athletes are getting their nutrition in. So there is a lot going on for those crews as well.
Oh, plus day one, they're just trying to get things worked out, Day two, they'll be a lot more relaxed. It's a lot more mellow. And then I always say day 3 is the fun day for the crew, because the whole pace slows down clearly because you're running and walking.
Yes.
So day 3, I think we'll get a lot of feedback from the crews, which would be great.
And they'll be able to sit there and start reflecting on the time. And it is very true. It just does become you can become more party like in the cruise, can't you? Whereas, when you're swimming, you just want athletes to get out of that water safely and not be sick. And then on that first day of that bike, it is, and even the second day, because of traffic, and crews need to be fed and looked after. And there is they'll probably talk about this tomorrow, where crews get lost or have crashes or need to go and get fed, and then they're trying to find their athlete. And it's again a very much of a family affair, that if you can't get your crew, you ask someone else, and they're on the phones, and everyone has everyone's phone numbers, and you just talk and get those athletes moving.
Well, we briefly touched on weird stuff that happened.
This is John. I want to introduce you to my tandem bike. I'll be riding in the 2025 Ultraman Australia. It's a Calfee custom full carbon tandem, large. I have Shimano Di2 running gear on it. I run TRP disc brakes. The cockpit is mainly profile and Bontrager. It's fully customised for myself and my pilot. Greg from TWE done me up some sweet wheels. They're a full carbon 80mm deep V, 25mm wide, and I run Chris King hubs. They purr pretty good when you're going about 90k an hour down the hill. This bike is it's got a lot of sentimental value to me. I've had it for over 10 years now. It's taken me around the world and with some incredible results. It's the first tandem in the world to do an Ultraman. It's done every Ironman in Australia in the 21st century, and it's also taken a mate of mine, Paul, and I to the fastest Ironman in the world. We were the first team to break 11 hours. In 2016 in Busselton, WA, we did a 10:53 Ironman on this bad boy. So it's got a lot of history. It's done 3 World Multi-Sport Championship long courses. It's done a para-triathlon in 2013 in London. And yeah, it's pretty cool. It's cobalt blue translucent, fading to white. And they tell me it looks pretty good when the sun shines on it. So I'm looking forward to the riding this with my mate Dan. He's going to be piloting this weekend. He's going to be up front. He's done some pretty amazing things with me on the tandem as well. And really looking forward to getting now on course on this bad boy in Ultraman 2025.
There you go. He's a hell of a guy.
He is. Look at that. He's looking after us even when, you know, he can't see those colours on the bike, but he knows that it looks bloody good to people that can see. Just amazing.
We didn't have anybody slip by there,
Oh,
did we?
Surf
While we
Club's
were
filling
off?
up out the back there. We'll get the crowds in now. Lunchtime.
Yeah, it must be.
Okay.
They're definitely all starting to pack up. So I don't know how far those other 3 athletes are. Hopefully they're coming through.
So they didn't have to shift in previous. I guess they're moving to the park now for the finish. Because they got kicked out of the car park.
Yes. Yeah, so now we finish in the park, which is quite nice finishing in the park. We finished in the park last year and there's lots of space. So once you get off the bike, you've got lots of room to talk to your support crew and get you pretty much as soon as you're off your bike, you're starting that recovery process. So it can all be done super quick. So you're ready to go for day number 2.
Yeah.
I think maybe is Tim talking now on the microphone? I can't quite see.
No, I don't think so.
Must be getting a bit colder out there because he's got his jumper. He put his jumper back on.
I know a lot of the athletes that come from the warmer countries have suffered. My friend Kanan Murgasan from Malaysia, I kept telling him, it'd be cold for you to come here. They all think the whole of Australia is hot.
Yeah. So I think they are definitely moving themselves and positioning themselves because really I suppose they potentially only have another hour before they start to see the winner come through.
Yeah, absolutely.
Another hour. So yeah, 12:30, 1 o'clock, he'll be done. Unbelievable.
Oh, it's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah. Massage therapists all there waiting. That's another great thing about this race is that you get a proper full massage when you complete this race. It's wonderful.
Yeah.
Each day.
Yeah. It's Tony. Tony, for everyone who's watching, is the owner. It's the guy on the right there, and I tease him all the time because I say he's the best value for money racer in the world. Because when he went and did Hawaii, he's done Canada, and he went and did Hawaii, and I think his fastest of the 3 legs was like 11:40 something. It was 11:40, 11:40, 11:40.
Wow.
And he was just like, I just want to get it done. I don't care. But yeah, it was all very like.
Is it Dave? Is that who the athlete that always likes to just make cutoff? I know. I don't think he's here today.
Dave Carroll.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Is he
he's the other.
today?
No, he's the other one that this is Kelly's number 6, and I think Dave's done 6 as well.
Yeah, right.
But yeah, Dave, the Air Force guy.
Yes.
He's won the military division every year. He's done it. But yeah, we figured that Dave dawdles along so he can get all the glory for being the last one across the line.
I do wonder. I think there is an active strategy going on with Dave about making sure that he is the last athlete out there on course.
Yeah. Well, you know, there's something to be said for it.
Yeah. I don't think I would trust myself because I'd just be like, maybe just that 1 kilometer down the road, I might blow up. There's a lot of faith in your ability and just to keep moving to make sure that you get within that cutoff time.
Yeah.
Because I think he used to get off his bike and chat.
Guys, I'm just going to jump in here for
absolutely.
a
I've
second.
seen him do it.
Many ways to be racing. And then you got Tim at the front, like going, I don't know, 45 Ks an hour, whatever he's averaging at the moment.
Yeah.
Hey, guys, I'm just going to...
That's what's the great thing about the race. You can really choose your own adventure, really, even within the race.
Are you guys hearing me?
Well, I got to tell you,
Nick?
I am now, but you're very quiet.
Oh, okay. I've had that. Okay. Is that better? Am I...
That's better.
Okay.
That's much better.
Okay. Because I've been talking and it's like, you guys are just ignoring me. Okay.
I could vaguely hear you and I was like, maybe I'm just being old and deaf.
Okay. Yeah.
And then, I have been missing your voice.
Yeah. Okay, good. So since we got a little bit of time here, I think before the next person comes in, I do want to catch up on a couple of things. And one of those things is for people that have never been to this event, to check out what happens the day before. So Banat was out yesterday for us and put together a bunch of clips that I've put together as a little race brief video. So people that have never been can see, about the little Aussie breakfast, about how the center is set up for the briefing. And we'll just run that video so people that are from outside of Australia will have a look at it.
Excellent.
This video is for him. Yeah.
Larry Ryan.
Go up at the start line for the beach as well for the swim, so back and forth.
Okay, so you're moving it every day?
Yes, yeah.
It's going on camera, mate. What are we doing, Tim?
Heaps of fun stuff. We're here
Are
at
we?
race briefing.
Race
Breakfast.
briefing.
Look
Breakfast.
at it. Look at it all. Look at them
What,
all.
hold on.
Over the next 3 days here in NOOSA. So they got lots of questions. We need to go over maps. We just have a great morning every year together and building with the feeling that is the tribe that races at UN Australia.
This is quite often a time where I say, for those of you that don't know who I am, but you all do. My name is Tim Franklin. I will be your MC and race on-course commentator across the weekend. If you see me doing any heavy lifting, please come and help me because something's gone wrong. Take a photo, but let's make some noise for our athletes in 2020.
Mahesh at 371. I did tell a story about Vish. It was the wrong person. It was Mahesh who had a visa snafu last year, couldn't get through. But here he is. That's perseverance. That's execution. He's one of the loveliest blokes you'll ever meet. He's going to make his way up. He's got to come through the swim arch. Strong bike runner. Just had to work through the swim. He gets it done. He's going to come in. He's got to make sure his crew gets him through the arch. Mahesh, pleasure. Look at that big smile on the dial. 5:07 and some change. Gets it done. Now he's off to ride his bike. Great job, mate. Plenty of time. Easy. Great work, fella.
What was the time there?
Support crew. There's his family. What a place to have a holiday and come and work.
Yeah, I wasn't quite listening.
Sunshine
Maybe,
Coast. Here we go. We've got one
that's the
athlete
wrong
out
time,
on the
that.
swim
Right
course.
there.
Every other athlete is on the bike course.
Maybe if Tim's
And
listening,
this
he
morning,
could,
at the age of 28, we had Timmy Belstead from Tasmania swim a 2:14.49 to break the swim course record. One of the fastest swims in Ultraman history of anywhere in the globe. A 2:14.49 got the job done. And then now one athlete, and then we're all on the bike course. Remembering our finishing shoot will be over at the Lions Park, just over the back, just in behind us here at Hastings Street.
So, Tim, if you are listening, what time are we at the moment? What time's on the clock?
I don't
Just looking at the time on the clock.
think he has.
No, he doesn't have like us talking.
He doesn't have us talking.
Oh, looks like we might be right, maybe.
Yeah,
Probably
they're
is
backing up.
right.
No, it definitely paused again.
5:05.
So it looks like we've got one athlete left to go.
Oh, and they're gone.
Yeah, they're relocating.
Hi, this is John. I want to introduce
So they're off. They're probably walking about I don't know 400 meters to get to where the finish line is from where the swim start is now. So it's a very tiny little car space up near the NOOSA Surf Club. So they're now moving down to the more bigger break. Oh, Bernat's here maybe.
Hey, Bernat. What's he up to?
Hey, what's up? I'm driving up the road. So the team is packing now. Indeed, they are moving to get all the athletes on their way back from the bike. And yeah, all the athletes are already out of the water. And that's the latest update that I can give you.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
You hear me?
Yes, that was great. Thank you. All right. Well, I'm going to take this opportunity then to show a couple more of the athlete videos. Earlier on in the day, we were highlighting some of the athletes with their introductory videos, but we have a couple of athletes who did just a little bit more than your regular introduction. So I'm going to play these ones for you now.
Hello, my name's Leanne and I'm 48 years old and I'm doing my first Ultraman. I live in Marcus Beach and the run course goes straight past my front door, so that's how I learned about the Ultraman, seeing it firsthand the last 10 years or so. The reason why I'm doing this event is because
Mom, I want to go to the toilet, but the window's open and I can't close it by myself. No! This shoe's so tight and this shoe's so loose. I can't do it by myself. You have to help me. Mom, I can't find my pajamas and my towel isn't toweling. Mom, I need to find my shoes. I can't get
I've got to go to the toilet.
See you at the Ultraman.
From the heart of Karnataka, from the streets of Dharwad, comes a story of endurance, discipline, and dreams. I'm Sadanand Amarapur from Dharwad, India, and my journey began not with a finish line, but with a decision to be more than ordinary. Swimming taught me patience. Cycling taught me balance. Running taught me resilience. Together, they gave me purpose. There were days I felt broken, tired, even defeated, but I kept going, not because it was easy, but because giving up was never an option. Every kilometer I've trained, every sunrise I've chased has brought me here, to Ultraman, Australia. 3 days, 10 kilometers of open water, 421 kilometers of cycling, 84 kilometers of running. This is no ordinary race. I'm not here just to finish. I'm here to inspire, to represent Dharwad, Karnataka, and every dreamer back home in India. Sadanand Amarapur, the spirit of India, the heart of Ultraman.
So there's a couple of the ones that people spent a little more time on than just answering the regular questions. Yeah, I was happy to receive those ones.
They're fantastic, and they just they encapsulate everything that happens when we're training for an Ironman.
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I do have another set of athlete videos, kind of the regular ones now, and I'm going to play through some of those so people that are watching will get the rest of the people that have sent in some of their preview interviews for introductions.
Oh. My name is Paul. This is my why. I actually don't know what my why is. It's taken me a long time to think about this one. I did the race. I did the event last year. That was my first. I thought it would be my last. I promised it would be my last. And here I am doing it again. This time I've been fortunate enough to do some training with two lovely people, Leanne and Kathy, which has really helped. So I think part of this journey is actually doing it with other people and having fun. And I'll be having fun like I did last year. My crew had a great time, which is mostly the reason I'm coming back, because they said they'd do it again. I thought I'd take advantage of that. But I'll release them after this one. I do promise. Anyway, look forward to seeing you all out there. Bye-bye.
Hi everyone, Vishesh from India. I'm racing Ultraman Australia 2025. So right now I'm at the location where I started my triathlon journey. At that time I was not even sure whether I would be able to do even a half Ironman distance in my life. But the great thing is you never know about life. You just have to take some steps towards your dreams. So I've done Ultraman Australia 2024. And I'm coming to NOOSA again this year for doing Ultraman Australia 2025. Ultraman Australia has taught me valuable lessons in my life. It has taught me the gratitude and all about the hard work you have to put for doing such big events like Ultraman and Ironman. So Ultraman journey will be giving you a lot of memories which will stay with you for lifetime. So I'm doing this event again to catch up with everyone from Dream Team and to meet all my friends in Australia and my crew members. If things would be getting difficult every day, definitely I would be looking forward so that I can give my best on next day and for the upcoming days after that. If things would be tougher, definitely I would curse myself why I am doing this event again after facing all the tortures from last year and facing all the challenges from the last year. But definitely those learnings would be handy this year as well. And I would recommend all participants to enjoy the journey because memories would be staying lifetime for this event. And definitely I would be keeping all the efforts and hard work of my parents and family for this event, because doing this event twice will create many memories for me as well. So all the best to participants, and kudos to all the volunteers and dream team who are already giving their best to prepare for this event. Thanks everyone. Bye.
Hi, I'm Ryan McKenzie and this is my why video for Ultraman NOOSA 2025. When I was thinking about where best to do this video, I had lots of options, but I thought no better place than in here, where I like to call my pain cave, where I've spent countless hours either on the treadmill or the bike, staring at a wall or watching Netflix. It is peaceful in a very dramatic kind of way, which I'm sure a lot of athletes would understand. Running's always been a part of me. It started with football, but it became something more. I lost my dad to brain cancer in 2017. He was just 65, and before getting sick, he'd been super fit and active. After he passed, endurance events became my way of pushing limits, finding clarity, and feeling closer to him. I remember my childhood watching him compete in his own fitness endeavours and just being drawn to the hurt of it all. I knew he would be the first one offering to crew and support any crazy adventure I had in mind, so I also feel like I'm doing these events because he can't. Before he passed, we did Kokoda and Oxfam together, and it was these moments that really lit the spark for me. Since then, I've taken on over 25 Ironmans and ultramarathons. I've been fortunate enough to endure some long trail running events in the mountains in horrible weather where it's been 30 to 40 hours non-stop. The longer the race, the more I enjoy it. I feel the real beauty lies when you're really up against it physically and mentally. There's something special about getting comfortable while being completely uncomfortable. It's also a great reminder that I don't have to do this, I get to. And I want my kids to see that the hardest things in life are the ones worth chasing. It's a bit of a cliche, but the best views come after the hardest climbs. After starting my building business from scratch 20 years ago, I've learnt that endurance isn't just about fitness, it's about mindset. It clears my head, it grounds me, and it reminds me why I do what I do. It also helps that these events are always in beautiful parts of the world too. So here we are, about to tackle the Ultraman Australia 2025 next month in NOOSA. 3 days, 515 kilometres, and day 3 ends with a double marathon, because of course, one just isn't enough. Given my main passion is trail running, I'm used to very long periods on my own, so I'm excited to have my support crew with me each day and night in this event. It really will be a team effort, and I'm looking forward to meeting all the Ultraman athletes, support teams, and sharing a laugh out there on course. If you ask me, the journey really is a destination and one that I'm really excited about. So when people ask me what's my why, my answer is why not? See you in NOOSA.
Hi, I'm Ryan Wasley and I'm racing Ultraman Oz this year. I took up triathlon at the start of 2023 and it's been a pretty quick leap that's led me here. So this is more of a why not video than a why. When things get tough, I think about how fortunate I am to be in a position where I'm able to get out there and do something that I love. I'm bringing my family over, super excited to share the occasion with them and just really looking forward to getting out on the course with everyone and having some fun.
I thought I was, because this is like my 100th attempt at this, so please bear with me. Hi, I'm Adam Bothwell, coming to you from the beautiful Yarra Valley in Victoria. It's going to be my first year up at Ultraman Australia this year. Really looking forward to getting up to NOOSA, looking forward to meeting everyone and getting stuck in for the weekend. Training's been going real well, and I'm going to keep it short and sweet and leave it at that. And I'll see you all in a few weeks. Bye.
Hey everyone, my name's Andrew Wheatley. I am an athlete this year at Ultraman Australia. It's going to be my first time, and as an athlete I have been there 4 times before as part of this amazing event, and obviously in such an amazing place as well. So my story started in 2017 when I crewed for my dad. I had no idea anything about this event at all, and I went there pretty much just wanting a trip to NOOSA. So I said yes to crewing with Dad, The first 2 days that we had were intense, but also high octane, super fun, and I just loved it all. On the third day, I helped my dad run, so I was pacing with my dad. Prior to that, I hadn't done much running at all, if any, and I ran about 10 Ks with him. And at the presentation afternoon on the day after, I was limping worse than all the athletes. It was amazing how these athletes could do what they did, and I was actually worse off. It took me about 3 weeks to recover properly from those muscle injuries, but just absolutely the spark never left me. So there was something inside me that ignited, that wanted to be part of this again, and so I crewed for my brother twice after that, and just had the same amount of fun, just loved it. And so since 2017 I started running, and it just became my passion, and I absolutely loved it. Every run I was doing for about 2 years after, I was just thinking about Ultraman. I was thinking about running down that beach and crossing that finish line and having the hugs and the love and the emotion and the support, and it is an absolute crazy thing to be part of. So all you new people out there that haven't been part of this before, buckle up. It's going to be a really good ride for you guys, and I just can't wait to be on the other side of that. Last year I was part of the dream team, and we just had an amazing time, and obviously seeing behind the scenes and the work that goes into it was really important, I think, to see as well. So if anyone gets the opportunity to volunteer one of the years, it's you won't regret it. Such a beautiful bunch of people. So that's my story, and my why really comes down to family and connection, and this will do it. This will absolutely do it. You're going to go through highs and lows, and I can't wait. Jeez, I'm getting emotional just thinking about it. It is epic, and I'm really looking forward to it. Also looking forward to it to be over. On the successful side of things, and I just can't wait to meet you all and get out there and give it a red hot crack. So hi to everyone, and I will see you in about a few weeks. So all right, peace out, bye.
Hi, this is John. I want to introduce you.
Hey Nick, you're back.
Yeah.
And look who else we have.
Someone stumbled into the house.
Yeah, sorry it's taken me a little while here to get home from work, get changed and get ready. And anyway, I understand it's probably, is there anyone left in the swim at this time?
We have one swimmer left in the water.
Ah, okay. And do you know who that is?
Yes, that is Rajpal Chaudhary.
Oh, okay. And so, any record set?
Yes. 2:14 swim.
Oh, what were the seconds?
How Steve King of you to ask that.
Well, because you know the top two times in Hawaii were 2:14.
Oh, was it 2:14 or 2:11? I think it's
2:14. Yeah, you had Jonas Colting, the Swede, in 2004. He did a 2:14.43, and then you had John Nichols, 1999, did a 2:14.49.
Oh, I think we've beaten that.
We got a 2:14.49 today.
Oh, so he exactly ties the second fastest then. Excellent.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Wow, that is impressive. And he has a much longer run up the beach. Don't forget that. So.
Yeah, true.
World class. Very nice. Has he got a big lead?
Yes, he does. Yeah. Why don't we? I'm going to bring up the stat sheet here, and we can take a look at it all together.
Please.
How about you introduce Steve to the world?
Everybody knows Steve. We'll do that on the way back.
Okay.
Because I know Steve wants to get into these numbers. So let's take a look together. Can you see those on your screen, Steve?
I can.
I think it, you know, the way that they were going, Steve, they were predicting around about six. I don't know, it'd be 6.5 hours for the day for Tim to finish.
Okay.
Ish.
Yep. That would be great. That would put them right up fastest time if that's done.
Yes, we can get the, let me roll back here. We can get the predictive times here as well, I believe, on one of these windows. I cannot see this window that well.
Bring that up, Larry. I tried quite a few times earlier to try and bring that timing up, and it wouldn't come up. It said I need unable to reach the master server.
Oh.
It said check for stable internet connection. Well,
Okay.
Well, there you go.
So now on screen we can see what the expected times are for the finish. Oh, if I don't roll down on it.
So Tim, another hour before he's finished.
Yeah, it says expected finish time is 12:56.
So that is around about that 6.5 hour mark, because I think they left. So Steve, they left a little bit late. They were about 5 minutes probably late starting, just due to just some course setup changes. Beautiful beautiful weather. It was no wind, raining. It was quite a lovely looking swim.
so
Sitting here in my nice warm house.
Okay. Is Rajpal then the 41st? Everyone got through other than him?
One was pulled out and out of the swim, and I still don't know who that was, but that was early on as well.
Oh, well, maybe that was Rajpal. Maybe they are all out. Maybe that's why it looks like there's still one in there, and that's why they've packed up to go across the street.
All right, there you go. That's what it is.
Yeah, that would probably be what it is, because Bernat did say that everyone was out of the water.
Yeah.
All right, so then Steve, we'll run down these numbers for you here, and you can see what's going on as far as the splits on the bike, because I know you like your bike splits as well. We'll give these to you at these different timing points.
Tim has almost an hour lead on the next person. I think it was 54 minutes.
54 minutes, yes.
Yeah.
But then after that, it's tight because
It's missing.
Yes.
It's missing like 3 or 4 swim times here, I see.
Yes, it is.
Do we know roughly what they were, or were they in that order that it shows there?
They are in the order they show.
But was the swim in the order they showed? Because that could be, when you're merging the two together there, I'm just wondering.
Right. Well, if you look at the swim column, yeah, I'm pretty sure that they stayed in that order.
I had a feeling that Nicholas Chapman would have been the second swimmer based on what I saw. Anyway, obviously, I screwed that up there.
I think that's a slightly harsh word.
Yeah.
Well, sometimes you go through the list and you get a sense of that person looked like they could be the second fastest, given the fact that Tim certainly looked like he was going to be well ahead. And it's good to see a Tassie leading the field as well. That's really neat. Not too easy to train there, I don't think. I've only been there once and it was gorgeous, but people told me that was an exception. Gorgeous.
I think it's gorgeous.
Yeah.
It's gorgeous down there, but I'm not sure whether it's really gorgeous in an ocean swim sense. Southern Ocean, fairly cold.
Right. And he was someone who worked with Jason, I understand, so he must have been a happy camper about that too.
We are getting some crew videos in, so I would like to bring some of those up and try and figure out what's going on out there. So give me a second to work on that. You guys can just chat amongst yourselves for a second, and I'm going to just cut to one of those once I get it functioning properly.
So one thing I would say, Steve, most of them, they were all out by 5 hours. Everyone came in under the 5 hours. So a pretty fast swim today.
Yeah, that's excellent. Yeah. And how are you doing yourself? Because you came away with a title. That was very pleasing to see.
Yes. Pretty exciting. I'm now just prepping to be a support crew for my husband, who's doing the miler, the first miler in the UTA in the Blue Mountains next week. Wow. So I've parked my athlete ambitions and also been doing a lot of volunteering. I was the swim director for Ironman Australia last weekend, so unfortunately we had to make a decision to cancel the swim, which we were really disappointed about. But in the end, the water quality was just, and the rain, the actual rain, and the tides weren't able to flush it all out in time, which was a bit unfortunate.
But we experienced, and I'm sure Nick knows that we experienced exactly the same thing here in Penticton for our very final Ironman. We had the worst weather you could imagine the day before the event. We had the greatest weather you could imagine.
This video is only 12 seconds.
It was so calm, it was mirror-like, but because of the water temperature and it had turned over overnight, they cancelled the swim. And how disappointing. We had Lionel Sanders, taking a victory, and it was just very sad that we ended on that sort of note. As Nick knows, we've been hosting one since 1983.
Yep.
Okay, guys, I do have a short crew video queued up here, so let's see what.
What's up, people? We got about
themselves at the moment. We're looking for a valve extension. Not too sure if we have one. Hopefully we'll be able to figure something out.
The bell's long enough for it.
Has anybody caught the race number here?
The bell's long enough for it. It's got tubeless, won't hold there. Take a stop fire, so I just try to change the spare front wheels I've got. The rotor is too small. So I just put a tube.
No, I don't know. He 4:15. I think Duffy did. Ish.
I had a feeling it was a sub 4 today, but anyway, I understand the weather was a little nasty, so the water was choppy, I assume.
No, the you know how the bay works there, Steve. The winds were southeasterlies. So it was all right. The bay was pretty sheltered. I mean, it wasn't dead flat. But yeah, there's been a howling wind all night and rain and stuff. So, but fast times all around pretty much for the first guys. I know Tim's crew, the fellow that came out first, his crew said that he thought it was a bit bumpy. But that's just at either end. You know how it stretches out. Yeah. But in the bay was fine.
Good.
So it looked like Shane did have another bike on top of his roof, so he might have been just calling in to say that he would like to do a switch. So that is one thing that about this race, you can give a phone call into the dream team and they can talk, and you can do a switch out of bikes if one is mechanically not going well. Oh, yeah.
Well, we do have some people coming in on the chat as well, so let's take a look and see who these people are all cheering for here. We got to go Ryan. Shanta says go Sadnan, so we've got some support there, and we've got Sesha Gupta going for bib 384. 384 would be Rajpal, yes. Okay.
No prizes for guessing that.
So anybody else that's out there watching? Yeah, anybody else there that's watching?
Amazing.
Give us who you're watching in the comments, and we'll put that up there for you as well. We want to make sure that we are following along and giving the cheers to the people that you are watching, and hopefully that sends a little bit of good energy toward those athletes. We got a couple more coming in. Let's see what we got here. Anthea, she's been at work on her lunch break. She wants an update on where Josh Dutton is sitting. All right. Well, we can definitely go back to that chart where we have our standings, and we can take a look and figure out where Josh is on that as well.
What I could see was 11th out of a swim. I think that was like a 3:08.
Here we are. Let's see what we can find for Josh.
There he is.
I cannot see it on my screen. I'm going to have to enlarge it.
Yeah, there he is, right at the bottom. 30 to
Right at the
39.
bottom? Okay.
There he is, 3:07. And then second bike split.
Well, they get a lot of information in here, don't they?
Excellent.
So he's got less than. Oh yeah, there we go. So that's your pace on your swim. Going about just under 30 k's an hour.
So there you go.
That's good time.
Who else do we want to look up, Steve? Who are you looking for?
Good old John DeMandle's out there doing his thing.
Yep, and John, of course, has raced before, as you're well aware, so it's great to see him back in action. Do we know who the person is who's with him this time? Is it the same person who was with him in the first year?
No, I believe it's someone different this time, but it's someone that he has raced with previously.
Oh, good, because as Nick knows, we got to see him as well in Penticton. It was fantastic to see him racing here with us as well.
Didn't he win that year? Aquathon World Champion?
That's right, yes. Yeah, indeed. So really nice to see he has come back and forth, but I hope he comes over and perhaps does a Ultraman as well, because obviously we're talking about what was the Long Course World Championships amongst the other events that were hosted that year in 2017. But yeah, we had a local take the national title as well for individual men, so that was superb. Quite a contingent of Aussies that were here. I'm sorry to see no Canadians in the field there in Australia, but nice to see you've got quite a few from India once again, and South Africa, Brazil, and obviously England, which is nice, and a couple of Kiwis. So always good to see that. I'm hoping somewhere down the road we'll get the Kiwis having their own, because you guys are lucky enough to see the big numbers in your field, which is always great.
Yeah. I could see them having one in Wanaka. I know Michael Brown, rest in peace, he wanted to put one down in Wanaka.
Yeah, he did. That's correct. Well, you've got a Brazilian in the field as well. So Nicholas Chapman, as I said, I thought he would be amongst the top 2 in the swim, but we'll wait and see how things are unfolding for him, because you know the Brazilians take it very seriously, and you're well you know some of the guys there, and Sergio Cordeiro, of course, what a legend he is, racing all these years, moving into his 70s and still getting out there and doing deckers and things at this.
He's in the middle of the decker now.
Yeah, that's what I've heard. Yeah.
Yeah.
And we've got to also a decker going on in terms of a Canadian down there as well, Shanda Hill, who lives up the road from us, and top lady, and I think she's probably amongst the top 3 or 4 right now, and she's done 2 in a 6-month period, so quite incredible.
Yeah, Shanda, she's certifiable. I love her. The goat girl.
Yeah, the goat girl, indeed. Yeah.
Well, we do have some more people getting in on the chat, so let's bring a couple more of these up and see where people are watching from. We got Adam. Greetings from the anesthetic department. All right.
All right, we put you to sleep, Adam.
Thanks, Adam. Thanks for tuning in. We appreciate it. Did Vishnu find a new crew? I'm guessing he did. If he needed a new crew. Go Timmy Belstead. Wow, there's one with the front runner.
Yeah.
And Adam just LOL'd himself. Excellent. So as we are getting closer to our first rider actually coming in and our last swimmer going out, we're gonna be probably seeing some good action from Banat out there on course. We're still looking for more crew videos to come in. So if your crew is not sending videos to us to give you the update, I'm going to ask you to get online with them and update, get on their case to give us an update. They know how to do it. They were at the briefing. All they have to do is drop those videos into the Google Drive link that was presented by Jeff Morris. And the more of those that we get in, the more updates we'll have and be able to tell you about what's going on with the athletes that you are interested in seeing. We will definitely have more cameras on course tomorrow. We were supposed to have more today as well. Unfortunately, things just didn't work out. That's what happens with live. It's just the way it goes.
There was only 10 or 11 minutes separating the top 3 women out there as well.
Yeah, they all came out pretty quick.
Yeah, very nice to see. Hopefully there's a great battle going out there during the bike portion of the event.
They were talking about Chloe Lane having the swim record. And I mentioned that Chloe's sitting on number 2 spot of the Ironman Pro Series.
Right, yeah, fantastic, amazing. And when you consider, you know, Dee Dee Griesbauer, what she has done, you know, the fantastic athletes we've seen on the Big Island, and Jen Annette being the last one to take a big title like that as well in superb times. And Hilary Biscay, of course, was one of the first female pros to take on the challenge on the Big Island and coming away with victory there. So, yeah, it's really neat to see some of the guys. Chris McDonald, as you know, he too set a brilliant time in Florida, become one of the first pros taking on that one there too.
If you take the time down, and obviously you know from memory you can list them all off, but you know I started thinking about how many past professional triathletes or people that came pro after, like Kevin did, Kutchar, how many have actually been successful at Ultraman? And it's a lot more than you think.
It is. Yeah, you've got Gordo Byrne, but the earliest one, of course, Scott Molina, 1984, won the world title. He was just 24 years of age.
Yeah.
And
there's so many of them.
Yeah, he and Gordo used to have those epic camps. And now
That's right.
Yeah, now people would say, wow, yeah, I would have loved to have done one of those. I mean, they were good at the shorter distances, the USTS series, right up to Ironman. And then, of course, there he was at 24, decided to go around the Big Island.
Yeah, exactly. He took a retirement from his job in Hong Kong as a financial advisor or whatever he was doing. And then he actually came down to Cairns and trained down in Cairns with us for a little while. Old Lloyd Wallington looked after him before he moved to Hawaii and did his race.
Brilliant. Well, last time I was there, the swim was underway and Scott came along, went for a swim. I don't even know if they realized the event was on, but you know, when you see superstars like that, and of course you've had Stephen Foster there as well, and he came back after that bad accident when he was doing so well, and came and finished it off with a brilliant time.
There was one of the years, Molina and Crowe were out there jogging the run course, crewing for two people.
Yeah, amazing.
Yeah.
Pete Jacobs has turned up at the finish line as well. So, yeah, you guys have really got some world-class athletes. You always have in the sport of triathlon, that's for sure.
Yeah.
So do you think there's any contenders who could perhaps vie for a top 3 that are non-Australian?
I'm not sure. I'm not thinking, no. It's that run on day 3 is the thing, and I don't know who the runners are in this field.
Yeah. Well, I get you. And there's one South African in the women's division other than the 4 Australians, I understand. Do you know much about Nicola Matthews?
No, I don't. Haven't heard her name before.
Yeah, I know she's done a lot of the extreme events. We've
got a bunch of ultra runners and stuff in the field.
Yeah, I believe when we did the preview podcast, the thing that I remembered about her is that she likes more the extreme triathlon. So she's done the Norseman X-Tri. She's also done a couple of other X-Tris where she's been on the podium most times when she does these. She's been a 3-time finisher at Ironman South Africa. And she did the Black Lake Extreme Triathlon where she was second female as well. And multiple 70.3 age group wins and podiums. So
nice. Wow.
Be in for a battle then, but anyone who's done the Norseman, it's just an extreme race. Wow. Just heading into the water's bad enough at early hours of the morning, but the final climb to the top of that thing, there's no way you would have got me doing that stuff.
Yeah. So, now, Steve, I would like to do just a little bit of a proper introduction for you because we jumped right in because I know you want it to be on there and getting into the stats and finding out what's been happening in the race while you were away. We've put these things up on the screen for you. Obviously, you were at Ultraman Canada in 1994 where you raced with none other than Nick Millett.
I wouldn't say I raced with him. He was so far ahead of me. I was lucky enough to pull a little bit back on the run portion of the event, but no, that was a fabulous event. It sticks with me like almost no other. Maybe Badwater, they're the 2 highlights. I've done a lot of races, that and the Comrades Marathon. They would probably be my highlights in terms of how you remember all the bits and pieces along the way. But Nick, after the swim, what was it, a 2:40 I think you did for a swim, and just hauled ass.
And that was 11.8 as well.
Yeah, that's right. That's exactly right. Yeah, a lot of people forget that. It's good that you point that out. It was a slightly different format with a 200-mile or 320-kilometer bike on day 2 and the standard double marathon day 3. That was because we had the Scar Lake Ultra Swim, which I'm glad to say is still going, but it's no longer part of the Ultraman, of course, because now the event we have now is slightly changed. The swim goes from Naramata, and you can actually see the finish line on a clear day. You just look straight down the lake, and that's Okanagan Lake, which happens to be 110 kilometers long. and we've had a couple of people who have actually now swum it, and it was an Ultraman, Adam Ellenstein, who actually set the benchmark. I was there at the SS Sycamus when he came in, just inside 41 hours. And he did the last 30K one-armed. Literally couldn't bring one arm out of the water after, with 30-odd K to go still, but just amazing stuff. So there's quite a few people who've done Ultraman races who are in the Guinness Book of Records for a variety of reasons.
Hey, gentlemen, I've had it in the notes here that it's been difficult to hear Steve, so I'm turning up the volume on the Zoom guests, which means for you, Nick, you got to turn it down.
Okay.
Because you're much
I'm loud
louder.
enough as it is.
Exactly. You are unfortunately much louder than what Steve is right now.
Yeah. Okay.
Now, Steve, the other thing about you, and we've got this on the screen as well, is that, you know, you were a champion race walker as well. Doing 100 miles under 24 hours is insane. I don't know how anybody does race walk for 24 hours and still has hips and shins to be able to walk. But tell us a little bit about that race walking career that you had as well.
Well, given the speed they go at today, I wouldn't even be third tier. But no, I always wanted to be a centurion, which is, as you say, doing 100 miles in under 24 hours. And I ended up being centurion number 492, which means 491 people had done that before me. But as you know, pedestrianism went on the early 1900s or late 1800s, etc. And race walking was a big deal where I came from in terms of working on the stock exchange. We had a stock exchange London to Brighton race, which varied from 52 miles to 53 and a half miles, depending on the route we had to take. And I always wanted to do well in that. And the first year I did it, I was 8th, then 3rd, then 2nd, and then 2nd. And so I never quite won it. But when I consider, and you know, we have a friend, a mutual friend who's an Olympic bronze medalist at the 50K.
Yes.
And I think you'd be interested in this one, Nick, because on the weekend I was commentating at the Vancouver Marathon, and we had him videotape nearly the entire way. He looked fantastic. He did a 2:58 marathon race walking.
Ouch.
And the weekend before that, the Vancouver Sun Run, he did a 38:17 10K. He won the Commonwealth Games against an Aussie in second. He won the Pan American Games and got third in the Olympics. Evan Dunphy is his name. And to see someone go sub 3 hours is just amazing when you're race walking. So we're in a whole different era. It's just so bizarre because when I was walking, they never thought anyone would ever go sub 4 hours. And here you've got guys who've done like 3:33, 3:35s. And Evan broke a Canadian record that had lasted since about 1965. Marcel Jobin's like 3:47, and he's done a 3:41. So, you know, when you think of it, that's 5 miles beyond the marathon mark.
Yeah.
But I did have the good fortune of winning one major event, which was the North American AAU 50-mile championships. And so, you know, that was my best distance as a runner as well. I did, I think, 8:35 as a walker, and I did 5:36 as a runner. So, you know, I wish I was out there back able to do an Ultraman again where you can come through the field because, as Nick well knows, I was a lousy swimmer and I was like third from the back out the swim. I was third off the bike and I won the run. So it went in the right order for me, but there's no way I could see this man on the bike and the swim. He was so far gone and had a brilliant day.
Well, the two of you guys, you and Ian Jackson, you had been on the Canadian 100K running team. Right. And Ian was on. He ran the World Championship shortly after Ultraman. Yep. And I think he went like an hour faster or something for his 100K at the Worlds than he did in Ultraman, like a month later. It was nuts.
Yep. Yeah, and that's what can happen because of what it takes out of you the previous 2 days. And, as you know, our Ultraman run course is the toughest one there is. It's like if you look around the world, Hawaii's day number 1, to me, is easily the toughest of any day one. You know, you've got the chop there that can happen. You can... before you get into the bay, some people have swum for like 20, 30 minutes before they seem to move. And then you've got massive climbs to Volcano Park. It's nothing but climbing.
Yeah.
But I
think it's brutal.
your day 2 is a lovely day 2 from a spectator point of view. If you can get out there and witness the action as well, it's superb.
Yeah, I think the day 2 here is very balanced. It's a fair. It's not easy, but it's a fair day 2.
Yeah. Well, we got some more people tuning in the chat, and here's a name that I'm sure you guys will recognize. Tony Goodyear, cheering on Kirsty.
Excellent. Congrats on what you achieved last year.
And we got a poo-poo and mango. Mango. Go Benny Yates. Thanks for tuning in, poo-poo. And mango.
That's cool.
Hey, Mel, you've been quiet over there for a little bit. Why don't you jump in over and give us a little bit of what you were thinking about as we listen to Steve talk about some of the things that he's been involved with. And I'm sure that, like us, you're impressed and you want to ask him a few questions as well while we're waiting for some more people to come around on the bikes.
Yeah, I was saying in the private chat, I was like, I'm a bit of a fangirl, so I've just been quite happily just to happily just sit back and take it all in and listen. As soon as I do think of Ultraman and I think of your voice, I think I crewed, and the first time I met you was with Trout and Rosie, and went over to Hawaii and did some crewing experience over there and got into the Ultra family, and then the 10K swim actually scared me. That was why I didn't do it for a few years. So hats off to all those, because I am a swimmer. So finally took the race by the horns last year and loved it. And I'm already signed up for crewing next year. So I'm really looking forward to it. I hope you guys have been going really well. Love that we're still getting the numbers here in Australia. And I hope it does continue to not necessarily grow, just be part of that. It means that it's a lovely race when you have around 50 people, I think. And it has been sad to watch some of the other races that haven't got those numbers, but it is because it's such a gorgeous course here too. So amazing.
Well, that volumes too about the race directors and what they put into it, because there was one year where we only had 5 athletes do the event. It was one of the reasons that we had a number of years, as Nick would know, between the events. We've had 7 one year, and you do what you do, especially also coming back from COVID. And there were people who wanted to get out there, even on an Ironman day during COVID. We had about half a dozen people turn up at our beach here in Penticton and went over the Ironman course, for instance, because when people do put in this sort of training, and Mike Morrissey during COVID, he actually did a virtual Ultraman. So it's all about what you've got up here as well as what you've got in your body. That mind really is the difference, as well as obviously the crew. There's been so many times. I've been 2 or 3 times now. I've seen an athlete across the line on day 3 with 1 or 2 seconds to spare. I've seen on day 2 on the bike, 2 athletes come in, one with 7 seconds to spare and one with 3 seconds to spare. So, it's the difference between Nirvana, Samsara sort of thing. You can be really in the depths, or you can be at the heights, just knowing you put it together, because there's a lot of people who really doubt themselves, and the crew can support you, and the other crews can if there's any issues, of course.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I'd say Tim's probably, what do you think? He'd be coming back into metropolitan area. I reckon he'd be almost at Kooyong or roundabout coming back in. I don't know how far. That's around 40K, isn't it? Or no, it'd be under.
He's probably closer.
Because he's about half an hour.
Karoi.
Yeah, Karoi, yeah.
Yeah, they have his estimated time at 12:56 now.
So he hasn't slowed down, because I think it was 12:57 about half an hour ago. So
yeah, he'd be halfway between Karoi and the big downhill.
Yeah, right. And then is he still got an hour lead?
Yes, 54:47 is what is showing on the lead.
Wow. So I
He's
used
definitely going to be coming in and being able to do full recovery before tomorrow.
But I got to say, I'm just looking at these numbers right now, and based on, I guess, the last everybody that's been by 73-kilometer checkpoint, it says behind the leader, the numbers are 54:47 for Boris behind, and then it's a 57:52 for Kirsty, a 103:06 for Anthony Elder, and then it starts getting super tight. Greg Jenkins is 109:49 behind. Richard Doze is 109:59, another 10 seconds behind. Then we got a Joshua McCaskill at 111:01 behind. We have Nicola Mateus at 112:19 behind. We have Nicholas Chapman at 114:35 behind. We have Josh Dutton at 117:03 behind. Craig Jackson is 119:26 behind. We have Marcus Smith at 121:10 behind the leader. Richard Gilby 131:24 behind the leader. These people are all within 20 minutes of each other.
And they've all gone through the turn. You're saying?
They've all gone through 73. Ryan Wasley's gone
right.
through 73. He is 133:51 behind the leader. So
a lot of support crews, and it'll be very busy time, which is great. It keeps that energy going.
It'll help them finish it off.
Yeah. Should all be done by mid-afternoon for all the... How many was that? That was about 20?
That's
So about half the
15.
field's through
15
now?
people
15
in the
now.
field are now through the 73-kilometer mark. Within
6 hours to go?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, for the viewers, my time on the screen is not exact at the moment. My timer did get paused at some point, and I tried to estimate the correct time again.
Bernat at the turnaround, possibly.
Oh, we got Bernat. Well, let's go to Bernat and see what's going on with him. Let me see if I have him on the right camera, because the last time he wasn't on the right camera. Bernat. Let's see if he comes up as this one.
In some... that's the turnaround point I think he's at right now, in that car park at the primary school.
Yes, that is definitely where he is. Bernat, we got your camera on the live shot now. If you can bring in your sound, we'd love to hear what's going on out there.
Alrighty. Can you hear me?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah, we've got Hudo here. He's going to give us a small update of what has happened halfway through. Hudo, where are we? Tell us about it.
So we're at the halfway to turnaround in Gympie. So basically the athletes head out here on day one. It's the halfway mark. There's a little dog leg on the way back. Otherwise, they basically hit this point here and they're heading home. So far, we've had 15 people through. So we had Tim Belstead through very early on. We actually only just got out here in time to set up for him to go through. About 45 minutes later, we had our second athlete through, and then third athlete came through, Kirsty Sheehan. She was the first female. We've probably, I think, 12 since then, and about the 20 minutes since that as well. So there's a few more coming. You can see the cars in the car park. There's a few more coming as well that we're expecting through very soon.
That is excellent. And Bernat, hopefully, can we have you go around and chat with some of these crews and find out what it's been like to get their athletes out to the halfway point?
Sure thing. Let's go and talk to people.
Let's do it.
Okay. They may hate me, but they know
That's
that
okay.
I guess. Look, this is a spare bike. I can see it. And what are we doing? Who are we supporting? Vignettes?
Vignettes, yeah.
Nice. Is he about to come?
Maybe half hour away, 20 minutes.
Half an hour. You guys are early here.
Yeah, we just
Yeah, you saw him? All right. And what are you prepping up here? Right?
Gonna stop and have a bit of a sandwich. And we'll load in the spare toe box back up for it.
Nice, nice. So far, how are you? How's been a crew here? It's exciting? Yeah?
It's just exciting.
Yeah. Nice. You keep the same, so for sure. Nice. Have you had a chance to talk to your athlete? How's he doing? Yeah, multiple times.
He's good. I think last time we saw him, he was hurt like a little bit coming up the hills. Yeah, that was pretty gnarly.
Yeah, that's tough.
Yeah, but I think downhill and see us and free feed and it'll be good.
Nice. How was the road coming in?
It's pretty sketchy.
Sketchy? Yeah? Okay. Look, while we are waiting, we're having an athlete here coming in. Where's Cassie's coming in? That's what I've heard. What are we doing? Okay, I may need to run. Okay, see you now. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
And thank you, yeah.
And sketchy for those that I'm not sure whether that's a very Australian word, but that means that the roads are probably not in great condition.
All right, what athlete do we have here, Banat?
I believe she's Katie. How are you doing? You doing well? Yeah, you're live.
It's cold. Cold is where I thought I would be.
You are cold, yeah. Okay, you are wearing short sleeves. Maybe that's why.
What I thought.
Yeah? Okay. You're halfway through. You've got this. Plenty of time. And another rider is coming in. Starting to be busy at halfway through. Mark, there we go.
Can you see the number?
I'll let you know as soon as I see it. 344. 344 going all the way down.
That's Ian Blatchford, yes.
Let's go running down.
That's it, Banat. Nice work, Banat.
I'm going to put it on.
Didn't even wait for you, Banat. Didn't even wait.
Ah.
Yeah. What did he grab? Okay, a Cliff Bar, and that was it.
That was it.
Oh, crazy. That's good for him. Can you explain us, like, what do you have in the car?
So an extra bike in case there's a mechanical.
Inside, okay. Hopefully he won't need it. Nutrition.
In the drinks.
All right.
And then in here we've got whatever gels, things he needs.
And I see lollies too, eh?
For us.
Ah, for you. Okay, that's actually really important as well. Yeah, you gotta keep up.
Very important for the crew to keep their energy up.
And what besides lollies, what do you eat on the car or in the car?
Actually have all the unhealthy things like
Those things.
biscuits and
And the athlete never steals it?
no.
Huh?
No, mine doesn't.
Oh, I used to skip them all.
Wow, it's the best.
Is that a family?
Yeah, is this Nancy that you got here? Who do you got?
Yes, it is Nancy and Emily and Andrew. And
Say hi to the camera. You are live streaming for the world. Oh, look at those t-shirts.
Nice.
How many cats and dogs?
2 cats, 1 dog, didn't the other dog.
Oh, he must be sad.
Yeah, well, she won't know. So.
Huh? She will know. Okay.
Yes.
That's fine. Maybe she's watching online.
Possibly, hopefully.
Hopefully, yeah. Where is home for you?
Gold Coast.
Gold Coast. Nice, nice. Not too far.
No. So easy journey up.
Yep.
And we're hoping for some sunny weather, but it's obviously,
Yeah.
this time round because this is our second time.
It's the second time already.
Last year.
Oh, will he do it for the third time in a row as well? Do you reckon?
Possibly divorce. I don't know. You'll have to ask him.
Okay, we'll leave this one there.
No. I say that now, but at the end, it's actually, you look back and you know that it's been great 3 days that you could have had. Everybody's friendly, everybody says hello. And you guys have enjoyed it as well.
Yeah? Oh, that's great to hear. Very nice to meet you. Larry, do you have any question over there?
Yeah, I'm just curious. Like, we have you guys as having 5 people on this crew. I'm seeing 3. Does that mean that we have 2 other people joining for the run, maybe as pacers?
So the 2 are currently at Kin supporting over there. And yes, the husband.
They're at the pub.
Mike is going to be pacing for Ian on Monday.
Excellent.
All right. Yeah.
And we've got Lauren that's done some artwork, so she's down there with some boards going.
That's a proper support crew. That's probably better than mine. No, kidding. Yeah, I did it on 2023.
I've
2
seen
years
your
ago.
documentary on TV. That's what
Maybe.
Ian put it on for me one day,
Okay.
and it was wow. Because you had your whole crew come over.
Yeah.
It was a beautiful documentary. You did it very well.
Thank you. I didn't do the documentary. I just raced the race. But yeah, no.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think that inspired him to come and do it.
Wow.
That 2023 was the
Nice. Thanks a lot.
It's all right.
Oh,
I'm sure
my pleasure.
each other again.
100%. Watch out. Okay.
Thank you guys very much.
Bye. All the best.
See you down the road.
Well, Ian's actually done extremely well there because I think he was 22nd out the swim. So that would have made him 17th person at the halfway point on the bike. So great to pull up 5 positions.
He's cooking down the road for sure. And great job for you to inspire people, Banat, with your film. Maybe this live stream will do the same. This is one of the goals of the live stream, is to expose people to what it is that the Ultraman really is about. And, going out and meeting these nice people on the route, seeing what it is to race, seeing the course. Hopefully more people are inspired by this. Are there?
Yeah, thanks a lot, Larry. So, Larry, I've got a couple of crew members here who are trying to upload videos to the drive.
Yes.
So, more content will be coming through. Potentially, I will do it for them through WhatsApp, if that is okay.
Yeah, sure. That will be fine. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Yep.
Do you have another crew there that you can chat with? That's not pulling out?
He said no, but I've got other victims, I believe.
Excellent.
I also remember watching your documentary, Banat. Very, very amazing. So if people haven't watched it, just go and search.
Good day. What's going on here?
We are feeding our face after an arduous morning of watching people do a 10K swim.
Yeah.
Get out in the middle of the rain showers.
Yeah.
Get undressed. Get dressed again because apparently you've got to go to the cold.
Yeah. That's what we heard yesterday, didn't we?
Yeah, that's right. That's part of the rules.
Yeah.
Then we've had to follow them for 75K.
Who were you following?
We're following Kathy.
Kathy, yeah. Correct. She just left.
Yeah, she's left. Yeah.
Yeah, she was cool.
Looking good. Yeah.
Looking good?
Yeah.
Is she happy?
Oh, very.
Yeah. Who is happier?
Not with her ride, with her crew.
With her crew? Okay. Who's happier? Casey doing the race or you?
Well, we're really happy because we managed to navigate the course.
Nice. Well, you just need to go back now.
Yeah, it should be.
Yeah, it should be fine.
Put in reverse, it should find its own way. That's what AI can have.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry, did I hear that correctly? Was it Kathy LaFosse that they're crewing for?
Yeah. Kathy LaFosse,
Okay.
she left a while ago, actually.
5 minutes.
5 minutes ago, yep. So she's past the 70-point mark. And yeah, she's on her way home.
Excellent. Can you just check in with their vehicle? Because I'm a crew guy. I've always crewed, and I take a lot of pride in the way I pack a crew vehicle. Can you ask them if we can nose the camera in there and just see how they've packed it and just have them have them explain what is where in the crew vehicle?
Well packed. You've got to be well packed.
Okay, what's inside the escape?
All the cold stuff.
All the cold stuff?
Cold drinks.
What does she need?
Well, all the cold stuff there. Well, that's our lunch.
Your
Oh.
lunch.
The water, these things here, that's our lunch. And
Yeah.
there's the bottles there, yeah. So we fill them up.
So all the good stuff is actually for you.
Can't put that on the radio.
You're left.
Yeah, all the good stuff's for us.
Alrighty, and what do you have of the left?
Oh, this is all her nutrition.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of that. And then he's got...
And that's only for day one?
That's for day one.
Yeah, you've got everything else back at home? Yeah.
She hasn't eaten much.
Okay, she hasn't eaten much.
Well, she's got enough with her.
Okay.
And she grabbed a few things just now.
Nice. Alrighty. No, you're doing great. You even managed to fit the bike inside.
And 3 people.
And 3 people. Yeah. Wow. Good on you.
Yeah, hey?
Good on you.
Yeah.
Where are you coming from?
I'm from Cairns.
Yeah.
Where I met Kathy.
Yeah, okay.
And we used to ride together up there.
Yep.
Kathy's father. From West Lakes.
Okay.
And her other friend Ella.
Yep.
They work together in Townsville.
All right. So a bit of everywhere.
Yeah.
That's nice. That's nice to see.
Lakes and Brents and Queensland.
Yeah. Good. Good on you.
That sort of effort.
No, 100%. No, 100%. 100%. Looking forward to that, actually. Yeah. But make sure that you enjoy the journey.
Yeah. Well, it's a beautiful part of the world here, isn't it? And it's a gorgeous. When the sun comes out, the hinterland of the Sunshine Coast is absolutely fantastic.
100%.
Gympie, Pomona, Kinkin, Poroy, tomorrow up to Kenilworth. Stunning part of Queensland.
Yeah. Make sure that you pass by the bakery as well.
I'm not sure that I could manage a 1 kilo donut because that's what it's famous for. Eating 1 kilo.
Well, you are 3 of you.
Oh yeah.
300 grams, that will do.
But you only get your name on the plate on the wall if you manage to eat the whole kilo.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah. Next time you have a look in there.
Well, I'll pass by tomorrow.
To all the places, and they've got the times that they've taken.
Okay.
And then they've got the comments underneath like, "Oh, I've vomited 3 times afterwards." Things like
Nasty.
Great.
Alrighty. Well, I'll leave you to it. I need to chase your athlete. So yeah. All right.
That's your challenge, Banat. You have to eat the 1 kilo donut to get you while you're over there tomorrow.
Just while you're there.
I'm working. I can't. Yep.
Not a bubble.
Not. Ooh.
Well, that's perfect.
Who did this? You.
Look at that.
Nice.
That's perfect. Can't get better.
No, you can't. Well done. Good job. Thank you.
Yeah, and you too. Great.
Make sure that you drive safe back, okay? See ya.
So interesting to see the way they pack their vans. Like, I'm super minimalist, but I've seen people put a whole, one of those office furniture, plastic chests of drawers in the back of their vans and all kinds of stuff.
Yep.
Double puncher.
So say that again.
One of the athletes just had a double puncture about 10 kilometres from the turnaround. So the crew's just gone back to check on him, changed it over.
All right. So she hasn't passed by here yet?
No. On the way through.
Okay.
So might be a little bit slower than they were going to be otherwise.
Okay. Do we know who the athlete was? Or is?
Off the top of my head, I cannot remember who they were crewing for.
Okay. Good. Oh, there we go.
Another one coming.
Another one coming. You.
Our leader, Tim, should be pretty much riding through Noosaville by now, or Tewantin.
$4:09 coming through. There we go.
Where did Larry go?
That's Oliver Whiteley. He did, I think, 3.5 hours, just inside 3.5 hours for the
Oh,
swim.
cool.
Yeah, so he's actually, I think, almost in the same position as when he left. Around about 18th.
Yeah, I was actually just grabbing for my sheet to see 409. But thank you for picking up on that, Steve, right away. Did we lose our sound? Oh, there we go.
This is a bigger car than the one that I was interviewing just now. Lots of things. So what's happening here? No one has any idea.
Yeah, Oliver's the youngest athlete in the field as well, isn't he? Just 24.
Yes.
Amazing.
I was saying earlier today, Steve, that there are 5 people in the field that weren't born when we raced together at 94.
Yeah. Hey, Nick, in the last few weeks, I have been to at least 3 races where I would have been the oldest person in the field. I can't tell you how weird that feels. Man, where did it go?
Yeah, totally.
All right, who do we got there, Bennett? 408. Andrew Wheatley.
Andrew Wheatley, nice.
Oh, he's having a good ride.
Others is on.
Well, they were 18th and 19th out of the swim, so it's great. They're in the same positions.
Could be that. It could be the 6-seat espressos.
I think they had 3 minutes separating as they came under the arch there at the swim. Oh, there's Peter.
Hey, Peter Wheatley, say hi to Steve King.
You are live. You've got a stiff.
Yeah. Hello, Peter. Hey, can you see it? Can you hear us, my man?
Hey, Steve!
Hey, my hero. Still got that record in the 60-plus division. Hey, way to go. Nice to see you. Yeah, I saw your dad there. Wonderful. Good to see you, Andrew. Wish you all the best out there.
Hey, sorry you're not here.
Yeah,
Miss
me
you.
too, mate. But I look forward to seeing you throughout the 3 days. That's fantastic.
Really? Great.
You bet. Yeah.
So you're the man. And did you say I had the world record for over 60?
Well, not now, but you had a guy in Florida who knocked hours off the course. And it's a gentleman who is just done incredible things. But he ended up leading after 2 days. Yeah,
Really?
Florida. Yeah. But he's done like 91, I think, Ironman races in his time.
Excuse me, my demanding crew needs his bum wiped.
All right, you take care.
Demanding. I'm the athlete, man.
You are clearly not the star, though.
Definitely not. You're not used to that, are you? Can I please have some gel? On my sore bits, I've asked for about 4 days.
That's his bottom.
It talks out of control, bro.
A bit of fixing up here happening. Right. What are you putting on?
Don't ask.
Ice gel?
Yeah.
I thought that wasn't doing anything.
Well, not to me, but it's
Placebo. Gotta get him home.
Yeah. Are we there yet?
He's fine.
Got a little bit to go. Yeah. All right, can you do my glute now? Like it's like there, man. Like right up in it. Yeah, I need you in. Right up in it. Put camera on.
To be fair,
I need you to lift up my thing and get up there. Right up near me cheek.
yeah,
I just need you
you're gonna end up
to touch my butt.
cramping at this point.
Yeah, the way you go.
It's like we used to change his nappies when he was 2 years old.
Wasn't that long ago.
How is the race going?
Right, good.
Enjoying it so far?
Yeah, I'm in the fucking right now.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Good.
Yeah, it's on your hand. Oh, it's on my leg, is it? Yeah. Yeah, it was an adventure. I'm having an amazing time. It's so beautiful. This is what it's all about.
Nice.
Mm. That's good. No.
That's another amazing thing. I don't think we've seen 3 members of the same family do an event before. You're having done separate ones, but it's quite something. So let's hope all goes well for him.
And apparently there's a fourth generation about to come into the racing world as well, who was supposed to race it, I think back in COVID year.
She was, yeah, and that she's just 18 at the time.
But I don't see her listed on the crew.
Well, it might be crew for Matt.
Right. I think it is Matt's side.
Yeah, it usually would be.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do we have a warning for Tim yet near the finish?
Well, we don't have Tim back online with us at this point, so I'm not sure what's going on with him. Maybe I'll get my comms director on that to see if we can find out when Tim's going to get back online with us. We don't want to miss that finish.
Because normally they've got the call the finish line sign.
And it's in a park now, isn't it? It's not in the usual car park. Is that my understanding?
That's right. It's the T1 transition was in the original place at the Surf Club car park.
Yeah.
But they've moved the finish and the start for the next couple of days down to just before you get to the Garth Proud Bridge. It's actually the transition area for the Noosa Tri, the big park
yes.
down there.
I know it well.
Right. Okay, so right there.
Excellent. Yeah, it's a big, far removed from the sheer volume of people that do the Noosa Tri, isn't it?
Oh, it's epic, that race. It's incredible.
Yeah, I love watching that on YouTube and stuff. That's great.
Mm.
So
and speaking of the transition there, Mel Kemp, she's pottering around. She's crewing for Christo this year. She's the transition captain for the Noosa Tri.
Yes, excellent. Good.
Yeah.
Wasn't she involved with Ironman Australia as well?
Yeah, she works for Ironman, and they own the Noosa Tri.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was the one. I've just been meeting her all last week. She was the run director for Ironman Australia this year, and has been for the last couple of years. So get to see Mel every year, which is wonderful.
We got another rider coming in.
356.
356.
That looks like then you're going to have Paul Giddings, the POM.
Definitely. I love seeing all their support crew vehicles. Mine was very organised with those drawers. So,
oh, did you have the drawers in there?
I had the drawers. Yeah. I think I
Excellent.
was probably from Jay Gaffey's advice, and also Rosie and Trout. They have drawers all in the back of their van, and so I suppose my mentors were in that space. And I also have my crew really not go any more than couple of kilometers either side of me during the whole race, so I didn't take much nutrition with me. I just relied on my vehicle to provide it, and then I just ate whatever they gave me.
Yeah.
We got someone coming around here.
Yeah, I have to admit, I laugh at some of the amount of stuff some crews take.
380? Is that what you said?
Yeah, 380.
Yeah. That's Adam Bothwell.
Oh, excellent. The man who spent a lot of time in the tattoo parlor, apparently, according to Tim.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he did a 3:34 swim. And that was good for, I think, 22nd or 23rd.
Oh, look at the suspension bike. He's got front forks. What's going on with that? Nice. It's probably the ideal bike for the roads we've got around here.
He agrees.
I made it tires. I'm sitting there trying to like thread a new tube on with no spoons.
breaks long enough for you? Do you want more breaks between? No, just keep going. Keep going as is.
Yeah. Man, you're doing great. Keep going. Bye-bye. Let's go, crew.
Was that another bike that just came by in the background?
Yes.
All
I'll
right.
pick it for you. There is lots of action happening here.
Lots
now.
of action.
Yeah. There we go. 4:01.
Normally you get in trouble for hanging around primary school car parks, but apparently it's okay this week.
It's a weekend, you know.
Ryan McKenzie.
How are you, mate? I'm okay, but you are the star. Beautiful scenery. A bit of everything, isn't it? Make sure that you put sunscreen, though. Dude, I've been there.
Come on, Hutto. That was your job. Tell me sunscreen.
You know, it's getting popular when you got two guys with the same name. We had a Ryan McKenzie who finished in Hawaii as well as Canada.
Yeah. When I saw his name, I asked Larry about that last week. I said, "Is this guy Canadian? And is he from White Rock?"
Hey, good that you remember. He'd be happy you do.
I remember the White Rock crew.
Yeah, great guys. Jerry Van der Wint.
Yeah,
Jerry was the first ever Canadian to finish.
Thanks, Vince. Thanks, mate.
Let's see how you go off. Yeah, loving it? There you go. You got this. You guys are amazing. Make sure you smile all the way. Bye.
Great shot there, Bernat. Way to go. Running on the parking lot.
I just put a Strava on, so I need to build up the case. What?
Should get you an electric scooter, I think, Bernat.
They got me a car. That's good enough.
Any new crews pulling in there?
No, they are just old crews hanging around.
We definitely have to see the first. Tim must be very, very close to the finish.
He must be
now.
close.
Yeah, let me check with Hudo if we've got some intel from the inside of Tim's whereabouts, okay?
All right.
Okay.
We might need Bernat to drive all the way back and get this finished for us if they're having troubles with their cameras.
Wasn't it interesting that the actual team only just got out there to the turnaround in time for Tim? That's how fast he was flying out there today.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you said your clock there is slightly off, Larry.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly where it is anymore because it has been paused, unfortunately.
Don't forget the record is 6:24.10, so he's already beyond the record. The next fastest was 6:34.34.
No. Are you stopping to get some coffee, Bernat?
Paul Giddings. Coming down any moment now.
Who is coming?
Monkey Boy.
Monkey Boy.
His name's Paul Giddings.
Paul Giddings. Come in.
How's he gone already? Oh, he's come and gone.
Stopped?
Yeah.
No.
We're going to have to follow him down.
Yeah, okay. You better go then. Bye. Bon profit. They were eating. Probably that's why they missed him. No, we don't have much news of what's going on the finish line. So I may need to check my other phone to see whether if we know anything about Tim. Give me 1 minute.
Okay. So I think this is turning out to be a pretty good experiment, this whole live streaming business.
Yeah, it certainly looks great. And I know you've done an enormous amount of work, Larry. I love the fact, too, that when you look at in the men's division there, you've got quite a number going for age group titles as well, with 10 in the 30 to 39, 11 in the 40 49, and 10 again in the 50 59. It's good to see a couple of guys in the 60 plus category as well.
Yeah, you know what? It might be a good time for us, Steve, to bring up some of these day one records and just have a little review, because we're probably going to have some people falling into the top 5, which is something that I know you often track and you have on your own website. These records that I'm posting up, they do come from the steve-king.ca website. We've gone over the swim ones earlier with Tim, but let's take a look at the bike records here. And maybe you can tell us a little bit about the numbers and the people that are involved in these, Steve.
Yeah, sure. But what was nice to see, because the time you gave me, it looked like he knocked like 10 minutes and 54 seconds off the previous record for the swim. So it's an incredible start to the event.
Yep.
And then when you look at bike course records, there's only one man who's gone sub 4 hours. That is, of course, Simon Cochran. And then you've got Richard Thompson with a 4:02. Anthony, last year's champion, did a 4:09. Steve Ledger, who actually set the fastest time on day 2 in 2023, he did a 4:10 here. And Craig McQuiggan, who was there in 2018, he did a 4:10. But what's sad is, you know, we're missing out on some of the people who would have had great day ones if the swim had been accurate at 2018, because you had Craig, Carl Reed, and Jason Shields, who were all tremendous that year. So we sort of mention them as well, because we know they would have been right up there. But to be anywhere from first to the top 5 overall, officially 6:24.10 for Simon, and then the 5th fastest was Stephen Gage, 7 hours and 51 seconds, which was just 1 second faster than Arnaud Selichkov, the Frenchman who won, in fact, in 2016. Always be interesting as well when you got the lead female at Kirsty Sheehan, who knows what this is all about. It'll be interesting to see how she fares. On day 1, she did set the 5th fastest bike split. One of the few athletes has gone sub 5 hours for the bike. And in 2018, her overall time was 7:31. So it would likely have been more like a 7:46, something like that. But obviously she has the talent and could well have a battle on her hands. We wait to see how things unfold with the lady from South Africa as well. So that's going to be interesting. But as we said at the beginning there, in terms of 10, 11 minutes, separating the top 3 women, with the others being Nicola Matusa, South African, and Kathy the Fossé. I like the other part of it as well, because what we also be doing is adding the bike splits together as well, not just the swim bike combination, but the 2 bike splits from days 1 and 2. It's always neat to see who the fastest athletes are out there on the bike, because it can make a huge difference in terms of overall time, as of course the run can.
Yeah, I was telling them the story, Steve, about Rick Kent in 1999.
Oh, yeah.
And how much that rough swim destroyed his day 1 bike. I mean, he was the #1 ultra distance cyclist in the United States at the time.
Yeah.
And yeah, that day 1 bike just killed him, but he crushed it the next day and broke the record.
Yeah, yeah. Rick, of course, one of our most famous and superstar people and nicest guys. He's a brilliant sports photographer as well. But he was one of the people who led the way in the early days of being a rider who went over to Europe, taking on mega challenges with very little sponsorship, if any.
Yep.
And, you know, it hit some records, 12-hour, 24-hour type records as well.
Yeah, I think he won the Trans Alps.
Yeah, and he's done the Ram, I think, 4 times.
Yeah.
And
he's
checking in. That's the other thing. If you are, Rick, obviously we look forward to seeing you sometime down the road, my friend.
He's hanging out with those Texan royalty, with mates of Dan Empfield from Quintana Roo and Lance Armstrong back in the day.
Oh, yeah, yep. And Rip Austin is a dear friend
Yep.
of his as well, of course.
Yeah.
A brilliant swimmer, triathlete, and a man who has a fire engine diet That's right. Done very well, and his father was in fact the physician for the former president.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Things you find out.
Yeah, a lot of connections.
Yeah.
Let's have Banat jump in with Team Garvey here and see what's going on.
Yeah, I've been granted permission to actually get in the car and see how it looks like. So they're pretty well organized. They've got a map inside with all the notes and what's going on. Like stop 3 water, stop 4 food, water, protein, marks in the map. It's amazing. And we've got the crew over here. Oh, and the athletes are coming by. Woo. Again, action. Who do we have here? There we go. There you go. No stop for you. 381. No stop. And here she is, 69.
Okay, Steve. So 69 to Kelly.
Kelly.
Hello. Hey,
You are
Kelly.
live.
Good day. We lost this briefly. The guys found it behind me. That is okay. Running upstairs.
Hey, feeling?
Hey, good.
You're good? Good swim?
Get out of the swimming cut-off time, you know. That's probably the roughest swim I've done by a long shot. Like even though it didn't go out around the headland, yeah, I reckon there was a couple of those laps that I think slipped away. Yeah, my coach said that she had to go further, because it's too light. You're getting picked up and
you had one of the most experienced paddlers, so she would have known that.
Yeah, she just said you are getting swept away. Oh gosh. So she, she was up. I mean, she was great. Awesome.
Nice.
I did. I was really not back there. Like I was, totally. I'd like to say upright. Oh, no, that's scared. All right.
How are you feeling? Good?
I didn't see a pothole that was a bit bigger than I originally
Anticipated.
and it had a really sharp lip.
Yep.
And I kind of ended up a little bit off the ground, and then when I landed, I was all over the shop. But
Okay, but you're okay.
we managed. Oh yeah, fine. Didn't come off.
There you go.
It was touch and go for a minute, but we're on the bike. We're riding very safely.
Okay, good luck. See you back home. And it's starting to rain over here. 391. There we go.
Hey guys, so I've just been looking at the results page and we do have a finish. Tim Belstead has finished in a time of 6:41.47.
It's a shame they didn't get the cameras going at the finish line.
Yes.
That is the third fastest time recorded then for day one.
Excellent. I know that Tim had said his goal, he didn't have any overall times in mind, but his goal for the weekend was just the swim record.
No,
What's happening?
It was just the swim record and under 8 hours a day. Was it not?
Yeah, but that's easy for a guy like him.
How are you feeling? You're feeling good? Yeah?
Steve York.
Yeah, Steve York back again.
All right, see ya.
It's off. Please.
He's got the raincoat on. He'll be fine.
There you go. Bye-bye. There you go. How are you guys doing? Good? Really? Are you sure about that? I don't know. Okay. Fair enough. It's going good. Looking good. Yeah, it's slightly cold now, isn't it? Oh, good. Okay, I'll let you go. If it's raining, keeps. See you. Bye bye.
All right, guys, let's take a look at the results from Tim. I'm going to pull them up on the screen here for us. So the leaderboard, Tim, here we go. So we got a 6:41.47. Average speed looks like a 21.80 kilometer. That can't be just for the bike. Swim time of 2:14.49 and a bike time of 4:26.58. Steve is putting all of this into his giant journal, so he will have that for later in the race. So, Steve, when we compare these times to the previous times, what are we seeing here?
His bike time's about 19 minutes back of bike day one record. That will probably put him in about, I think, about 14th place in terms of those people who have done day one bike. So a very solid bike, and obviously a great overall time. As we said, the third fastest overall time as well, just behind Simon Cochran and Richard Thompson. So not too shabby at all. And just ahead of Carl Reed, who did a 6:56. So to find yourself 15 minutes up on Carl Reed, very impressive.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it looks like he'll have a massive lead going into day number 2. So we have to keep an eye out, see what other cyclists we can look for tomorrow. It's always neat to see the tactics of riders on day 2. Some go storming out, some sit back, try and come through the field, obviously. But also the women's event there. And, you know, Kelly, I was pleased to see her doing so well. I think her swim was like a 3:42. And she's a strong rider, and she knows the course very well.
Yeah, so the day 2 is interesting. Tomorrow, if I was on crew for some of the top guys, I would point the weather out to them because it's going to be a strong-ish. It's going to be very wet tomorrow, by the way.
Oh.
And it's going to be a strong-ish south-south, and which means you get blown from Twin Waters all the way back to Noosa. So essentially, you can push that really hard bit from Yandina through on the Yandina-Bly Road, which is those hilly bits through that horrible section. You can push those a lot harder, knowing that you're going to have a massive tailwind behind you on the beautiful roads on David Low Way for the last 20 Ks. It's actually more than 20 Ks, probably 35 Ks.
Hey, Nick and Steve, it is Shane Kent here. I'm just giving you guys a dial in. Does this mean I've been bumped out of the top 5 for day 1? Bit concerned.
Steve King will tell you.
Day 1 combined? Yes, indeed.
Damn it.
The dude's never swum the channel, though, has he?
Yeah, but don't forget you've got day 2 where you got the 4th fastest.
And I stopped for ice cream.
That's true. I heard that.
Yeah.
True story.
Well, you got the 4th fastest for day 2 and the 4th fastest for days 1 and 2 bike times combined.
Yeah, okay. If only I was an hour faster in the swim, it would be better.
Yeah, there you go.
So, guys, I was down there this morning. Conditions were very ordinary, but, yeah, this bloke, he was on fire swimming this morning. He had a high stroke count, and he was high above the waves, and he just smashed it.
Well, you know what it's like, Shane. You've been atop the podium, man, and that's very impressive. To come away with a victory at Ultraman Australia is a very big deal.
Yeah.
especially wearing budgie smugglers, mate.
Oh, hey, we got him on screen now. Here
There
we go.
There he is. There.
Sorry about that. We're in the car on the way back now because we saw everyone come out of the swim and lost them on the bike, and the weather was terrible. It as Nick Mallet was saying, the wind is definitely going to play into some people's favour if they have a big disc on the back for that last half of the ride.
Yep.
So, Shane, you're also going to be joining us on day 3 to do what Nick's been doing with us and what Mel's been doing with us today, coming in and lending some of your expertise. I do appreciate you coming on a little bit early and giving us this little update even from the car, even though if it might be self-serving to find out if you get knocked out of the top 5. Yeah. But we still appreciate you coming in. Tell me,
Just
what else?
Double check.
What else have you noticed out there on the course today, other than the bad weather?
Look, I think the crews are extremely organised. I've been down here at Ultraman for a few times over the years, and you can tell, I don't know, half-assed crews versus professional crews, and everyone is on their game this year. It's going to make an interesting day too, because these guys are. Like we saw Steve York come back in to get a new jacket. They might not have been there on time, but he knows the importance of being warm, and he knows that he will go faster after he sees his crew. I think Bernard's also been jumping into people's cars, and you can just see the professionalism of their navigation as well. Not many people. I think there's 21 or 22 new people, which means it's almost 15 new crews as well. So yeah, it was interesting to watch, and it was nice to see everyone on the game.
Yeah, it's good actually. That navigation's the big deal, especially.
Yeah, I think.
Hey, Shane, what's the road conditions like out there?
In Australia, I would say they're pretty shithouse on the shoulder. Yeah. For internationals, that means it's not very good. And you'd have to drive them right in the middle of the road just to stay out of that kitty litter.
Yeah, I thought it would have been trashed a bit after all the horrible weather we've had.
It's just all the wash off the road going into the bike lane. So there's people I spoke to in that drop bear zone. Nick, I hope you spoke about that on day 1 and day 2 where there's no feeding.
Yep.
You know, just be careful of the loose stuff and of the holes.
Mm.
Yeah.
It looks like Banat's trying to get our attention to talk to one of these crews here. So Banat, please join in with us.
Yeah, here I am again. So what's going on here? Crew nutrition.
Updating
I'm trying to get off.
and sending videos to.
Larry will appreciate that. Yeah, for sure. Okay, so you are doing your homework then as well with the social medias and.
Next up, we have to readjust our schedule because we missed it because we didn't want to stop, and so now we've stopped early.
Okay.
Now we go back and reschedule, but that's okay.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. It will happen again.
Yes.
Lots of adaptation here happening. Yeah. Good. So make sure you enjoy, you eat, you drink as well. I see water bottles. Good.
We're going to stop at Kingpin for coffee.
For a coffee, for another one? What's the number? Like, how many coffees have you had today? None? 2? You're doing great. And it's like 1:30, so you may have like the last one now, and that's it for the day. All right. I want to see you stopping again.
We're going to stop at Kingpin.
At Kingpin. So, okay. You better go then. He was going fast.
You'll be on the pub side of the road then.
Sorry, say that again?
You'll be on the pub side of the road this time.
That's right.
All right. So I'll leave you to it. Enjoy your nutrition. and drive safely, okay? See you. Bye-bye.
So, Banat, I'm having the same problem that we had previously where I can see your camera fine in the Zoom, but I cannot bring it into the live stream. I'm not exactly sure what's going on. Perhaps you can turn off and come back into the Zoom again for me to see if that resets.
Okay, let me do that.
All right, thank you. Meanwhile, we have a paused, grinning Nick Millette on the screen.
Yeah, but it's under Larry Ryan.
There we go. All right. I'm going to take another look at the standings off on my fifth screen here that I got running and just double check that we don't have any more people coming in.
So, Steve, I see the Brazilians had another successful race.
You're muted, Steve.
You're talking about the Ultraman?
Yeah.
Yeah, and look at the numbers they're getting there as well. And that's
yeah, it's excellent.
That's without a major international field at all.
Yeah, it's crazy. I'm thinking of going next year.
Oh, brilliant. Well, have you also seen the number of countries represented in Mexico in the event that Van is putting on?
Yeah, I would love to do that, but as I spoke to Larry when I saw the price of the entry, I said in Australian dollars that's $3,800.
Wow, I didn't realize that. My goodness.
Yeah, it's $2,500 US dollars.
Yeah.
So our dollar is so weak now. No. Yeah. Because they've moved it to Zacatecas from Fresnillo.
Yes. Yeah.
And so I know exactly where it's all starting and stuff from my trip to Mexico with Van. Yeah. And I would have loved to seen it. They start outside this beautiful cathedral in downtown Zacatecas. And it'll be an epic race. But they've slapped the normal cost that they would charge in the United States onto it. And I just was horrified when I saw that it did the conversion and it was 3,800 Australian.
Yeah. Well, as you know, we're in the same boat. We're at like 71, 72 cents.
Yeah.
It's one of those things you got to decide, and especially if you're going to the Big Island for the Worlds, because you probably got to think in terms of 15 to 20 grand.
Yeah. 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 It's a big deal these days.
Yep. But we were talking earlier, or at least it was mentioned earlier, about Dougie Walker and Jill Walker. These are the guys who she's going to be doing her 100th this year, and he's just behind her. You know, they've got about 9 more to do or something. And
I know them. I met them in Malaysia. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I think I heard you mention them earlier, and does allow them to be able to move around because, you know, John Ragg, who's the Canadian guy who's done like 280, I think now, Ironman. You know, you've got to find the time. You've got to either be retired or be very wealthy and get time out or work from your hotel room somewhere, you know. But the toll it takes on you just for traveling. But obviously for some of these guys, it becomes their training, just moving from one to another.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
hey, we got Banat back.
So we've just had Ben Yates through, so he's just turned at the halfway mark. He's actually just got the double puncher about 10k back from the turnarounds. So his crew's gone down there and just fixed a double puncher for him, changed the back tyre over, replaced the wheel on the front tyre or front wheel, and they've got him back on the track, and he's now just turned heading home. As someone else comes through for the turnaround, this is Stuart King. Stuart King coming through now.
Stuart King.
Yeah, he did a 3:46 for the swim portion of the event. He had just moved into the 50-59 division this year as well.
It's got a chain off or something. Just down the road there.
Okay, chain off. The double puncher plus chain off. Alrighty. Oh, that's not his lucky day. All right. We'll let the crew know. Thanks.
And that's the spirit of Ultraman again, making sure that all the athletes are taken care of out on the course.
So, Nick, I wonder if, can you tell me, is Ultra 355 still going? Because I know Richard Thompson won that a couple of times.
No, sadly, they didn't get the numbers, so I haven't seen an official counting of the race, but it was cancelled last year and this year, so they didn't even put entries out for this year.
Oh, pity. It's a great
So yeah,
distances.
and Harvey Bay is a fantastic event for it.
That was some solid food going in there, not just the liquid calories. Oh, Bernat's got some hustle. Watch that speed bump.
Ooh, watch out with the car. There you go. Good luck.
What is that crazy driver doing on the wrong side of the road?
Oh, hold on. There is something going on there.
Or get down there.
No, but I don't have a vest. Let me wear it and I'll go. Hide this vest.
Yeah, Steve. Trouty did their own 355 when it was cancelled last year, so they all went up and did their own one. But unfortunately, Trouty had some issues and bailed on they were trying to do it in one hit, non-stop, and so he had some issues. But I contacted them. I thought, I'll do it this August and then go for a ride somewhere. But no, it's just no interest. It's a shame.
Yeah, it is. But as you're well aware too, there's they do have a non-stop Ultraman in Mexico, Zacatecas area as well. And Ramiro Gutierrez has done that a couple of times. It's quite something to think about. But
that appeals to me because I don't need a crew for that.
there you go. No, but it would be nice to have some bodies around you just because, you know.
True.
Going through the night like that would be a bit tough.
Yeah.
Hi, this is John.
Cool.
I know Shane Kent, when he heard about that straight through, he wanted to, he asked Tony, can we have one here? Run on the same weekend. And Shane was going, come on, you know, he was going to be a challenger. He wanted to smack me down. And so we went together.
Wow. Well, one of the guys did like 26 hours. So, I mean, that is very impressive.
That's pretty cool.
Oh,
Wow.
we're getting music.
Oh,
I think that was coming from the finish line. And we got Bernat going out there again. So give me a second to mute that finish line. Oh, they've muted. All right. Bernat.
Faster today, 6 hours, 41 minutes and 47 seconds, making him the third fastest in the history of the event for day one overall time. So great effort, Timmy, 6:41.47. Amazing day out. He had about a 35-minute lead on the second place athlete, which does sound like a lot, and it is a lot, but we still have.
You're doing what?
300.
Oh, we got, look at this. We got Bernat with a problem here. Let's cut to Bernat.
So a lot can happen in that time, but it's a good start. Timmy getting a rub down. You'll get a lot more time to recover. It's a compounding effect, and that's what makes this race so good. You push hard, you might be more fatigued, but you get more time to recover.
You've got time still. Thank you.
All right, let's go, Ben.
Good luck, Ben. Off he goes. Yeah, so you've got work to do this afternoon. Okay, all the best.
What was going on there, Bernat? What did they have to swap out the entire wheel?
Yeah, I think so. And they were having issues with the brakes as well. So they are now going to start looking for a bike shop to have the bike repaired and have it ready for tomorrow. So, yeah.
Did they
happen here?
Did they swap out the bike or just out a wheel, or what did they do there?
They just swapped the wheel.
Okay.
But then the new wheel that they put, it wasn't the same, obviously, as the previous one, and he was having some problems with the brake. There, he's fit to go. He's all right, but he has asked his crew to actually look for a bike shop and have it fixed after the race.
Yeah, and that was Ben Yates.
Yeah, that's
okay. All right.
That
Well,
was his crew.
all right. Excellent. Thank you. We now have connections with the finish line, so let's go over and check out what's going on over there with Timmy.
Steve King's here, Tim.
Oh, no, we don't want that.
What are you going to do?
That coming from Tim? He's speaking. It doesn't look like it would be coming from him.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we got you now.
Yes.
Yes. Do you have music playing, Tim? If you got music, we got to cut it.
Can't hear you.
We've lost his camera.
So not much sleep this weekend. We got this silliness going on. We've got the St. George 70.3 tonight. The stage 2 of the Giro d'Italia. I get no sleep.
Yeah, we got an 8-mile race here at what used to be our Blossom 10-miler. They now have.
Yeah, what happened to the last 2 miles?
Yeah, well, I think it was the sheer cost of putting the event on. Remember, we used to have to bus people out there to Naramata.
Yeah.
Park just alongside Okanagan Lake. So
okay.
they run up Vancouver Hill on the road, stay on the road, but then you remember where the Hillside Winery was? They make a turn and come back down on the Kettle Valley Railway.
All right, perfect. That's all right.
Yeah.
All right.
So who is coming?
Beardy.
Beardy.
Yeah, bearded dragon.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
This is Tim. Tim coming through from. Yep, perfect.
Yes.
Just coming through, guys. We're just talking about. We are 7 hours 10 minutes in, obviously. We were just talking through. I don't know. You might have already spoken about the results so far, but today's time with Timmy Belstead coming over in 6:41.47 puts him in the third fastest official day one time bike run swim bike combo behind Simon and Richard. There's also 2 times from 2018 where unfortunately the swim course was short because of the tide, but yeah, Tim is good. I've went and saw him and spoke to him just briefly after he finished. He's in good spirits. He's feeling good. He's just getting a massage from Gail at the moment. He's feeling good. So we're obviously just going to wait now for our second place athlete and then all the other athletes to come in after that.
Did he, hey, Tim, did he give you any idea about what the roads are like at the moment? Like the road surface?
No, he didn't. They said it was a little bit slippery, but it's not. It's not raining. It's not very windy. It's actually probably really good conditions, safe for slippery surface. So you probably couldn't go down, probably couldn't descend as fast as you normally would.
Yeah.
But they're definitely not going to overheat today, that's for sure.
That's true.
Which is good. It's literally like, say it might be a little bit windy and the road surface might be a little bit wet, but it's actually really, really good conditions. Like the water, as you might have seen on some of the footage from Banya, the water was really really mill pondy by the end. So it was actually great swimming conditions. And the swimmers later in the day, the tide was starting to go out. So unfortunately, they were caught trying to come in when the tide was going out. And you would have seen that Vishnu Prasad, our last athlete, came across the finishing line in 6 hours and 42 seconds.
Oh!
Cut off by 42 seconds, but we had a word to him and we got him going, and now he is on the bike.
Yeah.
So that's one great thing about Ultraman racing, is obviously that he can continue and he can become a participant, obviously not a finisher. Obviously he was a bit disappointed, but we G'd him up as we can do here. And we got him going.
Hey, Tim, I just want to interrupt for a second. We've got about 4 athletes out at the turnaround, so I want to cut this over to Banat.
You got live now.
Perfect, mate.
All right, let's go, Banat.
Hey, Larry, look at who I've got here.
Oh, that's a Shane Duffy alert.
Yeah, that's Shane Duffy. How are you doing, mate? Fantastic. Did ya? We may need to turn that one off.
Had a few bike issues on at the Karoi turnoff, but
we saw that your crew actually sent a couple of videos, so we were able to check that. And what happened there?
Slow leak in the front wheel with tubeless. Put a tube in, but didn't have an extender for the valve.
That sounds like a rookie mistake there, Shane. That's a rookie mistake. How'd you manage that one?
You think if it was my first time, you could get away with shit like that.
No. All right.
Anyway, hopefully everyone else is doing well. And,
we're very happy, mate.
We're going to hit the road. How long have we got to get back?
4 hours. Around 4 hours, a little bit more.
Down to lunch at the pub or what?
3 3/4 hours.
How long?
3 3/4.
Yeah. Righto.
So just assume it's 2.5.
Yeah.
Okay, guys.
Thanks, Shane. And thanks, Brooke, for sending in the videos. That was very interesting to get that extra video footage, and we're encouraging all the crews to send in video footage like that so that we can see what's happening for each of the athletes out there.
I'll just meet you on one of those ponds down there. But anyway, thanks, guys. See you later. Yeah.
Best of luck, Shane. Banat, it looked like there were some other athletes in there as well. What do you got? Do you still have other ones hanging around there?
Yeah, I do. 1-1-1.
These guys.
Mort?
Do that. Going to hit with.
There we go.
That's Adam Mort. Another returning athlete from 2017. Who else you got up there, Banat? Adam Mort had a time of 29:33 the last time he raced in 2017. His day one time, that time was 10 hours and 39 seconds. Oh, it's the bearded dragon.
Oh, there's an arrow face.
You are live. Everyone is watching you. How do you keep that beard? I want one. Is it? Yeah. I don't know about that. I tried a couple of times. I failed. Okay. Good luck. See you on the finish line.
Well, he and Adam are pretty much in the same position they were after the swim. I think he did a 4:08 swim.
Yes, you're exactly right. 4:08.46. And Adam was a 4:07.57. So yeah, they were only less than a minute apart at coming out of the water, and they stayed less than a minute apart, it looks like. Oh, those guys are scared of you, Banat. They're running away. They don't want any part of you.
I can run with you too. Yeah. Nice car. See you. They've got lots of things there. Couple of skis. Nice.
Are you getting any ideas for your next race, Banat?
Nah. That's something for my crew to figure out. That's on them.
Right.
How are you guys doing? I'm all right. It's starting to rain a little bit here, but not so good.
Where are you from?
From the north part of Spain, from the Basque Country.
Oh, nice.
But almost Aussie.
San Sebastian.
Yeah, that's my hometown. Have you been there?
Last year.
When?
In August.
In August.
July,
It must
August.
be like warm, probably.
It was very hot. It was the hottest, one of the hottest days I've ever had.
Really?
Yeah, it was like 40 something. It was when the cycle race started.
The actual
Vuelta.
classic. Oh, yeah. Amazing. No.
There's
cool,
always
very
a
new.
week festival there.
Yeah, correct. It's like the big week.
Yep. the big
But
week in
if
the Algarve.
you ever need to go for a single day to San Sebastian, go on the 20th of January. It's winter, the middle of winter, but it's truly worth it. That's our special day there. So
It's-
yeah,
it's good. I had 5 days there. It's great.
no, if you ever come back, just let me know. All right. Have a good night. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Having a bit of fun here.
Absolutely. Making friends.
Yeah. Look, they were at my hometown last year. So, yeah, at least they've got a pretty good taste.
Now, Banat, do you hold the esteemed record for the fastest person from the Basque to finish a 5:15 race?
To be honest, I don't know. But I'm the only Basque person to actually have raced the Ultraman Australia. I know that.
All right.
They had to buy the flag.
I remember that. I remember when we were doing the race preview, Jeff and I we had to talk. We talked about that.
Yeah. Oh, that was cool actually. That talks about how they care about the people that they are racing. So no, that was nice.
Yeah. And did they let you carry the flag in for the athlete parade?
Yeah, 100%. They did. I mean, I was the only one, so
Yeah, well,
I had to do it.
they had no choice then.
I guess so.
Do you have any more athletes or crews out there, or maybe we should go check Tim at the finish line?
Yeah, probably check team. At the moment, there is no one hanging around, and I may start thinking of actually going back and checking the finish line. What do you think, Udo?
I reckon it's maybe trying to go back and see all those dozens of athletes that you're seeing here crossing the halfway point, coming in on the finish line of day one. Probably a good time now. If you do go soon, you'll catch a bit coming in succession.
Okay, so Larry, what do you think?
Yeah, I think probably that's the way to go at this point. We'll take it back to the finish and go see what's going on back there.
Okay, so I'll cut the connection here and see you in around 45 minutes.
All right, sounds good. Thanks for all the hard work out there, Banat. We're looking forward to some more.
All good. See you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Tony looks like he's just walked into a construction zone and he's found all his workers doing nothing.
All right. We're going to go to which scene? This one. All right. Steve King. Oh, no, not you. We're going to go. I apologize. I'm not on active speaker, so I can't get there. What do we got here? There we go. We got Tim. What are the chances he's going to recognize he's on the screen? So as we're getting closer to the finishers coming in, other than our first finisher, I might take this opportunity to give us a little bit more of some of the background or video while we're waiting for these guys to come in, since we don't have Banat at the turnaround anymore. A lot of this was about having memories for the race, and right now what I'd like to do is play you one of the previous videos from what they play at the awards, where they are doing their highlights from the races, where at the awards banquet they have all their photos and videos combined into one slideshow. So here's one that is from 2022.
Wanya nalong dalangu, wanya ye nyaran gan, wini and anaju, banji jimmy, yakin banji.
day 3, our runway, our 84.3 kilometre journey as we work down the long-distance beaches. So we'll see you.
How was it? Was it good?
Oh, hello. We are back. Yeah. All right. I think we're starting to get some information from the finish line here. So I'm going to try and cut over to the finish line here. Let's see what we got. Tim, are you there? Tim, there you go.
Can you guys hear me there?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Sorry about that. We're still obviously getting set up here. We've just moved. We've just had the one athlete come through. We haven't had any reports yet of our second athlete come through the finish line, but we're expecting it to be, as you guys would be aware, Boris Buckalini. Hopefully we're getting him through in second. He's riding pretty consistently from reports out on the road. We've had a few punctures. Obviously we had a lot of rain over the last 72 hours up here, Sunshine Coast, which is unusual for this time of year to be raining that much, but we've had it. So there's been a few flats, but everyone seems to be in good spirits. As I was mentioning before, the athlete that just missed the swim cutoff, he jumped on the bike and he's gone, and now he's back into the groove. So hopefully he'll get through to the end before the 12-hour cutoff tonight. Apparently, biking and running is his strength, so he should be pushing himself through the field between now and then.
Tim, can you hear us as well?
I can, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, excellent.
I just have to sometimes take it off.
Yes.
Because there's a lot going on here. So I apologize if you're talking to me.
Yes, no.
I don't respond.
No worries, no worries. So
I'm the most popular guy in school.
when I'm looking at the leaderboard and the positions, I'm not seeing the 41 participants. Did we start with less than 41 participants today?
No, we did start with 41. There is that some of the timing mats, because of all the rain we've had, haven't picked them up as they've come across certain checkpoints within the race.
Okay.
But we had 41 start, and we had 40 complete the swim course. We have one athlete, Rajpal Chaudhary, who failed to finish the swim. He withdrew himself after about 6 kilometers.
Okay. So we have Rajpal as a withdraw from the swim, and then another athlete who missed the cutoff on the swim.
Yeah, the athlete that missed the cutoff in the swim was athlete number 402, Vishnu Prasad.
Okay.
But he's out on the bike.
But he is working toward being a participant in the race.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Yeah. So we spoke to him, we talked him through it. Obviously he was disappointed, it's only natural. Probably worse to come at 6:00:42 than maybe coming in at 6.5 hours when it's blown out of the water to miss it by such a little margin. He was pretty disappointed, didn't want to keep pushing, but we sort of spoke to him and got him going.
Excellent.
And as you can see, the guys, there's a big gust of wind just came through and tried to annihilate the finish line, but we got it sorted out.
That's good. That's good.
That's it.
Yeah, I can see that the finish line is standing there. We're showing it on the screen now with the boards down there. Can you tell us how long you're expecting until Boris comes? The website is saying at 12 minutes after the hour.
He was so he should be in the next. He was about 50 minutes behind through the last checkpoint. So it should be within the next 10 minutes.
Okay.
Maybe depending, obviously, if something's gone wrong or he's slowed down or anything like that. But it should be roughly around 10 to 12 minutes before we see the next one. But then I was just having a look at the updates, and there's like the athletes like 4 through 10
It's like there's 7 minutes separating.
We were discussing that earlier. Yes, you're
Yeah.
gonna be working
so-
hard.
Yeah, I'm going to go from not having a lot to do to being the busiest man in Australia. It is. So, but that's really good racing, right? That's really cool, because I was saying before earlier today to the guys here that are hanging around, that the finish line is that, yeah, you might think that 35-minute or a 50-minute or a 60-minute lead is a lot, but they've still got 360 kilometers to race.
Exactly.
Including 280 on a bike. And there are a lot obviously can go right, but there's a fair few things that can go wrong. And then 84K runners, you guys know, and everyone watching know, if you have two people line up and go run a kilometer, and they're 1.5 minutes apart, and you extrapolate that out over 84Ks, that is a lot of time.
Yeah.
So while Timmy Belstead has got off to a flyer, he's very well aware that there's still plenty of time left in this race, and he knows he needs to be switched on.
100%. Yeah. It's going to be interesting to see that pack of people that come through. We also were just out at the turnaround with Banat, and there was another group of like 4 or 5 athletes all together that were minutes apart at that point as well. So after, you're going to get a little bit of a lull where they kind of trickle in a little bit, but then you're going to have another slam. It's going to be like working the double shift at the restaurant, I think.
That's why they bring me on, Larry. That's why they pay me the big bucks.
It's for your professionalism.
Absolutely. Don't ask anyone else about that though.
Nick, do you want to comment?
Hey,
don't let Steve comment on that.
Modesty costs a lot of money.
Yeah. No, you can tell the truth. You can tell I am.
Yeah, it's true. Listen, enough about talking about me. How about you talk about me for a while?
You're right. Yeah. That's exactly what Tony Horton said before. He goes, "Are you sick of talking about you? Because every time you are, I can come in and start talking about you if you want."
Well, Steve, you haven't had a chance to talk with Tim yet today. Maybe you want to get in there and ask a few questions about his thoughts on what's been going down at the beach area.
Well, Tim, it doesn't seem that long ago since you were second overall to Arnaud. And since then, you've done all sorts of incredible things, but the biggest of all was moving around the world. And I'd like you to tell me, experience other events when you were going around. Did you run into any races that were going on, or any ultra events of any sort while you were taking time out?
Yeah, so there was no. I was hoping to, whenever I got to a like a Saturday and there was a park run, I would attempt to incorporate the park run as part of the run. The issue with the run was I had to start and finish at the exact same point from where I finished. So I had to start every day from where I finished the day before. So logistically, it was really hard. But there was one time in southern Texas, down right near the border of Texas and Mexico, there was a marathon starting at the exact place where I finished that day. So we spoke to the organisers and we jumped in that day.
Oh, that's incredible, my man. And are you thinking, because we have a park run right here in Penticton, I hope you will come over someday, take part in our Ultraman any which way, including co-commentating.
Steve, when you invite me over, mate, I'll be there.
Well, I'm inviting you over.
There we go. And footing, was that also including footing the bill?
Well, I can make some mean breakfast, mate. Scrambled eggs on toast. I'll look after your breakfast-wise.
All right, I'm there.
Good man. Seriously,
absolutely. Yeah, obviously, I'm not. I'm definitely not done with my adventures yet. But I've got to get over to North America and hang out with you guys a little bit more.
Oh, we'd love that.
So I did that, and that was it really. Just in terms of, like, back to your question, it was just such a logistical challenge, I suppose.
Mm-hmm. Now, are you going to be featured in the Guinness Book of World Records now, like when I buy a copy for Christmas?
No, I won't be, because it's an unsanctioned event because there's no specific route, and you can choose the route. There's too many variables. So Guinness Book of Records at this stage haven't accepted anyone doing the event yet.
Now, what about a book, though? Are you coming out with your own book?
Yeah, so I definitely wrote a big chapter of that book and completed this run around the world. And I've just been talking to a ghost writer who helping me. But I do have another challenge. I do have another challenge, and they want to make that the final chapter of the book.
Wow! And
So,
is that a mystery, or are you going to let us know?
No,
what
well,
it is?
let's leave it at
All
a
right.
mystery
Okay.
at
I
the
look
moment.
forward to it. Okay.
But I'll announce that shortly,
All right. I look forward
and
to that.
that'll close the chapter on that book, and then we'll get the book out, because the book I want to be about more, not just I woke up today and ran. I want it to be about what I learned as a person running, and how great the world is running, and the great people I got to meet along the run, and why I think it's so important to be doing endurance events and activities like we all do as a community, and the benefit we get from doing it.
And that's what really engages people when you give a speech as well. As you say, it's talking to the every man and woman and about their own hopes and dreams, even if it's nothing to do with running, but it's about perseverance, eh?
Well, that's right, about the grit, just the lessons learned, the discipline, the turning up every day, even though you don't feel like it necessarily.
Hey, Tim,
So
do you think we have 3 minutes before our next finisher?
we should be very close.
All right.
So because of where we're situated, we're just at the finishing arch, but the finishing line is about a kilometre up the road.
Right. Yeah.
So we'll get told from them exactly when they come in, and then we're on.
All right. Well, in that case, I want to try and put in this little 3-minute video because I want to talk about you for a little bit. So let's run this one.
Australia's version of Forrest Gump has become just the 8th person to run around the world. Tim Franklin has averaged more than a marathon a day for 576 days.
An extraordinary journey unlike any other. 5 continents, 19 countries, 26,232 kilometres. After 576 days, Tim Franklin has run around the world. Straight into his mother's arms in an emotional homecoming at Brisbane South Bank Parklands, the 41-year-old crossed off his final continent to become the 8th person to run the world.
Yeah, all the emotions. Excited, nervous. I don't even know. I can't even put it into words.
Tim Franklin's journey began in New Zealand before he ran coast to coast in the US. Followed by South America, Europe, Asia and Australia. He has faced almost every weather event during his run.
Day 302, I'm melted into the frickin' tarmac. I think it's snowing. Hey guys, it's snowing again. I don't know whether it's snow or hail. It just drizzled all frickin' day. But we're not complaining about the weather because I can't control it. I can only control the controllables, and the controllables were I put a jacket on and I just bloody grit me teeth and went, and we got it done.
And been attacked by wild dogs.
There were 3, just like here, and then I was like,
All of that on top of exhaustion, illness and injury, but his positivity has always shined through.
Today completely blows my mind and blows everything I've ever done in my life out of the water, and I'm lucky that everyone in my team thought I could do it and knew I could do it and kept pushing me, because there's plenty of times where I didn't think I was going to get through it.
Tim Franklin set off with a world record in sight, but has finished the 2nd fastest.
Unfortunately, on day 80, I found out that my father had a terminal illness and only had 3 months to live. I made the difficult decision to go home and say my goodbyes to him. The world record was a carrot dangling, but it was never the be-all and end-all. The message was get out, get moving, and have fun doing it.
It's a message he wants to continue to spread. Tim Franklin has raised more than $39,000 for 3 charities, Inspiring Brighter Futures, Lung Foundation Australia and Wings for Life. He will turn his attention to recovery, but won't stop running.
and I feel $1 million. So I feel like I could go do another lap.
Casey Shields, Sky News, Brisbane.
Well, how about that, Timmy?
I think
Well,
I'm going to
that's a-
cry.
That's a blast. That feels like I don't know whether that feels 5 minutes ago or 500 years ago. But we do have news. We do have news, team, that we've had some athletes call in. We know that we haven't heard from Boris's crew, but we know that he's close. But we've just heard that Kirsty Sheen is now on Gympie Terrace. So for those playing at home that aren't familiar with the course, that is about 2.5, 3 Ks from the finish line. So that's our leading female. So we'll have Kirsty Sheen. We've also had Nicola's team call in and Richard Doe's team. So the Dozer has called in as well. And we ask our crews to call in when they're within about 5 kilometres of the finish line. So it looks like it's going to get a bit helter skelter here, which will be pretty exciting. So hopefully we've got the video up. We'll have you guys on the finish line so you can see all the action.
Excellent. We seem to be having a problem with the finish line shot, though.
Yeah, we're aware of that. We just put a still on because there was a fair bit going on in front of it.
Ah, gotcha. Okay.
Yep.
Well, this
so
is
remembering, and obviously you've spoken about your crew to everyone online that are open roads, so it can be challenging when they come in and directing them through and making sure it's safe at the finish line.
Yeah, and can you explain again for the people that might have just been joining us how the finish line is not the finish line?
Yeah, so just because of the safety aspect of it, and we wanted to make the finish the really iconic. What we do is we have the official finish line about 1 to 1.5 kilometers back up the road, so it's really safe for the athlete to come in, and then they come in and finish under the arch, so they can celebrate the finish. But we just don't have it on the road just because of safety reasons. We obviously, that's paramount, and especially for anyone that's been to NOOSA, it is very busy up here, and the roads are very small, and it's not built. It's not built to have a lot of that infrastructure. So we're playing catch up.
All right then.
So we've just got that video. We've just got that video feed of the finish line up now. So hopefully that works.
Yep, we can see that.
And imminently, we should be welcoming our second athlete, which should be Boris Bakaline. So he should be coming along, and he's obviously this is his second time here. So second time under the arch on day one. Swam really well last year, rode really well last year, so he's backed it up. Or maybe 23. Sorry. So he's coming through soon.
He was a 23 and a 24 finisher.
23. Oh, so 3 times more. Yeah, so very strong swim biker.
Mm-hmm. Steve, do you have some stuff on Boris before he comes in that we can maybe chat about as we're waiting for him to arrive? You're on mute, Steve. Steve?
Yeah, because you just need to find a name. Once you get timing. Well, when you sorry.
Yeah, Boris, what is he? I think he's 38 now. As you said, I think he's been here a couple of times before, and he was very well placed at the end of day number 1 last year as well. I think he was the top swimmer. He was in fact the only person to go sub 3 hours, I think, and ended up at the end of the first day there with, I think, a 3rd position, because he had Bludmans and Tony Goodyear right up there as well. And certainly, I think, one of the nice things when you've done it a couple of times, obviously, you're also hoping to break some PRs out there. But more than anything else, you want to move up in the rankings as well. So hopefully he's able to do that if he can hang for a 2nd place, based on obviously what we're seeing so far. And despite the big gap we're going to see going into day 2, I think it looks like Tim needs to be hand it over to. Tim?
We don't have your sound, Tim.
Forest Bockaline coming in. And we know that Nicola Matus is coming close, and Richard Doze as well. They're all within the last few kilometres, and we know also that Kirsty her crew has phoned in as well to let her know that she was just entering Gympie Terrace. So we know that in the space of the next little while, we're going to have 4 or 5 athletes come across the finishing line. So for everyone playing it at home and here, just let you know that the official finish line is about 1 kilometre up the road. So they come in there. The reason we do that is just safety. We do not want athletes having to race through NOOSA Parade, Gympie Terrace. It gets ugly. It's a bit dangerous. Cars are close. There's a lot of tourists around, so they might not necessarily be looking for bikes so they can cruise in the recovery process. We have plenty of marshals on course, making sure the athlete knows where to go, doesn't get lost. But we have 4 athletes very close to the finish line. In fact, at one stage, we had 6 athletes within 4 minutes of each other. Over a 515 kilometre course, that is very, very close. So we're just waiting to get information on our next athletes coming in, and you'll see them come around that roundabout. We've got Adrian out there on the flag. He'll direct them in.
So, Tim, it looks like we don't have the shot of the finish line. Is there something going on with that?
Yeah, we do. We're just currently just looking after some other tech.
Okay.
Currently looking after some other tech, guys.
Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've just got news. We've had 2 athletes cross the official finish line. We'll see them soon. It is athlete number 168, which is our first female athlete. That is Kirsty Sheehan of the day. And our third athlete across the finish line is athlete number 308. And that is Forrest Buckaline coming back. Both of these have raced here before. We know that Kirsty Sheehan was second place when she raced back in 2018. And then Boris, who's raced in 2023 and 2024, very strong swim biker. So he's out there today. He's get the job done. So we should see them, as you can see, their crews are running in now. So we should see them come around the roundabout very, very shortly. But we know that we've got 3 athletes now across the finish line. We met Timmy across the finish line some time ago. He had a time of 6 hours, 41 minutes and 47 seconds. Now, just to show you how close it is out there on course, despite the fact that they're 500. And here they are. They're coming across together. These 2 finished within 1 second of each other out there today. So welcome, Kirsty Sheehan and Boris Buckaline in a time of 7 hours, 49 minutes and 38 seconds, and a time of 7 hours, 49 minutes and 39 seconds. 1 second separated them after 155 kilometres of racing. It was 1 second. So we have 3 athletes across the line now. Timmy Belstead, Kirsty Sheehan, the leading female in second place overall, was 1 second ahead of Boris Buckaline, and he's finished in 7 hours, 49 minutes. So these guys will get off. He looks fresh, though. He looks ready to go again tomorrow, smiling. Is he going to nod, thumb up? Yeah, there we go. We've also got Kirsty looking good. No. Dirty bike's a fast bike. That's what their job is, exactly right. And how do you feel? Good. We might try and grab Kirsty for a chat when she's got a chance after she goes and fuels herself. But great job. So that's it. We have now 3 athletes and we know there's a couple very close as well. So we'll keep an eye out.
No. I just no.
Hey, guys, you're also hot mic.
All right, so Steve, how does that line up with some previous times that we've seen for the women?
Yeah, thanks for asking. Lines up pretty well. When you consider also when Kirsty raced last time, she was going head-to-head with Anne Brinkamp, the German, who ended up with the victory. But if you look at her time from when she raced last time, she did a 7:31 clocking then, and that was with a kilometre shy on the swim, so very close to the sort of time she would have done if it had been a full 10K the last time. So very impressive. And to go into day number 2 being in second place overall, albeit by 1 second, really impressive. And we get that bike split shown shortly. As you're aware, we've got the overall splits there, and you can see with her time of 7:49, that would move her into the 5th fastest time we've seen for day 1 for a female. And that's by about 14 minutes, I believe.
Wow.
I think her bike time for day 1, we need to get a check on that, but I think it might be the 4th or 5th fastest bike time for a female on day 1. We've had Kate Bevilacqua, of course, at 4:32, and a Brinkamp at 4:50. And then you've got Emily Kempson and Sam Boag. They were 4:52, 4:53, and Kirsty herself held the 5th fastest bike time for day 1 with a 4:56.13.
Yeah, so looking here, we've got, we only have the bike splits on this one. Okay. What about on leaderboard?
I think it's a 4:53, so I think that would give her the 4th fastest bike split. And probably 2.5 minutes or so faster than what she did on the bike previously.
Mm-hmm.
And her 7:49 overall time would give her the 5th fastest time, by the way, on swim bike combination.
So Steve, I've just put you onto the full screen right now because we've lost a couple cameras at the finish line.
Okay.
Maybe you can just continue on and maybe take a look at Dozer because he's going to be coming in there as well next, and have a little preview of what his times might be looking like.
Well, if he's next up and goes 8 hours, that would give him then a 5 hour and about a 6-minute swim, but that includes the transitions. One of the things I like to do, I wasn't able to see the swim finishes there, unfortunately, but it's always pleasing to me to check out the sort of time some people do in transition. Over the years, we've seen one person a couple of years ago went sub minute. We've seen that a couple of times, 1 minute before they literally exited the swim and doing the first pedal strokes on the bike. Others we've seen maybe taking 30 to 40 minutes because, you know, the struggle if they've been out there in the water a long time.
Mm-hmm.
We were in Florida quite a few years ago, where one athlete sadly was in the swim for 7 hours. And we felt really bad because his sister had never paddled before. So poor lady, she was paddling out there for 7 hours, and she was just fried when she came in. But I think obviously it's looking really good for Kirsty, because when you look at what she's achieved, she is a lady who's been first, second, and third on the podium in her age category before at Ironman Western Australia. We've seen her there, Ironman Australia, Cairns as well. And certainly the fact that she's gone over this course before, even though it was 7 years ago now, hard to believe, but she actually, with the time she's achieved as well, that about 24 and a half hours, I believe it was, in total time that she achieved then. That is an excellent overall time. And in fact, that's why it's so sad that the swim was slightly short, because that would have probably given her, I think, the fourth fastest ever time, because you got Kate Bevilacqua, Emily Kempson, and again, she was second in a great race. There was about 12 minutes, I think it was, that separated the two of them at the end of the 3 days when they raced together in 2018.
Oh, it
We've
looks
just got word that we've got another finisher. Athlete number 365 has come across the finish line. That is Josh McCaskill come across the finish line. So he has rode the house down. Finish time of 7 hours, 58 minutes and 6 seconds. He swam 3:04 and then he's put together a 4:53 on the bike. So he's gone through 156 kilometers today in a time of 7 hours, 58 minutes and 6 seconds. So like I was saying before, it starts off relatively slowly with 1 or 2 athletes, and then it will just pump through. We'll have 5, 10 athletes. Here he is, ladies and gentlemen. Let's make some noise for our fourth finisher today. Number 365 returning, Joshua McCaskill, in a time of 7 hours, 58 minutes and 6 seconds. Congratulations, Josh. Big smile on that face, mate. Up about music, isn't it? Under 8 minutes, fella. Great job, mate. Awesome. All right.
Tim, do you actually have the bike split for Kirsty?
I do. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Yep. I will. I've actually got. I do have it. I got Timmy Belstead here for a quick interview. I've got him on the screen. So if you can change that screen, I have her bike split is 4 hours, 53 minutes and 4 seconds. Kirsty Sheehan's bike split. 4 hours, 53:04.
Good. So that would be the fourth fastest.
Fourth fastest. Yep. Fourth fastest female time, which is good going. In our 10th, especially the day, I think it was a bit wet roads. Light winds though, I hear. I'm just going to. All right, ladies and gentlemen, after a 2:14.49 in the swim, breaking the record by just a tick over 10 minutes, and then putting together a hell of a ride to finish the day in 6 hours and 40 odd minutes. Unofficially, I don't have it right in front of me. 6 hours, 41 minutes. Timmy Belstead, Tim, how does it feel, mate?
Yeah, good. Good to get day one out of the way. It's definitely going to be my probably best day. So it's all downhill from here.
I don't believe you for 1 second, but we've just had, I'm just going to interrupt very briefly. We've just had athlete number 395, athlete 395, who is Greg Jenkins. He's just come across the finish line. So we'll see him here shortly. So 2:14.49 on the swim, and then a blistering bike time. How to feel in the swim? What were the conditions like? Obviously, it's been wet, but did you really notice that in the water?
Yeah, the swim was actually a lot harder than I thought it was going to be. There were a few swell lines rolling through, and the wind and the rain, made it pretty difficult. But yeah.
Hey, mate, here we go. I'm just going to interrupt. Here we go. In a time of 8 hours and 50 seconds, we have our next finish athlete, 395, Greg Jenkins. huge smile on his face. Looks like he just wants to go and do it all again. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Greg Jenkins back for finishing day one here at the 10th anniversary of Ultraman Australia 2025. Come back to Timmy. The water, did you feel a current? Was there anyone pulling you? Was one way easier than the other? And what's a lap course feel like?
Yeah, it was interesting making that first boy turn and turning around, and there's 40 odd kayaks and people coming at me. Yeah, good thing I had my brother James out on the board to direct me the entire time. Vision wasn't great, so yeah, very grateful for him. I wouldn't have been able to swim that quick without him, definitely.
And you mentioned your brother on the kayak, but how important is the crew? Like, I know it's an individual sport, but how important for you and today and everything that goes into it, how important is that crew for you?
It's hard to describe really. Definitely would have gone that quick today without my crew, especially on the bike. Like, fueling me every half hour. I got exactly, in what I needed nutrition wise, just smashing infinite nutrition, and and then I got a flat, and the fellas were super quick to get that change. So it was really good and super important to have them around it all weekend.
All right, so we're day one done. We're 156 or 155 of the 515 Ks, so still plenty of work to do. What does tonight look like? And you said today was your best day. I don't believe you. What does tonight look like? And then what does tomorrow? What's the plan for tomorrow? And 280 Ks out on the bike in what could be similar conditions to today?
Obviously going to go get a feed in a second, refuel. I'll probably have a bit of a nap and go on the foam roller. As for tomorrow, I've not ridden over 180 Ks in my life, so it's going to be interesting. The cloudy and the rain, I'm used to that at home, so that doesn't bother me. But hopefully we've got some kinder winds than we did today.
Mate, I'm going to let you go, let you recover, but congratulations. Day one's done. Good luck tomorrow. Make sure you go get some rest. Ladies and gentlemen, our new swim record holder and day one overall leader in the time of 6 hours and 41 minutes, it's Tim Belstead.
Good job.
The hunter becomes the hunted.
Well, I think it's also interesting to see Boris Bakaline when you consider what he's done the last couple of years. His first time for day one, he did a 9:16. Then last year, an 8:11. And here he is now with a new PR of 7:49. So very impressive improvement.
Oh, Tim's dropped out.
Tim, we don't have your sound. Oh, okay. He doesn't want to be on. He's playing music and talking. We got you. It's a chance for you to come back in, Nick.
Yeah, it's great to see these guys putting down improved times year after year.
Do you think there's some training involved in that?
Oh, a little bit. Well, and this, as much as I hate to say it, there's a bit of technology involved as well. If you follow any of what the Ironmen are doing, the times they're doing now are just absolutely ridiculous. Even age group times. I mean, we're talking the bike now. Back in the day, if you were cycling under 5 hours as an age grouper, that was top of the tree. That was very good riding. And if you were running under 3 hours as an age grouper, that was almost unheard of. It wasn't many. These days, 440s for age groupers on the bike are standard for the top guys. The standard of bike riding across the sport has gone through the roof. So, and we're seeing that here. We watched it with Richard Thompson
just had reports
and then
of
Simon
athlete
as well.
390 come across the finishing line. That is Anthony Elder. Anthony Elder has come across the finish line.
I mean, you can ask Steve here, when 15 years ago, would you imagine you would ever seen a guy go under 20 hours for an Ultraman. I mean, who would have thought?
Absolutely stunning. You know, when they were starting to do 21 hours, we thought that was almost the limit. I know when Richard Thompson contacted me and said, what do you think would be a huge performance? You know, if you looked at guys at the time were doing 740 for
There
Ironman.
we go. And gets the job done. Athlete 390, Anthony. I just heard him called Tony. So we'll go with Tony for the rest of the week. Great job, mate. In a time of 8 hours, 6 minutes, and 23 seconds. Absolutely nailed it. And if you've got enough energy to raise your hands like that, mate, let's go harder tomorrow. Thank you. Tones, big tones. Done. No shin.
That too is impressive, but again, it shows how impressive Kirsty's ride was, because they came out of the swim just a bit apart there. Anthony, in fact, was, I think, 13 seconds up on Kirsty at the end of the swim. But you're right, Nick, when we think of times past and when Richard Thompson contacted me about what I thought was possible, I said, well, if everything went perfect, the possibility exists for something like 1945, you know, but it would have to be the best of days all around.
Yeah.
And you don't expect, you know, at the back end of that for someone even as fast as he is to, you know, end up doing that 6:06 run, especially when you have people like Carl Reed and Stephen Gage, and even the original winner, Dave Galinowski. He did a 6:42, but then a few years later, as you know, 2023, there comes Simon and blows out a 6:06. And again, you've got to be in incredible shape and got to have it mentally, because he went off the front from the beginning and was never headed. And it was really about being smooth and having the confidence and the ability and the great team. And that's what it takes. And this is what many of these athletes, I think I heard you earlier sort of talk about the fact that when you look at the newcomers,
Richard
got
Doe
27
and Nicola
first
Petrus
timers.
coming across the finish line very shortly. Apparently they were within meters of each other. So we'll see what happens. We're just getting on-course reports. So we'll wait for our information to upload. But like I said, that's incredible. After 156 kilometers of racing, these guys are so close together. Here we go. We've got Nicholas Matters coming. Nicola Matters coming through. Apologies. Had a great time. Great job. But obviously, a lot goes into this. And the athletes do get emotional, but we love to see it. Don't worry, we've got photos of your tears now, mate. Make sure you go in, you recover. We should have another athlete. For athlete 314, Craig Jackson. Athlete 314 is Craig Jackson. He's a returning athlete. He's raced here previously, and we will stack up his today time as compared to his time previously. But anything under 8 hours, 10 minutes is an awesome day out. We should see Craig Jackson, Richard Doze through shortly. We've just seen Nicola finish. Because what about 400 finish, mate? All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We've got Craig Jackson, athlete 314, coming across the finish line. Is that a smile, Craig? Tough work out there today, mate. Mud everywhere.
Hey, Tim, are you able to repeat who was after Anthony?
I suppose there's not much we can do, but they're not. There's no redundancy.
Were you able to capture that, Larry, after Anthony? I had 6 finished, but it sounds like 1 or 2 more just came through.
Hello. How many have we got across the line now, Tim? Steve wants to know.
How's that, mate? Just after the probably 388. Into the game. How do you feel about knocking around a bit? Richard Dose. Yeah, Richard Dose. That's really good. Mate, you got yourself, mate. Well, we've just had reports of another finisher. That is athlete number 388. Richard Dozy's a first timer. And we'll wait to see him as he comes across the finish line. Should be the next face we see.
Tim, can you hear us? Can you review the people that have come in so far?
Here he comes, turning right around the roundabout. We'll bring him in. In a time of just 8 hours, 12 minutes, we've got Richard Doze, the Dozer they call him. And here he is. Let's make him welcome as he comes across the finish line. Great day out, mate. Athlete 388, we welcome him home for the first time. We'll get to see him. Here's Team Dozer. Come on, team. Where have you been? All right, mate, go back, do it again. Great job. The Dozer gets it done. Great job out there today, mate. Awesome work. That's 10. We've got 10 people across the finish line. They're going to keep coming. They'll be coming thick and fast shortly.
Tim, can you hear us?
Tim, do you have our volume on? Hey, Tim.
Copy 389. We have word. We've got our next finisher. That is athlete number 389. That is Josh Dutton. Josh Dutton. We've got a call through. Our next in time of 8 hours and 16 minutes. We have Josh Dutton from New South Wales. Born in 1988, Josh, so 38 years young. 37 years young, I apologise, he hasn't aged up just yet. 37, we should see him anytime soon. Here we go. Let's welcome Joshy Dutton across the line. Athlete number 389. The time of 8:16. It looks good. Sort of. There's a smile. There's the smile. That's what we were chasing. Great job, mate. 8 hours 16. Another first timer. Day one. Done and dusted. How you feeling, mate? Good? Ready for day two? Perfect. Kept it upright? Perfect. That's what we can only hope for. We've got athlete number 403, Marcus Smith, who's come through. He's finished as well.
Thick and fast now.
In a time of 8 hours, 16 minutes.
and 30 seconds. We've got Marcus across the line. Marcus swam in 3 hours, 14 minutes, 11 seconds, and then completed the bike in just over 5 hours, 5 hours and 2 minutes. And here he is coming into the finish line now. Athlete number 4 and 3, first time, day one. We welcome back Marcus Smith. Great job, mate. Awesome work. All right, Marcus is in our 50-59 category. Very strong age group. He's the third place, 50-59, and 11th overall across the line. So that is some good going in that 50 pluses. 11 athletes across the line, 8 hours, 16 minutes and 30 seconds. Great job, Marcus. Just going back, we had Josh Dutton come across the finish line officially in 8 hours, 15 minutes and 41 seconds. He had a swim of 3 hours and 7 minutes and then backed it up with a bike time of 5:07. And before that, we had Richard Doze come across the finish line. Richard Doze in a time of 8 hours, 13 seconds. He swam a 2 hour 53.50 for 10 kilometers in the open water. That's good swimming. That's on average 1 minute 44 per 100 meters. That is good going. And then rode a 5:19.32. And then before him, we had Craig Jackson representing New Zealand. Again, we won't hold that against him. He finished in a time of 8 hours, 10 minutes. He was 8th across the line. He had a swim time of 3 hours, 12, and then rode very quickly with a 4:58 flat for a total time of 8:10.43 on day one. So we have 11 athletes across the finish line. We'll try and keep you up to date with all the splits, all the times, as much as we can. But we're on here. We've got 11 across, another 30 to bring home. We'll be here 12-hour cutoff for them to get that done. And we're 8 hours and 20 minutes into that now, and we're already a quarter of the way through our field. So we will get there, I have no doubt.
Steve, what are you seeing here in these splits?
Yeah, I'm just going through them because I was missing 2 people there that I couldn't get the info from, but now I'm taking a good look at them. And, you know, obviously there's a huge gap between the first and second male figures, but you look also how close it is between Nicola Matus, who came in at 8:08.53. So you look at that, you've got, 19 minutes separating first and second in the women's division. So it's going to be interesting to see how things unfold there too. And we wait to see where that third female is going to be located. But obviously, you've got 2 strong bikers there. You look at their bike splits as well, and very close. But again, you look at those swim times as well. We had Kirsty at the time some 9 minutes up, so she pulled about another further 9 minutes out on the bike portion of the event as well.
And Nick, I appreciate you being with us all day today. What are you seeing here in these splits?
I'm seeing a lot of consistent, steady positions. It's actually surprised me how there's not a lot of people been swapping positions today. They're finishing the bike the same order they came out of the water.
Yeah, and when you're looking at those paces in that final column, you can see just how tight that is. With all those people just obviously coming in at that same time, they got that same pace. It's pretty amazing.
Well, people get in the groove, you know, and then they start following each other, and it helps with your general well-being. If you're out there with a bunch of people, Doesn't mean you're riding in a group or you're drafting or anything like that, but being around not only the athletes but the crews as well, and so this keeps a whole lot of morale up. So you've got to, if there's a whole bunch of vehicles, like 5 vehicles within a kilometer of each other, then you've got 5 little cheer squads that's going to help you, for that 5 minutes.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that I've always appreciated about the 515 races is the way you leapfrog those crews, and those crews give each other energy, and then they all cheer for the athletes that are in their zone, and they get everybody hyped up and keep it going. And one of the things I was hoping to do with this live stream was to try and get out on the course more and see that. So hopefully tomorrow the crews are feeling settled in, and they're going to be sending us a few more videos, and that we can get more of that action out on the course and not just rely on Banat to be at a certain point, or relying on our movements around the course by Tim. But hopefully they're settled into their routines, and they're going to be able to provide us with a little bit more information.
Well, you got it right there. That's the whole settling in thing. So, day one, they're kind of trying to get their rhythm going. Even though it's a fairly short bike day, there's still, there's the confusion after the swim. They've got all the swim gear in there. It's a bit of a mess. So day 2, they'll be way more organized. And tomorrow, one area I think where it would be great to chat to them is when they're all lined up at the end of the no feed zone tomorrow morning. Everyone gets together at the same place, and to walk around the crews then and ask them, how their athlete is, because doing it before they start, they're too busy doing stuff. But if you get them on the road while everyone's riding around Barine Point alone, they've got a good 40 minutes sitting around doing nothing by themselves. So that's going to be a really good time to talk to the crews.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And we are inviting people to do that. So if you're watching our live stream and you haven't seen enough of your athlete today, send them a message overnight, send a message to the crew chief, and tell them that we want to get more of those videos in so that we can make these things even better for everybody involved. Nick, you've bumped your camera there a little bit. We don't have a great view of you.
Sorry. I was just typing something. Not seeing me is probably a good thing. Who the hell wants to stare at me for 12 hours?
Oh, Simon Cochran's checking out the stats. He wants to make sure everything's safe. Oh, they're getting messages in from the field. It's getting shown the phone. Tim looks like he wants to say something. Go ahead, Steve.
Well, I was wondering if Stephen Foster was actually there with you guys, because I'm pretty sure he's coaching that Richard Doe's gentleman. Do we know if he's there physically?
I haven't seen him or heard of him.
Oh.
So you might have to ask the Dozer.
Yeah, well, he's one of the earliest greats, of course, and in the Aussie Triathlon Hall of Fame. And as you know, he came back for a second try after a serious accident, and ending up setting a huge time in that 50 to 59 division.
Yeah. He humble as hell. He chatting to him on the street. That second year he was here, my crew, Aussie Bob, and was like, "Who's this guy?" And I said,
8.5 hours.
He's a Hall of Famer. He's a legend.
One day, and that seems like a lot, and it is. But we're just getting started, ladies and gentlemen. We've got 2 full days of this to go. We've got day 2, which is a 280-kilometer bike ride, and day 3, which is an 84.39-kilometer run. That is a double marathon. They run from here right in the beautiful heart of Noosa all the way down the coast, and they turn around at Twin Waters, 42 kilometres away. They then run all the way back, retrace their steps, and finish right on the iconic main beach here at Noosa, just under the surf club. It is one of, if not the best and most iconic finish lines in any sport, in any race across the globe. So that'll be amazing. That'll be Monday afternoon. We've got to get them through the rest of today. We've still got 30 athletes out on course. We've had 11 come across the finish line. And one stat that I always bring up, and the team always love me bringing up, is that more people have climbed Everest than have completed an Ultraman. More people have climbed Everest than completed an Ultraman. Mind blown, I know.
Does that stat still remain true?
Unbelievable. What we say,
Yes.
anything shorter is just a qualifier.
Oh my God, he's going to come out with all of them now. He's going to come out with all of them. Tim loves his own stuff. Look at that.
We told you.
Oh, well, thank you, Nick. That's a much more pleasant shot.
There you go.
Yeah, my guess actually when they talk about that, is the fact that it's probably about 2,000 people now that have probably done Ultraman distances around the world when you include some that are not part of the Ultraman family as well. You think of Brazil been going for quite a few years, Cyberman now as well, and the Czech event, and there's Israel, they've got one as well. So, I mean, plenty of people are keen on doing these events as long as they feel they can get the right training in. But maybe, Nick, you can talk to that a little bit, because a lot of people think if you're going to train for an Ironman, you've got to train double to do an Ultraman. That's far from the case.
No, yeah, it's not. The days of doing ridiculous mileage are over, and you can even see that with the pro Ironman athletes. Sure, during unless you're Norwegian, of course, but sure, you might put in one block every 3 months, a big week, maybe 25 to 30 hours. But even the top Ironman guys, they're doing, 12, 15, 17 hours a week. And even that's not consistent at that number. So the idea of age group athletes with full-time jobs and families knocking out 25-hour weeks, week after week, it's just not necessary. And I've always said that they overdo the run training. There is absolutely no need to do stupidly long runs in training for Ultraman, for the double marathon. You don't double your marathon training, you just get injured.
And I think we saw that this year with the people that were signed up to do Australia. I think there were at 55 people that were accepted to the race, and they had their 41 starters. And a majority of those people are people who were not capable to start the race because maybe some of them were overtraining.
Yeah, it happens. I mean, if you're going to overtrain in something, overtrain in the swim, because you're not going to hurt yourself particularly. And I've had this conversation with a few athletes over the years. The fitter you are in the swim, the fitness carries over to the other sports, but you don't get injured. And specifically for Ultraman, if you can get out of the water feeling like, well, that wasn't so bad, that was pretty easy actually, you've won the weekend, because it can drain you so badly. And I'll give you an example. The 2006, I think it was, when I rode through Argentina and Bolivia, and I was in La Paz in Bolivia. I got pulmonary edema, flight out to Miami, to recuperate, and then to Penticton for Ultraman. Now, I actually had done no swim training at all, zero, in the 12 weeks I was in South America, and then lined up for Ultraman. and the pain I had in my back and my neck all the bike ride and the next morning was just horrendous because I hadn't prepared. I mean, I still did okay time, but it was like 3:20 something, but 50 minutes slower than I normally would. But the pain was just extreme, and it's a lesson learned, and that you can the things you screw up on day one will affect you on day three.
Just waiting for it to load. We have athlete number 382, Nicholas Chapman, in a time of 8 hours, 32 minutes and 7 seconds. Here's a first timer. That's a great day out. 8 hours, 32 minutes. And then we've also got Richard Gilby, athlete 392, come across the finish line. And Richard's come across the finish line. I'll just let my computer update. Computer is not as fast as our athletes. That's how quick they're going today. He's finishing a time of 8 hours, 32 minutes and 33 seconds. So we should see athlete 382. Here he is right now. And then athlete right behind him, 392. So let's welcome home together. Make some noise. We've got Nicholas Chapman and Richard Gilby, both first timers, both crushing day one. Big smiles on their face. 382 first. That's Nick, and then Richard right behind him, our ADF athlete. Great job. After 156 kilometers of racing, you guys finished 26 seconds apart. All right, and we've just had reports that athlete 407, Ryan Wasley, has just finished in a time of 8 hours, 33 minutes and 56 seconds. So we'll just quickly go back. So Richard was our 13th athlete home today. He swam the 10 kilometers in 3 hours, 22 minutes and 13 seconds, and then rode his bike 146 kilometers in 5 hours, 10 for an 8:32 overall time. Great job, Richard, on debut here at Ultraman Australia. And Nick Chapman went 8:32. Great. Okay, Mick, he is. Here we go. We're about to get another athlete come across the finish line. This will be Ryan. It'll be athlete 407. Here he comes around the roundabout. He looks fast, going to contend with a few vehicles. But here he comes, ladies and gentlemen. Our next athlete across the finish line is Ryan Wasley. Looking good too. Big smile on the face. Great job, Ryan. Couldn't get off that bike fast enough. I've got some bad news for you, pal. Unfortunately, you've barely scratched the surface.
So, Steve, what are you seeing as far as age group is training for these things these days?
Well, it seems to me the majority of people that are actually training for them these days are in their 50s, to be honest with you,
Yeah.
And I think partly from what you were saying earlier, not only are people becoming more selective, and some, of course, in their 50s are moving away from iron distance because they're looking for different adventures and challenges, but also the sheer cost. I mean, if you're a young person, say in your 30s, and you've got a family, that sort of, you're lucky enough at one level, if you're an athlete who wants to do stuff and you can get sponsors, this is, on one hand, you think, well, can this really help? And yet, if you look at someone like Simon Cochran, he's become more famous for his Ultraman exploits, despite the fact he's had some incredible Ironman competitions and stuff, and therefore it's segued also nicely into his coaching business. And then you've got people like Jen Annette. She got more exposure through her major wins, including ending her career, really, a pro career on a world championship title. But there's a lot of people, I think, who would love to do this, who are still a little intimidated. That's why I like the fact that those people who are keen who are not necessarily family members or other friends will come to an event to watch how it operates, to become someone who can understand the nature better than thinking about it or thinking in terms of, oh, you know, it's beyond an Ironman. The experience, as you're well aware, is totally different when you've got a crew working with you and the other crews can help you as well. You know that over the years, there's been one or two people that I'm aware of who said, I just don't need a crew. And I'm not referring to doing it non-stop, which I get what you were saying earlier, but you know, it doesn't take long for someone doing their first Ultraman to realize why you do, in fact, need a crew.
Oh, absolutely. There's no room for egos when you're doing races like this. And yeah, it's I find the whole thing fascinating, actually. The differences in attitude, even after the first day with some of these people that come in.
Well, it helps define your character in many different ways. And there's a lot of people who have come in maybe a little more boastful than one would hope at some level, but they change. And it really is life-changing in many ways. And it can be for the worse for one or two people here or there, but it's usually for the much better. And even people who have never quite made it, you know, you've got people who have come back. We've got a Mexican lady who, you know, 6 times before she finished, sort of thing. And
wow,
that speaks volumes. Yeah.
Well, I was talking about this very thing earlier today when Mel was still here, and about I've seen it change people's lives. And the first one I saw was Richard Diamond, who we both know very well.
Yeah, yeah.
Changed him completely.
Yeah.
For the better.
Yeah, yeah. And I think he would acknowledge that, absolutely. Yeah, and then you had people who were diamonds anyway, and I'm thinking of like Craig Percival. You know, you think of what an incredible human being he is or was, and sadly no longer with us. But what a legacy and what a family! And they came back to support. Or Lindell did, you know, and it. And we can look up to the fact that we knew a man who lived up to his values and gave back to community and was a great partner, not only for Lindell, but for Tony in terms of organizing the event and then going to Canada, coming third, and going to the Worlds and coming second.
Yeah. Yeah. There's another one that I saw, a cocky young guy who we've seen. Ouch. Oh, hang on, I've got a bit of a problem here. Ouch.
It's all good when you do it live.
Yeah, really. I've got a chair issue, sorry.
You know, one of the strangest things I think, though, Nick, is when you ask them how many tries have you done, et cetera, quite a number of people that I've now met have said, I've done one Ironman. You know, which to me seems unusual, but on the other hand, I'd only done one, but that was when there weren't too many around. But then we had a couple of years ago, we had a gentleman, an English guy who was living in the Middle East. He had never done a single triathlon of any distance before, but he hired a coach who was an Italian pro ocean swimmer. He raced at 10K distances and up, who coached him and was a good triathlete in his own right. And the guy made it comfortably. He came 4th overall, in fact, so quite phenomenal.
Yeah, and that's becoming more and more common. You see that, especially with the influencers.
Yeah.
There's, you know, I like to do the trivia thing, especially on Slow Twitch, giving people a hard time because obviously Lionel Sanders is the #1 social media triathlete in the world.
Yeah.
However, I'd like to point out that pure numbers, subscribers and fans on Instagram and stuff, he's not. He falls well below a couple of these influencers who've done one Ironman. And Natasha Ocean is an young English girl who gave up her PhD studies to become a full-time influencer. And she went and did Ironman in Bolton, I think it was. And she came second in her age group, qualified for Hawaii, and never went back to do them again. And she's got 2.1 million followers. You know, more people followed her than anyone else. There's another one, which is the Noodle Foodie, I think her name is, another one of these influencers. And she did her first Ironman, qualified for Nice, and raced Nice all in 1 year.
Incredible.
Yeah, and now she's not a triathlete any longer. Thanks for coming.
Yeah, there you go. And you may remember we had an extremely well-known actor and a gentleman who runs the Pink Runs in India. His name's Milind Soman, and he races or runs barefoot, but he is very well known there. He was a model and actor and still doing very nicely, but he joined us in Florida, and he made the bike cutoff on day 2 with literally about 3 seconds to spare. But when he went to the start line on day 2, once people knew about it, before he even got to the start line, he had 1 million likes on Facebook. I mean, it's stunning, totally stunning.
Yeah, it is truly amazing.
Well done, man. What he said?
No.
Your reaction to what he said was.
What's that? I don't know.
So,
What happened there?
And you were like,
Oh,
Hey, we got Banat back.
yeah.
We got the finish line covered from 3 angles now.
At least we can see some people.
I had a report on athlete number 344 in Blatchford, and I do have a report, and that report is that Ian has just crossed the finish line in a time of 8 hours, 43 minutes, and 42 seconds. Here's athlete 344. He is a returning athlete. He raced last year in a time of 28 hours and 3 minutes, and he's just completed day 1 in 8:43. So he's setting himself up to beat that 28-hour time, if my math serves me correctly.
If he can run, come on, Blatchy. He ran well last one. He has done 15.9 PB at 9:45. But he goes a long time ago. That's fine. That's fine. Just don't stand in front of that. If that's all right. That's or your bum will be. Yeah, that. Yeah. Or your rear end.
Here he is, ladies and gentlemen. Let's welcome him across the line. Returning after 2024 in Blatchford. Great job, Ian. Awesome work, mate. 8:43.42 a day 1 total. Awesome work. And like I reported when he came out of the swim, he has a 15-time Ironman finisher, and he has a best time of 9 hours 45. But he did put the caveat around that it was a long time ago. It doesn't look like it. 8:43. Awesome day out. How'd that feel, mate?
More rain.
Yeah, harder and colder.
Righto, done.
Yeah, that'll be tomorrow. We've got the rain coming for him.
Yeah, 70% tomorrow. 30 today, 70 tomorrow. What does that mean?
Yeah, Steve, going back to Ultraman races helping outside or away from your athletic career, Kate Bevilacqua and Guy Crawford, I believe, are the ones that have cashed in the most. Oh, except maybe Rich Roll, but, you know, I have an issue with that. But, yeah, Kate's career of coaching business went through the roof after she, you know, won overall in Canada.
That's done. The battery must be fried, right?
Sorry, guys.
You look at some of the other women who have done likewise. It's been stunning to see Amy Van Tassel, and obviously Jen and Ed.
Hold on 1 second there, Steve. We got too many mics going here.
He's refusing to get back on.
There we go. Steve, go ahead.
Yeah, it's been simply amazing to see women take overall victories, and not only in just one event, but in about 4 different events now at the ultra distance. Um, it's also interesting to me when you look at people who've hung in there a long time. You look at the original world champion, both male and female. You know, Kurt Madden. He's still racing. He's still coaching, and still doing extremely well. He's on the podium nearly every Ironman in his division, and Ardis Bowe. Now, Ardis doesn't race any longer in terms of being up there, but she also won a couple of times in 83 and 85, and she is still involved. She turns up for the race nearly every year on the Big Island. If she's not there, she's looking after the pets of the race directors, that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
You know, and so there's some people who, they just love the event. You may remember Mad Reba a few years ago, one of the first Indian gentlemen to be doing the event. And he just loved it. And now he's doing trail runs all over the place, has done now for quite a few years. But again, it seemed to help elevate people in different ways. And for some, it was a very personal journey. Others, it was about maybe being the first from their region, because again, there's a lot of prestige in that as well.
Yeah,
Or
for
being
sure.
the very first person from your country. That is a big deal. But you look at Simon Cochran in the space of literally 6-7 months to win 3 races, set 3 records, and take a world title at the end of it, and all of them comfortably in the lead and out there by yourself. And people forget that I was right at this point where there's an out and back section on day number 2, and he literally fell off the bike, came flying through. There's a white line, and it had been wet in that area, and his crew car went past us. They made a turn, and as he went to make this turn, he went over. But again, straight back up, no worries, got back out there, and he's got the mental fortitude. And most people do when they come to do this, or at least they leave after the 3 days with a greater sense of mental fortitude, and as you earlier said, with gratitude as well. It changes you in so many ways, and hopefully always for the better. But there are some people who miss out by a few minutes sometimes, but they may carry on. Sometimes they're allowed to, but in some areas it gets a lot darker than elsewhere, or it's too dangerous.
Right.
We had an incident where one athlete had to be asked to leave the course because their riding skills weren't up to par, and it was getting too dangerous. And it's a tough call for a race director, but sometimes you got to make those calls.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I think that keeps a bit of an integrity with the race organizers, that it's not a free-for-all for everyone that shows up. You don't just pay your entry and tell the race directors what you want to do. Each event has to have integrity.
Absolutely, a big word, and it should be part of our individual values. It's one of those things where I was watching Sunday.
Ladies and gentlemen, we just had another athlete. Word of another athlete crossing line is athlete 387 timers representing England. It is Aaron Croft in a time of 8 hours, 50 minutes and 9 seconds. And Aaron has had a hell of a day. He actually came off his bike mid-ride. He dusted himself off, straight back on there. We should see him in the next minute. Here he is right now. Aaron Croft coming around the final roundabout. Athlete number 387. A great day out, including taking a bit of a tumble. It hasn't stopped him. 8 hours, 50 minutes and 9 seconds. We welcome him home. First timer, day 1, Aaron Croft. I think it was a smile. He swam the 10 kilometers, 3 hours, 8 minutes, and then he rode the 146 kilometers in 5 hours, 41 minutes. He has an overall time of 8 hours, 50. He is our 16th athlete across the line. So he's in the top 50% of the field. He's had a great day out despite needing a new price suit. Send it to his coach. Yeah. Wouldn't crush him cold. Is that Ali? No, Ali. Ali. Come up here, Ali. No, no.
Hey, Banat, I'd like to jump in with you for a moment. I saw you go through the tent.
Athlete number 387, Aaron Croft coming across the line. How's that, Crofty? Good.
Yes, that's a good. I think that
Jason Ali wants to know if you're all right. He said no, he's looking for a new coach.
No.
All right, we've got 16 across the line now. They'll come thick and fast. We've got just over 3 hours before the 12-hour cutoff. We are getting all our athletes in today. We have until 12 hours on the race clock. That'll be 6:30.
Hey, Bennett, go in there and talk to some of the people getting their bodies right.
Yeah, Banat, let's get in there. Who do you got in front of you now?
So hold on. I've got a volunteer here to talk about the race.
Perfect.
What's going on here?
Not a lot at the moment.
Not a lot of the moment. Enjoying the moment, apparently. How was out there?
That was, as expected, very wet, very windy, very wet, and very windy. So,
Yeah.
it's good. Road service is treacherous.
Treacherous? Yeah, difficult conditions out there.
Yeah. You can't see all the potholes and whatnot.
Yeah.
Doesn't help when you're blind as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, glad to have gotten through it.
Yeah, nice.
Only 2 more days to go.
Yeah. Yeah, look at that. Man, you're enjoying the moment. And look, you've got a superstar as well giving you the massage. Look at you.
Oh,
there we go. Very good. Hello, you are live
Hey,
on camera.
let's go say hi to Gail.
How are you? Oh, muscles. Both.
We're not.
Good. Okay.
Hey, Gail.
Thanks for that.
Gail, it's Larry. How's it going? I'm well. It's getting late here in Canada. We're at 10:24 p.m. So Steve King and I are here, and so you can say hi to Steve as well. Let me.
I will.
Hi there, Gail. Good to see you. It's good to see you trusting in our plan.
It's a trusting old plan.
Yeah. No, you're looking great.
Long too.
He was doing well, by the way.
Yes. Yeah. Awesome. Well, keep up the great work. The athletes are very lucky to have you there to wind them up for tomorrow.
Hey.
Thank you. Good to see you. It's good to hear from you.
Yeah. Hopefully you're coming to Canada again.
I will be.
Awesome. All righty. You take care of yourself.
I will. You too, Steve.
And by the looks of it, yeah, she's doing well, isn't she? Yeah. You almost were falling asleep, mate. That's good. Okay, where am I going next? Oh, there's someone chilling down there. I'm not gonna disturb him. He's waiting for his turn.
Does he have a pulse?
Yeah. Look. If not, we've got the doctors out there, nurses, checking out on the proper pulse, you know?
As long as you paid the race entry, it's okay.
It should be all good. There we go. Some live action here as well. What's good?
Dropped a tag.
I'm not sure if I've ever seen the ratio of massage therapists to athletes like this before.
Just chill. You are live, right? The whole world is watching. How are you doing? How was out there?
It's good.
Was it good?
Yeah.
Tough conditions out here?
Windier than I expected.
Okay.
Yeah,
Seasick.
I don't think I've been rained on in the water.
No. I literally was taking a stroke.
Look at this conversation going on.
Yeah, good fun.
This is where the friendships are made at the race.
Yeah.
I didn't have that problem.
Yeah. So take a stroke.
Hey, Banat, is anybody going through the medical procedure? I'd love to see what they do for their medical procedure. Do they do blood pressure checks and stuff like that?
Yeah. Okay, I'll be back in a sec.
All right.
And congrats for the first day. You've got 2 more to go. You okay? You okay? Being recorded? All right. So what's happening?
There's something nice. Yeah.
We've assessed him clinically from a trauma point of view. He's not sustained any head injuries, he's just got some superficial gravel rash. So we're going to clean it with some saline, let it dry. So for gravel rash, you don't want to cover them up too much. You need to let them aerate, but they need to be clean. And Mum's a nurse, so I trust him there. Yeah, he's going to be all right. But no, he's a very lucky chap. It just goes with the territory of this race. Like, you need to have your wits about out the bike and trust your crew. Your crew's there to look after you, and that's what happened to this chap. So go team. They did a good job.
Well done.
Yeah.
How was out there?
Good.
It was good?
Yeah, apart from the fall.
Apart from the fall.
Your arms down now.
Okay.
Yeah.
How's the bike?
Yeah, he's just got superficial gravel rash. It might get a bit itchy as it's healing, as we all know when we come off a bike, but he's otherwise well.
Oh, that's good, man. Well done. You'll be fine. Okay, I'll let them do their work. They're busy.
Banat, can you just check in with these Dream Team members though and get names as you're going around? That would be appreciated as well.
Names of the Dream Team?
Yeah, we want to make sure that they're known as well as part of this team. So just as you're going around and you talk to people, just please ask them to introduce themselves so that people in the world will know who they are.
Sure thing.
Are you calling me, Banat?
I don't think so.
Somebody on your phone is calling me.
Oh, damn it. Yeah. I told you that my phone wasn't working properly.
The live stream.
Yeah, I was calling you.
Yeah, okay. I do think we have a little bit of time before the next athlete comes in, so we'll just hang with you, Banat, and we'll see what's going on around the finish line. You can just kind of keep wandering around and introducing us to some of the Dream Team people. We haven't had a chance to talk to Jeff Morris yet. Is Jeff around there?
Yeah. He's learned from Tony to be missing in action constantly.
Oh, look at that.
They want to talk to me. Yeah, they want to talk to you. Hold on. You are tall. I need to move the camera.
I don't want to look in the sun though.
Okay, where are you going to go? Let's go to the shade. How are you, Jeff? How's the day?
Don't complain about the sun.
Good. Yeah, I won't complain about the sun. You're right. Yeah. We've had a good day. Got everyone out of the swim. Unfortunately, one a little early and one a little late. But that's the nature of the beast. We've got some people out on course. It's pretty slippery out there, but crews are looking after everyone. So we're having a good day. So yeah, I hope everyone's been enjoying the live. We probably as a team haven't given it quite as much attention as we could have had. So sorry to Larry. We had a few dramas today, but we're going to keep going, and things will get better tomorrow. Life's a bit smoother tomorrow out on the bike, and we'll hope to bring you all the stories from out there. I hope you've enjoyed having Benny out there taking you around the traps and been keeping up with what's going on here in Australia.
Oh yeah, no, he's been great. He's taken us around the course. He's kept us busy on the beach. Jeff, it's nice to see you. I know that being the race director, when the day starts off the way it did, it can throw you for a little bit of a loop, but your team handled it with obvious, ease in that nobody panicked and things got done. So we were very happy to wait just a little bit longer to see that swim go off and see the record go down. What else has been going on around there that is on the plus side for you? What are you seeing out there that's making you feel like, hey, we've been doing this for 10 years. This is easy now.
You missed that. Was there a question in there, Larry?
Yes, there was.
Yeah, Larry, the signal's dropping out.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Okay.
So I don't know. Hopefully it's hanging in there because I don't know if everyone knew what would happen. So we had a breakdown in the boat this morning, which just delayed us setting the course and getting the start happening. We had a couple of kayaks that were a little bit not seaworthy, and we had a couple of paddlers that come out and help the athletes. We had a couple of illnesses, so we actually ended up with I think 5 of the dream team out paddling for athletes out there on course. Yours truly somehow ended up on a rescue board paddling a spare board at the course, so you'll have a laugh when you see those photos come out. Hopefully there's not video because it was a terrible example of how to paddle a paddleboard, but we got there in the end, and everyone who was able to finish got to that finish. So it's the beast that is 515 racing, and Australia has turned it on here today. So we've got a little while to get everyone home, and hopefully some really cool things still to see for everyone across the next 24 plus a few hours.
Yeah, no, it's been great watching the race unfold. I would like you to speak to some of your crews if you could. We were talking about it today that, we got a couple of crew videos in to help us with the live stream, but now that they're into their groove and they know what they're doing as far as crewing, can you try and get them to send us a few more videos tomorrow?
Did we catch some crews live? There's been a few energetic ones come in, but yeah, we'll encourage them to send in some more videos. But we might try and even catch a few more crews today if we can. They're hanging around having their massages. So I actually see a former finisher over there that's looking after his athlete on the table. So we might even try and get Sam Cook to come and tell you how Pigeons Day went out there on course. We'll see how we go.
All right, that sounds great.
I'm going to go keep doing race director things, and yeah, hope everyone's been enjoying the live. We'll talk to you later today or tomorrow.
Good job, Jeff.
Thanks, Jeff.
Cheers.
Off he goes.
All right, we got one viewer that's looking for an update on Benny Yates. Benny Yates.
Benny.
Do we know anything about where Benny Yates is on course at this point?
Let me investigate that.
Ask that Franklin character. Make him earn his money.
Tim, we've got a question for you. So, in case you don't know him, he's Tim Franklin. Tim, they've got a question for you.
We had a viewer that was up asking about Ben Yates. Do we have any updates on Ben Yates on course?
Well, I do have an update. I know that he's finished the swim.
I think that the person asking, yeah, he or she also knew that.
And I will give me 1 second. We've just had communication that we've got another finisher, Kathleen LaForce, that's just finished.
Oh, okay.
So I'll get back to Ben Yates. I'll get back to you on Ben Yates shortly.
All right.
Yeah, I think he was actually 17th out the swim. It's 16 riders in so far, so he could well be the next.
Pick out her name correct over the weekend, but we'll just call her Kathy the Force. The force of nature. There she comes. She's just crossed the finish line. She's completed day 1 in 9 hours, 5 minutes and 47 seconds. Her race number is 399. It is her first time here at Ultraman. She completed the swim in 3 hours, 5 minutes and 42 seconds. That's 10 kilometres in the open water. She's just turning around the roundabout. She completed the bike in 6 hours flat. She has a total time of 9 hours, 5 minutes, 47 seconds. Here she comes under the arch. Let's make her welcome. The Force. Athlete 399. Another one. 17 athletes we got across the line.
And Steve, just so you know, it was 6 minutes and 5 seconds, not 6 minutes even.
Has he turned his mic off to abuse you?
No, I appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Yeah. Oh, someone's doing the coffee run.
Yeah, that's what you become. When you become a world champion, they send you out to get the coffee.
Simon is too good.
Where's my coffee, Simon?
So just for the viewer that was asking about Yates, I'm not sure that they have that update available.
To his kids who've been up here all weekend looking after him. We've just got another
Working on that still.
That in Brisbane. I asked them what they've got Mother's Day. They said we don't have anything. This weekend is all about dad. So we'll let them cover that up later. Bring that up later over dinner. But we have Reese coming across. He completed day one in a time of 9 hours, 8 minutes and 50 seconds. He swam just it took over 4 hours to get in there. Through the track, through the bike time for 5 hours and 4 minutes.
Yeah. So explain how the race went. I'll let you know when they switch to you.
We're on you.
We've got someone on photos.
Yep. Can you hear me, Larry?
We can absolutely hear you.
All right. Hold on. There's another first time coming in.
9 hours, 8 minutes and 50 seconds gets the job done.
Which athlete is this? Sorry?
Awesome work, athlete number 381. Our 18th athlete across the line.
Reese Burns. Reese Byrne.
Great job. That's one thing we love about Ultraman is that it is a family event. It takes a village to get an athlete to the start line.
Larry?
Yes, Benat.
Yeah, I'm with the TOs here. So they've been managing the full event. So can you first introduce yourself and then explain us how the day's gone so far?
Hi, my name's Amanda, and this is my husband David, and we're the technical officials for this event this year. It's our first time at an Ultraman event, and it's really interesting. We had no idea what to expect, but the swim went great. The athletes, the tough conditions, and the rain on and off, really behaving themselves out on the road, and the smiles on all the
hours to make the cutoff. It was 6 hours to swim.
Everyone waving to each other and having a great time.
And then sit down on the bike.
It's been a brilliant event. So far, yeah, day one.
Just having a lot of fun. We have a lot of fun. Yeah, no, it's great. We absolutely love it. Much work out there, or everything's going smooth? No penalties. That's always good to hear. Yeah.
England.
They'll sort it out before tomorrow, so it's all good.
Always good to hear. Larry, over to you.
Well, thank you for that, Banat. There's a little bit of too much PA coming through from Tim, but we definitely got the gist of what they were saying about it being a nice day out there, that they enjoyed themselves as the first timers out there, and that was great, and no penalties, so that's good stuff.
No penalties indeed. They have had a couple of chats with some crew members.
Mm-hmm.
That was it, and everything will be sorted but for tomorrow. So all good news from here.
Excellent, excellent. So do we have any update as to when the next finisher is expected? Do you know?
Someone is coming now.
Okay.
9 hours, 11 minutes and 35 seconds. Let's make some noise. We've got Paul Giddings coming across the finish line. Great job, Paul. Awesome
Paul
work,
Giddings.
mate. Racing 3, 5, 6. And we've got our next athlete not far behind Paul. And that is Ryan McKenzie. Paul's come across line. He's in 19th position. And Ryan McKenzie, athlete 401 in 20th position across the line.
There you go.
Here he comes across the line right now. Big smile on their face. 9 hours, 12 minutes and 18 seconds. We have athlete 401, Ryan McKenzie. Great swim today, Ryan. 3 hours.
Good job, Ryan.
And then a good ride, 5:38. Day one PR.
Banat, when you have a moment, can you let Tim know that we're not getting his sound through his microphone anymore? We're only getting it through the PA system.
Sure.
Thank you. So, Steve, a couple more finishers in there. Do you recognize anything in the times there that are noteworthy that you'd like to mention?
It's always interesting to see the separate hours and how many people in each hour, so to speak. We had the one man under 7 hours, you had 3 under 8, and then from 5th place right through to 16th place, they were under 9, and now we've had from 9 hours to 9:12. So you can see really there's some great clusters there where it's seconds or just a few minutes. So it's always interesting to see how things unfold through the first and second day. And then, of course, anything goes on that final day. You can have someone who goes out too hard, too early, trying to pick up paces, and others come through the field. So that's what I like, is to see how things move around during the course of the 3 days. Although at this point, you know, we do have one athlete in the field I noticed who's like done a 2:36 marathon, I believe, and that sort of thing could put someone in good stead. But you've also got people who have done 100 Ks. But before then, we've got a massive bike ride, and it's got some big climbs and descents, and it'll be fascinating to see how things go for the athletes here, of course, and hopefully there are a few problems. We saw a couple of flat tires there today, but you hope there's no major mechanicals. But one person did have to change a wheel. We noted that.
Yeah. Nick, you're still with us here.
Yep.
What's your thoughts on what we're seeing as far as these times coming in at this point? I mean, these seem to be pretty standard now as the groups come in.
Oh, yeah. This is just all the people that are just getting it done, which is great, you know. And the thing is, we'll get the bulk of the field now. I believe we've had like 21 in or something like that, 22 in. The bulk of the field will be all in, probably by 10:30. In the next hour and 15 minutes, it'll all be almost done. I've got a lot of faith that there's not going to be many people trying to make 12 hours. Put it that way.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, but it's interesting because last year I believe there were 8 people between 11 and 12 hours with one person. The last one there at 11:55. So again,
how are the splits at the turnaround? They should all be there, have made the turn by now, surely.
Yes. Let me scroll back through this screen for you here, and Go back onto the splits.
Because anyone who hasn't made the turn and won't make the cutoff.
Yeah, no, I believe they all made it quite a while ago.
Yeah, so yeah.
Oh, this is not showing the full splits anymore.
Okay. Well, it all depends if I mean, I know you guys don't have contact with Hutto out at the turnaround. I'm sure he's finished his shift out there, but there's the little out and back turnaround as well. That's always manned with a marshal. So if their job's done, that means they're all through Kin and they're on their way home. So they all should be doing just fine.
Well, I think the fact that they're not showing all the splits on the timing now would lead us to believe that they've gone by all the other timing areas.
Yeah.
And that they're likely just coming into that final one.
Yeah. There'll be a lot between now and 10:30.
Oh, we've lost Banat's camera.
Well, the other thing is we're at 20 finishers out of a possible 40, even though there was one gentleman just seconds over the 6-hour mark. He did get out onto the bike.
Yeah.
Yeah, have you been watching this carefully, Steve? You know, they were saying that some of the timing chips weren't reading on the wet mats. Is anybody in that's not in this list, though?
I do hope that that the crew captains are really up to date with the weather, because tomorrow has the chance of being pretty nasty for a lot of these guys out there. If they thought today was wet, then it's better to be safe than sorry.
Yeah, and it's an earlier start tomorrow, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, they're in the dark.
Yeah, could be a little cooler as well.
There's
A steady start for safety purposes.
There were some remnants of it right there. Banat had to walk around a big puddle. Banat, you're back in with us now. So what do you got going on? I see people checking out the leaderboard.
Indeed, they are checking out the leaderboard. So far, the swim times have been updated. They're working on the bike and the day one totals, so that hasn't been completed yet. They're working on that. But yeah, lots of people around waiting for their athletes to have the massage, some of them, and some others waiting for them to arrive through the gate on the finish line of day one.
Excellent. Well, we're gonna trust in you to go around and find us another story, another person to talk to, maybe another dream team member.
That's good. A captain. Do I have a captain here? You are live now. Is that right? I don't know. Talk to Larry.
Across the finish line is athlete 409 is another one of
Nope.
the first
We got a finisher.
I introduced him yesterday as Olivia Whiteley. That is incorrect, because his name is Oliver Whiteley. He is one of our younger athletes. If not, I think he's the youngest athlete. I think he was born, again, I said it earlier, to make everyone feel older. He is actually born this century. So he is 25 years young, and he's got the job done today in a time of 9 hours, 19 minutes and 54 seconds. He swam 3 hours, 29 minutes, and he rode in 5 hours, 50. You shall see him turn right ever so briefly. Here he comes. I can see some flags waving. He is one of the nicest, youngest kids you will ever meet in your life. He's completed day one here at Ultraman in a time of 9 hours, 19 minutes and 54 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, here he comes. He's even giving weight a roundabout. What a gentleman. Let's make some noise for our latest finisher and first time athlete 409, Oliver Whiteley, 9 hours, 19 minutes, 54 seconds. A big smile on his face. He gets the job done, representing Tri-Mob. Congratulations, Ollie. Get off those feet. Go in, get a massage. And we'll see you in the morning for 280 more kilometers.
He got off that bike pretty easy. I think he rode it too easy today. Getting the hugs. Can we get your sound in there, Banat?
That was easy, Dave.
Yeah, we got it here. We'll just keep
He was fine. He's ready to go.
I was just like, I wouldn't mind stars. Oh yeah, we don't have it. I need a meat.
I know, and the bike shop's closed.
Across the line here on day one.
Yeah, that's the best part, man. Straight in.
Now he's got to go get a massage.
We'll bring the rest home. I have 12 hours to complete the course. We started over my in front of the surf
Yeah, it looks fresh.
23 minutes, 50 seconds ago. And we will continue around 2 hours and 36 minutes. And we will bring every one of these home safe and sound. As soon as we get reports,
How's the rain?
from course, we'll be
That is.
updating you. Just a reminder that the finish line, you got 1 kilometre. Up the road, and our athletes coming back. This is a courtesy and safety. We can see quite easy.
Got these now, you'll do them later. I got your Lamington. Getting that right.
Have to have a Lamington. It's a bit Australian.
I didn't know your lips were pink, mate. Hey? I didn't know your lips would go pink. They're all right purple earlier.
They were purple this morning, eh? I got you going. No, because I'm so cold, my lips are purple. Oh, that's it. Remember the race, race up on that one?
Will come over the line in 9 hours, 23 minutes and 59 seconds with us the 340. He's returning up. I wanted to 14, returning up.
To you again.
23 hours 43. The road's 5 hours 40. Day one, 9 hours, 23 minutes and 59 seconds. You will see him going stick around about now. He's returning, please. Athlete 340 representing New Zealand. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Banat, who's in charge of updating the board?
Jason is.
Jason.
Jason's always the board guy.
Jason is going back and forth.
Uh-huh.
He's got huge legs, so that's why he's in charge of that, because he's moving from one place to another with ease. Look at him. He goes back.
Yeah. I see that they have to have the safety tape up there too to keep the throngs of fans away from Tim.
I haven't seen many fans actually around him, so
Maybe it's the other way around.
so that he doesn't escape. True.
Yeah.
Well, with this many names on the leaderboard, they need somebody tall to be able to write on this thing.
Yeah. I wouldn't be able to reach up there. I can go to the bottom. Yeah, I can do that.
You saw that the first of the Wheatley Bros is to the line with the 9:25:30.
I am not seeing the finish time yet.
Yeah, he just did 9:25:30.
Oh, just now. Okay.
He just crossed the line.
All right. Thank you.
Between them, they'll have completed 10. Between them, they'll have completed 10 Ultraman as a family by the end of this weekend. Great job, Andrew. 9 hours, 25 minutes, and 30 seconds. The best part is that if this is your first time, you're guaranteed.
Thank you.
How was that? How that?
Yeah, I had a great day.
Yeah?
I just walked an adventure, man. I'm ready for tomorrow, mate. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm good. Yes, I'm good. Tell you what, started feeling after you, bro. You did. Oh, 10 times, yeah. Was I probably didn't hear him. Your area, that whole probably 4 or 5 minutes. Just something that I just started it. Thank you. Yeah, so much salt. So much salt. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Oh, right on. Thank you so much. One day down.
Yeah. 2 more to go.
2 to go. One. Do one tomorrow.
You-
And you do another one.
You could already start the second day, right?
Sorry?
You could already start the second day straight.
Oh, right now?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I've got enough energy, don't you think?
I don't know you do.
I think I might do and a bit of a sleep, I reckon, now.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
Thanks, mate.
Oh, well
Good to
done.
see you out there, man. Thank
Well done. Congrats. He had a big smile.
Yeah, he was having a good day. He was having a good time. Are all the masseuse occupied now? So many people have come in together. They must all be starting to get a lineup.
Yeah, there is.
At least there's nothing serious going on, which is very good. Steve, what is the, just to fill in some time, the most bizarre medical incident you've seen in a triathlon triage area?
Nicole.
You know, this is a leading question because I've got a story for you.
Please, please don't tell me it had to do with a seat post.
No, I mean, I've seen some pretty sad things
Yes.
that have happened and
Oh.
some pretty light-hearted ones.
Could have
You know,
stopped
where,
up there.
people
Yeah. 100%.
decided while they're laying there thinking about what they're going to do, and sometimes you end up with a story where someone said, "Oh, you know, I should have taken this, should have taken that. I've ended up with 6 bags of IV," that sort of stuff.
Yeah. The most bizarre one I've seen, we were talking about Dugan and Jill Walker. So Jill and I ended up in the medical area in Ironman Malaysia together. And in Ironman Malaysia, T2 is in a convention center. It's indoors, air-conditioned, big convention center. Anyway, so an ambulance drove in and backed in behind us, pulled someone out, and he's screaming. It was awful to listen to him. And I said to her immediately, I said, he's got some broken ribs, this guy. You don't scream that much unless you've got broken ribs. And the nurse came up to this guy, checked him out, and then called immediately for the surgeon to turn up. And she put the woman who was in charge of the medical unit there at Ironman Malaysia, pulled a surgical kit and proceeded to put a chest tube in right in front of us. It was the most bizarre thing I've ever seen in my life. Got the scalpel out, hole in the chest, inserted the tube, stitched it up, off you go. He stopped screaming, shipped him off to hospital. I've never seen anything like it in my life.
Wow. Well,
Yeah, it was. It was insane.
There was an incident with Argentinian gentleman who did Ultraman, but during the course of it, he went off and performed an operation. And came
I've
back
seen the pictures of that guy.
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah, they didn't. He was a plastic surgeon, wasn't he,
That's
or something?
right, exactly.
Yeah. They've got pictures of him in his race gear.
Yeah, doing the operation.
Gowned up, performing an operation, and then he finishes and gets back out there and finishes.
Stunning, isn't it? Yeah.
That's awesome. The things you see.
Obviously, there's also been some gruesome ones, you know, where people
Oh,
have
yeah.
withdrawn or flown out, especially on the Big Island. You have to get flown out to Oahu if anything major goes on there. And, you know, we had 2 incidents on the same day, which were pretty nasty. Both got flown out, but the weird and the good thing is both of them have come back to do another Ultraman.
Yeah. Well, I had mine in Ultraman in 2018 when I was taken to emergency, and the gravity of the situation, like Sue was on my crew. She was a nurse, and she's the one that picked up that something was wrong with me, but she'd never been to an ultra distance or anything before. So she thought it was perfectly normal for me to have a rasping cough all night and put me back on the bike and try to ride 200 Ks the next day. And when they put me, she said he's got pulmonary edema. And it was Hutto that found me on the side of the road. And they said, take him to emergency immediately.
Yeah.
The lady that was running the emergency ward at the NOOSA hospital, she said, are you doing Ultraman? I said, yeah. She goes, listen, I knew Craig Percival and I'm not going to lose another one. And I'm like, are you kidding me?
Yeah,
and she said, this is really serious. And yeah, I had no idea.
Yeah, very sad. But one of the funniest ones afterwards was from the run course. And Hutto, seeing as you just mentioned it, you may remember there was a couple of famous shots from puking all over the highway. Hopefully we don't see any of that. But it was great because we saw Chris Isaacson come back and take Ultraman Canada men's title. He was sandwiched with two women either side of him. And then Scott McDermott, he came back, or he's coming back to the Big Island this year again. So.
Oh, is he?
Yes, he is.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, he's had a long road back from his horrific crash.
Absolutely. And Barry Berg is another one. He's done well here in Canada, and then twice now on the Big Island he's crashed out. And but he's persevering, and he's coming back to do ours, I believe, this year.
Yeah, it's amazing what the bodies can tolerate. You know, you know, people don't like talking about the crashes, but I'm in full of admiration for the medical staff that we seem to meet along the way, but how resilient the bodies are.
Absolutely. I actually made up an acronym some time ago, sadly, when we lost Craig, and I thought, you know, when I think of him and I think of his name and an acronym that to me perfectly describes him, because not only was he a family man, you know, one of the co-producers of the event, but an incredible athlete in his own right. As you know, he went around Australia to the different states and capital territories and stuff, raised a lot of money as well. But so for Craig, it was contribution, racing, athleticism, inspiration, and generosity. For Percival, it was perseverance, enthusiasm, role modeling, commitment, integrity, values, appreciation, and love for Lindell, Sam, and Sienna family and life with no limits. And that, to me, summed it up. Yeah.
It was like Lyndall was in NOOSA 2018 when I'd come out of hospital, and it was touching that, like, I hadn't really met her before, and she was so concerned. It showed the class of both of them. You know, the classy couple. It was amazing.
Yeah. One of my favorite photos, and I've got it close by, is the end of day one on the Big Island when Craig led the way. And he sat down and I interviewed him, and his son, Sam, was right behind him, and you could see him beaming with pride at what his dad had accomplished. And that's something that his kids will remember forever, of course, and Lindell and the rest of us that were lucky enough to be there and to know him. But again, this is a tribute. It's a legacy for Craig, but it's a tribute to not only athleticism, but persons who contribute to others as well, because there's a lot of people here volunteering their time freely, many of whom have traveled quite a way to be there.
Yeah, and it's we always talk about, you know, the Ohana, the family, whatever, and it sounds corny, but it's true. I was talking about, you know, how I've known Steve Brown's daughters since they were like 7 and 9. And then we go through all the other guys, Stu Fish, Eugene Prediger, all these other people, you know, and you spend all this time together at these races, pushing yourselves to the limit and sharing life and death.
Yeah, and we've got to remember, sadly, you've mentioned a couple of people who are no longer with us. Stu Fish was our first local to ever finish.
Yep.
And then Stephen Brettle just passed away recently. I'm not sure if you knew that.
No, I didn't. That's awful. He's a lovely fella.
Yeah, and Eugene with a work accident. So
yeah,
you know, we have to remember those people who can no longer be with us, including people like Cowman, of course. You know, Ken Shirk. What a figure. What a legend on the Big Island.
Yeah, Cowman had the distinct or dubious honor of having the world record for the most DNFs in an Ultraman.
I thought that was you. I thought that was you, Nick.
No, I don't. I thought it was me too, but then I checked and he outdid me.
And Steve, there's also an award for Craig at this race. What can you tell the people that maybe don't know about that and how it came about?
Well, because he's such an inspiration, people wanted to, you know, it's a Be Phenomenal award, and it's not about coming first, although it looks like we've got a rider coming in right now. So I'll hold up on telling more about that.
All right. Banat, who do we got there?
Is that Kelly?
I think that might have been. It looked like the clothing she was wearing earlier.
Yeah, look, she looks too relaxed. Yeah, I think that's Kelly. That's what happens after the 6 times.
Can we get some sound, Banat? Can you hear me? Can we get some sound of what's going on at the finish line?
It was Kelly, and Adam Bothwell finished just ahead of her.
All right.
Yeah, Adam Bothwell, then Kelly Ridges.
Let's get them both on the screen here then.
Yeah,
we
Adam
have
did a
Kelly
9.
Ridges. Arguably, that's the most hugs we've seen today. How do you feel, Cal? Bloody awesome. That's how she feels, bloody awesome. Well, you look at too, mate. You go, get off your feet, get checked out, get on that massage tent, eat. Try not to stay up with these ladies. I feel like they're going to be very bad news. All right. We are 25 of 41 athletes complete. We will be here. We have 2 hours, 20 minutes, and 20 seconds to get everyone home under the 12-hour cutoff on day 1 here at Ultraman Australia 2025. This is our 10th anniversary. We love being up here at NOOSA, especially when the weather. Actually, I think this is the longest stretch today we've had without rain. There we go. You might be able to hear that noise if you're live streaming. You might be able to hear that noise in the background. That is Kelly Ridge's support team going bonkers. They've got 2 full days of this.
Yeah, it'll be a big night in the surf club tonight.
How was that one? You've got the biggest crew, huh?
Yeah, they're loud too.
They're loud. You sure?
They're all loud.
So that's the official crew and that's the non-official crew? That's how it works? Oh, how was out there?
Yeah, not bad. Look, I just, mate, I'm not a triathlete, so today was just all about trying to make it feel easy in the interest of the next couple of days.
But hold on, like you're not a
I'm not a
triathlete,
triathlete,
but
no.
you've done this 5 times or 6 times already.
Yeah, this is the 6th go, but like it's been 5 years, so it means that I've done nothing for 5 years, so I'm just like,
I'm not a triathlete. Okay, cool.
keep it feeling easy to get through.
Nice.
To get through, yeah.
Well, they'll keep you up, both
They
crews,
will,
yeah.
yeah.
So make sure that you rest now.
Yeah, I'm glad the swim's over mostly. Yeah.
How was that? The swim?
Oh, I reckon today is like the 2nd time I've put a wetty on since the last time I did this 5 years ago. That was the hardest swim that I've done here. Like it was really like the water, the conditions were just tough.
Okay. Okay,
Yeah.
well, you are back home now. Ready for day 2?
Tick it off.
Yeah.
I'm swimming. I'll swim again in another 5 years.
Do you promise that? In 5 years' time, you'll be back?
No,
Hold on. Yes. She's coming back in 5 years. She just signed up. So in 5 years' time, she'll be back. That's what she says. Yeah.
Well, what number did they say? What did you say on the podcast the other day? 6? Is it 7?
Okay.
I'm heading there.
There you go. Congrats. Bye bye.
Dave, Trev's coming in.
I think that she'll be back.
I think she'll be back.
Yeah. Well, first of all, she's got to go through second and the third day, but she'll get that. That was arguably so far the loudest crew that we have seen in the finish line.
Somebody has to have it.
Yeah.
Did they say that they had another athlete coming? Did I hear that?
I'm not sure. I don't think so.
Okay.
Because the marshals haven't actually waved their flags. Normally, whenever there is an athlete approaching, they would start waving the flags,
Right.
just letting the cars know that they gotta stop. So as you can see, there are some cars going through, so I don't think that there is any other athlete approaching for now.
Yeah, Larry, before Kelly came through there, you asked me a little more about Craig and the award.
Right.
The Be Phenomenal Award. And really what that was for, you may remember, obviously, he and Tony were partners in terms of hosting the event. And they both did Ultraman Canada, both did Ultraman World Championships. But Craig wanted to raise funds and awareness. And so he ended up doing 8 Ironmen in 8 days in 8 states. And sadly, as a result of that, things went a little haywire later on, and we lost him. So it was a tremendous loss, but it was because of the caliber of man he was and sportsman that he was and family man that Tony wanted that award to be put out there. So it's a real honor for whoever is the recipient of that.
Yeah. Do you know some of the people that have received it? Do you remember off the top of your head?
No, I don't.
Okay. Yeah.
I haven't been there for the last couple of years. So I was there a total of 6 times out of the 10. So very, very pleased and honored that allowed me to be there for that.
Well, now you can say 7.
Yes, vicariously. I truly wish I was there, that's for sure.
I think we've lost Banat's camera for a little bit here. Oh, he's back.
There he is. He must have heard you.
I was taking a bit of a rest.
No.
No, yeah, I know. Fans are calling.
Yeah, no problem. Hey, Banat, I just want to say thank you again for stepping in and doing all this camera work today. Some of the stuff that you've provided has been absolutely fantastic. It gives us the view that's just not of, the static finish line or Tim, that as he calls it in, which are great views, but your ability to move around and get this extra footage for us and get out onto the course has been a real benefit. And I appreciate the number of hours that you've put in today to doing it and dealing with all of the technical problems that we had with the phone and the Zoom a little bit earlier. So thank you very much. I truly appreciate it.
Oh, good, Larry. Thank you for putting all this together. Actually, I had just my mom texting me saying like, Benyan, I can hear you. So at least to her, that was worth it. So yeah, no problem.
Well, you better say hi. You better say hi to your mom then.
Nah, that's all right.
Well, tell her to send a message in and we'll put it on screen.
I've already texted her through WhatsApp. But yeah. It's all about the athletes here and their crews. Look at them.
And Tim. And Tim. Don't forget Tim.
I know for it, yeah. Sure. So what's going on here? A bit of a massage and
This is
a sausage roll. Living life.
this is Oliver, is it not?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, Whiteley team.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're all good, man. Yeah, good. How was out there?
Oh, very nice ride. A lot of scenery. Yeah, it was quite nice. A little bit of rain. It was good. Cooled everything down. Yeah, really nice course. Got to see everyone. Yeah, quite nice.
Nice, well done. Keep eating. You'll need that tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. So yeah, make sure that you have some good food, rest, sleep, and repeat tomorrow. Yeah.
Oliver,
Alrighty.
Oliver, you got anybody watching that you want to say hi to? Did you share the link?
Yeah, I'll share the link.
Make sure you share the link for tomorrow.
I'll share the link for tomorrow. Don't worry.
Good job, Oliver. Thanks.
See you.
Thanks, mate. A bit of conversation happening here as well.
Mm.
Yeah, new mates. Whatever. Oh. Do you want to talk? Yeah. And then we've got more people as well, not only crews and athletes, but the volunteers and the people giving the massage. So, what's your name?
My name's Esther.
Esther.
I work here in NOOSA.
In NOOSA? Yep. Okay, giving massages as well?
That's all right. NOOSA Physio.
Cool. And for how many hours will you be here?
We're here Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and probably till what, 7 p.m. tonight?
7 p.m. tonight? Yeah. Okay, how many of you are here?
There's 5 of us.
5 of you. Yeah. Look, I raced like 2 years ago.
I remember your face.
Do you? Okay. You massaged me. Yeah, I remember that. I remember your hands. Yeah. But no, that was like one of the best parts of it. Like finishing and saying like, okay, yeah, I've got a massage now. Yeah. Okay.
Be mindful of this guy because he's got ticklish legs.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, that's good. Yeah. It is, yeah.
I haven't forgotten about you.
Well, like everything for the life, you know?
Yeah.
Everything and anything. Thanks for that. You're welcome. I'll be back. They're having the best day of their lives.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Until they have to wake up at 2 o'clock in the morning to eat.
They gotta keep eating. Look at him.
Yeah.
Stop. Now he's doing properly. Doing a good job.
Easier job this year for you.
It's a harder job, actually. Trust me. Yeah. I kind of have responsibilities, you know? Good. Larry, do you have like official times over there, or do you want me to go through the leaderboard?
We have it coming off the website. The Barefoot timing is providing the website for the timing, the official timing, and we're able to pull that up from time to time. But it's nice to look at the leaderboard as well and see the flags on the leaderboard and the nice, neat writing that is there. Oh, do we have somebody coming in?
With athlete 9 hours and 51 minutes on the clock. We will be here. The athletes have 12 hours to complete the course each and every day. They've already swum 10 kilometres. Here he comes. He's coming around the corner. It is athlete 391. It is Trevor Garvey in a time of 9 hours and 51 minutes. High fives for the crew. Here he comes, ladies and gentlemen. Let's make some noise. Athlete 391. It is athlete Trevor Garvey. Big smile. I don't think I've seen a smile this week. Maybe that smile was wiped off throughout the day, but it's back now. Don't worry about tomorrow morning at 5:15, mate, when you have to do it all over again. You celebrate now and you celebrate hard. Great job, mate. Congratulations. Awesome work. 1 down, 2 to go. Trevor is our 26th athlete across the line today. Unbelievable effort.
How was that, Trevor?
Yeah, it's
Was it good?
Day.
Yeah?
Had a bit of everything today.
A bit of everything?
Yeah, rain, sun, wind, lots of wind.
Races,
races. Rough water. No, but a good day.
Okay. Was the crew supportive? Was the crew good? Were they all on the crew?
The crew is great. They're like F1 team. Like
F1. McLaren. Okay, then yeah.
Far North Queensland from
right colours, isn't it? The orange on the kit, so yeah.
Good. Congrats.
Yep.
Congrats.
But I'm not Gastry.
Okay.
No, nor Norris. Maybe
We've got 14 left, so after 41.
You are getting into trouble.
One athlete, unfortunately, not
They won down.
Okay, congrats. Enjoy.
14 athletes coming across with 26. 14 still out there. 2 to 14, we have 14 first timers. I meant to say we have 14 returning athletes. 14 returning athletes. They've done this race before, they come back to there. We have 27 first timers, and if we've got 26 still going, they will join the Oxford Academy. We will get everyone across the line on Monday afternoon. Welcome to the open arms. If you wanted to pick your club in that, here's the club. Then let's do this for those people that want to know this.
Mika, what's happening here?
We're just talking about John DeMandel
John
getting back on the horse and turning it over to the finish line.
Yep. Nice.
Second Ultraman.
Yeah. Are we having his crew here? Is that correct?
Yes.
Good. What's your name?
Peter.
Peter. And Tuara.
Peter went out this morning on a supporting another athlete.
Supporting Ben Yates this morning.
Yep.
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh, well done.
Last minute ring.
There were a couple of those today.
Yeah.
No, that's a good. Yeah, we adapted. All right.
Well, Steve, maybe we'll just take an opportunity here to take another look at the results off the website and get caught up with those last couple of finishers that came in.
Yeah, I couldn't get the last one there. It hasn't come up as far as I can see, but he did mention as he was talking that it was Trevor Garvey, and
Yeah.
he said 9 hours, 51 minutes, but I couldn't see that when I went onto Barefoot Sport.
Yeah, I'm not getting that either through mine.
No.
Yeah. He must have a special link.
And obviously, we're getting closer and closer to the 10-hour mark, so still got a couple of hours in which the athletes can make it official.
Yeah. Banat, if you can hear us right now, can we get an update on the athlete that went out on course that came in after the swim cut off, Vishnu? Do you know if anybody over at maybe Jason has some updates on how he's doing out on course? Is he riding harder than he swam, and is he going to come in, or is he going to be after the 12 hours?
I think the general consensus on Vishnu is that he's not a good swimmer, but he's a bike runner.
Right.
So I think Tim expected him to be able to ride through some of the field.
Okay.
which is kind of a shame. Like, you missed the cutoff by 40 seconds or whatever he did. And then if he makes the cutoff by 40 minutes, it's kind of tough.
Yet, Steve, do you know where those original time cutoffs came from? Do you know how they were developed?
No, I'm assuming because it was on the Big Island that a part of it was a darkness, because it gets dark there a lot earlier than elsewhere usually. And so they had to look at start times where you've also got to be reasonable, because I know there are some like the Norseman where they start really early in the morning and it is dark for the swim. But again, when you've got sharks out there or jellyfish and the problems that can occur, you want it to be as safe as possible, but you want as many people to finish in the light as possible.
We got a finisher here. Banat, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Who was that just came through?
King, I believe. 397.
397.
Yeah, that was Daryl.
So that gives us
the bearded
27 finishes.
Stuart King.
We have 27 finishes that have come across the line.
How's out there?
Our most recent one was Stuart King, the first timer. Another one of our 50 to 59-year-old competitors. Half of the field is made up of athletes between the ages of 50 and 59.
We got three.
Only get better at endurance as you get older.
Yeah, because you'll see it off.
That means my best years are still ahead of me.
Oh. And I'm running out of battery. Good.
All right, we have 27 athletes. We've just seen Trevor Garvey and Stuart King come in. And here we have another one. Is that the Duff Man? We got the Duff Man! Duff, he snuck through. No one even told me you were coming, Duff. But in a time of 9 hours, 58 minutes. We get to see Shane, the Duff Man Duffy, come in. Here we go. If you've got energy to do that, you have not worked hard enough for the day, youngster. The results are number 10 for the Duffster. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Well, what could go wrong?
Yeah.
He smells funny.
That's a nice photo. Shane's two daughters both ended up getting pregnant at the same time and had those babies within weeks of each other. And so now he has two grandbabies that are basically the same age.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have just reached the 10-hour mark. Our athletes have under 2 hours now from on course to get into the finish. It is a 12-hour cutoff each and every day. And we've just seen Shane Duffy, who's got a resume 3 to 4 pages long of Ultraman and other races completed. He has done 10 by Ultraman, including 6 in a 12-month period. He did all 6 Ultramans around the world in less than a year. Unbelievable effort.
Anyway.
And then we've had 28 athletes. 28 athletes come across.
So good. How's that? You changed the wheel again.
Get back to here, man.
Yeah, man.
You got a shortcut.
I kind of did.
One off you.
No, chance it's close.
Not
Not
you doing,
far.
mate?
He should be.
Good. Yeah. You have had a couple of issues, that, haven't you?
Oh, yeah.
I don't.
Please don't. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Not holding, Chris.
Okay.
It was okay for the last 4 days. Today started riding, was going down, puffed it up, going down. I went, can't keep doing this.
Yeah.
So then I went, I got a spare wheel, put that on, and the rotor is 140, not 160.
Yeah.
I went, oh, shit, that's no good. I got another one on my other bike. But it's got a 28 mil tire and it's big. I went, okay, I'll put a tube in this, but then my tube was just sticking out. I couldn't put air in it.
Man, rookie errors, one after the other. That's a good.
But
Congrats.
I've been not at home. I didn't have all of my things. So anyway, that's the way.
All
But it
good.
doesn't matter. We've done it easy.
Yeah, no, congrats, mate.
Thank you.
Enjoy.
Thanks
Good.
for playing out there.
Yeah, 2 more days to go, mate. Too easy, eh?
Congratulations, Shane. Nice to see you at the finish line.
Off he goes with his family.
Oh, that's not his family. That's a different family.
Oh, no, yeah.
Oh, they'll do.
I hope I'll do
Yes. But they've got things, but... Yeah. Well, but I don't know if it can actually be utilized. Yeah, because it's gone live. Yeah. But I don't have the actual recording. Yeah. Easy. How are you doing, Mike? So for everyone here, he's been setting up cool kind of like parade here with the time, with the sponsorship and everything. When did you come actually? When did you arrive? Like, was it Wednesday?
I arrived Wednesday, straight into working, setting up the compound, finishing up setting up the stuff for the check-ins for athletes and on Thursday. And then, straight into getting the course ready and everything like that.
Okay, is it your first time volunteering or have you been here before? Second time. So you must have liked it before then.
Yes.
To come back.
Yeah, 100%. It's great to, it's incredible to race yourself, and then even more special to get back and help out the dream team and get other people across the line. So.
Good. That's awesome. And how does it work? Like you rock up here and you already know what you're going to be doing, or?
They have a list of jobs to a stamp, to a rough idea of what you're going to be involved in, and then everything else that comes up and creates a bit of a ruckus, you just jump on board and help out where you can.
No, 100%. For instance, what has happened today that you had to kind of like?
Ended up paddling for a person out on the water, which is pretty eventful. And that chopped and changed a few times, and I was. So that was good fun. And then just what else? Just
the
moving
usual
back and forth and forgetting things and then remembering things and getting them. So
No, great. You guys are doing a great job. Amazing. Long days, but they are completely worth it.
Yeah,
so man,
it's worth people coming across this finish line. And
look at all those smiles. Yeah, 100%, mate. Dude, you're a legend. Thank you, mate.
You.
Yeah. All good. See you around.
Yes, sir.
Bye.
Well done, Banat. Well done.
I may start a career as an interviewer or something.
I think you got it, man. You got it.
Maybe not in English, though.
I think your English has been just great.
That's what they say. Hold on.
Wait there. Yeah, I did it.
What did I do? I haven't done anything. Look at him.
I am just let's just see this whole entourage.
Yeah. Okay.
The cheer squad.
The cheer squad, all of them. But who are we supporting? Are we supporting who? Are you sure? That's cute.
The mayor of Launceston is in Toronto as we speak.
Okay. Yep. It's...
Now they're all in.
Yep.
And we're just waiting and nothing doing. Acting so quick. And Christine vomiting.
Vomiting as well. Whoa. What's up? Okay, change of massage.
That's pretty neat when quite a few of the family travelled all the way from Western Australia to join him. I think that's his sister and brother-in-law, niece and nephew.
Yeah, when we were doing the preview podcast, one of the things that I picked up on is that most of the athletes are there with family for a crew, more so than a lot of the other Ultraman races. You know, a lot of the times people bring their coaches or their training partners, or they bring their partner. But there's a lot of people with moms and dads and kids, and there's a lot of family crews out at this race here in NOOSA.
Well, and you can't blame them. It's such a gorgeous spot as well. I'm sure they want to stay a few extra days afterwards just to enjoy the ambience of the place. It's absolutely outstanding.
Mm-hmm. Well, Nick, is that true?
This is great. Every 5 weeks to remind myself why I don't go there.
You're only about 20 away, aren't you, Nick?
No, I'm from where they are, 14 kilometres.
There you go.
14k south. So actually, I do ride through there at night. I just don't go there during the day very often.
It's a gorgeous beach, and the run up along the beach at the finish is just amazing.
Yeah.
And
the national park is amazing.
Yeah, and if it's a hot day, you got thousands of people along the beach watching the action too.
Yeah. Like everywhere, though, the only problem with NOOSA, I mean, I really do love it. It's like everywhere. The cost of traveling in Australia has just gone through the roof.
Yeah.
Hotel prices and all that sort of stuff is just mind-bending.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's something very special about NOOSA, especially the beach and the national park is just fantastic.
Yeah, and there's that great walkway there. If you're facing where the start is and you bear to your right, and you can walk for miles around the cliff area there. Just gorgeous.
Yeah, it is. It's lovely.
We'll just change over to the finish line here so nobody sneaks in on us again like Duffy did. While Banat's camera is down for a little bit. I heard him mention that maybe the battery was dying, so hopefully he's just gone to plug it in somewhere for a little bit, leaving us to
He's got to carry around some of these things.
Yeah.
Never leave home without them.
Yeah, I noticed those times still have not come up for those last few riders.
Oh. Yeah, I got Stuart King now as the last time in on the website.
Yeah, 9:56:14, and we've had obviously Shane since then.
Yes. Well, not that many people left out there now on the course. And according to the roster here, it looks like the athletes from India are all at the back of the course. And I think that's traditionally been what happens with the Indian athletes, is that their swims are not as strong as some of the other athletes that come out to these events, but they love coming to these events. There's been so many Indian athletes now. I know they've made an attempt to do a 5:15 event in India a couple of times. I'm not sure if any one of them is actually still running at this point, but they've definitely made the effort over there as well. And I think with a country with that many people, you're going to have some that are going to be attracted to this sort of race.
Yeah.
Oh, and it's a big honor for them as well. That's why you get so many of the military types from India doing it. It's a big honor for them to put themselves through this sort of event.
Very much so. And don't forget the two youngest athletes to have done this event were both Indian, Shubham Kajali and Advait Shinde. But they did host one in India. We had the lady Manusha who came and joined us in Canada. Unfortunately, she wasn't able to complete the bike portion of the event. but I think they had 7 athletes that did the event.
Yeah, it's just outside of Delhi, the where it is, and they tried to put the swim in a lake at a resort further out of Delhi, but that didn't work for some reason because the original swim course was in a pool 20 meters long and very shallow indoors.
Wow.
Yeah, it's horrible. I did all the research to go. I spoke to the race director. I thought I'd go have a little crack at this Indian race. And then I found out it was just a little bit too suspect.
Mm. Well, Van Sanchez has held his race in a pool as well. Steve, you've commentated down there. And I think it was a pool swim when you went down, was it not?
It was. But the wonderful thing was the community, when he contacted them because there were some issues that meant that they needed to go to a pool swim, they told him to go to both of the community pools and figure out which one would work best for him. And the president of the region came down. We had to hold up the start for about 10 minutes because the president hadn't yet arrived, and we waited for him, and then things got underway. So it was pretty neat. I just saw that they're missing Shane, but Adam Mort's just come up as a finisher.
Oh.
10:13:02.
Yes.
And that's his second time taking on this challenge, so good for him. And he's one of the 2 athletes that are, I think, 64 years of age. He's going to be turning 65, I think, next month, in fact.
Wow.
Yeah, and he's not your typical athlete when it comes to the type of person that does this, because he's just he works as a farmer, and we don't usually get people that are farmers in the ultra community. It's usually people with unless he has an industrial farm, it's usually more the people with a little more. Is that a racer coming in right now?
Yeah.
Disposable income is what I was going to say. Yeah. All right. Let's see if we can get some sound. Banat, if you are still listening to us. Tim, give us your mic.
Yeah, really. What's going on?
That was Adam right there. That was Adam that just came through.
Great job, Adam.
Thank you.
Congratulations, mate. Awesome work. Day 1 done again. We've got the youngest athlete, Ollie Whiteley, talking with our oldest athlete, Morty, right now. Great job, team. That's what it's all about.
They need to do a bit of checking, though, because, again, Shane's result has not come up.
How you feeling, Adam? And that's important. All right, he said he's feeling great. He just doesn't know how to turn his garment off, so anyone can come and help him. We don't want to ruin your Strava averages, mate. Get it done. Get it on the charge. We'll be back tomorrow morning. 5:15 start tomorrow morning for a 280-kilometre bike ride.
Epic.
1 hour, 44 minutes left. Apparently, we have our next athlete that's come across the finish line from right here on the Sunshine Coast, affectionately known by his triathlon club as the Bearded Dragon. When he comes around the bend, you'll completely understand why. It is athlete 396. It is his first one. He swam in a time of 4 hours, 8 minutes, and then he's just ridden 6 hours, 6 minutes for a total day 1 time of 10 hours, 15 minutes and 27 seconds. Here's our 30th athlete across the board. It is Daryl Kirko. We will see him very, very soon. The Bearded Dragon. Here he comes. He's rounding the roundabout now. Let's make some noise from right here in Caloundra. He's a first-time father about a month ago. And here he comes. Let's welcome home athlete 396, the Bearded Dragon, Daryl Kirko. Great job, mate. 10 hours, 15 minutes, and 27 seconds. 30 athletes across.
It's good to see Shane now appears in results there, and that we've got 10 athletes left on course. And about an hour and 44 minutes of official time left as well.
Daryl's got a great story too. He was telling us when he entered why he wanted to enter Ultraman Australia. And his answer was that he was diagnosed with type 2 diabetes and he didn't want to take any drugs or any pills to get better. So he joined a triathlon club and started training. Fast forwarding to 6 years, he's now an Ironman, but far more importantly than that, in about 2 days, he's going to become an Ultraman. Amazing job, Daryl. Great job, mate. 1 day down, 2 to go. And we move on. That is our 30th athlete across. We have 10 athletes still out on course. And we have 1 hour and 42 minutes to bring them all home to make the cutoff before we start day 2. It's obviously been a bit of a wet and wild day out on course. We've had a few athletes unfortunately come off their bike, but they've dusted themselves off, got back on and kept pushing. That's the Ultraman spirit right there. This is our 10th anniversary. We love being up here in NOOSA. We'd like to thank all our sponsors, our partners, our supporters, our athletes and our crews. Couldn't do any of this without any of you guys. So we thank you from the bottom of our hearts as we bring our last 10 athletes here. Day 1, sun setting. We saw it rise 10 and a half hours ago. We'll see it set in about an hour.
Well, Daryl Kirkhow actually has a racer from last year on his crew. It's a friend of his, and that's Jessica Dudley.
Well, we've got 10 athletes to bring home. We'll be with you and everyone here on the Ultraman Australia live stream on YouTube, on the Ultra Podcast YouTube channel. Well, we know who must be close because there's a ridiculous number of costumes. I saw Matthew Wheatley, so he's completed the event 4 times. This will be his 5th time out on course, completing it. He's affectionately, well, I nicknamed him affectionately the Mayor of Launceston because I feel like every single person knows him. And his crew this morning came dressed as, I actually don't know, jellyfish, I think they were.
Yes.
And they told me they had something like 17 costumes, 24 costumes for 3 days. So that's going to be fun. There won't be any room in the car for Matt. Long way to Tassie. So there we go, crew. I don't actually know what the crew's dressed up at the moment.
Those are Dr. Seuss characters.
Hi. Say that again. What are you? Dolores.
Yeah, exactly. There's no time for reading. Talking about it.
This is why we put people like that on an island in the south of Australia.
Right, there you go.
Come on, Banat, get in there.
I didn't have much of a childhood either, but thanks for bringing it up. I'm just trying to repress all those memories. That was a hot night too. I might need a.
Oh, I don't think you're allowed to duck under there, Banat. Do you have access? Do you have the pass?
There's a line there for a reason, mate. That's what I have to put up with all day. Just trying to be a professional. Team, 10 hours, 22 minutes in. 90 minutes left. We've got who we think will be Matthew Wheatley being the next athlete across the finish line. We've got his support crew. They bought 24 different costumes to it. Are you sure? Yeah. I don't think it's enough, to be honest.
That's 24 divided by 3.
It's only 8 a day. And I think they've worn 20 of them today.
They're not allowed to do it.
Can't they?
This looks like looks more like an ambush.
Coming up to 10.5 hours out on course today. We know that there are athletes getting close to the finish. We have 10 athletes still to get across the finish line.
I think they've all stopped in Corroy for a coffee.
People like Ben Yates, Matty Wheatley, Leanne Cockhill, Kristen Jacoby, they're all close. Johnny Demandel, our vision impaired athlete, back on the bike. Unfortunately, he came off the bike with his guide. They dusted themselves off. They took a moment and they got back on, and now on the way back into town. We are 10 hours and 24 minutes in.
Well, my prediction was totally wrong. I thought there'd only be like 3 or 4 left by now.
That's okay, Nick. You don't have to be right all the time.
Thanks, Mom.
But once every now and then it would be helpful.
Here we thought he couldn't hear us all this time. He's just been ignoring us, waiting for the moment to pounce.
That was too easy. That was too easy.
Yeah, but you've waited 10.5 hours to dig the knife in. Shane Kent took 30 seconds.
Yeah, I'm just a nicer guy. We've all got our breaking point, Nick. We are more of the Wheatley. I don't know where to look. That one.
Yeah, I'll switch it for you.
The Wheatley crew is coming in. More of the support crew. The whole family is here, so they must be close. I'll just refresh the finishing mat to see if it's there. Haven't got him yet.
Fun times in Tasmania.
Apparently it's warmer in Tasmania today than it is up here. There we go, there's that cruise. Dr. Zeus is a character, Lorak or something. Dr. Zeus, I only found that out. I got told how little culture I have by not knowing it. No, you don't know that. That's the both of us.
That's why we've done that.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're now about to enter our last 90 minutes here on day 1 at Ultraman. We're going to make some noise soon. I know that we've got some athletes just around the corner. When we see them, we'll let you know. We've just had an athlete come across the finish line. In fact, we've just had 2 athletes come across the finish line. We've got the Mayor of Launceston. He's done it in a time of 10 hours, 26 minutes. And 2. This is how close it is, ladies and gentlemen. We've been racing for 10.5 hours, and we have Matthew Wheatley completing the course in 10 hours, 26 minutes and 2 seconds, and in 10 hours, 26 minutes and 3 seconds. 1 second later, we have Ben Yates finishing the course as well. So after 10.5 hours of racing. We have our 31st and 32nd athlete across the board. Remember, this is Matty Wheatley's 5th Ultraman Australia. And here we go.
Wish we found Ben Yates.
Matty swam 4:28, rode 5:57 for 10:26, and Benny Yates 3:26 swim with a 6:59 on the bike. I think he had a bit of a snafu on the bike. He dusted himself off. He got back on, ladies and gentlemen. In the next 60 seconds, we're going to see two athletes. We've got Matt Wheatley, who's at the back, and at the front, we've got Ben Yates. Let's make some serious noise. Let's bring these two home. And here they come. 10 hours, 26 minutes. We have Yatesy first and followed by the man, Matthew Wheatley. Great job. Just that. Don't do that. Nearly stacked it across the finish line again.
Gee, I hope they don't get a penalty for drafting.
The most support crew I've ever seen. 24 different costume changes. Benny, how do you feel? Good. Thumbs up. Big Groggy coming off the bike. There he is. Ben's first appearance at Ultraman Australia, and he looks good. There's a big smile on the face.
Not the one you went out on.
Yeah, there's brakes, there's chains, there's
Right.
I don't know. Whatever can go wrong will go wrong.
Right. Days out. 10 hours, 26 minutes. 2 seconds for Matty. 10 hours, 26 minutes. 3 seconds.
Good on you. Thank you very much, John.
And we get the job done. That leaves us with 8 athletes, ladies and gentlemen. And we have 10 hours and 29 minutes on the clock.
Sunset behind you. Oh.
Beautiful. Lovely. Thank you very much. Thank you.
That's all right. How did it go? When did you change the bike?
Huh?
When did you swap the bike?
The other one's looking over the other one. 50k to go. I don't
50k to go. Yeah. Good. Alrighty, but it is. Yeah, 100%. Yeah. Okay, good luck for tomorrow. This is.
Steve, do they use the same rule there where if you swap your bike, you can't swap back?
That I'd be interested to know, because obviously I wasn't there at the introduction of athletes where they go over some of the rules, but you're right. In some of the others, it has to be that you contact the bike mechanics, talk to them, and they appear, usually take a good look to find out whether the bike's repairable or not. And if it's a major mechanical, then you're able to swap a bike out. But again, it's up to the race directors to determine their rules, especially as this one's no longer a part of the Ultraman family.
Mm-hmm. Nick, do you know about that? Do they use the rule where if you swap your bike, you're on that bike for the rest of the event?
Yeah, you are supposed to be. But as Steve said, it's up to the race director.
Yeah. Well, maybe we should take a quick look at some of the stats then, as they have come in over the last little bit here, and see what's new and updated with our people in the last few spots here. And we can see who is still out on course as well. Oh, I've lost my view of Steve. Sorry, Steve. There you go. So looking at who's still out on the course, we got John DeMandel, Leanne Coggill, Christian Jacoby, who's back again, Vishesh Madden, Sadanand Amarpour, Praveen Agarwal, and Mahesh Kumar Prajapati, and Vishnu Prasad, who went out after missing the swim cutoff. So out of those last couple of people that came in, Steve, in looking at their swim time, their cycle time, is there something that stands out to you? Knowing Matthew Wheatley's times before, maybe, or anything like that?
That's a good point with Matthew because he's done it 4 times before. This was his slowest day one, but only by 50 seconds. But he has gone as fast as I think it was a 9:17, I think it was that he did, and that would have been 2016. That was the first year he did the event. He's done it 2016, 17, 19, and 21. So it's the other times he's done for day one were a 9:40, a 9:26, and a 10:25, and here he just came through with a 10:26.
Yeah, so he's keeping that fairly consistent over the various years.
Yeah. Yeah, and how lucky are we? 3 members of the same family that if all goes well for the bro, that, they'll have 3 members of the family who can say they're Ultraman finishers. And his dad owns the record for the 60 to 69 division for the Australian event as well.
Yes, he does. And I know that you keep stats about the family members that have raced together and maybe husbands and wives and couples and things like that. Have you had 3 from the same family that have done Ultraman racing together?
No, not as far as I can remember.
So we might have that as a thing for that family, and obviously with the 4th with the daughter probably going to be doing this in the near future as well. I think she got hung up on schooling when she got stuck when missed that COVID year.
Right, and I believe 3 of them did do the an Ironman together. I think that may have been New Zealand. So that was with Ava.
Yes, with Ava. Well, it looks like Banat has got somebody he wants to speak to. Let's go check out Banat.
Hi, Larry.
Hey, Banat.
I'm back with the TO, and he's got something interesting to say about that bike swapping that has happened today and how it relates to what is going to happen tomorrow as well. So over to you.
Oh, hi, guys. I have been asked if you did a bike swap today, could you use your original bike again? Yes, you can. You just cannot use your original bike after a swap on the same day. So if you swap today, you can use your original bike tomorrow. No problem at all.
Okay. And if it happens again tomorrow, same rules applies.
Yeah, they can just swap whatever time they need to tomorrow. They just can't swap back.
Okay. So regardless whether if it's on the first day or on the second, once you swap once, you cannot go back to the same one.
Each day.
Correct. Yeah. Is it all clear over there?
Yes, that's excellent. Thank you for finding the TO and getting that information. Sorry, did we get your name?
David.
David. Thank you so much, David, for that information.
That's to stop people swapping out climbing bikes and TT bikes.
Yeah, that's what we want to make sure that they don't do. That's why they can't swap them back again. So
yeah,
and they're only supposed to swap if they have a mechanical, and the bike cannot go. So they can't just swap because they've got to the bottom of a hill and thought, no, my right bike could be easier. No, they have to swap a legitimate swap based on the problem with their original bike.
And do they need to let you know that they have swapped the bike, or how does it work?
They don't have to let us know, but we do keep an eye on it ourselves. So we know what bikes they were when they checked in. And not everyone had 2 bikes. So we've got a list of everyone who had 2 bikes. We keep an eye on what it is that they're riding.
And upon check-in, you check actually both bikes, go through the revision of both?
No, they had to present both bikes at bike check-in on Thursday.
Yep.
If they didn't do that, then they could only ride the bike that they presented to us. We actually put a sticker on the bikes that showed that it had been inspected and that was their approved bike or bikes for the event.
Okay, that's great. Thanks for that, Dave.
No problem at all.
All right, over to you, Larry.
Rumor has it that in the past, there has been more than one athlete asked their crew to damage their bike at a certain point on the course, not necessarily on this race, specifically so they could change bikes.
okay, that would be so totally against the spirit of what we're all here for.
Yeah.
And it would be one of those things that we'll come down on that, because that is just, wow, I would never have, my mind would never have gone there.
It's happened.
Wow. No, that's not, absolutely not. You know, everything that I've seen in in Ultra today, at UM, it's just been amazing, and the people doing things in the spirit of what the event's about.
100%.
Yeah.
Except that that Jacoby character, you should for a TO himself, you should penalise him for being so slow.
I should just penalise them for being Christo. You know, that's it.
Okay. I'll let him go and do his stuff. All right.
All right. Thanks again. Really appreciate the information.
No problem at all.
Thanks, Dave. Bye-bye.
Bye, Dave. Nice work, Banat. Way to find that.
I'm a professional.
Clearly. You are showing us way more professional conduct than the guy working the mic that calls himself the talent.
Which Bernard will have his own breakfast show on TV shortly.
Call it Bask in the Afterglow.
What's going on?
Looking at this thing, are they?
Yeah, keeps your people, thousands of people connected, man. Thousands.
Oh, hey, Shane Duffy. Shane Duffy, you had a fan on that, Elena Gomez, saying "Go Shane."
Oh, okay, yeah. She was crewing the very first year that I crewed here in 2019. She was crewing for another Spanish athlete. And there was two guys from Spain that were racing together. You know Miguel, I think you've met him before. She was crewing with the other Spanish athlete. So, and she was here last year, she crewed as well.
Nice.
Yeah. So, how's the day gone? Had a success with the streaming?
Oh, the live stream has gone flawlessly.
Nice.
It went about as
You got the right man. You got the right man behind the camera. That's right.
Yeah. He's saved us a little bit today and provided us with some excellent footage. So things. It's like any day one of an ultra. You know, you got to work out the bugs of your systems, and then tomorrow and the third day they're going to be super easy.
Okay. So I'm just waiting here to see the marvelous hands of Gail put me back together.
I hear complaints over here.
He doesn't want it to stop.
Yeah. Time pressure here.
Shane, I can't believe you're waiting. I thought you had Gail on a retainer. You shouldn't have to wait.
About that. I get my people to talk to her people.
You also had Carrie Mandel cheering you on earlier in the broadcast and saying that she would like to get over there and do the race next year.
Yeah, she's mentioned that she wants to try and do it. I know that Billy Rickard was kind of considering it also. So
you need to start getting some kickbacks for helping to promote this race and bring people over.
Got to keep training up enough people so everyone's got a crew, mate. That's all.
How did your crew perform today for you?
No, we were good. No, everything went. I mean, apart from the bike stuff, but that's my own issue. I haven't been at home, so the stuff that I had, I bought from where I was staying at work up to here, so I didn't have everything that I really wanted. So, and then some of it I asked Alison to get, and I told her to pick up instead of wheels, it's the wrong set from home.
Oh,
So that was one of the issues we had. So we ended up riding about 100 k's with no front brakes today because the rotor was too small. But,
Well, No break is better than a rubbing break.
Yeah. Anyway, no, look, we got there eventually, mate. So we had 3 different wheels, and everyone had a little issue. So one was the tubeless that wouldn't hold air. We put a tube in, and then the valve was not long enough. I didn't have an extender. So then I went. The wheel had the wrong rotor, and then the next wheel, the tyre was too big to fit.
Right.
All rookie errors, mate. You think I would have ironed them bugs out by now, wouldn't you?
Yeah, you would think, yes. So,
but to be honest, mate, like, this is the 9th race, and this is probably the first time I've actually had a real issue. So, and then the swim, I got a PB, so I was pretty happy with that.
oh, excellent. Yes. Now, are you riding on your special wheel for this race?
We didn't ride on it today, but the intention will be to ride probably with it tomorrow. Yeah, I wasn't too sure what was going to happen with the wind because it was forecast to pick up, but yeah, we didn't really. When we turned around after you've seen me at the turnaround point,
yeah,
and I started leaving, then it was like shit. There was a pretty decent headwind there. I was like, this is going to be nasty, but yeah. That road kind of changes angles a few times, and then you got protection from the trees and from the mountains. So,
yeah, Nick Millette was on top of the weather forecast today. He called everything exactly right as far as that was going to happen. He said there'll be a little tailwind on the way out, but you're going to have how many kilometer headwind did you predict there, Nick, on the way back in?
Between 23 and 27, depending on where you were. Yeah. But as you say, you hide in the valleys on the way back. So a lot of the time it's sheltered, you know?
Yeah, it was just as soon as you sort of come out of the school there at Gympie, that first like 500 metres, the hit in the face, and I was like, shit, this is going to be interesting. But yeah, like you say, once you got a bit further in, it was good. So,
yeah, tomorrow will be interesting for you guys, some weather coming in.
Oh, great. What is the forecast?
Wet.
Wind?
Yeah, it's gonna be wet.
Oh, wet. Okay, right.
Yeah, wet, and so you're going to get blown home. It's southeasterly, but about 17 kilometres an hour, so less than today.
Okay. Well, I don't mind that on the way home from Twin Waters, but
yeah,
we've got to get there first.
That's the point.
Anyone want a tip?
You're always so kind, always so kind.
We're feeding the other athletes too. Bit of salt, mate, eh? 2 knots. Here we go. Hang on. I saw that you're ready to put tips on the live stream. The live stream's coming in, you Larry.
Wait.
Tim Franklin just said on the live stream.
Tim, were you watching the live stream and then you saw the chips and came over? What?
That's exactly what happened.
Yeah. That's worth it, right there.
New uses for this live stream.
Well, at least he didn't send Simon over to get him this time.
Okay, so who was there any highlights of today's streaming?
Didn't see that at all, did you?
Highlights of today's streaming. No, we didn't see anything, Gail. We got some interesting footage when we got out to that turnaround where you were. That was good. It was coming in fast and furious, and Banat was like running out with the bikers. It was amazing, keeping up with them, keeping the camera nice and steady. There were great shots there. He's the #1 star of the broadcast today so far.
Definitely.
Oh, actually, they got the visual in. John Demand was coming in, so maybe you might want to see this.
All right,
Yeah.
we'll get Banat to spin around. Thanks a lot, Shane.
Recomposed, got back on the bike, him and his guide, and after 10 hours and 46 minutes, he has crossed the finish line here on day 1. And we're going to see him come around the corner. Here's John Domingo
Well done.
Comes across the line.
Woohoo! Well done.
I'm a vegetarian.
And a huge shout out must go. These guys had a tough day in the office. Moran, congratulations, mate. Fantastic effort by you. That is a tough gig. It is a big day. It's a lot of responsibility. It's a big day for both of them. And it takes some serious kick, especially after coming off the bike, to get the job done. They completed the day, a 4-hour, 25-minute swim, and then a 6-hour, 20-minute bike for a overall time of 10 hours, 45 minutes and 45 seconds. Johnny D gets the job done.
And John's riding with his pilot on this, Daniel.
Those that know Johnny D, he can cry. Especially after a big day.
Oh, there's Trouty making a guest appearance
as well. All happened.
Banat, do you want to bring your sound up?
Daddy, stop.
Whoa. So John had Ben Gaffey as his swimming partner that he was tethered to out there in the swim. And then on the bike there, his pilot was Daniel. So this is a bigger team than your usual team. And I understand that when he goes out on the run on day 3, he also has a little bit of a bigger team there for that as well, that he has a few people that are running around in front of him just to make sure that the pathway is clear and gives him a little better line of sight and the watch for the things that might be dangerous, that might trip him up a little bit. Nick, have you seen him compete live before?
Yeah. He's quite something.
Mm.
He's a very intelligent man, you know. He's one of these guys, when you have a conversation with him, you can tell he's actually listening and he's interested. And he thinks about stuff before he says it, and also has a very dry sense of humor. He's quite funny.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I've heard that about him. Tim told a story on the podcast about that. Where he...
Yeah, well, he's got a bit of a dark sense of humor, which is good.
Yeah, apparently they were in a pub and a woman lost her contact and he got down on the floor to look for it.
Yeah. That'd be about right.
And for people that haven't listened to the podcast preview, but why not? Go back and listen to it in the couple hours you have before the race starts again. But we also mentioned that he was a 1988 Seoul Paralympic athlete. So he doesn't just do the triathlon. He's a Paralympic athlete as well, and He's done a number of different events. So people that don't necessarily always listen to the 515, the Ultra podcast, that's a good reason for you to jump in and start listening. I tell the stories of all the people that are part of the Ultra community, the Ultra fam, the Ultra tribe, whatever you want to call them, the Ohana. And when we were doing our preview, we did get the opportunity to talk about each and every one of the athletes that are in this race. And it was me with Tim and our race director to make sure that we had the information covered off as best we could, provided that we were able to get information from these athletes, because sometimes they don't always necessarily give you the information, as Steve King will attest, that you are asking for to help talk about these people and promote them. Is that right, Steve?
It is. I don't think until the athletes do it that they realize we want to get the personal stories out there, because it's stunning sometimes other achievements that people have had or talents that they have. It's quite extraordinary to find out more about some of the people and what they do, and some of the charities they're involved with, or the actual work they do, or the families they've had. Or we've had some very wealthy, a couple of billionaires have actually done the events as well over the years, but also people who scrape it together to make it happen because it's such a big dream. Anyway, it's a fantastic event, and things are going very well so far. And I'm delighted to see John DeMandle is back in action. As you said, the last time was that very first year. So here we are 10 years later, and he's back at the finish line and looking to be in good shape, because he's certainly got it all together mentally as well. And it's good to see Kim very much involved still, partnering up with him and taking care of business. Taking on the role of the crew chief. It's one thing to be crew, but to be the crew chief, there's an awful lot of pressure put on you, and some people just couldn't handle it. I know I'd much rather be on the crew and like being a pacer than I would prefer to be the crew chief, because if you've never been to a certain area before, it doesn't take much to get misdirected. I'm sure you've talked a little bit about stories in the past where, with family members, and there's lots of them here, which is good, except the fact that sometimes family goes to a certain location because they want a holiday. And we've had people, because where we live in Canada, it's a wine country, and often you get family members go off for little wine tours or go fishing while the athletes out there struggling away. But anyway, it was great to see so many family here, and because you got so many experienced alumni, obviously they're comfortable in having their families around them, and they know the area, and they're certainly willing to provide information. I know people like Nick, if someone phoned him up, he would be willing to provide them with all sorts of information. Darwin Holt was another person like that, a great Canadian who in the early years, many people would phone him and ask, what do you suggest? What do you recommend? And that's one great thing about this, whereas some people who are pro triathletes wouldn't be too keen on giving away some of their secrets.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's interesting you mentioned Darwin, because I did exactly that with him and with Lucy Ryan, Larry and Lucy. But Darwin rocked up one day this before he did any of the Ultramans, and into Peach City Runners, and was speaking to Neil out the front, and Neil comes out the back and says, "Hey, Dick, can you speak to this guy, please? He's doing Ultraman. He wants to ask you about the course." And I said, "Have you got a car?" And he said, "Yep." I said, "Let's go for a drive." And we drove around the course. That was it. Let's go.
Oh, that's brilliant. And as you know, Darwin is a great artist. And so what he did, he loved it so much, and he really appreciated the efforts of race directors and the like. And he actually carved all these beautiful stone sculptures. And I've got one, and it's called The Wave, and it's very beautiful. Just gorgeous piece of work.
Steve, I just zoomed in over my shoulder here. Next to bobblehead Steve, that is a Darwin Holt sculpture right there.
Well, he would be really pleased to know that we still love his artwork and love him, and I just wish we could see him again, whether it was just be part of the camaraderie again. But unfortunately, himself and another gentleman, they actually crewed for someone some years ago. and that person wasn't too pleasing in terms of the way he reacted to certain things, and it was a shame because they carried on and they did the best they can as crew, but this person just didn't have the attitude that is or that should be adopted by an athlete taking on this sort of challenge. You got to realize, things don't, when it comes to long distances such as these, things don't always work out in the way that you hope they would. And when things go wrong, you really need to keep it mentally together as well. And I think that was upsetting for both of them. And sadly, we haven't seen either of them for a few years, but I hope they come back.
Yeah. That one back there, that was the Ohana Award. Or not the, yeah. I'll take a second here. So the plaque is, trying to get around my mic. Plaque is Ultraman Canada Ohana Award. This is the sculpture itself is like a nice seashell here. Yeah. And this was originally awarded to Brad when he went out and helped a runner on the course who was struggling to get through the run at Ultraman Canada. And then when I came and helped out Brad that first year when he was bringing back the Ultraman Canada race and needed a little bit of extra help, I kind of jumped in with a couple of weeks to go and helped him out on that one. And then he awarded that award to me and just kind of passed it on. So,
fantastic.
Yeah. So I have a Darwin Holt as well. And for people out on Facebook, what does it go by on Facebook? Do you remember?
I should. Yeah, it was a wrestler. Wasn't it a name of a wrestler?
Nick, you got it?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember it because it's the same as his slow twitch handle. I can't remember it now.
Somebody out there.
It'll come to me.
We are going to be here right to the end. We know that there are 7 athletes remaining on course. We're about to tick over the 11-hour mark. 60 minutes to go. 60 minutes to see all our athletes come across the line. That is 7 more athletes. Leanne, Christo, Vish, Sadanand, Praveen, Mahesh, Vishnu. That's who we're waiting for. And we 2, 1, and we've clicked over. We have 60 minutes remaining. 60 minutes remaining on day 1 here at Ultraman Australia 2025, our 10th anniversary race, and we are loving it.
Looks like the sun is setting.
This morning we have 40 still continuing.
Yeah.
And we will get them all home. We have 1 hour to go.
Okay, give us a clue on that name because I do remember he had a fancy name and it was the only way you knew he was contacting you.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember his name. Like I said, he used to post on Slow Twitch under the same name, same pseudonym.
Yeah, it's slipping my mind as well.
Oh.
Which is why I was asking if you remembered.
Yeah. You do know who Hydra Sloth is, don't you?
Oh, yes. That one I know.
Yeah.
He's just down the road in Mission.
Yeah, that's right. And he just did the Vancouver Marathon.
Do you remember his time?
I think it was about 3:48, something like that.
Oh, very good. Nice. What are we looking at here, Banat? Somebody's taking their bike apart. What's going on?
They're trying to repair it from the crash, I'd say.
Yeah. Yeah, so are we going to take the parts off? Check them out? Yeah.
Taking the pads and giving them a clean.
Yeah, the brakes in a tandem, that's a big thing.
Yeah, the way to 2 people is really going to make it not flash.
now. Just yeah. Canadians all love a toque.
Absolutely.
Yeah, the brakes were applying on full force, and they must have been throwing out a windsock out the back, and they came off and took a whole bunch of bark with them.
Ouch.
So we're trying to see what we can use with these. The pads are, you can see, are actually all looking pretty flush and new. John always looks after his, but something's just
They're
not
glassing
quite.
over.
So, rule one: think of simple things first.
Is John doing okay?
Yeah, he's a little bit tired and emotional.
Okay. I saw him with the nurses, but I didn't want to. Yeah.
This is always fun. Can't get it in. Story of my life.
You want me to?
There we go.
Don't get tire levers in his saddlebag.
I've got tire levers. I got a whole kit.
Thanks, mate. Your bag is all right. Yeah. It's a clean. We got sail tonight. Yeah.
Thank you very much, mate.
Yeah, see you tomorrow. Yeah. Ready for the second day. Yeah. That's great. Make sure that you eat a lot, drink, and sleep. That's right. What time is tomorrow? What time do you need to be around? 16?
I don't know. I'll have to check the schedule.
You better check it before tomorrow. Yeah.
Before I go to sleep.
Yeah. See you. Back to the mechanics.
Yeah, so you got it all back in. Now we're just going to throw the split pin on, throw the wheel on, and see what happens. Let's see if this is actually going to work.
This reminds me of camping as a child when we'd show up way too late to the campground and try to set up our tent with flashlights.
That's it. Try and unwrap those plastic sausages. Okay, now let's see if she works.
Moment of truth. Okay, we've got another athlete coming in, so I'll go.
All right. It's probably going to be Leanne, I'm thinking.
It's dark very quickly, eh?
Very, yes.
All the way from India. Raced here last year.
Oh, we have an Indian athlete coming in.
Mitch, how you feeling?
360.